Chapter 420, I'm your king. Please, give me back the flag of the wood formation. I swear to God, I will never covet your flag of the earth formation, and I will never kill you to get the reward of the blood god. Zhao Kongming's breathing became rapid, and from Qin Yang's expression, he could already tell that Qin Yang knew everything. It's as if you can take away my flag and kill me. Qin Yang snorted coldly. Zhao Kongming hurriedly said again, okay, I can still swear to God, as long as you return the wooden array flag to me, the king of the Qingmu Principality is you Qin Yang. Qin Yang frowned. Zhao Kongming said, you can rest assured that the king of the duchy is the place where the able ones live. As long as the Xuanhuan Empire is approved, he will be able to sit firmly on the throne. Originally, the king of the Aoki Principality was not me, but I killed the original tyrant here. Come to the throne, that tyrant is the person of the Lord of Tianhong. Zhao Kongming was afraid that Qin Yang would not believe it, so he told the history of his becoming a king like a bean. Even if you don't get recognition, as long as you declare yourself a king, the Xuanhuan Empire doesn't care about this place at all, and it doesn't matter at all, Zhao Kongming said. Qin Yang looked at the wooden array flag in his hand, the word was so dazzling. Behind the vigor is the withering of endless life. There is no right or wrong power, but it is used in the wrong places. Qin Yang looked at Zhao Kongming and said, it seems that I still underestimate you. The blood skeleton is not your capital to fight against Tianhongling and Nanyan Principality. Your capital is yours from beginning to end, it is all the endless mummified corpses under this royal city. Qin Yang took a deep breath and continued, you have the flag of the wood formation, the wood world, and control the rules of the wood. Your army of mummies also has endless power. Even if the enemy attacks this king city, you are not afraid, because the enemy is like a turtle in an urn. Turning ordinary people into your most powerful sword, I am afraid that even the winter-find swallowing gourd is inferior to you. Don't talk so much, give me the flag of the wood array, I'm willing to pay all the price. Zhao Kongming was a little anxious, and his eyes were full of murderous intentions. As soon as the flag is in hand, he will definitely launch the most severe attack, even if he destroys the entire royal city, he will kill Qin Yang. Qin Yang snorted softly and said, you not only look down on my combat power, you also look down on my IQ. All your power is based on the rules of the wood, and now, the flag of the wood formation is in my hands. Zhao Kongming's heart skipped a beat, and in his eyes, Qin Yang gently waved the formation flag. But he was not affected, could it be? Now, your army is gone. Qin Yang said coldly. All the mummified corpses are no longer imprisoned, and directly become the nourishment of the divine tree. Qin Yang urged the rule of annihilation, opened up the world, and wiped out the divine tree. You ruined my 20 years of hard work. Zhao Kongming gritted his teeth with hatred, his eyes cracking. If Zhongqiong Academy knew your details, the mission would not be to come to support. Qin Yang smiled and said, as the school's combat master, now, I will temporarily change the mission. Change the support mission to, clean up the portal. After saying that, Qin Yang dodged, and a faint black light dragon lingered outside his figure. Yu Longbu carries the power of annihilation, disappearing and appearing from time to time, and the entire sky is within the hunting range of Shenlong. When the wooden array flag is in your hands, you are no match for me. I advise you to stand by your neck and be slaughtered, so that you can suffer less. Qin Yang's voice sounded from all directions, if you are stubbornly resisting, you should know how long you can't last. The voice spread far and wide, and the brothers Zhao Xingchen and Zhao Xingxing, who were worried about the battle in the sky, were stunned and shivered. This is... Qin Yang is going to kill the king? Zhao Xingxing looked at his brother in disbelief. Zhao Xingchen was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, he knew that Qin Yang would do what he said. The king is in danger. At this moment, a blood shadow rushed past them, and the speed was so fast that it was obviously much stronger than them. Zhao Kongming's face was full of despair. He knew that Qin Yang must have a way to kill him. Even if he can hold on for a while, when Qin Yang uses the wooden array flag, he will no longer have any chance of life. Go to hell. Qin Yang's eyes turned downward, with a faint smile on his face. Boom. A punch was directly blocked. Xuanhuan was full of blood, and after swallowing Tu Tianxiong's power, he was directly promoted to the God King realm Jizangshan. The same kind of rules, and the same cultivation technique, is undoubtedly easier for Xuanhuan to swallow. You made me wait too long, I really can't go on grinding. Qin Yang said helplessly. Xuanhuan and Qin Yang communicated secretly, but Zhao Kongming's eyes shone with hope. Are you Tu Tianxiong's apprentice? Zhao Kongming was overjoyed and said, help me kill Qin Yang, and I can introduce you to become a blood god envoy to replace Tu Tianxiong. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up, but he opened his mouth and said, impossible, his strength is too strong, I can't match him alone. Zhao Kongming sighed, he really couldn't hold out much hope. Just feeling the power of Xuanhuan, my heart is even more uncomfortable. This should have been a clone that he cultivated, but now he has made a wedding dress. Save me and leave, the promise remains the same. Zhao Kongming said. No. Xuanhuan still shook his head firmly, looked at Qin Yang, and said, my grievance with him must be ended. Now that I have been promoted to the Divine King realm Jizangshan, it's time. Huh? What kind of grievance do you have with him? Zhao Kongming was puzzled. He killed my father with his own hands. Xuanhuan's eyes were flushed, his grief was not fake, the revenge of killing my father is not shared by the sky. This is indeed the case, but the more he understands the blood skull cultivation technique, Xuanhuan even knows the situation his father faced. Qin Yang killed his father, the god king of Chu, but that was the best result for his father. You, God King Chu, are courting death yourself. Qin Yang said. The tone was flat, just telling the truth. And this fact is a fact. The two didn't tell a single lie, but they gave Zhao Kongming the illusion that they were enemies of life and death. The king of the Chu gods is a hero of the first generation. He has no competition in the world, and makes friends. He and Qin Yang. Zhao Kongming has a good plan, how can he easily believe it? The flag of the earth array originally belonged to my father. Xuanhuan said. Zhao Kongming suddenly realized that he had some sympathy with Xuanhuan, and said, it seems that we all have a deep hatred for Qin Yang, listen to my advice, leave quickly, return to the headquarters first, and then discuss other things. Want to go? It's too naive to think. Qin Yang's figure flashed, and he punched him again. As if to smash the heavens, a punch hit Xuanhuan firmly. Huh? Qin Yang frowned. He didn't hold back for a while, but he didn't expect that he was just trying to cover up, but Xuanhuan couldn't block it. In mid-air, Xuanhuan exploded into a cloud of blood, wrapping Zhao Kongming in a blood escape, and fled. All right. Qin Yang nodded secretly, although he could still vaguely sense where they fled, but he didn't have to chase them anymore. Xuanhuan resisted this punch, at least he had to suffer heavy losses. In this way, Zhao Kongming will trust him even more, not to mention that he has directly tempered the vein power in his body. In mid-air, Qin Yang stood quietly. The brothers Zhao Xingchen and Zhao Xingxing finally arrived. Where is the country, the king? Zhao Xingxing asked loudly. Qin Yang glanced over, if you're talking about Zhao Kongming, he ran away. Zhao Xingxing said angrily, he is our king. Qin Yang suddenly remembered what Zhao Kongming told him just now about the king's position, as long as he has the strength, he can become the king. Quietly looking at Zhao Xingchen and Zhao Xingxing, Qin Yang said slowly. Now, I am your king. Chapter 421, Who are you fighting for? Zhao Xingchen and Zhao Xingxing looked at each other, Zhao Xingchen was okay, a little shocked and puzzled. As far as he knew, Qin Yang was not someone who cared about fame and fortune. And Zhao Xingxing glared angrily. Bold thief, and dare to usurp the throne. Zhao Xingxing clenched his fists, his eyes glaring like copper bells. Qin Yang said indifferently, "Isn't that how Zhao Kongming's kingship came about? Besides, I'm not his soldier or his subordinate. It's not appropriate to say that we are trying to usurp the throne, right? I won't agree with you being the king, nor will all the people of the Aoki Principality, let alone the Feng family." Zhao Xingxing yelled, "If it wasn't for my brother's sake, I'd be right now. I'll kill you." Qin Yang's face was still flat, but Zhao Xingchen was halfway in front of his younger brother Zhao Xingxing. Qin Yang smiled and said, "You don't agree? Do I need to ask your opinion?" After a pause, Qin Yang said again, "As for the people who don't agree? What they want is to live and work in peace and contentment, not someone to be the king. It's not that they suddenly disappeared from this world inexplicably." Zhao Xingchen was shocked and looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, as if some important information flashed in his mind. Qin Yang continued, "As for the Feng family? Will I care?" Zhao Xingxing snorted angrily, "Feng family? What bullshit Feng family? I'm talking about the Feng family. The general of the Aoki Principality, the Feng family, who holds most of the military power." Zhao Xingchen explained in a low voice, "He thought you were talking about the Feng family of the 8 Shinto clans." Zhao Xingxing was speechless. Most of the military power of a principality, compared with the 8 Shinto clans, is simply the gap between an ant and an elephant. Zhao Xingxing's face flushed, but he still said, "Zhao Kongming is a wise master." Qin Yang reached out and interrupted, saying, "I just want to ask you one question. Are you a soldier of Zhao Kongming or a soldier of the people of the Principality of Aoki?" Zhao Xingxing was puzzled, "Is there a difference?" Qin Yang shouted softly, "Of course. Who are you fighting for?" Zhao Kongming tightened his body and fell silent. Qin Yang looked at Zhao Xingchen and said, "I don't want to be the king. But I also don't want the Aoki Principality to die because of me, so I will temporarily serve as the king until the foreign enemies are repulsed. You can choose the king for this principality." Zhao Xingxing stared blankly at Qin Yang, incomprehensible. Zhao Xingchen asked in a deep voice, "Zhao Kongming. What happened to him?" It must be more than what they saw, but Qin Yang was reluctant to say more. "You can't tell them that there are endless ghosts and endless mummies underground in this royal city, right? The Aoki sacred tree that the people regard as spiritual beliefs, its true appearance is so evil, right? Not to mention the wise master Zhao Kongming, who is the culprit of all this. The reason why I didn't say it was, because I didn't want to cause a bigger backlash. Now this Aoki Principality is just a piece of pie, and anyone who sees it wants to take a bite. Zhao Kongming, who must have had the worst plan in his heart and gave up at a big deal, didn't really put in the effort to prepare for the war." Zhao Xingchen opened his mouth and said, "You are the king, I am afraid that there will be civil strife in the Aoki Principality. Now the Nanyan Principality is eyeing the tiger, once the news is known, it will definitely attack." "You're talking about General Feng's family, right?" Qin Yang asked. Zhao Xingchen nodded. Qin Yang asked again, "Where is he now?" "The western defense line of the principality, Tianmu Fortress?" Zhao Xingchen suddenly choked. Qin Yang frowned and said, "Could it be that he was fighting the fire dragon in the Tianmu Canyon outside the Great Wall?" Zhao Xingchen was a little ashamed. "Isn't it still in the King's City?" Qin Yang asked. Zhao Xingchen nodded with difficulty. Qin Yang instantly lost his anger. As a general of the principality, holding most of the military power, surrounded by foreign enemies, why are you still staying in the royal city? Qin Yang swept his spiritual thoughts, and as expected, he found that there was a place in the royal city where a lot of masters gathered, and one of the strongest was the eighth heaven of the god king. Go, and meet him," Qin Yang said. The figure flashed and flew straight down. Zhao Xingchen said to Zhao Xingxing, "Go to the palace and settle down. The main thing is that Zhao Qingya can't be relieved." Zhao Xingxing said, "Is it more appropriate for you to go?" Zhao Xingchen said anxiously, "What time is it now? Of course I have to follow Qin Yang. In case he fights with General Feng again." Zhao Xingxing hurriedly nodded in agreement. The general's mansion was heavily guarded, and all the soldiers showed horror on their faces. The entire royal city was destroyed, and the king did not know his whereabouts. In the palace hall, a middle-aged man drank tea comfortably, chatted happily with two young people, and smiled. The king didn't know where the enemy was, but he was hit by a vengeance. "I persuaded him a long time ago and asked him to apologize to the Lord of Tianhong. After all, the original king was a person of the Lord of Tianhong, so he must be right or not. Listen. I thought he had a lot to rely on, but now he is so embarrassed that people have leveled the royal city." General Feng sighed. The two young people are his eldest son Feng Tianxi and his second son Feng Tianyu. Feng Tianxi smiled and said, "Father, isn't this our chance? The plan was a little troublesome, but now it's a great opportunity." Feng Tianyu said, "Brother." "That's right." Feng Tianxi added, "For example, the wooden fortresses are all soldiers loyal to the duchy today, not our Feng family soldiers. The front line is urgent, and they are about to be unable to hold it. If we want to keep the duchy, we must rely on our strength. What's more, we have been keeping in touch with Tianhong Ling all these years. As long as our Feng family is in power, Tianhong Ling will not invade the northern Wuguang fortress." Feng Tianyu nodded again and again, "Yes, Dad." Feng Tianxi's eyes were hot, and he said, "As for the people of the principality, the military power is in our hands, and I can marry Zhao Qingya, which is justifiable." General Feng looked at his eldest son with admiration. With such a wealthy man, he really has no children. Immediately, he groaned and said, "We have to hold our breath again." "Why?" "Now that the king's city has been trampled down, the Aoki sacred tree has disappeared, and Zhao Kongming has never appeared, maybe." General Feng laughed loudly and said, "God Ji, you are still too young. First, although the foreign enemy is tough, it has not entered the Aoki principality. The people only know that there are enemies, but they cannot experience it personally. Without fear, how could it be easy? Surrender? Second, Zhao Kongming is powerful and has many trump cards. Who knows that he is not watching secretly and waiting for me to make a move?" Feng Tianxi's eyes lit up, he stretched out his thumb, and said, "As expected of my father, what I think is comprehensive." Feng Tianyu added, "What Big Brother said is. Dad is a wise man." The three of them burst out laughing. How could there be a scene of shattering outside? A voice suddenly sounded in the lobby, "This is your General Feng?" Qin Yang and Zhao Xingchen appeared, and Zhao Xingchen stared at General Feng with an angry face. General Feng's expression changed. "When did you come?" "I didn't find out?" Feng Tianxi hurriedly shouted, "Someone! A thief broke in." Qin Yang shook his head gently, looked at Feng Tianxi, and said slowly, "Your father is right, you are too young." Chapter 422. The soldiers filed in, and there were actually many powerful people in the God King realm among their cronies. But Qin Yang was not afraid, and Zhao Xingchen, beside him, was also a little ironic. Having experienced the battle between 100 kings and 100 kings in 1,000 mountains, Qin Yang's scene of 100 kings in seconds, these little shrimps are nothing to worry about. Zhao Xingchen stared at General Feng and said solemnly, "General, can the army of Wangqing be dispatched to meet the enemy?" General Feng still sat in his seat, but looked at Qin Yang with dread. Zhao Xingchen and his younger brother Zhao Xingxing were not seen by General Feng, but this young man had unfathomable strength. The king said that he can solve it himself, and there is no need for me to send one soldier and one soldier. General Feng said, now the king is not there, there is no new order. Who told you that the king is not here? Qin Yang smiled and said, I am the king now. General Feng's expression changed. Could it be this kid who fought against Zhao Kongming before? Zhao Kongming didn't show up, doesn't it mean that this kid is more powerful than Zhao Kongming? General Feng fell silent, but his eldest son, Feng Tianxi, couldn't hold back his anger. You are the king? It's a joke. Most of the military power of the duchy is in the hands of our Feng family, what are you? Feng Tianxi said angrily, dare to fight for the throne with my father? Do you still want to fight Zhao Qingya with me? Qin Yang raised his brows and looked at Zhao Xingchen. Zhao Xingchen angrily said, dogs can't stop eating shit, haven't I taught you enough? Feng Tianxi said disdainfully, I didn't care about you before, it was just to give you face. Now that the king is gone, my father is the king. You are just a soldier. What qualifications do you have to fight with me? Zhao Xingchen continued to curse, but Qin Yang looked over coldly. Zhao Xingchen's back was cold before he realized that the country may be destroyed at any time, but he is still talking about the long-term relationship between children and children. Feeling even more guilty, he lowered his head in embarrassment. Qin Yang looked at General Feng and said lightly, General Feng seems to really want to be this king? General Feng squinted his eyes and looked at Qin Yang. If he is not sure of Qin Yang's true strength, he must not make a rash statement. General Feng said with a smile, you're joking, I'm just waiting for the king's order. Oh? Are you waiting for my order? Qin Yang had a faint smile on his face. General Feng snorted softly and said, it's not as easy as you think to be a king. You must convince all the people of you, and all the soldiers are willing to follow you. It seems that the general is going to show me a clear path? Qin Yang asked. General Feng said, Zhao Kongming promised before that he could solve the principality of Nanyan. If you can do it, of course I am willing to surrender to you. A cunning look flashed in his eyes, if Qin Yang can really do it, then it can only prove that he has strength, and such strength is definitely not something he can be hostile to. If Qin Yang can't do it, the wooden fortress will inevitably fall that day, and those soldiers who do not surrender to him will also be solved. At that time, there will be a lot of voices in the principality, even if you don't want to be the king, maybe you will be jointly petitioned by the people. What's more, is the Duchy of Nanyan so easy to deal with? Even if he really leads the army to fight, he may not be an opponent. Zhao Xingchen saw the abacus in General Feng's heart, and just wanted to speak, but was stopped by Qin Yang. Qin Yang chuckled lightly and said, okay, I'll go to Tianmu Fortress to meet the enemy. I'm still looking forward to the general and guard the king's city. After all, he took Zhao Xingchen to leave the general's mansion. Qin Yang, what are you thinking? Can't you see his cunning? Zhao Xingchen asked. Although there is no hostility to Qin Yang, Zhao Xingchen is still unwilling to recognize Qin Yang as the king. Of course Qin Yang didn't mind, and said, there will always be someone stationed in Wanqing, not for anything else, even if it is to stabilize the hearts of the people. Seeing that the city was in ruins, Qin Yang took out 2 flags, one of the earth array and the other of the wood array. Infused with divine sense, power is activated. The dilapidated city walls and buildings rose directly from the ground, and the railings and pavilions grew back like new trees. Everything seems to have gone back in time, and all buildings and facilities are being rebuilt at a rapid pace. Zhao Xingchen's eyes widened, and Zhao Qingya and Zhao Xingxing, who came out of the palace, were also stunned. Qin Yang is rebuilding the royal city. And it actually has such a heaven-defying power. Zhao Qingya looked at the wooden array flag Maoqi in Qin Yang's hands, her eyes were red. The people of the whole city cheered and celebrated constantly. Such a miracle must be done by King Zhao Kongming. Everyone shouted long live the king, the sound was like the sea, and the waves were higher than the waves. After finishing everything, Qin Yang nodded with satisfaction. With the flag of the wood formation and the earth formation flag, this civil engineering is so easy. Where is my father? Zhao Qingya asked in a deep voice. Beneath the soft exterior, hides a strong heart. Zhao Qingya glared at Zhao Xingchen and asked, as a royal guard, why are you standing with the enemy? Zhao Xingchen clenched his fists, not knowing how to answer. Qin Yang said, there are some things that others don't know. I think you can't help but know. I will take you to a place. After I go, I will talk about other things. The phantom of the dragon disappeared in a flash, and at the same time. Take away the crowd. Under the king's city, although the mummy was cleared by Qin Yang and the Xuanhuan sacred tree was wiped clean, it could still be seen that this was a huge underground cave vein with intertwined roots and branches. Some passages are for the growth of the Aoki sacred tree, and some passages are entirely for the army to get out of the ground. Here is. Zhao Xingchen frowned. There was such a scene in the underground of Wangqing. He couldn't believe his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that when Qin Yang brought them here before, he didn't walk very fast, and he deliberately came in through the entrance, he was afraid that Qin Yang had brought them to another place. And the entrance here is the Tree Cage Heaven prison. Why did you bring us here? Zhao Qingya asked. Zhao Xingxing was also at a loss. Qin Yang pointed to the big holes above his head, and said, this is the root of the Xuanhuan sacred tree. Everyone raised their heads, it was true, but the Aoki sacred tree was no longer there. What's the problem? Zhao Xingchen asked. Qin Yang didn't answer the question, and said, does the principality of Qingmu often disappear? How do you know? Zhao Xingchen was a little surprised, the light flashed in his mind before suddenly appeared, and his whole body suddenly became cold. Qin Yang pointed to the ground and said, look at what's on the ground. In the cave, there is no light. Zhao Xingchen and Zhao Xingxing saw it before. It is like a garbage dump, and there are corrupt clothes and the like everywhere. But Zhao Qingya didn't have a cultivation level, but she couldn't see clearly at all. Zhao Xingchen aimed the lighting magic weapon on the ground, and Zhao Qingya was so frightened that she backed away. Qin Yang said, all the missing people are here. They have become the nourishment of the Xuanhuan sacred tree. At the same time, the Xuanhuan sacred tree is also feeding them back, refining them into puppet soldiers. The number is about 1 million. Zhao Xingchen and Zhao Xingxing looked at each other, their bodies covered in sweat. They have been in contact with Zhao Kongming for a long time, and there are indeed many places where they are suspicious. For example, they once petitioned to investigate the missing persons, but were directly rejected. Linking the previous doubts, Qin Yang's words are more convincing. Impossible. My father wouldn't do this. Zhao Qingya said firmly. Qin Yang smiled and said, you can't even count the corrupt clothes here, some are brand new, and most of them don't even have scum left. However, you can count how many low-level universes there are on the ground. Ring? Qin Yang looked at Zhao Xingchen and said, give her the magic lamp and let her count by herself. Zhao Qingya pursed her lips hard, it was the truth, but she couldn't help but believe it, but she couldn't accept it. Underground, it was quiet, the gloomy wind was blowing, and the atmosphere was even more terrifying. A soft sob came, Zhao Qingya covered her mouth, but couldn't hold back her tears. She didn't understand that her father let her marry, thinking that it was just a stopgap measure. She still believed in her father and tried her best to complete the task. But after returning, my father was not as genuinely happy as he had shown. For a long time, she always felt strange in her heart, but in the current scene, her heart finally collapsed. I can't believe that my father is not the father I imagined. I still remember that at a certain time, My maid was directly killed by my father's anger because of a trivial matter, but now, I saw the hairpin that was supposed to be worn on the maid's head and sent by myself. The frontier soldiers are fighting in blood, and the people in the country are in fear. Now is not the time to cry. Qin Yang said flatly. What should I do? Zhao Qingya said helplessly. Qin Yang quietly spit out 2 words, go on an expedition. Chapter 423 Zhao Qingtian. Me? Zhao Qingya was stunned. Zhao Xingchen was in a hurry. After seeing all this, Zhao Xingxing changed his mind on Qin Yang, but let the princess go on an expedition. Isn't this a joke? Yes, it's you. Qin Yang said. But I don't have a cultivation base. Zhao Qingya clenched her fists. You have hands and feet, but you can't lift a sword or a sword? Qin Yang said coldly, if everyone thinks like you, wouldn't there be no one to fight? Qin Yang pointed at Zhao Xingchen and said, his cultivation base is low and weak, so this is the only excuse. Could it be that if the enemy comes at the door, he will be killed? I'd rather die than yield. Zhao Xingchen said directly. But I felt uncomfortable for a while, how could my cultivation base be weak? Qin Yang snorted coldly and said, everyone has the responsibility to protect the family and the country. Even the meager strength, if united, will not be unable to defeat the enemy. Zhao Qingya's eyes lit up, showing determination, and said, okay, I am willing to go to war. I am willing to fight bloody battles with the soldiers. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth lifted slightly, and he laughed. Zhao Qingya said again, but the Feng family. What? If he doesn't fight, you won't fight? Qin Yang asked back. Zhao Qingya took a deep breath and said, I see. Since my father, then I will pay for all this. Even if you die in battle, it's a causal cycle. Princess, no. Zhao Xingchen said. Zhao Xingxing also stopped again and again. Qin Yang said, the 2 of you can't run either. You can practice the soldiers who are willing to fight. Don't you have the dragon hunting crossbow? Bring the dragon hunting crossbow, and I will take you to Tianmu Fortress. Isn't this imperial city empty? The Feng family is still on hold. Zhao Xingxing hesitated. Qin Yang said directly, why, do you think you can keep it if you stay? Now, for you, it is the safest to leave the royal city. At the same time, it can also provide some strength for the frontier and do more for this Aoki principality. Give a little. Zhao Qingya closed her eyes tightly, then slowly opened them, her eyes were wet, and she saluted strangely, follow the king's order. Zhao Xingchen and Zhao Xingxing were stunned, this. Qin Yang smiled and said, you don't have to do this, I will help you. I don't care about this king's seat. I'm a temporary guest, just a last resort. Since you are so conscious, then this king's seat, you can top it. Me? Zhao Qingya was stunned. Qin Yang shrugged and said, I am willing to sacrifice for the people, regardless of personal gain or loss. You are more qualified to be king than your father Zhao Kongming. Don't you want to repay the people? Millions of people died here, and you are not a king. How do you pay it back? Zhao Qingya took a deep look at Qin Yang and knelt down to give a big gift. Zhao Xingchen and Zhao Kongming also knelt down. Qin Yang frowned, stepped aside, avoided, and said, I originally came to assist the Principality of Aoki, so I will naturally help you. An hour later, at the gate of the palace. Except for Zhao Qingya, Zhao Xingchen, and Zhao Xingxing, not a single soldier was willing to go to the frontier to fight. The king's city has undergone great changes. Although a miracle has come to rebuild the city, Zhao Kongming has not shown up for a long time. Now even the palace guards have taken refuge in the Feng family, just to protect themselves. That's fine, it saves trouble. Qin Yang asked, have you brought the dragon hunting crossbow? Zhao Qingya nodded, with a universe ring in her hand, and the dragon-hunting crossbow lay quietly in it. In addition, there are a large number of arrows and spiritual stones that replenish energy. Then, let's go, Qin Yang said. The territory of the principality is not large, and the western Tianmu fortress is only a short distance away. The three of Zhao Qingya seemed to have traveled through space, and the changes in front of them caught them off guard. The Tianmu fortress was originally lush, like a fairy city of wood. But now, there is a war, the tall trees are scorched, and the land is cracked and dry. The walls of the fortress were dilapidated, and soldiers were stationed with tired but determined expressions, always guarding against the sneak attack of the evil dragon. The smoke of the war filled every inch of the air, impacting the minds of Zhao Qingya and the three of them. From the air of the fortress, you can see the entire fortress at a glance. In the fortress, countless disabled soldiers healed on the spot, and some even broke their arms and legs, but they were still reluctant to retreat. These are my warriors. Zhao Qingya burst into tears in an instant. Seeing them, her heart was instantly stabbed. At the same time, she has also summoned great courage in her heart. With these soldiers around, she has nothing to fear. Who? A loud shout came, and a middle-aged man dressed in silver armor, but the armor was broken and tattered, flew directly from the sky. After seeing Zhao Qingya, the middle-aged man was stunned. Uncle Wang. Zhao Qingya couldn't hold it any longer and cried loudly. Nonsense. Why did you come here? Zhao Qingtian suddenly became furious, looked at Zhao Xingchen, and roared, Did you bring her here? Zhao Xingchen didn't dare to look at him. I brought her here. Qin Yang spoke slowly. You? Zhao Qingtian narrowed his eyes and looked at the young man. It didn't matter if he looked at it, he was shocked. This young man is so powerful. You can't even see it yourself. The faint coercion exuding from his body is actually far more than his brother Zhao Kongming. It seems to be faintly felt that this person is stronger than himself. He was looking at Qin Yang, and Qin Yang was also looking at him. What surprised Qin Yang was that in addition to Zhao Kongming's younger brother was so strong in this Aoki principality. And it doesn't seem to be much worse than Zhao Kongming. With a glance, I saw this person's panel, which was exactly the same as Zhao Kongming. Qin Yang has a strange feeling that Zhao Kongming seems to be a replica of Zhao Qingtian in front of him. It's not a clone, it's more like a pirated copy of Zhao Qingtian's ability. In terms of breath, it is obvious that Zhao Qingtian's breath is purer. It turns out that the Principality of Nanyan couldn't get in. General Feng didn't extend his minions here, because you were there. Qin Yang nodded secretly. Judging from the dilapidation of the opponent's armor, this Zhao Qingtian was obviously fighting one after another, fighting together with the soldiers. Zhao Qingya told Zhao Qingtian everything, but Zhao Qingtian was silent and looked at Qin Yang. Actually, I have known all this for a long time. It's just. He is my brother after all. Zhao Qingtian said in a heavy tone, Actually, there is something you don't know. My brother didn't have any talent for cultivation. Speaking of this, Zhao Qingtian looked at Zhao Qingya lovingly, which is why Zhao Qingya did not practice. Zhao Qingtian pondered for a while, looked at Qin Yang, and then said, I know this day will come sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to be so fast, and it's still the young Tianjiao who came. No. Zhao Qingtian changed his words, it should be said that he is a young hero. The grades are not the same at all. Everything about Qin Yang can no longer be described by the best of the heavens. Zhao Qingya opened her mouth and said, Please ask Uncle Wang to take over the throne of the king. Zhao Qingtian shook his head and said, I'm not qualified to be the king. Just because of my inaction and not defending the lives of the people, I'm already unforgivable. Zhao Qingtian gritted his teeth and said, Only bloody battles and death on the battlefield are my proper destination. In his heart, the sense of guilt was extremely heavy, and he dared not treat him when he was injured. He would use pain to constantly remind himself that he was also a sinner of the Aoki principality. Qin Yang immediately looked at Zhao Qingtian with admiration. Although this man did nothing, he really hated him. Cough cough. Qin Yang coughed lightly, seeing that he was almost done talking, but he was still in the middle of the fortress, and he directly transmitted his voice. The sound spread throughout the Tianmu fortress and reached the ears of every soldier. Zhao Kongming, the king of the Aoki principality, abandoned his country and fled. In a word, the entire fortress was directly bombed, and all the soldiers were stunned and panicked. Zhao Qingtian was stunned for a moment, and then he said urgently, "What are you doing? How can you?" Qin Yang ignored it and continued, "The new king, Zhao Qingya, was ordered to take over the king." Tianmu fortress once again caused a sensation. Zhao Qingya? Princess Zhao Qingya? The king escaped? The princess took over as the king? What's the point? How can a woman take over as the king? What's the use of a little girl who doesn't practice cultivation? We only follow General Zhao Qingtian. Qin Yang transmitted his voice again, "The new king Zhao Qingya, who is in charge of his own expedition, will coexist and perish with the principality of Aoki." Sure, and the people coexist. Sure, and the soldiers coexist. Sure, and Tianmu fortress coexist and perish. For coexisted and died in a row, like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart. Even Zhao Qingtian was full of blood. Qin Yang borrowed and said, "Next, I invite King Zhao Qingya." Everyone looked up at the mid-air, above the weaker figure. Zhao Qingya's face turned pale, and her whole body trembled nervously. What should I say? Zhao Qingya couldn't react at all, her mind went blank. Qin Yang said softly, "You can say whatever you think in your heart." Zhao Qingya looked at the battle-hardened faces. Although they were dirty and even stained with blood, these people seemed so great to her. Zhao Qingya took a deep breath and said, "Soldiers of the Principality of Aoki, you, suffering. Although my strength is meager and I have not cultivated. But as long as I have the breath, I will never take a step back. For our home, for our family, as long as I still have the strength, I am willing to set foot on the battlefield. Pick up a long sword that is stained with the blood of the enemy and pierce the chest of every enemy. Even if I die, I will only die on the way to defend my country." Qin Yang immediately looked at him, he didn't expect Zhao Qingya to say it so well. All the soldiers were stunned, the weak figure suddenly grew taller in their hearts at this time. Even the princess, no, the king, even the king, how can we back down? Behind is our homeland, our parents, wife and children, fight. Fight to the death. Aoki Principality will win. Kill those bastards from Nanyan Principality. The unimaginable improvement of morale, Zhao Qingya's gentle and firm voice, gave every soldier great encouragement. Everyone's physical and mental exhaustion was swept away, as if they had been beaten by chicken blood, and they wished to slaughter a few people from the Duchy of Nanyan now. Chapter 424, Dragon Hunting Repeating Crossbow. Tianmu Fortress, the soldiers cheered up, and the fighting spirit was high. Under the leadership of Zhao Qingtian, Zhao Qingya climbed the city wall to resist the attack of the Duchy of Nanyan. Almost every soldier he saw was covered in scars, and Zhao Qingya comforted her with a soft voice, as if her relatives had been hurt. "The king is not pretending, she is really going to fight. Her smile seems to have healing power, and I feel that my combat power has returned to its peak." "Me too." A group of soldiers were excited and clenched the magic weapon in their hands. Qin Yang frowned and looked at a canyon far away from the city wall. "This is Tianmu Canyon." At this time, the Tianmu Canyon was not much better than the Tianmu Fortress. Almost all the hills above the canyon were burned. From a distance, it seems that a fiery shadow can be seen. Under the perception of divine sense, it was actually a fire dragon. I really hit the door. Qin Yang pouted, afraid that if he comes later, the Tianmu fortress will fall. Soldiers, I brought the dragon-hunting crossbow, so don't worry about that evil dragon. If he dares to attack again, we will kill the dragon directly. Zhao Qingya said. The voice was urged by Zhao Qingtian to activate the secret technique and spread throughout the fortress. In the Tianmu Canyon, as if there was some movement, the fire dragon in the distance also circled into the sky. The Qiankuan ring was handed over to Zhao Qingtian, and Zhao Qingtian directly took out the dragon-hunting crossbow and placed it on the city wall. The huge crossbow arrow is comparable to the size of the city gate, directly like a city gate tower, standing on the city wall. All kinds of crossbow arrows exude powerful power fluctuations, and a crossbow arrow is like a long spear. There are several types of crossbow arrows, such as armor-piercing arrows, bursting arrows, rapid arrows, storm arrows, and so on. Zhao Qingtian pondered for a while, and directly loaded the armor-piercing arrows and bursting arrows. As long as the dragon-hunting crossbow is activated, 10 crossbow arrows can be fired in an instant. I just don't know how powerful this is. It is rumored that a dragon-hunting crossbow can hunt dragons under the 9 heavens of the God King realm. I don't know if it's true or not. Zhao Xingchen looked at the dragon-hunting repeated crossbow. The breath of this magic weapon was too sharp, and at a glance it seemed like he was about to be shot through. The magic weapon is powerful, and the crossbow arrow is special. It does have such power. However, someone needs to recognize the master to lock the dragon. Qin Yang said. But who will recognize the Lord and who will hunt down the fire dragon has become a problem. Zhao Xingchen and Zhao Xingxing believed that their strength was insufficient, but Zhao Qingtian felt that the opportunity to defend the principality and become a hero should be given to others. Everyone looked back and forth, but in the end they all saw Qin Yang. Huh? What do I do? If I want to kill that fire dragon, why do I need this dragon-hunting crossbow? Qin Yang glanced at the dragon-hunting crossbow, not very interested. It's just that in the bottom of my heart, I constantly appease the panda in Shenlongjiu and Yaojian Ring. These two guys are about to blow Qin Yang's brain up, vying to swallow the dragon-hunting crossbow, especially those crossbow arrows. In addition to being extremely powerful magic weapons, they are also top-notch spiritual materials. How much does one shot cost for 10 arrows? I can't afford to burn it. Qin Yang smacked his lips. Zhao Xingchen's eyes lit up and he said, Qin Yang, weren't you sent by the Academy to support you? Since you are so powerful, can't you just kill that fire dragon? Zhao Qingtian frowned and said, this is a matter of our principality. Hunting and killing fire dragons is very important and should not be taken lightly. It can be seen that Zhao Qingtian really didn't want Qin Yang to get into trouble with the dragon clan, but not to provoke the generals. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, Sky Academy does not interfere in mainland disputes. Since I am here on behalf of the Academy, it is naturally not easy to do it. It's just a battle between the principalities. In Qin Yang's view, he doesn't need to do anything at all. Did the Academy send you to watch the show? Zhao Xingxing asked dissatisfied. Since Qin Yang appeared, he first destroyed the king's city and forced the king away. Regardless of right or wrong, Qin Yang did not provide much help so far. Zhao Xingxing. Don't say that. Zhao Xingchen frowned and reprimanded his younger brother. He knew in his heart that although Qin Yang said he would not help, but since he was still here, when necessary, with his understanding of Qin Yang would never stand by. The presence of Qin Yang is the greatest insurance. If he gets angry, it will be bad. In the Principality of Nanyan, more than one fire dragon is difficult to deal with. Look, that fire dragon is flying again, a soldier shouted. There was no fear on his face, but a feeling of imminent revenge. Without further ado, Zhao Qingtian had no choice but to act as a human being and recognize the dragon-hunting crossbow as the master. For a time, Zhao Qingtian's breath also became fierce, and the fierce aura shot straight into the sky, directly shattering the straightest clouds. Listen to the people of the Principality of Aoki, don't be stubborn anymore, open the city gate and surrender, otherwise, you will only be burned to ashes with this Tianmu fortress. The fire dragon hovered in the air, and the entire Tianmu fortress could feel the temperature rising rapidly. Zhao Qingtian laughed and said, "Now, I'm not afraid of you anymore." With a move of divine sense, the dragon-hunting crossbow directly locked the fire dragon. Fire dragon's eyes widened, and he always felt his heart throbbing. He didn't expect that this forbidden magic weapon, the dragon-hunting repeater, was here. "Humph, I'm the dragon clan of the East China Sea. If you dare to attack me with forbidden magic weapons, your Aoki principality will only perish faster." Huolong shouted loudly. "I don't care which dragon clan you are. You violate my principality and kill my soldiers. Can the dragon clan be unreasonable and do whatever they want?" Zhao Qingtian retorted and said, "Donghai dragon clan never set foot in the inland. You said earlier that you are helping the Duchy of Nanyan only in your own name. What? Now that I have the dragon-hunting crossbow, you are going to be involved in the East China Sea again. Dragon clan?" Fire Dragon looked at the dragon-hunting crossbow with dread, which was the dragon nemesis. The crossbow arrows it shoots are stronger than the shocking feather arrows of the Nangong family of the 8 Shinto clans, but only slightly worse than the Nangong family's secret key to the world of the gods. Even more dangerous are armor-piercing arrows. The defense of the dragon clan, in front of armor-piercing arrows, is simply a joke. I don't believe it, you really dare to use the dragon-hunting crossbow. As long as you use the dragon-hunting repeater, your Aoki principality will be over. It will save me the trouble. Fire Dragon said. He is betting that Zhao Qingtian has no guts. Zhao Qingtian gritted his teeth and said, "I warn you one last time, if you don't leave, I will kill you, slap your dragon tendons, and strip your dragon skin. Come on. Shoot an arrow and I'll see?" Huolong said disdainfully. Whoosh whoosh. The dragon-hunting crossbow was launched directly, and 10 crossbow arrows were fired at the same time. The fire dragon was startled, and hurriedly circled to dodge, but this dragon-hunting repeated crossbow was designed to restrain the dragon family, and at such a close distance, he could not hide at all. Even if he dodges, Zhao Qingtian's strength is not weaker than his, and he can still lock himself in. The dragon's blood splattered, and the dragon scale was instantly pierced by the armor-piercing arrow. There are also explosive arrows, which directly knock the fire dragon out of the air. Chapter 425 War Armor Divine Might. It is good. Good shot. This fire dragon has long disliked him, and now he can finally cure him. The Tianmu fortress was filled with cheers. It was a headache, even Zhao Qingtian took the fire dragon that he couldn't help, and was shot directly from the sky. The fire dragon turned into a human figure, and turned into a big red man, with round eyes, staring at the city wall of Tianmu fortress. Okay, very good. How dare you really use the dragon-hunting crossbow? If that's the case, then your Aoki principality is waiting to die. The figure of the fire dragon flashed and returned to Tianmu Canyon. Not long after that, a large army rushed in from Tianmu Canyon. It is the soldier of the Duchy of Nanyan. The leader was an old man in black armor, with a tough face, obviously battle-hardened. The Principality of Aoki violated the prohibition and used the forbidden magic weapon to hunt dragons and crossbows, hurting my guests of the Principality of Nanyan. Now, in the name of the General of the Principality of Aoki, I will attack the Principality of Aoki. Get justice for the Dragon Clan. Defend the rules for the mainland. The old man in black armor shouted loudly. Zhao Qingtian scolded angrily, "Old thief of Yan Palace. Fight if you want to fight, don't talk about these high-sounding excuses." Your Nanyan principality is delusional to become an empire, it is just a dream. Want to destroy my Aoki principality? I am afraid it is Nanyan principality. There is no such strength. Yan Gong laughed loudly and said, do you have any strength? I'm afraid you don't have the fate to see it. Yan Gong waved his hand and gave an order, attack. The soldiers of the Principality of Nanyan rushed up directly, and some masters of the God King realm flew directly over. The previous fire dragon also flew over, staring at the dragon hunting crossbow, looking for an opportunity to destroy this magic weapon. The war is about to break out, and on the Tianmu fortress, all the soldiers are ready to fight. Zhao Xingchen was about to jump off the city wall and compete with the flying gods and kings, but Qin Yang grabbed him and said, wait, don't worry. Immediately took out a ring and handed it over. Zhao Xingchen was full of doubts, what is this? Qiankuan ring? Now I don't have the time. After recognizing the master, you will naturally understand. Qin Yang said. Saying that, he gave Zhao Xingchen one. The battle happened so fast that Qin Yang didn't have time to explain. Now, only 2 second-generation sky armors can be issued first, and the others can only be stopped first. Zhao Xingchen quickly recognized the master and wanted to start fighting, but after recognizing the master, he checked his mind, and the whole person was dumbfounded. Zhao Xingchen's eyes flashed, and he moved. It was originally just an ordinary ring, and suddenly it burst into a divine light, wrapping his body. The shining golden armor appeared directly, making Zhao Xingchen feel as if he had become incomparably powerful. Of course, Zhao Xingchen also knew the extraordinariness of this ring, and quickly used it. At the same time of novelty, the heart is full of pride. Old thief of Yan Palace, die! Zhao Xingchen shouted, and took Zhao Xingchen to kill directly. After the two put on the second-generation sky armor, their confidence was already quite inflated. Directly challenge the strict palace of the God King realm, Zhuzangshan. On the battlefield, the two's armors were particularly dazzling, and the speed of the speed was so fast that the king of the gods of the Principality of Nanyan had no time to stop them. A cultivator of the 6th level of the God King realm next to Yan Gong sneered and said, if you want to challenge the general, pass me first. Zhao Xingchen's eyes narrowed, he reached out and clenched his fist, and blasted out. Behind him, a giant statue suddenly appeared, it was the supernatural power, earth-shaking fist. Originally a cultivator of the earth system, the martial skills released by the sky armor, under the blessing of Zhao Xingchen, are even more powerful. With this punch, the blood that was spit out by the cultivator of the 6th level of the God King realm was thrown upside down. Yan Gong's eyes tightened, what happened to this armor? Zhao Xingchen did not show weakness, and pointed like a sword, pinching his fingers. And this decision is not his own martial arts, but the mechanism that motivates the battle armor of the sky. As long as you make the corresponding action in the sky armor, you can trigger various magical skills attached to the sky armor. Jinghong Sword Finger? Zhao Xingchen widened his eyes, it's really the Jinghong Sword Finger? A multicolored divine sword burst out of the sky, pointing directly at Yan Palace. Yan Gong took a deep breath and became furious, it's just 2 pieces of rubbish, you dare to provoke this old man. Whatever your bullshit battle armor, let this old man die. He stretched out his hand suddenly, grabbed the multicolored divine sword with one hand, stretched out his hand and slammed it, and the multicolored divine sword shattered directly. The old face blushed, and under this grip, the multicolored divine sword could not be broken. He underestimated the power of this martial art. What kind of armor is that? Zhao Qingyao asked, curiously, watching the battlefield. Qin Yang stood beside her and said, this is the support of the Sky Academy, the Sky Battle Armor. The two of them are wearing the 2nd-generation Sky Battle Armor, which is more powerful. As long as they have the strength of the Star Realm, they can wear this set of battle armor. It has the strength comparable to the cultivator of the God King realm. Qin Yang also watched the performance of the two and continued, their own strengths are very good. Wearing this armor is enough to fight against practitioners of the 7th and 8th levels of the God King realm. Moreover, this armor also has a resonance field. As long as they are together, they can increase each other's strength. It's not impossible to fight this God King realm 9 heavens. Zhao Qingya covered her mouth, shocked. Zhao Qingtian, who was manipulating the dragon hunting crossbow, was also taken aback. With this armor, it is more powerful than any magic weapon. If there are higher grades, or there are more quantities. How many more sets of this armor are there? Zhao Qingtian asked. Qin Yang said directly, there are still 8 sets of 2nd-generation battle armors. In addition, there are less powerful 1st-generation battle armors. There are 500 sets. Zhao Qingtian sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly asked, how much power can you exert? Qin Yang looked at Zhao Qingtian, and then at the army of the Principality of Nanyan, and softly spit out 2 words, sweep. Since it's a resource given by Psangqiang Academy, then. Zhao Qingtian said a little embarrassedly. The value of this sky armor is too great. The help of this firmament is enough to turn their victory around. If there is only a dragon hunting continuous crossbow, it will only solve the fire dragon. And you have to keep yourself under control, but if you have this armor, the army will be invincible, and then you really have the certainty of victory. I haven't found an opportunity yet? The number of this vault of armor is limited, and it's a question of who to give it to and not to whom. Qin Yang said. If you give it casually, it will stop when you go up. If this vault of heaven battle armor does not exert its power, its reputation will be stinky. Zhao Qingtian said, if this armor is given to me, there will be someone to choose. Tianmu Fortress happens to have an elite team of 500 people. They cooperate tacitly and are a sharp sword. It was originally used at a critical time. Qin Yang's eyes lit up, where are they now? Zhao Qingtian said, it's in the fortress, ready to attack at any time. Chapter 426. Very good, take me to see them quickly. No, I will give you these armors, and you will give them to them yourself. Qin Yang said. Such a troublesome little thing, why do you need to do it yourself? Handing out the Quanhuan ring, Zhao Qingtian felt that this small Quanhuan ring was as heavy as Mount Tai. Don't worry, I know the purpose of Psangqiang Academy. This battle armor is only used for self-protection, and it will never become a sword that is raging for disaster. Zhao Qingtian assured. 500 elites, and 5 captains of the God King realm lead the team, and the 2nd-generation sky armor also has the best candidates. Zhao Qingtian knows the remaining 3 2nd-generation armors, and there are suitable candidates on the city wall. This dragon hunting crossbow. Zhao Qingtian was so excited that he wanted to quickly arm the soldiers with the sky armor, but he was manipulating the dragon hunting repeated crossbow. The enemy will be a great hidden danger. Especially when Zhao Qingya was still on the city wall, although she had said all about her, she would not retreat. Don't worry, leave it to me. Qin Yang walked over to the dragon hunting crossbow, frowned at the magic weapon, pulled out an armor-piercing arrow directly from the mechanism, and swayed it in his hand. Zhao Qingtian was about to release his master recognition and let Qin Yang do it, but his eyes widened in disbelief. Zhao Qingya and the surrounding soldiers also opened their mouths, dumbfounded. I saw Qin Yang holding the armor-piercing arrow in one hand, his body in a strange posture, and the other hand pointing forward, pointing to the fire dragon. Wherever the fire dragon flew, Qin Yang's fingers pointed. Suddenly, Qin Yang threw it violently, like a tender gun, and directly through the armor-piercing arrow of the dragon-hunting crossbow. The armor-piercing arrow turned into a black light and disappeared as soon as it escaped from Qin Yang's hand. Even Zhao Qingtian had difficulty capturing the trajectory of the armor-piercing arrow. Quick! Too fast! Above the sky, the fire dragon roared, and this javelin directly shot off his dragon horn. Zhao Qingtian trembled in his heart. What kind of evildoer is this? Unarmed throwing is even stronger than the dragon-hunting repeating crossbow? Qin Yang frowned in dissatisfaction, stretched out his hand and said, "Where is the Qianquan ring that stores crossbow arrows? Give it to me." He muttered, "Strange, I was aiming at the head, why did I hit the dragon's horn?" Zhao Qingtian hurriedly handed over the Qianquan ring that stored the crossbow arrows, as if Qin Yang was the real general. Zhao Qingtian hurried to arrange battle armor and arm the soldiers. On the city wall, Qin Yang kept throwing javelins, and the fire dragon that he shot screamed. Not only him, but some of the enemy's God King realm powerhouses are also miserable. In the light of serious injuries, the defensive magic weapon is directly broken, and in the worst case, it is shot to death on the spot. TSK, the power of this crossbow is not enough. Qin Yang smacked his lips, very dissatisfied. And crossbow arrows have a variety of attributes, especially rapid arrows, which are as fast as lightning. Originally, Qin Yang made a prejudgment, but he didn't pay attention to the rapid arrow, and shot it straight. The soldiers on the side have been petrified, and this Qin Yang is simply a human-shaped fort. Simply a war machine. Forget it, stop playing. Qin Yang stopped. The enemy God King and Fire Dragon, who had been frightened by Qin Yang's own strength, retreated to the sky above the army formation of the Principality of Nanyan, but they did not dare to show their faces. It's a pity, if I copy their power, I will definitely become a God Emperor. Qin Yang thought to himself. But in the Hidden Dragon contest, half a year later, the reward from the Kongdao base was too tempting. For the sake of this empty island base, we must be patient for the time being. Divine Emperor Realm can no longer participate in Qianlong hegemony. This rule is to encourage young talents on the mainland, but when it comes to Qin Yang, it becomes a restriction. Playing. Zhao Qingya was speechless. He finally knew why when Zhao Xingchen mentioned Qin Yang, he couldn't wait to provide Qin Yang. On the battlefield, the brothers Zhao Xingchen and Zhao Xingxing continued to release various weapons and fought heartily. General Yan Gong became more and more irritable, and finally couldn't help but use his supernatural power, slapped it with a palm, and stimulated the power of the perfection rules of Juzangshan. Look at my palm, smash your armor, and slap you two annoying flies into meat pie. Yan Gong shouted loudly. Zhao Xingchen and Zhao Xingxing looked at each other and nodded. The two of them took the exact same defensive posture at the same time. The armor, which was originally very eye-catching with golden light, turned into a golden man even with the two of them. King Kong is not bad. Buzz. The sound of the roar of the avenue exploded, and the two were really shot straight away. Changed to Yan Gong, but was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Not to mention that I didn't kill them, I didn't even get hurt. Although the battle armor of the sky trembled a little, its own defensive formation and the indestructibility of King Kong actually resisted his palm that contained the power of the ninefold perfection rule. Ha ha ha, be happy, be happy. Old thief, fight again. Zhao Xingchen laughed and was about to rush over, but there was a signal in his mind that the energy of the sky armor was insufficient. The power of the battle armor has been difficult to fully exert, and if you continue to fight, it will lose its effect. Brother, this armor needs to be recharged. We have used too many powerful martial arts before. Zhao Xingxing reminded him that he was more informative than Zhao Xingchen, and he was more interested in the sky armor. Understand one point. The two were about to return to the Tianmu fortress, but Yan Gong seized the opportunity and rushed over with a grinning smile. Suddenly, streaks of golden light soared into the sky, rushing straight in. The soldiers of the Principality of Aoki, who were wearing the same armor, rushed to kill. 1, 2, 3, 8. Yan Gong's body trembled, and it was difficult to deal with both, let alone 8. Not only the 8 of them, but also a team of several hundred people in the field, also dressed in battle armor, with unparalleled power. Like a sharp sword, no, like a meat grinder, wherever they go, the soldiers of the Principality of Nanyan are like wheat being harvested. Zhao Xingxing, why are you weak? A general joked. Hey, don't blame me for not reminding you, there are enough spirit stones in the Qianquan ring? Zhao Xingchen said. The general smiled and said, don't worry, we are well prepared. General Zhao Qingtian has prepared a universe ring for each of us, filled with spiritual stones. You can report after the war is over. Zhao Xingchen's face darkened, and he was the only one who didn't study the sky armor carefully. With the powerful armor, the morale of the Duchy of Nanyan dropped a lot. What happened in the Aoki Principality? How did the Tianmu fortress become like this? Yan Gong took a deep breath. From the beginning of the war, I saw some clues. The Aoki Principality was exhausted from the past, and everyone was like a chicken blood. Now that the dragon-hunting crossbow has appeared, and there is this magical sky armor, it is difficult for the subordinates of the God-King realm to hold up. With the tacit understanding of the elite battle formation, wearing the sky armor, they are simply invincible. Don't fight hard. Yan Gong shouted loudly, withdraw the troops. In the Principality of Nanyan, almost everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Especially those who wanted to rush to Tianmu Fortress to build up military exploits, but were shot back by Qin Yang, all felt the cold sweat on their foreheads. Why is Tianmu Fortress so evil all of a sudden? All the officers and men obey the order and pursue the victory with me. Take back the Tianmu Canyon. Zhao Qingtian stood empty and shouted loudly. The soldiers of the Principality of Aoki shouted again and again, and the elite battle formation armed with the sky armor opened the way, and chased away all the way. Chapter 427, The road is too narrow. This sky armor is too powerful. If there are more, even if it swept the continent. Zhao Xingxing said excitedly, halfway through the words, quickly shut up. Songqiong Academy has already sent Tianda's favor, and it is fortunate to be able to keep the Aoki Principality. If you want more, it means that people are not enough. The masters on the mainland are like clouds, and the God Emperor doesn't know how many people are. It's just that he is restricted from taking shots on the mainland, but if you really hit it, you will be looking for a dead end. Qin Yang said. Zhao Xingxing was immediately ashamed. He has always had a prejudice against Qin Yang, and now he is full of admiration. Not to mention the sky armor, even if Qin Yang came to support, it would be enough to settle the Principality of Nanyan. With Uncle Zhao Qingtian leading the soldiers, there will be good news soon. Zhao Qingyao was not in a hurry, and she began to worry about Wanqing. Knowing what she was thinking, Zhao Xingchen said, we can hold a celebration banquet ahead of time. This time we defeated the Duchy of Nanyan, and it is expected that they will not dare to do it again in a short period of time. You can leave some battle armors in the sky here, and the rest will go back. Guard the royal city. Speaking of this, Zhao Xingchen laughed and said, then General Feng may still be complacent. When our soldiers in the sky armor return to the king's city, I want to see what his expression will be. Zhao Qingya and Zhao Xingxing also laughed, but looked at Qin Yang, curiously, why Qin Yang suddenly became very silent. What are you thinking? Zhao Xingchen asked. Qin Yang shook his head, looked at Tianmu Canyon, and said slowly, it's too early for the celebration banquet, and the Principality of Nanyan will not be defeated so easily. The sky battle armor does have great power, but after all, it only improves the limited combat power. As long as the Principality of Nanyan has more masters from the 9 heavens of the God King realm, this vault of heaven battle armor may not be so heaven-defying. The army of the Principality of Nanyan attacking the Principality of Aoki could not be unprepared. Even daring to pull a fire dragon to fight together, it can be shown that there must be a whole card behind it. I'm worried. Qin Yang became concerned, and he believed in Zhao Qingtian's strength, but Tianmu Canyon was occupied by Nanyan Principality. We'll be trapped by the Duchy of Nanyan. There's nothing to worry about. Zhao Xingchen said, I want to honor you with a few more glasses at the celebration banquet. Boom. A loud bang came from the depths of Tianmu Canyon. The shock wave rushed out from the entrance of the canyon, like an ocean wave, sweeping all the way to Tianmu Fortress. Everyone was shocked. In the depths of this canyon, there was a big battle. This power, I am afraid, is no less than a dozen god kings fighting. Time has become extremely difficult, and the entrance to the canyon seems to be the huge mouth of the ancient beasts, choosing people to devour. After the previous shock wave, the canyon seemed to have exploded, and various rules and forces rose into the sky, and the situation between heaven and earth changed color. The entire canyon was like a big earthquake, and the rocks on both sides kept falling. This is a fierce battle. If it continues for a while, I am afraid that the canyon will be pushed directly into a plain. Come. The soldiers are back, a sentry shouted. Qin Yang raised his brows and said in his heart, sure enough. The soldiers were in a hurry, and they retreated in embarrassment, with a look of horror on their faces. How could there be the joy of chasing after the victory and winning the victory? The soldiers who returned were all slightly younger, but some veterans were still fighting to the death, covering these people's retreat. Finally, some veterans also withdrew from Tianmu Canyon, followed by the elite battle formation led by Zhao Qingtian. This Duchy of Nanyan. Zhao Qingtian returned to the city wall, irritated and ashamed. Uncle Wang, what happened? Zhao Qingyao was worried, and there were a few more obvious scars on Zhao Qingtian's body. Zhao Qingtian clenched his fists and said, those people from the Principality of Nanyan don't know what's going on, but suddenly they are not afraid of death, and they are fighting for their lives. It seems that they don't know the pain, they are like demon puppets. Also, Zhao Qingtian took a deep breath and continued, among the soldiers of the Principality of Nanyan, there are several strong men. They are very young, but they are extremely powerful. There are even more powerful magic weapons. Under the attack, the generals of the King of the Gods armed with the armor of the sky were shattered, and one of them urged the magic weapon to directly engulf hundreds of soldiers. Zhao Xingchen and Zhao Xingxing took a deep breath. How could there be such a strong person? Still very young? The two looked at Qin Yang. Could it be that Qin Yang is so evil that there are still on the mainland? Zhao Qingtian walked to Qin Yang's side and said sternly, I'm sorry, that sky armor. Few of the 500 elites were left, and most of the second-generation Vault of Heaven armors were lost. You don't need to say sorry to me, the war should be like this. Since the sky armor is given to you, it naturally belongs to you. Qin Yang looked at the Tianmu Canyon and said, this is the plan of the Duchy of Nanyan, maybe they have already even at this point. It's just not accurate. What do you mean? Zhao Qingtian was puzzled. Can the Sky College support the sky armor? Can it be counted? Qin Yang explained, they may not have counted the battle armor in the sky, but they definitely know that your Aoki Principality has territory. Their strategy is to draw out your trump cards, and then pretend to be defeated and retreat to Tianmu Canyon, and then in Tianmu Canyon. Destroy all your soldiers. Everyone is cold, hairy, creepy. Especially Zhao Qingtian, his face was moved. Zhao Qingtian was afraid and said, originally, our cards were Dragon Hunting Crossbow and Zhao Kongming. This Dragon Hunting Crossbow cannot be brought into the canyon. If I lead the army with Zhao Kongming, I am afraid that only the two of us will be able to survive. Speaking of this, Zhao Qingtian's face was full of shock. Who the hell is this Nanyan Principality making a plan? There is such a plan. They should be coming soon. Qin Yang said softly, there was a guess in his heart, but he thought it was unlikely. Sure enough, not long after the Tianmu Canyon was quiet, the soldiers of the Principality of Nanyan attacked again. The army led by General Yan Gong rushed out of the canyon, and beside him, 3 young people were particularly noticeable. These 3 people, 2 males and 1 female, the males are in the wind, and the females are all over the country. It's said that we meet on a narrow road, but this road is too narrow. Qin Yang was a little speechless, but it turned out that the 3 of them were really windy. General Yan Gong came out more and more on the monster horse, and the 3 Feng Lian followed out of the army formation. Yan Gong laughed loudly and said, I didn't expect that you would be able to get out of this foolproof desperate situation, but you have suffered heavy losses. How long can you hold the Tianmu fortress? Feng Lian raised his voice and shouted, Listen to the people on Tianmu fortress. I know that there are people from Songqiong Academy who are in Feng Lian of the 8 Shinto clans, and have met the senior with Zhou De and Shifeng of the 8 Shinto clans. It wasn't for some reason, maybe we should have met at the academy. Feng Lian continued to shout, The battle armor of the sky belongs to the academy. I naturally know it. So I didn't kill myself just now. I advise the senior to leave Tianmu Fortress as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences will be at your own risk. Chapter 428. What? 3 people from the 8 Shinto clans? The entire Tianmu Fortress was in an uproar, and the faces of many soldiers showed despair. Zhao Qingtian was even more resentful, and his face was full of unwillingness. Tianhong leader is eyeing the tiger. We used the dragon hunting repeated crossbow to offend the dragon clan, and now there are 8 Shinto clans. Is the sky going to destroy my Aoki principality? Zhao Qingtian closed his eyes weakly, thinking about countermeasures. Zhao Qingya said, The worst thing is death. We are bound to coexist with Tianmu Fortress. The unyielding will infected every soldier on the city wall, and even Zhao Qingtian opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. He laughed arrogantly and responded with a loud voice, You don't have to waste your energy, you can fight if you want. Don't worry, the people from the Sky Academy will not shoot. After finishing speaking, he whispered to Qin Yang, This is the fate of our Aoki principality, and it has nothing to do with you. You have given us the greatest help, and we don't need to be involved anymore. Even if it is to make us feel less guilty, please get out of here quickly. Qin Yang shrugged and said with a smile, Don't worry, let's see what they say. Also, from the current situation, it seems that it has something to do with me. Zhao Qingtian was confused, and Zhao Qingya didn't understand. It's just that Zhao Xingchen secretly rejoices in his heart. Fortunately, the 3 of the 8 Shinto clans are the wind refining them. It's better as you said, the people of the Sky Academy will not interfere. But Feng Lian continued to shout, I want to meet, who is the senior? Qin Yang coughed lightly and said, Feng Lian, I've been standing here, are you blind? Or, you don't care about me anymore? Qin Yang's breath is always hidden because of me Tianjua's relationship. Unless he wants to expose himself, no one will investigate. Now that he spoke, Yan Gong and Feng Lian noticed Qin Yang. The faces of the 3 Feng Lian suddenly changed, as if they had eaten flies. In the mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain, if the God Emperor hadn't rescued them, they would definitely become Qin Yang's prisoners. Even Qin Yang has mastered the secret art of reincarnation, and can be reincarnated and resurrected to enslave them forever. Qin Yang already has a way to deal with them. Qin Yang. This is a mainland dispute, the principality is at war, what is it with you? What is it with Songqiong College? Feng Lian roared, as if the louder the voice, the more confident he was, You Songqiong College, you Qin Yang, you are in charge. It's too wide. Qin Yang laughed loudly, That's right, it's exactly what you said. Neither Songqiong Academy nor I should interfere. However, the king of the Aoki Principality was also born in Songqiong Academy, although. After changing his voice and avoiding some problems, Qin Yang continued, Qingqiong Academy only supports some sky armors, that's all. As for me, you can all intervene, why can't I? Qin Yang chuckled. Feng Lian was in a hurry and said, the matter of the Principality of Nanyan is our business. Could it be that the Principality of Aoki has such a connection with you? Qin Yang shook his head and said meaningfully, the contact is not as close as you guys. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes and said, but I just want to kill you. It's just a coincidence that the two countries are at war. It was a coincidence that Feng Lian was speechless and was about to vomit blood. Feng Lian said solemnly, Qin Yang, do you really think I can't kill you? Qin Yang laughed loudly and said, sorry, you really can't kill me. Also, how many times have you said this? Not 10 times, but 7 or 8 times? What's the result? Qin Yang jumped directly onto the city wall, pointed at Feng Lian and scolded, just the 3 of you smashed. If it wasn't for the Shadow's Divine Emperor's repeated attacks, I would have killed you already. Now it's delivered to the door. I'd like to see, can the God Emperor of your Shadow still dare to continue to act recklessly? The voice was like a thunder in the sky, shaking the scalps of everyone in the two armies. Especially the content of the words made people's eyes widen. What he said, is it true? The God Emperor has shot at him? Zhao Qingya swallowed and spit. Zhao Qingtian also looked at Zhao Xingchen and asked in a low voice, you and him have experienced the mysterious realm of 10,000 layers of mountains together, and I heard that you brag about it after you came back. Zhao Xingchen said helplessly, what I said was the truth, but no one else believed it, so I didn't say it later. But I can guarantee that if the God Emperor hadn't rescued Feng Lian and the 3, they wouldn't have been able to escape at that time. Qin Yang stared at Feng Lian and said jokingly, just commit suicide, and you can save your life. I'll see you in the Qianlong competition after you are resurrected. If not, you will be at your own risk. The same consequences are at your own risk, but when you say it, the 3 Feng Lian can't wait to get into the hole. Domineering. So arrogant. On the Tianmu fortress, all the soldiers stared at the tall and straight figure standing on the city wall. The two armies fought, and one person deterred the other's biggest trump card. The other 3 are from the 8 Shinto clans. That's it, the other party didn't even dare to answer. On the contrary, the morale of the Duchy of Nanyan has dropped. Seeing that something was wrong, Yan Gong said solemnly, I'm just a little boy, how dare you come to fight? Qin Yang looked at Yan Gong contemptuously and said, you are not qualified to challenge me. I am only targeting Feng Lian 3 people. You must know the consequences of your challenge to me. Yan Gong laughed angrily and said, they are afraid of you, but I am not. I want you to see. What is the next ginger is the old spicy. As long as you dare to fight, if you can win against me, I will lead the army to retreat immediately. How? Qin Yang shook his head directly. Yan Gong laughed and said, you really don't dare? You're just a freshman student. Do you really think you can represent the Songqiong Academy? The fire dragon turned into a human. In the army formation, he looked at Yan Gong's back at this time, as if he was looking at a stupid ex. He didn't tell Yan Gong that his dragon horn was shot by this kid who threw a crossbow arrow with his bare hands. Qin Yang scratched his ears and said, I didn't shake my head because I didn't dare, but I thought you were a little ridiculous. Do you really not understand what I said? If you insist on challenging me, I will regard you as you. The Principality of Nanyan is going to be my enemy. At that time, it won't be all you have to retreat, do you understand? Yan Gong's face was full of surprise. He couldn't believe that Qin Yang would say such a thing. He didn't know Qin Yang, so he immediately smiled and said, okay, I like you young people who don't know how high the sky is. Are you an enemy? Match? 1 bite and 1 consequence, as long as you dare to come forward, I will tell you what the consequence is. Are you really obsessed? Qin Yang's face was flat. Zhao Qingtian and Zhao Qingya didn't dare to intervene in the city wall of Tianmu Fortress. Qin Yang's aura was so powerful that standing on the city wall like that was like a copper wall. Zhao Xingchen was full of smiles, and he had never been so relaxed, with the battle armor in the sky. In his heart, he could only thank Feng Lian and the three of them for appearing, and thank the old thief Yan Gong for his provocation. Otherwise, with Qin Yang's principled temper, Tianmu Fortress might not be able to take action even if it was destroyed. After all, Qin Yang represented Songqiong Academy, but now he has a personal reason. Chapter 429 10 moves, too many. Okay, as you wish. Qin Yang nodded lightly. He took a step forward and appeared directly in front of the army formation of the Principality of Nanyan. This kick directly made Yan Gong's eyelids jump. With such a light cloud and breeze, without the teleportation of smoke and fire, he didn't even notice the slightest fluctuation of power. Zhao Qingtian admired sincerely, and nodded again and again, his strength is so strong. In his gestures, he has reached perfection. Inadvertent performance can best reflect a person's strength. The three Feng Lian felt a little uneasy in their hearts. They didn't even remind Yan Gong. What should we do? Zhou Da's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Feng Lian pondered in his heart and said, with Qin Yang here, our plan is indeed difficult to succeed. However, Qin Yang won't be complacent for a long time. The Qianlong competition is not just about personal force. By then, we will not only be able to win. Even killing him is not impossible. Shifeng added, that's right, maybe the Qianlong competition is the only way to kill him. Don't we want to? Zhou Da was a little hard to say. Feng Lian glanced at the past and said, what else can we do if we don't escape? Our magic weapon is useless to Qin Yang. I am afraid that only Feng Tianbao Mirror can temporarily restrain Qin Yang, but Feng Tianbao Mirror is in Lu Qianjia's hands. He's still in the academy now. Shifeng whispered, even if Feng Tianbao Jing temporarily imprisoned Shen Longjiu, but he really wants to fight Qin Yang. Shifei's voice was not at all certain. Not only him, but also Feng Lian and Zhou Da. Most of their exercises and magical powers are for the secret keys of the gods, but Qin Yang is not. Putting everything aside and not using magic weapons, Qin Yang has an advantage. Yan Gong looked at the three Feng Lian at this time, frowning in doubt, wondering what the three of them were doing with sound transmission, and immediately said, don't be afraid, wait for me to kill Qin Yang and solve your confidant's serious trouble. The three Feng Lian were silent. Yan Gong was ready to kill the enemy. This old guy is too conceited. He may not know that the entire royal family of the Principality of Nanyan is under our control. Shifeng looked at Yan Gong coldly. The three have already discussed that as soon as the battle begins, they will quickly retreat. When the two armies fought and the main general was killed, how could there be any reason to fight again? At that time, they can save some of their face. Qin Yang looked at Yan Gong quietly, and said, I never give others a second chance. When you reach the underworld, before you reincarnate, I'm afraid you will regret it. Yan Gong let out a sigh, and said disdainfully, boy, this is so level, I'm afraid it was carefully prepared for myself, right? Question mark. Qin Yang raised his brows and said, you old thief, I really doubt how you became a general, and how did you cultivate to the 9 heavens of the divine king realm? The Duchy of Nanyan sent you as the general, and you are blinding them. Eyes. Even if you only talk about strength, you are too bad. Qin Yang glanced at Yan Gong's panel, but he really couldn't take it seriously. Enemy, Yan Gong. Strength, Divine King Realm, Juzongshan. Technique, Heavenly Fire Art. Rule, Bursting Fire. Domain, Exploding Sea of Fire. Ordinary, so ordinary. Moreover, the exercises and rules and fields are not a perfect match. The fire of the sky is the fire of the 9 heavens, and its flames can burn through everything. It should be the ultimate flame that can keep pace with the hellfire of the flame demon queen and the fire dog, but it has not been thoroughly studied. It can be seen that his aptitude is ordinary, and the cultivation method is just a name. Not to mention the rules, it just went astray. The true rule of fire, bursting, is just a sideline. If the cultivation method is changed to another one, specializing in outbreaks, it will also make people's eyes shine, but unfortunately, especially in this field, it is simply ignorance to the extreme, and it is completely for the sake of trivial matters to continue to go the wrong way. There was contempt in Qin Yang's eyes. It's not that Qin Yang is arrogant, but he really can't stand it. Yan Gong seemed to understand Qin Yang's meaning, and suddenly became furious. Don't look at me with the eyes that can see through everything, you little baby. Today I will make you feel ashamed of your ignorance. When you have a complete epiphany, I will kill you again. Okay, let's do it. Qin Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense, and looked at the three Feng Lian. Feng Lian's body suddenly tightened. Yan Gong directly stretched out his hand and patted it, and the surroundings instantly turned into a sea of fire. After the sea of fire dissipated, Qin Yang looked at Yan Gong suspiciously. Yan Gong said angrily, "Boy, this trick is just to remind you, don't be distracted when you are at war with others. I just spared your life and didn't take the opportunity to sneak attack. Even if I kill you, it's just that your skills are not as good as others. Can't find my head even in the Sky College." Qin Yang's face was speechless. And this operation? Yan Gong said, 10 moves. Within 10 moves, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. Then I will kill you in despair. Qin Yang shook his head helplessly and said, you talk too much nonsense, and, you can't use 10 tricks. Yan Gong was stunned for a moment, then laughed, so you still have some self-knowledge. As soon as his voice changed, Yan Gong smiled wickedly and said, it's too late to regret it now. Immediately, Yan Gong slammed a palm, and the big madra made of flame seemed to burn through the space barrier. The power is good, there is a hidden explosion, and the power of the explosion is not bad, but that's all. Qin Yang said to the commenter. Yan Gong stared, how does this kid know the details of his palm? Before he could understand it, Qin Yang's figure was lost in his eyes. Yan Gong's heart froze for a moment, and the frivolous voice in his ear made him stand up and sweat. Although there is an outbreak, it's no use if you can't hit. Besides, you don't open the field, so you underestimate me too? Qin Yang's voice was frivolous, but more depressed. The depressing thing is that he is a young hero, after all, and he has such a cultivation at his age. No matter what, he should not be despised, but why does the enemy always look down on him? This is just a trick, Yan Gong opened his mouth wide, but his voice could not come out. There was a blood line between the neck, and blood was slowly seeping out. Qin Yang's eyes were full of dullness, he shook his head gently, and said, I said, 10 moves, too many. Yan Gong tried his best to urge his energy to keep his head and reconnect it. But there seems to be a terrifying force around his neck, preventing him from saving himself. No. It's impossible. Yan Gong's voice was hoarse, his voice was weak, and the hoarseness made it feel very uncomfortable to hear. Bump. With a soft sound, Yan Gong's head fell directly to the ground. His eyes were still wide, and there was still a divine light in his eyes. He stared at Qin Yang, not understanding how the other party did all this. Qin Yang did not look at him, but looked at the 3 Feng Lian. Feng Lian's 3 people's backs were cold. Their plan was to take the opportunity to leave once they fought. They knew that Yan Gong was not Qin Yang's opponent, but they didn't expect it to be so fast. Qin Yang grinned and said, it looks like you guys are running away? It's too late if you want to leave now. 430 Despair. If you have the ability, let the God Emperor behind you take action. I want to know who he is. When I am promoted to God Emperor, I will definitely go to the door to thank me. Qin Yang's momentum exploded, and his voice sounded like thunder, roaring in everyone's mind. Qin Yang is declaring war on the God Emperor? On the Tianmu fortress, Zhao Qingya and the others felt their breathing a little heavy. In front of the two armies, the soldiers of the Principality of Aoki swept away their decadence. I didn't expect that the Sky College would come to support, not only the Sky Armor, but also such a strong man. On the contrary, the army formation of the Principality of Nanyan was in chaos, and the General Yan Gong was killed in one move, which was beyond their comprehension. At this time, they can only pin their hopes on the people of the 3 tribes of the 8 Shinto tribes. But they didn't know how flustered the 3 Feng Lian were. The realm of the God Emperor is not something you can imagine. Feng Lian said in a condensed voice. Qin Yang snorted lightly and didn't care. When I was a master, someone told me about the star realm like this. The voice was flat and said slowly, directly bringing everyone into the long river of time. Later I was promoted to Xingqian, and some people said that to me, the king of gods, and the honor of 95. Qin Yang's eyes are extremely bright, but the black hole that obliterates the rules is the pupil, which is enough to obliterate the world. And now, I am the God King Realm Jizongshan, and the rules are complete. Qin Yang looked at Feng Lian quietly. You have to tell me, how is the God Emperor? There was a storm in everyone's heart, and they were immersed in the long river of time, but they suddenly realized that this was only a moment. Qin Yang's speed of progress is unprecedented and unprecedented. I originally planned to clean up the blood skeletons, and then clean up your shadows. Unfortunately, you have been sent to your door again and again. Today I want to see, who can save you? Qin Yang's eyes narrowed, and a transparent light circle spread out, covering the battlefield directly. Field. Ordinary world. All the soldiers, regardless of their camp, panicked, their faces turning pale with fright. At this moment, their powers have all failed. What field is this that can make them become ordinary people? The domain enveloped Feng Lian, and the 3 of them, Feng Lian, propped up the swallowing gourd to resist Qin Yang's domain. Although they still have strength, as soon as they leave the body, as soon as they leave the barrier of the swallowing gourd, they will be suppressed more violently, and their strength cannot be exerted at all. Humph, you just pick and pinch soft persimmons, just look at us being bullied. Zhou De jumped angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, his face suddenly turned red. Feng Lian and Shi Fei's expressions were also a little disgusting. There was silence between the two armies. If they were all soft persimmons, then the younger generation would have no hard rocks. Qin Yang frowned, looked up at the sky, and said with a smile, "What? Is the God Emperor behind you really not doing anything?" All 3 Feng Lian swallowed their saliva. This time, they can only rely on themselves. As long as you survive the current hurdle, you will have the opportunity to kill Qin Yang in the Qianlong contest. Swallowing the palm. Feng Lian roared and attacked directly. It was slapped out with one palm, and it was constantly contradicted and weakened by the ordinary world realm. However, with the combination of the martial arts characteristics and the heaven-swallowing gourd, a huge amount of power has been continuously integrated into this palm from the heaven-swallowing gourd. The power still retains some points. Qin Yang laughed dumbly, and said, "The mere God King Bizongshan, your speed of progress is too slow. As the tools of magic weapons, even if you are in the same realm as me, you are not my opponent at all." Qin Yang stepped out and waved his hand. Like swatting a fly, this swallowing palm was directly swatted away by Qin Yang with his physical strength. A cold light appeared in Zhou Da's eyes, and his figure flashed. It flashed to Qin Yang's side and slapped it out with a palm. There is a microcosm of Tianmen's seal in the palm, and it will be printed on Qin Yang. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, and he said, "You really don't have a long memory. Did you forget the fight in Liberty City?" Seeing this palm as nothing at all, Qin Yang kicked back violently. Behind Qin Yang, as if the space was in chaos, Zhou Da's palm was clearly on the front, but suddenly appeared behind Qin Yang. And this kick was kicked out in advance, as if Zhou Da himself sent it up. The imprint of Tianmenian was directly shattered by a kick. This kick was so heavy that it directly broke Zhou Da's hand. Ah! The severe pain made Zhou Da's face pale, his figure flashed again, and he wanted to escape. Qin Yang's figure disappeared at the same time. A light flashed in Feng Lian's eyes. He knew that Qin Yang had the ability to predict, and this ability most likely came from the martial arts of Tianjin. But against the sky, it is not invincible. Zhou Da wants to return to him, and Qin Yang wants to attack Zhou Da, and he will definitely appear here. Feng Lian took a bite, and snorted directly, swallow the world with anger. It directly expands the field and wraps the space around itself. The domain displayed by the swallowing gourd as the carrier is enough to compete with Qin Yang's domain. Feng Lian is sure that as long as Qin Yang appears, he will definitely be swallowed up. Everything is between lightning and flint, just a few thoughts. Zhou Da's figure really appeared beside him. At the same time, behind him, Qin Yang had already made a half-moon slash with his palm like a knife, and was about to wave it. Zhou Da! Feng Lian shouted loudly. Zhou Da reacted and directly caused the phantom of the Heavenly Gate seal to shroud himself. Qin Yang raised his brows and laughed playfully. Interesting, I really underestimated you. Feng Lian and the three seemed to have thought about such a strategy for a long time, but now they suddenly resorted to it, but they really took Qin Yang into the domain of swallowing gourd again. However, Qin Yang remained calm and continued to wave his hands. Destroying Banua slash directly tore open the realm of swallowing the heavens and the earth, and slashed directly on the phantom of the Heavenly Gate seal that enveloped Zhou Da. The characteristics of annihilating and breaking defenses, unless the body of the Tianmen seal, the mere shadow, is not a concern at all. Huh? Qin Yang frowned. This day, the phantom of the door seal was cut open, but then his attack was transferred out. It's just a repeat of the old trick. Qin Yang said disdainfully, if you don't have any new tricks, obediently dying can save everyone some time. Qin Yang squeezed his palm behind him, and the Banyu slash that he had displayed was directly pinched by him. Shift the attack behind yourself? This is the first time Zhou Da has used this trick? There was a sharp pain in the palm, and a deep imprint appeared on the palm, but it did not suffer substantial damage. Only the inextinguishable body can hold the power of the annihilation rule, and if it is replaced by other bodies, I am afraid that it will be cut into two sections directly. Even monsters must be killed or injured. The three Feng Lian's eyes widened. Could this Qin Yang be invincible? Facing Qin Yang again, they felt a sense of powerlessness in their hearts at the same time, and their faces were full of despair. My slash, even I am afraid, no wonder you have such expressions. Qin Yang laughed and said, desperate as much as you like. After speaking, he pointed directly and pointed out like a sword. The divine sword of destruction attacked Feng Lian directly, and at the same time kicked out and kicked Zhou Da. At this time, Xuanhuan, who had been neglected by Qin Yang, had a strange brilliance in her eyes, and a tear of blood ran across her smooth face. Chapter 431, Rule Turbulence. Behind Xuanhuan, the phantom of listening to the Daoqin solidified, and the strings on the qin all broke. With the sound of OM, even the domain that swallowed the sky and the earth was directly scattered, and the sonic attack even shook the ordinary world of Qin Yang's domain. The power of heaven and earth reinvaded, made a comeback, and sonic attack was a very special power. The black light flashed in Qin Yang's eyes, and the divine sword of destruction stopped at the 2 fingers in front of Feng Lian's chest. Cold sweat soaked Feng Lian's back, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Lian stared at Qin Yang, and laughed. Those with strong physique are often weak in spiritual sense. In fact, we have long known your weakness, that is, not strong spiritual sense. Feng Lian walked around Qin Yang and said, do you think we would be so stupid? Use the same attack against you? I might as well tell you directly that Shurfein's heart net is the strongest spiritual attack in the world. All those who are controlled by the heart net domain will gather together, let alone you, even if it is a god emperor, it may not be unshakable. The sudden change in the battlefield, everyone can't believe it. Qin Yang, who was like a god of war, was just defeated like this? Feng Lian wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, this trick is not to control you, but to kill you. You will definitely feel that your spiritual sense is very weak now, like an ant in the wild, right? Only? I'm afraid that you can hear me now, and I can't understand it at all, because your spiritual sense no longer has the ability to think. Zhou also exhaled heavily, and laughed loudly. I didn't want to expose too many trump cards, I wanted to keep it for the Qianlong hegemony tournament. In fact, I was afraid of what happened. Now it seems that you are not that difficult to deal with. The three looked at Qin Yang like a monkey, thinking about how to deal with Qin Yang. Would you like to make a puppet for people to watch? Shurfein's face was pale, and this move overdrawn all her strength. It's really boring. Qin Yang blinked. The air suddenly solidified, the picture was frozen, and time seemed to suddenly pause. On the city wall of Tianmu Fortress, there was a cheer. Zhao Qingtian slammed his fist, and all the previous tension could not wait to be vented with this fist. Qin Yang is fine, he's too strong. Zhao Xingxing sighed. The three Feng Lian looked at Qin Yang as if they had seen a ghost, and Zhou De hurriedly teleported to 10 feet away. Although this distance means nothing to Qin Yang, Feng Lian quickly recovered the strength for Zhou De and Shurfein. The power of the swallowing gourd poured down, and the pure power swallowed before instantly brought them back to their peaks. It's just that her strings could not be repaired for a short period of time after listening to the attack of the violin's self-exploding strings. These strings are mostly willful. Qin Yang smacked his lips, looked at the three with a smile, and said, is there anything more interesting? Take it out and see? The three of them were speechless, and the entire army of the Principality of Nanyan turned on their backs, frightened and retreated again and again, in chaos. Qin Yang spoke slowly and said, the stronger the body, the weaker the spiritual sense. Who did you listen to? Qin Yang frowned and said, do you know why I didn't use the divine sense to attack? The audience was dead silent, only Qin Yang's voice spread throughout the audience. It seems that you still don't understand what despair is, so let you see the coercion of my divine sense. Let you really understand what is an ant in the wild. Qin Yang's eyes suddenly turned into vertical pupils, like dragon eyes. It's just that there is a black light in the eyes. A dragon roar exploded, and the ground shook. It is not a field, but it can also change the world. Although the three Feng Lian and the entire Nanyan Principality's army formation was sluggish for a moment. Except for the three Feng Lian and a few cultivators in the 9 heavens of the God King realm, all the others rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Long way. Qin Yang's voice was like the sound of the avenue, as if the sky said, do you think that Shenlongjiu only has the power to shuttle? Do you think that my spiritual sense is fragile? You think I'm arrogant and arrogant? Now, I will show you all my power. Qin Yang took a step gently, and the ground within a radius of 100 zhang shattered 3 feet in an instant. Qin Yang stepped on the void and slowly walked towards Feng Lian and the three of them. Every step he took, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth exploded instantly, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth outside the range was quickly replenished, but with Qin Yang's next step, even the rules of heaven and earth were smashed. The immortal body exudes infinite fierceness. Qin Yang is like a god of war who came out of ancient times, even this world can't bear it. Even though the three Feng Lian had the 3 secret keys of the gods to protect their spiritual senses, there was only fear in their hearts. Too deceitful. The dragon might of the Xuanhuan jade is ineffective against us. Tian Gord transformed into a human figure and slapped it with a resentful palm. The power of the unsealed super god level magic weapon, the secret key of the gods, is no longer limited. This palm has the power of a god emperor. The strength of the super god level magic treasure after it has been transformed is the god emperor realm. It's just a magic weapon, you are too conceited. Qin Yang's eyes showed extreme indifference, and he punched out. The light between heaven and earth suddenly dimmed, directly from day to night. It was as if everyone suddenly went blind. The shock wave swept through like an ocean wave, and the city wall of Tianmu Fortress was in jeopardy. Zhao Xingchen and other powerhouses hurriedly propped up their shields, and together, they could barely block the rule turbulence caused by the shock wave. On the side of the Principality of Nanyan, the fainted soldiers were immediately wiped out and turned into scum, and a few people turned around and ran away, but how could they escape the turbulent flow of this rule? The various rules and regulations became violent, and Tian Gord's expression changed drastically. His power rules, inclusive of all things, can swallow the sky and the earth. And Qin Yang's rule power is to destroy everything. Just like two extremes, when the power exploded, it actually caused a chain reaction between heaven and earth. Tian Gord was incomparably horrified, not to mention that Qin Yang's punch was as powerful as a god emperor, but the rules were turbulent. Once it appears, it means a cataclysmic catastrophe. God Emperor realm is not allowed to take action on the mainland. Once it takes action, it will become the public enemy of the mainland, which is precisely because of this. The Sky Continent can carry the power of the strongest God Emperor, but it can only carry it. But if such power is exerted on the mainland, it will inevitably lead to spatial turbulence. The Xingchen Sea is rampant, and the East China Sea gathers most of the God Emperor powerhouses, and that is where the God Emperor can fight. Oops. Tian Gord's heart was up and down. He never thought that Qin Yang would have such a strong power. He thought that after he was unblocked, killing Qin Yang would be like killing an ant. Once the spatial turbulence appears, it will not disappear easily, and it will continue to trigger a terrifying chain reaction. At that time, let alone the Principality of Aoki and the Principality of Nanyan, even the Xuanhuan Empire, the Qishao Empire, and even the domain of rules governed by the Central Heavenly Temple will be greatly implicated. This blow is enough to cause the life of the continent to be ruined. Once he is investigated, even if he is the secret key of the God realm, he will definitely be shattered by spiritual thoughts and completely turned into a pure tool without sanity. It's interesting. Qin Yang grinned. It was discovered that this rule of turbulence seems to be somewhat similar to the rotation of time in the first area of the 10 Directions secret realm of Tsangqiang Academy. Chapter 432, Inverse Scales. The rotation of time is a small turbulent flow of rules. Of course Qin Yang knows what the consequences of the turbulent flow of this rule will lead to. After all, there is no living environment even in the time rotation in the secret realm of the 10 Directions. The forbidden area where the God Emperors lived also needed to be maintained by the spells of the God Emperors from all directions. That's still only a star-level rule turbulence. And now this rule is turbulent, more than just stars? More than the King of Gods. Don't let the turbulent flow in space spread. Tianmenian turned into a human shape and slapped in the air again and again. One after another space turbulence abandons the forcible restraint, but it is of no use. The Tianmen seal can only be transferred and transmitted, but it cannot be calmed down at all. Even if the spatial turbulence is transferred elsewhere, it is still spatial turbulence. Tian Gord took a deep breath. He and Qin Yang were still competing for the power of the rules. If things went on like this, the turbulence in the space would be enough to shatter them. If you don't want to be smashed to pieces, you'd better stop. Tian Gord said in a deep voice, now is not the time to fight, I will kill you when you go to the East China Sea. Qin Yang's black hair fluttered, and he laughed like a demon. The space is turbulent, you are scared. Broken to pieces? Sorry, I have an indestructible body, and I don't know what it is to be broken. Swallowing the gourd, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, do you want to cause public anger in the mainland? Do you want the Aoki principality to perish directly? Qin Yang let out a sigh and said, the initiator of all this is you, not me. God Emperor Realm is not allowed to shoot, God King Realm is not allowed to shoot in the city. I'm sorry, I'm just God King, and here is the battlefield. Tian Gourd is anxious, and if this goes on, the three Feng Lian will surely die. And he, Tian Men Yin and Li Daoqin couldn't escape. Once the spatial turbulence breaks out completely, even the peak God Emperor will be disturbed by it, and he can only protect himself. In such a fight, let alone whether he will be held accountable by the mainland powerhouses, even whether he can leave alive is a question. Xinqiang Academy has always been one of the leaders of the righteous path. How did you cultivate such an unreasonable student? Correct me, I'm already a teacher at Sky Academy. How on earth are you willing to stop? It's still too late to stop now. Tian Gourd said eagerly. Qin Yang's eyes were still as deep as water, flat and without ripples, and said quietly, Feng Lian three people, I will make them into puppets, so that they will never be resurrected. As for the three of you, become the belly Chinese food of Shenlongjiu. Well, even if Shenlongjiu still cares about the secret keys of the 8 gods, let me smash you all with my own hands. Qin Yang exhaled, and his fists became stronger. The black light suddenly appeared, and it seemed to burst into a space crack. The power of the rules became more violent, and the light, dark, water, fire, wind and thunder and lightning raged everywhere. It's not good, I can't hold it anymore, let's withdraw. Zhao Qingtian roared, and the entire Tianmu fortress would be smashed into slag after a while. They can only abandon the fortress. A thunder exploded, and the world suddenly lit up. Immediately afterwards, the light disappeared, and the world became dark. Suddenly, it rained heavily in the sky, or it was directly like the sea water rolled back, and the whole thing fell down. It was as if the Dragon Clan's Haitian domain had collapsed directly. But it didn't fall to the ground, and in the endless tide, the fire lit up, and the entire sea dried up in an instant. The rules of heaven and earth are completely messed up. Tian Gourd's face became more and more nervous. He tried his best to keep Feng Lian three people, but it was getting harder and harder. You change the conditions, no matter what it is, I will agree. Tian Gourd shouted loudly. It seems that the voice can't come through, it is clearly in front of you, but it seems to be shouting from the sky. Give me the flag of Feng Lian's water array and spare your life. Qin Yang said. Tian Gourd frowned, but he didn't have time to hesitate at the moment. He waved his hand and took the Chanquan ring in Feng Lian's hand. It was obviously his master's magic ring, but he was directly and forcefully cracked it. The water array flag was taken out and thrown directly to Qin Yang. Qin Yang, of course, kept his word. He copied the formation flag into his hand and withdrew his fist. Swallowing Gourd took a deep look at Qin Yang, and hurriedly mobilized his energy to swallow the heavens and the earth. The power of the rules of the turbulent flow was forcibly swallowed by him, and the world gradually calmed down. Qin Yang had a faint smile on his face and looked at the flag of the water array in his hand. This is owned by the Li family in the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain, and now it is finally in his hands. The flag of the water array is still the same in appearance as other array flags, only the characters on it are different, and there is a word high on it. After careful calculation, I have 2 flags of the earth formation, 1 flag of the wood formation, and this water formation flag. I already have 4. This array of flags has a total of 12 flags, and he alone gets a third of it. The trip to the East China Sea, with this flag of the water formation, is even more fearless. Qin Yang laughed. Tian Gord tried his best to finally bring the world to peace, and the earth was already full of chaos. The Tianmu Canyon has completely become the Tianmu Plain, and the Tianmu Fortress has been held for so long. After all, it was razed to the ground. Qin Yang turned his head to look. As early as in the mind, he was sure that the Tianmu Fortress had been evacuated ahead of time, and there were no casualties. At this time, the world was calm, and Zhao Qing Tian led everyone back again. But Tian Gord, who saw this scene, did not know that he had been deceived. Qin Yang, you really have some scruples. As long as I wait a little longer, you will definitely take the initiative to let go. Tian Gord gritted his teeth. An unpredictable and mysterious smile appeared on Qin Yang's face, and he said slowly, who knows? Maybe, not maybe. Tian Gord's pupils shrank, and his heart suddenly throbbed. His intelligence was born for a long time, and he did not know how many geniuses he had seen in the past, but only Qin Yang in front of him made him feel genuine fear. He had always thought that it was the characteristics of the rule of obliteration that made him do this, but now he finally found out that it was not the rule of obliteration that made him feel terrified from the beginning, but Qin Yang. Both of the 8 races of Shinto, and the secret key of the gods, we have to become mortal enemies? Don't you really think about the overall situation? Tian Gord said. Tian Men-yin and Li Daoqin were suddenly shocked. Such words are already considered soft for them. In the endless long history, the 8 secret keys have never been like this. Even the calendar of the gods long before the 8 Shinto clans, no one can convince the 8 secret keys. Qin Yang's eyes suddenly became cold, and he said coldly, I don't care about the world, so don't talk to me about the overall situation. Fo Lian also told me that you were turning it over, and my answer now is the same as then. Qin Yang said word by word, those who touch my scales will be killed. Qin Yang turned around and walked in the direction of Zhao Qingya and the others. The voice came slowly, tell me to the God Emperor, I won't let him wait too long. Chapter 433 8 Gates Slaughtering Gods. The Tianmu Fortress was rebuilt by Qin Yang with the Earth Array flag and the Wood Array flag. The old and modeled fortress, which was baptized by war, has a new look. It also symbolizes that the Aoki Principality will usher in a new beginning. For 3 days in a row, mourning the fallen soldiers. Battle-hardened people die in battle, it is their honor. The living will carry on with their beliefs. There is no sadness, nor the joy of victory, there is only a firm look at the future road, and there is only protection in my heart. The soldiers in the fortress have a clear division of labor in an orderly manner, and the war machine is still running. The celebration feast is essential, and the supplies are directly brought by the supplies of the Principality of Nanyan. If it wasn't for Qin Yang, this battle would have been lost. For Qin Yang, for Songqiong Academy, let's raise the glass together, for Aoki, and for all our fallen soldiers. Zhao Qing Tian shouted loudly, and all the soldiers also toasted. Everyone looked at Qin Yang, and Qin Yang was no exception. He just said, for everyone's unswerving belief. Zhao Qing Tian was stunned at first, then startled. The corps generals such as Zhao Qingya and Zhao Xingchen did not expect that Qin Yang would actually say this. If you change other people in the Sky College, you should say it this time, for peace. However, Qin Yang put aside all positions, everyone has their own beliefs, and this sentence stands by everyone's side. This is the true meaning of freedom. This is the true meaning of Sky Academy. At the celebration banquet, the major generals came to toast Qin Yang one after another, and Qin Yang's scalp was numb when the team lined up. Qin Yang smiled bitterly and said, everyone can do whatever they want, don't be restrained. Although I helped you, I'm also doing it for myself. As soon as these words came out, the soldiers were even more convinced. Zhao Qing Tian kicked away the people waiting to toast one by one, and cleared Qin Yang's siege. Zhao Qing Tian said to Qin Yang, this time, Songqiong Academy can be regarded as saving our lives and saving the Qingmu Empire. It's a pity, the sky armor previously encountered an ambush, the battle armor lost most of it. This really made Zhao Qingtian feel bad. Although Qin Yang also said that these armors already belonged to the Aoki Principality, but such a loss is really worthy of Songqiong Academy and Qin Yang. Such a powerful armor, the power completely exceeds the power of the magic weapon, and its value is even more unpredictable. What? Zhao Qingtian's eyes widened. You say these armors are worthless? Qin Yang nodded and said, the battle armor that can exert the strength of the King of the Gods is only a star-level battle armor. All the materials used are only 5th order. How is this possible? Doesn't that mean that this second-generation battle armor, which is stronger than the god-level magic weapon, is only the price of the sky level? Zhao Xingqian's eyes widened. Qin Yang nodded with a smile and explained, the original intention of the sky armor is to let cultivators show their strength by leaps and bounds. Of course, after the God King stage, it is more special. In fact, the second-generation battle armor, given to you, is already the God King level. The battle armor, the power that can be exerted, although it is also in the God King, it is comparable to the advanced God King. As two brothers, Zhao Xingqian and Zhao Xingxing, who have used the second-generation sky armor, they naturally know how powerful this armor is. If it is combined with its own power, the power will be more perfect. If Zhao Qingtian asked, if we don't have you here, there is no Songqiong Academy, and the Duchy of Nanyan doesn't have the wind to train them, what do you think the outcome will be? Zhao Qingtian does not regard Qin Yang as a junior at all, but attaches great importance to Qin Yang and cares more about Qin Yang's opinion. Others also looked over, wondering what Qin Yang thought. Qin Yang groaned and said, as far as I can see, after you have the dragon hunting crossbow, you will definitely win. Zhao Qingtian's eyes lit up, and other people's faces also showed happiness. Zhao Qingtian said, why do you think so? You must know that the overall strength of the Duchy of Nanyan is much higher than ours, even twice as much. Qin Yang smiled slightly and said, because of the battle formation. Zhao Qingtian nodded in admiration, but he didn't expect Qin Yang to have a good understanding of the art of war. Zhao Qingtian said with some pity, I got a battle formation secret book in my early years, but it is actually a technique for cultivators to cooperate in combat. However, it is incomplete, obscure, and deep, and training often causes self-injury. If we can train the battle formation more, maybe we don't need that dragon hunting repeating crossbow, then the fire dragon won't do us anything. Zhao Qingtian was stunned for a moment and said, what about the fire dragon? Qin Yang blinked and said, of course he died. As for how he died, Qin Yang himself didn't pay attention. It may be death in combat, it may be death in dragon hunting, or it may be death in rule turbulence. The turbulent flow of the rules is too terrifying, and it is natural to die in it. After a while of silence, Zhao Qingtian continued his previous words, since you can see that we have practiced battle formations, I wonder if I can ask you to give me some advice. Possessing the battle armor of the sky, coupled with the battle formation, is simply even more powerful. Qin Yang thought about this issue at the beginning, so the sky armor will be created by Qin Yang into the resonance field, which can increase each other. Of course. Qin Yang Manku agreed. Zhao Qingtian pulled out a pamphlet from the Chankuan ring and said, this is actually a rubbing, and I'm afraid no one has seen the real battle formation map. Qin Yang didn't look at the booklet, and said, I already read it very clearly when you were at war with the Principality of Nanyan, so I don't need to read this booklet again. It can be copied completely at a glance, so why bother to look at this incomplete rubbing? Everyone was stunned. Zhao Qingtian said, do you know this battle formation? Qin Yang laughed and said, 8 gate arrays, right? Others looked at Zhao Qingtian, and Zhao Qingtian's eyes widened. Qin Yang added, Xuanhuan's name should be the eight-door slaughtering god formation, which has 12 formation eyes, ordering gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and it can also be called the 12 slaughtering gods. Speaking of this, Qin Yang was suddenly stunned, and there seemed to be a mysterious light flashing in his mind. I admire, Songqiong Academy is truly unparalleled in the world. Even this kind of magical battle formation has been taught. Zhao Qingtian couldn't help showing his thumb, thinking that this battle formation was learned by Qin Yang from the academy. Zhao Qingtian felt a little ashamed. The battle formation that he regarded as a treasure had long been mediocre in the eyes of the other party. 12 slaughtering gods, 12 eyes, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Qin Yang's eyes flashed, and he slammed the table. I see. Everyone was startled. Zhao Qingya asked in a low voice, what do you know? Qin Yang waved his hand, and the 5-element array flags were taken out, and he said, I know why there are 12 flags in this array, and I also know what these 12 flags are used for, and their purpose. Just to set up the 8-gate slaughtering god formation. Chapter 434. There are two types of formations. The most common formations in the world are arranged with spiritual materials and magic weapons. The other is a battle formation composed of people. Theoretically speaking, ordinary formations and battle formations have the same effect, but one needs to arrange formations, and the other needs to set up battle formations. The process is different, and the required conditions are also different. Qin Yang can be sure that there must be an 8-door slaughtering formation on the sky continent, and 12 of them are scattered all over the place. Now, the other 5-element formation flags do not know the exact location, and it is not clear where the 8-sect slaughtering formation is. Qin Yang copied the 8-gate slaughtering gods of the battle array, but he still didn't know how to arrange an ordinary formation. Qin Yang muttered to himself while thinking. Above the array flags, each array flag has a special character. But now it seems that it is only the 12 earthly branches in the 5 elements, and gossip. Earth array flags, Chen flag, Su flag. The flag of the water array, Heike. Wooden array flag, Mao flag. Qin Yang can even be sure what characters will be on the other 5-element array flags. The flag of the water array should also have a sub-flag, while the flag of the earth array has 4, leaving 2 ugly flags and wave flags. The golden flag. Qin Yang's thoughts became clearer, but then he became confused again. Each of these 12 flags is extremely powerful, and it seems that they should not belong to this world. Even Qin Yang couldn't understand how the flag was built, but he could command the power of the 5 elements. The important thing is that although these 12 flags have rules, and only Qin Yang knows the rules, but the scattered 12 array flags, where are the other array flags? But there is no regularity at all. Who would have thought that there could be a flag of the water formation in the secret realm of Wanzhongshan? Who would have thought that there would be a flag of the earth array in the 10,000 Demons Palace, and that there would also be one in the hands of the King of Chu? Who would have thought that Zhao Xingxing could have a wooden flag? Qin Yang left his seat and walked left and right. At first, he copied the 8-door slaughtering formation, but Qin Yang didn't take it seriously. Now it seems that I just don't really understand its mystery. In Qin Yang's opinion, the 8-gate slaughtering god formation is actually not that strong. On the contrary, there are great disadvantages. Because he needs the practitioners of the 5 elements rule to cooperate with each other, to grow and restrain each other. As for what Zhao Qingtian said before, there is occasional self-inflicted damage, which is normal. Even if the rubbing of the formation is complete, there is such a risk. One person's mistake will lead to a complete collapse. Just like the turbulent flow of rules, the consequences are unimaginable. Moreover, where can I find pure practitioners of the 5 elements to cooperate with each other? Once the power of the rules is impure, the power of the battle formation will be greatly reduced, and not only will there be no battle power, but the people who set up the formation will be attacked. Therefore, Qin Yang didn't care. Because these 8 slaughtering god formations are not suitable for use in battle formations at all, but traditional formations should be arranged. But now it seems that these 8 god slaughtering formations need formation flags to be considered perfect, to unleash its true power. And the sky armor can be specially made, which solves the conditions of the people who will be deployed in the battle array, and there are these 5-line array flags. Qin Yang's heart was surging. A single array flag was enough to destroy the sky and the earth. If 12 array flags built a complete 8-door slaughtering god array, this might. Once you have the formation flag, this formation will be completely transformed. Strong. Too strong. Qin Yang sighed sincerely. The others were confused by Qin Yang, but they all stared at the flag in Qin Yang's hand. 5 elements array flag. And it's all around. Zhao Qingtian was a little silent. Of course, he recognized one of the wooden flags, but he didn't say anything at this time, and he didn't have the face to ask for it. In his opinion, this was what Qin Yang deserved, and Zhao Kongming couldn't keep it himself. At the same time, his feelings for Qin Yang are even more mysterious. Zhao Kongming can't beat Qin Yang even if he owns the flag of the wood formation. It's no wonder that Qin Yang was able to fight against the supernatural magic weapon of the transformation, and punched the rule turbulence. Qin Yang came back to his senses and made up his mind, as long as he sees the 5-element formation flag in the future, he must grab it as soon as possible. There must be something absolutely hidden behind such a powerful formation. And Qin Yang faintly felt that this seemed to have something to do with him. I'm sorry, I just lost my mind. Qin Yang put away the flag with apologetic expression on his face. When looking at Zhao Qingtian, Qin Yang thought for a while and said, the flag of the wooden formation was originally owned by you, but this flag. Zhao Qingyao waved her hands again and said, no, it was you who saved the Aoki Principality. Even if we asked the flag to be a thank you, we would not refuse. Zhao Qingtian nodded in agreement, and said, those who are capable can obtain such treasures. I can see that this array of flags has only one side, and it is not really powerful. It is not ordinary people who want to collect all of them. It can be done. But I think you can. Zhao Qingtian laughed and said, when you gather together, we must open our eyes. After speaking, he joked to himself, why do I feel like we are like hillbillies? Everyone laughed. But that's what made Qin Yang even more uncomfortable. Qin Yang said, well, I will give you the original rubbing of the 8-door slaughtering formation. If you practice the sergeant according to the formation method, you will definitely be able to set up the 8-door slaughtering formation. With the increase of the battle formation, you will have no fear. Any strong enemy. The arrangement of this formation is composed of practitioners in the star realm, which can be the king of war gods. Qin Yang thought about it for a while, and added, a practitioner of the power of the 5 elements rule is easy to find and hard to find. After all, there are thousands of rules, but there are thousands of differences under the same rules. For a while, Zhao Qingtian was also a little sighed. Is this kind of formation really just something that can be met but not sought after? Qin Yang changed his voice, and said, however, this is not a problem for me. Do you have a solution? Zhao Qingtian asked in surprise. Qin Yang said, as long as there are enough battle armors in the sky, that's fine. The power exerted by the sky armor just needs to be motivated by practitioners. If the warriors armed with the sky battle armor only use the sky battle armor when deploying the formation, they can make a perfect formation without any conflicts and hidden dangers. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Qingtian's face suddenly stiffened. How precious is the sky armor? So much has been lost in this battle, and there is no face to mention it again. Qin Yang laughed and said, don't worry, I will let the academy build a batch of sky armor specially for these 8 slaughter gods. Qin Yang felt a little more comfortable in his heart, even if it was to make up for the wooden flag. With the battle armor of the sky and the 8-door slaughtering god array, it is much stronger than the flag of the wood array in the hands of the Principality of Aoki. At the celebration banquet, everyone rejoiced. Naturally, Zhao Qingyao would not reject Qin Yang's kindness, and immediately said, "Why don't we become allies with the Qin family?" As soon as he said it, he stopped, a little embarrassed. Zhao Qingtian rebuked in a low voice, confused. "We had Nanyan Principality in the past, and Tianhong Collar in the back, and now we have offended the Dragon Clan. How can we implicate Qin Yang?" What's more, Zhao Qingtian also knew that Qin Yang was actually a descendant of the Qin family of the 8 Shinto clans. The only descendant of the Qin family. Even if they put everything aside and form an ally, they have climbed high. A small principality, with internal and external troubles, how can it be qualified to associate with the 8 Shinto clans? Don't be confused. Qin Yang laughed and said, "I have many enemies, and they are not weaker than your enemies." For a while, everyone at the table laughed. "If you are not afraid of shadows and blood skeletons, I don't mind." Of course, although the Qin family has the name of the 8 Shinto clans, I am the only one who supports it. Qin Yang said. "With a young hero like you, the revitalization of the Qin family is just around the corner," Zhao Qingtian said with a toast. "Are we joining forces, or are we holding a group to keep warm?" Qin Yang couldn't help but make a joke. Everyone immediately smiled and leaned forward. Chapter 435 Rebellion. The Tianmu fortress has stabilized, and the rubbing of the formation has been made by Qin Yang and handed over to Zhao Qingtian. Zhao Qingtian repeatedly praised that this formation was exquisite. Qin Yang thought to himself, "Isn't it subtle? This is probably the strongest formation I have ever seen." Of course, under the premise that there are 12 flags. The functions of the formations are different, but in fact, they cannot be distinguished by their strength. But in terms of combat power, this formation should be called the first. Sometimes Qin Yang is also thinking, if he faces this formation, how to solve it. The result was that he could only escape the range of the formation with Shenlongjiu. Although the power of obliteration can obliterate everything, the power of the 5 elements of the 8-sect slaughtering formation is enough to smash everything. If you resist hard, you may not be able to take advantage of it. It's a pity that such a strong formation is still my own. Qin Yang also contacted Sanqiong Academy, and the old man of the formation could not wait to fly directly over to see the 8-door slaughtering formations. The strange and hesitant expression did not attract Qin Yang's attention. As for the special armor, Qin Yang only mentioned it, and the old man of the refiner patted his chest to ensure that he could definitely create what Qin Yang thought, and it was not bad at all. And this time, they are going to build all the second-generation armors. As a result, the power of the 8-sect slaughtering formation is afraid to go to another level. This also made Zhao Qingya and Zhao Qingtian a little embarrassed. The ceremony of Sanqiong Academy was too great. With these 8 slaughtering formations, let alone the Principality of Nanyan, even if it is the Qishao Empire, I'm not afraid. Zhao Qingtian's eyes became confident. "Uncle Wang, are you really not going to go back to Wangqing with me?" Zhao Qingya was a little sad. Zhao Qingtian slowly shook his head and remained silent. Silently decided his choice again. Looking at Qin Yang, Zhao Qingtian laughed and said, "Since Qin Yang is already our ally, I can rest assured that he is here." Qin Yang cupped his hands and said, "Then don't worry." Qin Yang assured, even if the Feng family rebels, Tianhong leader takes advantage of the fire to rob, and there is no need to be afraid of it. There seems to be a strange rule force between heaven and earth, called the crow's mouth. At this moment, it seems that everyone feels a little bit. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely silent, but Qin Yang still didn't know it, and said, "What's wrong?" "It's just an analogy. Since we are allies, I won't hide it." Everyone in the Feng family has a backbone. The rainbow collar has been eyeing the tiger. Report. Suddenly, the messenger rushed over. Everyone's expression suddenly became weird, and they looked at Qin Yang. Speak. Zhao Qingtian said. The messenger was a little flustered and said, Feng Zhizhou made himself king, he rebelled. Qin Yang nodded secretly, which was already expected. It's just that General Feng's rebellion was a bit later than expected. The messenger gasped heavily, and continued, Feng Zhizhou has been approved by the Lord of Tianhong, and ordered the Wuguang fortress to be demolished and rebuilt, and it will be renamed the Aurora Fortress. Zhao Qingtian was immediately furious. This thief Feng Zhizhou, who complimented the Tianhong leader to do such a thing that humiliated the country, what is the difference between this and the compensation for ceding land? Zhao Xingchen said worriedly, now the king's city is under the control of General Feng Zhizhou Feng, and there is Tianhongling intervening. After speaking, I looked at Qin Yang. What this guy said was right. Zhao Qingtian looked at Zhao Qingya, who had the same worried expression, and said, don't worry, I will lead the soldiers to fight back. Qin Yang said, don't leave it to me, can you rest assured? Zhao Qingtian suddenly choked and said, but it's nothing to worry about, as long as you don't blame me for meddling in your Aoki Principality's affairs. Qin Yang said. Zhao Qingtian recognized Qin Yang's strength, and even Qin Yang alone was enough to reach thousands of troops. At the level of Qin Yang's strength, unless the army forms a battle formation, it will be of no use at all. How can I blame you for meddling? You are helping us. So I will have to trouble you. Zhao Qingtian said. Qin Yang suddenly lost his anger. This guy didn't plan to fight. It's not too late, let's go. Qin Yang said. The white light of Shenlongjiu flashed, and Qin Yang, Zhao Qingya, Zhao Xingchen, and Zhao Kongming suddenly disappeared in place. Zhao Qingtian was in a daze and remained silent for a long time. After a long time, he slowly laughed. It was a blessing for them to have an ally like Qin Yang. It's just that he is still worried about his brother Zhao Kongming, not about Zhao Kongming's safety, but about Zhao Kongming's revenge. To be an ally with Qin Yang means to be enemies with blood skeletons and shadows. Zhao Qingtian knew for a long time in his heart that once he drew a clear line with his elder brother Zhao Kongming, they would already stand on the opposite side of the blood skeleton. For some reason, when he thought of Qin Yang, Zhao Qingtian felt a little more at ease. Aoki Principality, King City. After Qin Yang's reconstruction, the royal city is even more prosperous. Having seen the reconstruction of the City of Freedom, Qin Yang's vision is naturally not comparable to such a small principality. The City of Freedom is one of the top cities in the entire continent. At this time, in the City of Freedom, there were lanterns everywhere, and there was joy in the whole world, but the people of the King City were all like bitter gourds. The principality changed hands, they dared not to be angry. Dare to speak. General Feng Zhizhou Feng, and his two sons, Feng Tianxi and Feng Tianyu, were notorious for a long time. Now that Feng Zhizhou has usurped the throne, the people just feel that the sky seems to be darker. Especially after Feng Zhizhou proclaimed himself king, he got the support of the Rainbow Lord, and even Gongye Yifan, the great-grandson of the Lord of the Rainbow Lord, visited in person. Flowing water table, to celebrate 3 full days. And today is the first day of the big banquet. In front of the royal palace, the square was also filled with banquets. Feng Zhizhou and Gongye Yifan stood on the high platform and delivered a speech. The people of the whole city gathered around the square and looked at each other with cold eyes. The major families, etc., were at the dining table in the square, smiling against their intentions. I don't know what happened to Tianmu Fortress, and I don't know how to fight with the Principality of Nanyan. To put on a banquet here, it's really stupid. Although our Aoki Principality is a vassal of the Xuanhuan Empire, it has always suffered from the scorn and bullying of the Rainbow Collar, and now we have invited Gongye Yifan to the royal city, and even gave such a high treatment. Everyone's hearts were constantly scolding, and they felt that their lives were about to enter darkness. Now I can only live through the eyes, and see if I can lead this Aoki principality. Cough cough. Quiet everyone. Feng Zhizhou stood hand in hand with Gong Yifan, and shouted, with the support of the Rainbow Leader, the intruders from the Principality of Nanyan will definitely be repelled, please celebrate to the fullest. Good news will come soon. As soon as the voice fell, a voice suddenly came out and rang in everyone's ears. Don't wait, I will bring good news now. The army of the Duchy of Nanyan has been repelled, and the Tianmu fortress is defended. Qin Yang's figure flashed and appeared on the high platform, along with Zhao Qingya, Zhao Xingchen, and Zhao Xingxing. Qin Yang looked at Feng Zhizhou and Gong Yifan coldly, and smiled playfully. King Zhao Qingya took the lead, advancing and retreating with all the soldiers, and now he has returned triumphantly. Are you welcoming your new king Zhao Qingya? The voice also spread far and wide, and the entire Wangqing was directly fried. Chapter 436. Fart. Where did you come from, the hairy boy, dare to say nonsense here? Feng Zhizhou scolded, how can the army of the Principality of Nanyan be so easy to deal with? Without the power of the Rainbow Leader, even if all the people of the Principality of Qingmu go into battle, not enough people to kill. Qin Yang laughed and said, so long for others' ambition to destroy your own prestige, is that how you became a general? How can I be? Feng Zhizhou stroked his luxurious royal robe and said, I am now the king of Qingmu. As a general, it is disloyalty to establish yourself as a king. Can you put the royal family in your eyes? Qin Yang's voice was sonorous and resounding, spreading throughout the entire royal city, and everyone was shocked. As a son of man, it is unfilial to betray your master for glory. Can you put your father's family in your eyes? It is unrighteous to lead the army to do it alone. Can you put your comrades in your eyes? It's not benevolent for the country to fall for one's own sake. Can you put the people in your eyes? Qin Yang's words are like a sword, like a sword. Feng Zhizhou's face is sometimes pale, sometimes red, and his whole body is shaking. Everyone's heart felt like a heavy hammer, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Qin Yang said what they wanted to say, but didn't dare to say. Some soldiers clenched the spears in their hands and looked at the people of the Feng family full of resentment. The people were shouting in their hearts. Now that Zhao Qingya was beside him, they looked at Feng Zhizhou as if they were looking at chaotic officials and thieves. You who are so unfaithful and unfilial, unrighteous and unkind, do you dare to be king? Qin Yang stared at Feng Zhizhou, snorted lightly, and sneered. Pfft. Feng Zhizhou couldn't hold back any longer, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. He pointed at Qin Yang with a trembling hand, and scolded, you bastard, where is it your turn to intervene in the affairs of my Aoki principality? After calming the anger in his heart, Feng Zhizhou continued, okay, you say that Zhao Qingya has already repelled the army of the Principality of Nanyan, which is simply nonsense. How long have you been away from the royal city? I don't know if you can make it to the Tianmu fortress, but fight back. Retire the army? I don't think you have left the royal city at all. As soon as he said it, suspicion appeared in everyone's eyes. Feng Zhizhou said again, furthermore, the defenders of Tianmu fortress have been isolated and helpless, how could they suddenly defeat the army of the Principality of Nanyan? Qin Yang asked playfully, how do you know they are helpless? Nonsense. Feng Zhizhou said, all military power is in my hands, I did not order. As soon as I say it, I can't wait to give myself a big mouth. All the soldiers suddenly stared red eyes. The comrades fought bloody battles on the front line, threw their heads and shed their blood, and fought bravely to kill the enemy. However, they were unable to go to support because of the military order, and the grievances in their hearts had been backlogged for a long time, and they could no longer bear it at this time. Qin Yang laughed and said, is it not enough to have the support of my Zhongqiong Academy? Qin Yang continued to shout, Zhao Kongming, the former king of the Principality of Qingmu, who colluded with the blood skeleton, has been repelled by me. The only daughter of the king, Zhao Qingya, resisted the heavy burden and stepped forward. She was not afraid of life and death, and went to the front line herself. Just for the sake of defend your homeland. You don't have to believe it, but Zhao Qingya is a mere mortal, and he has no cultivation. He is willing to give everything to the duchy, and even against his original intention, he is willing to marry a waste child of the rainbow collar, just to get the dragon-hunting crossbow and kill him. The fire dragon on the front line. Don't you know this? Loud questioning, tapping everyone's heart. Gongye Yifan on the side was almost so angry that he vomited blood, which suddenly pointed at him, which caught him off guard. Qin Yang stared at Gongye Yifan and said slowly, the Principality of Qingmu is a vassal of the Xuanhuan Empire and borders on the Tianhong leader. Not only did the Tianhong leader turn a blind eye to the overwhelming army of the Principality of Nanyan, but they used it to coerce Zhao Qingya. Get married. Qin Yang paused, looked at Feng Zhizhou again, and said, just like this, you still have to collude with Tianhong collar? Even the Wuguang fortress will be flattened and renamed the Aurora Fortress. I would like to ask you, is it the general of the Principality of Aoki, or the spy of the Principality of Nanyan? Or is it the lackey of the Tianhong collar? Feng Zhizhou clenched his fists, his angry mind went blank. Above the square, there was a sudden shout, well said. Feng Zhizhou, are you a spy or a lackey? Are you our general? The voices were full of people, everyone saw hope, and all kinds of backlogged emotions burst out on their faces. They looked at Zhao Qingya and felt guilty in their hearts. As Qin Yang said, Zhao Qingya, who has no cultivation base, is willing to sacrifice herself in order to defend against foreign enemies. But Feng Zhizhou held the military power, not only did not go to support, but took the opportunity to create chaos. For a time, Zhao Qingya's voice became louder and louder, and everyone felt that it was natural for Zhao Qingya to be the king. Even if it is a woman, but she is not allowed to be a man. There are even stronger people from Tianmu Fortress, who came late, and all the cultivation of the God King realm was used to hurry, just to inform the public about the front line. I have to say that Zhao Qingtian was thoughtful. It was a veteran general who had sworn an oath that the Principality of Nanyan would not retreat for a day, and would die on the battlefield. His words immediately convinced everyone. It was confirmed again and again that Zhao Qingya did not even have time to breathe, so she went directly to the battlefield and stood on the front line. Even if the enemy army pressed down, they did not retreat from the city wall. At this point, the entire royal city is boiling, this is their king. The direct descendants of the Feng family and their cronies were surrounded by soldiers, some of whom belonged only to the palace. They were ashamed one by one, and only at this time used their actions to repent. You really want to fight against me? Against Tianhongling? Feng Zhizhou gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Yang, angrily said, you brat, watch me unscrew your head. However, you can only do it with hands, but can you beat it with hands? Qin Yang snorted lightly. Feng Zhizhou felt a sudden pain in his spiritual sense as if struck by lightning, and he didn't seem to be a young man, but more like the overlord and fierce beast in the ancient prehistoric times. You are such an unfaithful, unfilial, unrighteous, and inhumane bastard, and you also match me? Qin Yang said coldly, being on the same stage with you makes me sick, give me. Get out. A word roll is like exploding thunder out of thin air. Over the king city, the situation changed. The layers of white clouds were shattered by a word, and the entire sky was cloudless. Everyone's mind was also hit hard, and their whole body trembled violently. The fear from the bottom of their hearts made them even stop breathing. Qin Yang directly attacked Feng Zhizhou, and his absolute strength suppressed Feng Zhizhou's spiritual sense. Feng Zhizhou was actually drunk to death. Feng Zhizhou's eyes turned white, his 7 orifices were bleeding, and his body habitually retreated backwards. After a few steps, he fell to the ground with a bang, and he died of anger. Chapter 437 Tribute. Feng Zhizhou was actually scolded to death? Where is the scolding? I think that kid is right. This Feng Zhizhou should not be able to pass the test in his heart and died of shame. Like words kill people, my God. I can see such a scene today. On the square, it was boiling, but the scene was not messy. Everyone was staring at Zhao Qingya, who was standing on the stage. Zhao Qingya was also frightened, and her heart was pounding. She knew little about Qin Yang's horror. How can people be so terrifying? The brothers Zhao Xingchen and Zhao Xingxing looked at each other and wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Zhao Xingchen's eyes seemed to say, "Brother, have you seen it? Do you know why I keep bragging?" Zhao Xingxing was convinced, his eyes conveyed, I know, I can't afford to provoke. The cultivators of the 8th level of the God King realm were killed by Qin Yang's words, and some of the powerhouses of the 9 heavens of the God King realm in the city were so frightened that they didn't even dare to let go. Even the members of the Feng family did not dare to show their faces at this time. Even those who were invited by Feng Zhizhou to the town hall quickly cleared their relationship with the Feng family. Don't be stunned, it's your turn to speak. Qin Yang's divine sense transmitted his voice, and the voice entered Zhao Qingya's ears. As for what to say, Qin Yang doesn't need to teach. As expected of the royal family, what he said and did showed the royal style. If Qin Yang had elected Zhao Qingya as king, maybe he just didn't want to be too troublesome. But now, I really feel that Zhao Qingya has this qualification. Zhao Qingya first reassured that the principality of Nanyan had been repelled, and that the principality of Aoki was victorious. After that, he directly confessed the crime of his father, Zhao Kongming. Everyone's eyes widened, looking at Zhao Qingya in disbelief. Even Qin Yang looked at him. With such a scandal, anyone would cover it up, but Zhao Qingya didn't expect to be so calm. Zhao Qingya pretended to be a sinner, but she had the same temperament as Zhao Qingtian, and such temperament was born with a unique cohesion. People's hearts are tightly gathered together. As long as everyone works together, nothing is impossible to solve. Zhao Qingya also thanked Qin Yang again and again, and thanked the Songqiong Academy, so that everyone was no longer afraid. What about Rainbow Collar? Comparable to the Sky Academy? What about the Strong Dragon Clan? Can Sky Academy be afraid of you? A faint smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. He was praised in front of so many people. Although Qin Yang didn't care, it must be false to say that he was not happy. Gong Yifan stood there blankly, not understanding what was going on at all. Why did Feng Zhizhou die after a few words? How could the king become Zhao Qingya in just a few words? Especially what people want, things are a foregone conclusion. Have you heard such a sentence? Qin Yang came to Gong Yifan's side at some point. Gong Yifan's face tightened and he stepped back. Qin Yang said with a smile, the common people are like water, and the king is like a boat. Water can carry a boat and capsize it. Gong Yifan couldn't understand the deep meaning of this at all, and said, the people are like ants, what kind of water is a boat? Zhao Qingya's eyes lit up. She had experienced these things, looked at the eyes of the people who were looking forward to her, and looked forward to the future. She deeply agreed with Qin Yang's words. Putting down the rebellion was easier than Qin Yang had imagined. This could only be attributed to the fact that the hearts of the common people still belonged to the Aoki principality, not Feng Zhizhou. It's like if Zhao Qingtian is killed in Tianmu Fortress, see if those soldiers will fight with you. But Feng Zhizhou's death made many people cry out with joy. Zhao Qingya, don't forget, you are my woman now. Gong Yifan said suddenly. For a time everyone glared at Gong Yifan. Qin Yang was instantly happy, everyone is the same as the enemy, and you want to come out at this time. Zhao Qingya said, I am the king of the Aoki Principality now, and the marriage contract can only be voided. Gong Yi Yifan is not happy anymore. Zhao Qingya now has the demeanor of a king, which makes him even more fascinating. Instead, he is more interested in Zhao Qingya. Gong Yi Yifan snorted coldly and said, the matter of hunting the dragon and the crossbow is not over yet. Even if you can defeat the army of the Principality of Nanyan, can you still compete with me in the Rainbow Leader? If you don't give an explanation, Nanyan Principality will wait for my Tianhong Ling to hold you accountable. Zhao Qingya looked embarrassed. Could it be that her destiny could not be changed? For the future of the principality, she bit her and was about to speak, but was stopped by Qin Yang. Don't always think about compromising when you are in trouble, fate is about fighting. Qin Yang's voice made Zhao Qingya feel a lot more at ease. Qin Yang continued, it is better to die on the road of struggle than to live on. Is not it? Above the square, everyone's hearts were shocked again, they had never heard of such a theory. All I heard is that it is better to die than to live. Now everyone has an inexplicable feeling in their hearts, and suddenly someone shouted, we will never give in. We would rather die than give in. The voices were getting louder and louder, and everyone's faces showed perseverance. The soldiers are even more eager to fight, as the shield to defend the home and the country, and the sword against foreign enemies. How can you let the people rush ahead? If they want to fight, they should be the first soldiers. The people must not be harmed unless they die. Zhao Qingya's eyes were flushed with excitement, and she looked at Qin Yang gratefully. Qin Yang looked at Gong Yi Yifan and said with a smile, do you want an explanation? Gong Yi Yifan's heart sank for a while, then he took a few steps back, and said forcefully, why, do you still dare to take action against me? Qin Yang said playfully, do I need to take action? Feng Zhizhou's corpse was not completely cool yet. Gong Yi Yifan seemed to see Feng Zhizhou waving to him. The cold air of the evil sect rushed straight to the brain, and Gong Yi Yifan's teeth began to chatter. Gong Yi Yifan gritted his teeth, making his voice less trembling, and said, even if Zhao Qingya doesn't marry me, will the Principality of Aoki become independent? Could it be that the Principality of Aoki will betray the Xuanhuan Empire? This territory is the Xuanhuan Empire. If you betray it, the Xuanhuan Empire will naturally have the right to take it back. Zhao Qingya frowned and said, we naturally won't betray. Gong Yi Yifan was waiting for this sentence. Okay, if that's the case, 1 month later will be the annual tribute. According to the custom, the king of your Aoki Principality will personally go to my Tianhong to receive the tribute. Speaking of which, Gong Yi Yifan added, as for what the tribute is, I advise you to think more about it. There is also the dragon-hunting crossbow, don't forget it. Zhao Qingya's face changed, she forgot about this. Zhao Xingchen and Zhao Kongming were also speechless to refute, such a big event as tribute must not go away. Otherwise it would be a betrayal of the Xuanhuan Empire. At that time, it will not be just a rainbow leader. Chapter 438. Qin Yang was also stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect such a situation to happen. Immediately, Qin Yang disapproved and said, if you pay tribute, you will pay tribute, and the rules still have to be followed. Gong Yi Yifan's face looked much better, looked at Qin Yang proudly, and said, don't worry. It's just that the process is different, the result is the most important thing. Qin Yang did not show weakness, as if looking at a clown, and said, that's right, the result is still the same. Gong Yi Yifan suddenly choked up, flicked his sleeves, and said, okay, I'll be waiting for you. By the way, I want to remind you of one thing. Qin Yang said. The figure of Gong Yi Yifan, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped. He couldn't guarantee that if he didn't finish listening, he would become the second Feng Zhizhou. What else do you want to say? Gong Yi Yifan turned around and asked. Qin Yang shrugged and said, I heard that there is a garrison of Tianhong Collar in Wuguang Fortress. Gong Yi Yifan said, that's the Aurora Fortress, which I have led by Tianhong. The Wuguang Fortress is the gateway to the Aoki Principality, and once it is occupied there, it will take great advantage. If it falls into the hands of Tianhong Ling, the Aoki Principality will be stuck in the throat, just as uncomfortable as being pinched by someone's neck. Qin Yang laughed and said, "You led it from Tianhong? Who said it? Is it the royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire?" Gong Yifan said, "Of course it's Feng. If you don't finish speaking, you can't speak." Qin Yang glanced at Feng Zhizhou's body and smiled at Gong Yifan, "Really? But does King Zhao Qingya know?" Zhao Qingya shook her head cooperatively. Qin Yang played the taste. "Why don't you wake him up and let him speak again?" "Or, eh?" Gong Yifan trembled. He was dead, why did he scream? As for "or," it made Gong Yifan feel cold. He clearly couldn't feel Qin Yang's killing intent, but at this time he seemed to see the god of death smiling at him. "I will take Tianhong leaders away." Gong Yifan gritted his teeth and said, turning his voice and glaring at Qin Yang, "I said, the process is not important. Let's make you proud first, anyway, you only have 1 month. Time." Qin Yang spread his hands and said, "I said it too, the result is the same." Gong Yifan left in despair, and the whole royal city cheered for him farewell. Everyone felt proud like never before, and the descendants of the Tianhong Lord could only go back. Everything is in order, and the Aoki Principality is back on track. In the palace, Zhao Qingya looked fortunate. Originally, this would be another hard battle, but she didn't expect to be able to fight without blood. "Qin Yang, you are so powerful that you can use words to kill people without making a move," Zhao Qingya said with admiration. Zhao Xingchen and Zhao Xingxing also nodded. Qin Yang couldn't help laughing, and said, "I didn't shoot, but I attacked with my spiritual sense." "What? God? Divine sense attack?" Several people were directly blinded. Qin Yang's words were so shocking that they didn't find out. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, "Aren't you talking nonsense? You don't need to attack with divine sense, and talk about killing people in a few words. Do you believe it?" "Anyway, I don't believe it." Qin Yang added, "Besides, soldiers are soldiers of generals, and they just follow orders. If you want to live, there is nothing wrong. What's more, once you take action, the people will suffer, and it is difficult to win people's hearts by force." Zhao Qingya was convinced and praised, "If it were you, it would definitely be a good king." Qin Yang smiled and said, "Forget it, I'm not interested. It feels good sometimes, but there's just too much going on right now." Zhao Qingya asked, "Do you have any opinion on this tribute?" Qin Yang had already decided to go with Zhao Qingya, so Zhao Qingya was not so worried. Qin Yang thought about it for a while and said, "What it was in the past, what it is now." "Where's the dragon hunting crossbow?" Zhao Qingya asked again. "Of course, give it back to them." Qin Yang said, "This forbidden magic weapon may not be a good thing. Besides," Qin Yang said indifferently, "and this dragon hunting continuous crossbow is not very good. It should be all kinds of special crossbow arrows that are really banned. And these crossbow arrows just restrain the defense of the dragon clan. Anyway, this is a hot hand. Potatoes, just give them back." "But we have consumed a lot of crossbow arrows." Zhao Qingya pondered in her heart, how should this be calculated? Qin Yang said, "Don't worry, there is as much as there is left." "Ah? Could it be?" Zhao Qingya asked. "Even if you make more compensation, they will hold on to it and simply ignore it. If you pay tribute, you will pay tribute, whether you like it or not. If we follow the rules, even if they are unwilling, we are not worthy of them." Qin Yang's hop-meat appearance made a few people laugh. At the same time, several people also understood in their hearts that only a person with strength and backstage like Qin Yang could have such confidence. It is simply too lucky to be able to form an ally with Qin Yang. A month passed in a hurry. Zhao Qingya and Qin Yang led a group of guards, including Zhao Xingchen, Zhao Xingxing, and they had already set off. The team embarked on this official road again, each. Everyone mourned. Especially when it was said that Qin Yang riding a pig was taken as a prisoner, and everyone was laughing back and forth. By the way, what about the monster? Zhao Qingya asked. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and waved, and the treasure hunter sat on the panda's head and appeared. Qin Yang directly turned over and walked up leisurely. The speed is not slow, but this picture always gives people a very comfortable and leisurely feeling. This is a swallowing beast, one of the ancient beasts. It swallows the sky and swallows everything, and it can strengthen itself when swallowed. Qin Yang introduced. In addition, the physical attack is strong, the defense is strong, and it is immune to magical attacks. A series of nouns made everyone confused, but the name of the swallowing beast shocked everyone. It is really hard to imagine that the swallowing beast is this naive little monster in front of him. Seeing that everyone could not understand, Qin Yang explained in another way, the body is invincible and immune to most regular attacks. For a while, everyone gasped. The panda is smiling, and it is rare to hear Qin Yang's praise, and his eyes are all smiles. In this way, it makes people feel even more cute. The treasure hunter was jealous, squeaked, and kept sticking out its little paw to point at its own nose. Qin Yang smiled and said, "I can't forget you." Immediately, he said to everyone, "This is the legendary treasure hunting mouse, which all practitioners dream of." Before he finished speaking, Qin Yang raised his brows and looked at the official road far away. A sneaky figure walked along the edge of the official road. When he saw the convoy on his side, he immediately left the official road and hid behind a tree. Qin Yang looked at the person suspiciously. This is a young girl, but her cultivation is surprisingly high. She even has the strength of the God King realm first layer. At this age, under normal circumstances, the late stage of the star realm is already a genius. When he saw the other party's panel, Qin Yang's expression seemed a little weird. Chapter 439, Chu Guqing. The convoy did not stop because of this, and Zhao Xingchen and others also noticed the girl hiding behind the tree by the roadside. Squeak. Treasure Rat looked at Qin Yang expectantly. This was an important juncture in introducing himself. Why did he stop? Qin Yang kept frowning at the girl. A flash of light flashed in his mind. This girl is not simple, but more like it is related to something. What's the matter? Qin Yang scratched his head. The treasure hunter was so dissatisfied that Qin Yang's thoughts were messed up and he couldn't think deeply. The girl looked at the convoy. The flag of the Aoki Principality on the convoy was very clear. Her eyes rolled like a little fox, with a faint smile on her face, and she came directly. Zhao Xingchen and others immediately stopped the convoy. Zhao Xingchen looked at the girl with a bad expression. When the girl was gone, Zhao Xingchen couldn't help taking a breath. The strength of this person. Zhao Xingchen was taken aback. This girl actually has the strength of the God King realm. Judging by the age of this girl, she is only about the same as Qin Yang. Are you really a frog at the bottom of the well? Not only her strength, but there seems to be something aura about this girl that makes people want to surrender. This person must be from a wealthy and noble family, and it is unusual. What's wrong? What's wrong? Zhao Qingya got out of the carriage and saw the girl standing in front of the convoy. Zhao Qingya's face was a little weird. She looked at Qin Yang, who was stopped by Qin Yang back then, but Qin Yang didn't even look at them at that time and walked on her own, and this girl, her goal, it seems to be waiting for others. Are you from the Aoki Principality? The girl asked. His face was quirky, but his tone revealed a pampered willfulness, with a seemingly innate majesty. This is Her Majesty the Queen of our Aoki Principality, pay attention to your tone. Zhao Xingchen reprimanded. Queen? The girl showed interest in her eyes, and said, can a girl be king too? Zhao Qingya smiled lightly and said, as long as you serve the country and the people, what does it matter to men and women? The girl agreed very much and admired, yes, I think so too. Are you going to Tianhong Collar? I happen to be on the way, why don't you take me for a ride? Zhao Qingya didn't have a cultivation base. Facing this girl, the strange feeling in her heart was even deeper. At this time, she didn't know how to refuse, but she agreed directly. Your Majesty. Zhao Xingchen hesitated, the origin of this person is unknown, we. Zhao Qingya said displeasedly, I said, call me Qingya in the future, but don't call me the queen. As for the girl, Zhao Qingya said, she's a little girl who will inevitably encounter danger on this sparsely populated official road, and it's okay for us to bring her. Zhao Xingchen wanted to say something else, but the girl walked over directly and glared at Zhao Xingchen. Zhao Xingchen looked in a trance, and the feeling of bowing his head in his heart was even stronger, and he couldn't refute it. Thank you, sister. The girl smiled sweetly. Inadvertently, he glanced at Qin Yang, who was riding a panda on the other side of the team. The girl's smile suddenly condensed on her face, as if she had seen a devil, her body was covered in sweat. It was as if a person was strolling around the back garden alone, when suddenly he turned a corner and there was a beast waiting for him. Looking at each other, the girl couldn't help swallowing, a strange light flashed in her eyes, but at the same time, Qin Yang's eyes also darkened. Cold sweat broke out on the girl's forehead, and she looked a little flustered, as if she was afraid of Qin Yang. On the other hand, Qin Yang was a little displeased, and obviously didn't like seeing this girl very much. Are you ill? Zhao Qingya asked with concern when she saw the girl's abnormality. For some reason, she wanted to be close to this girl. The girl shook her head and said, no. She has. Qin Yang said quietly. I'm not sick, the girl emphasized. You are sick and very serious. Qin Yang's tone was very flat, as if he was talking to a dead person. The girl was stimulated by this emotion, like a mad kitten, the previous weirdness suddenly changed, like a violent tigress, and like a vicious witch. Who are you? How dare you treat Ben like this? When the words came to her lips, she quickly snorted and said, you are too rude. Qin Yang. Zhao Qingya also found that Qin Yang seemed to be a little hostile to the girl, so she quickly acted as a peacemaker and pulled the girl into the carriage. The convoy continued on the road, only the atmosphere became eerie. In the carriage, there were occasional silver bell-like smiles, and it was obvious that the two girls got along very well. The conversation was not concealed, and Qin Yang and Zhao Xingchen, beside the carriage, could hear it clearly. The girl did not reveal her background, but just told her name, Chu Guqing. Because of dissatisfaction with the arrangement of the clan, he ran away from home. Having said that, it resonated with Zhao Qingya even more. Who can hold their own destiny in their hands, and who can truly live peacefully? They are the same people in the world, but the relationship between the two is a bit better. Qin Yang, why do I feel that Chu Guqing is a little weird? Zhao Xingchen went around Qin Yang and asked. It's weird. Qin Yang nodded. Zhao Xingchen was just a little unsure in his heart. At this time, he got Qin Yang's approval, and he suddenly knew what was wrong, but he didn't know what was weird, so he asked, what the hell is going on with this person? Qin Yang thought about it for a while, then smiled and said, it's okay, it's just that the power of rules is a little strange. The power of rules? What kind of power of rule she is, can you tell? Zhao Xingchen asked. In the carriage, the conversation seemed to stop, and the two girls also looked at Qin Yang through the car window. Especially Chu Guqing, there is some fear and curiosity in his eyes. Does this person know the power of his own rules? Does that mean that you can directly guess your identity? Qin Yang. Where have you heard this name? Anyway, he's not from the Xuanhuan Empire, he must be extraordinary if he can listen to it. Qin Yang rubbed his chin and said, "Is this the power of rules, the same name as my green tea?" Zhao Xingchen thought for a while and said, "Qing Ming is mighty? What's the rule?" Qin Yang said with a playful expression, "Actually, you have already felt the power of her rules. As for what it is, unless you really fight." Zhao Xingchen thought hard, but couldn't think of anything. Qin Yang said directly, "Don't worry too much, you just treat it as a hooligan rule." Zhao Xingchen was stunned for a moment. "Lu, hooligan rules?" Zhao Xingchen turned his head, just saw the delicate face through the window, and suddenly muttered to himself, "How can such a beautiful girl be a hooligan?" Qin Yang didn't care, he almost spit out and choked on himself when he heard this. "Hey, I didn't mean that." Chapter 440 Collapse. Why am I a hooligan? You tell me clearly. Chu Guqing walked out of the carriage directly, pointed at Qin Yang and shouted loudly. Qin Yang directly pointed at Zhao Xingchen and said, "Don't yell at me," he said it. Zhao Xingchen looked innocent and said, "This is obviously what you said." "No, I didn't say she was a hooligan, what I said was that her power of rules is a little hooligan." Qin Yang reiterated. "Is there a difference?" Zhao Xingchen scratched his head. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, "This guy." The team moved on, but the atmosphere became visibly interesting. Everyone's eyes turned to here, looking at the female hooligan that Zhao Xingchen and Qin Yang kept talking about. Zhao Xingxing's heart beat a little faster. Such a girl is like a goddess. He was thinking about how to get close. At this time, he said, "It's okay, I like female hooligans." As soon as these words came out, Qin Yang laughed directly. It also caused the whole team to burst into laughter. Chu Guqing pursed her lips aggrievedly, her eyes sparkling. "Qin Yang, how can you treat a girl so frivolously?" Zhao Qingyao was a little displeased, this Qin Yang was going too far. Qin Yang withdrew his smile and said sternly, "The power of rules involves personal privacy. If the enemy knows about it, it is inevitable that they will be a little wary, and it will be useless for practitioners. Especially her power of rules is so rare, of course, she can't talk about it casually. But I want to state again, what I said is only the power of rules and nothing else." Chu Guqing looked at the eyes of the many soldiers in the team looking at her, as if she had been greatly humiliated, especially Zhao Xingxing's goodwill towards her, which made her aggrieved. She has never been so wronged since she was a child. If it's an enemy, you must know my details, so you don't need to hide it. Tell me clearly today. Chu Guqing said loudly. Everyone also looked at Qin Yang, curiously. Qin Yang looked at Chu Guqing apologetically. Seeing the girl was so wronged, he felt a little sorry. Immediately he said, "Okay, since you said so, then I'll make it clearer, and it can be considered a clarification for you." Qin Yang said slowly, "The power of your rules is the mighty Qing Ming. Unfortunately, it has the same name as my green tea. Its effect can be understood as the suppression of blood between monsters. Once the power of this rule is exerted, directly above everyone else can also be said to be the suppression of the lower rules by the upper rules, but it is not all." Qin Yang paused for a moment, then continued, "As for why this is a rogue rule, is this a rule that is superior to others once it is displayed, isn't it a rogue? This kind of rule will make people want to surrender, and their strength cannot be completely unleashed. Unless the willpower and belief surpass the opponent, it will be like a lower-level monster suppressed by the bloodline of a higher-level monster." Qin Yang groaned and added, "This blue sky is mighty, and the rogue is more than that. Once the mighty universe in this field is exerted, it will not suppress the opponent. If the opponent is successfully surrendered, he can also learn the strength of the opponent. This is not devouring, is not plundering, it is simply that the more people surrender to her, the stronger she will be." After speaking, everyone was at a loss. Although they didn't quite understand it, there was no doubt that the power of this rule was powerful and strange. No wonder Qin Yang called the power of this rule a rogue. If you think about it carefully, it is even more terrifying. The power of this kind of rule seems to be beyond the ordinary rules. If it is an enemy, how should it be fought? Zhao Xingchen frowned and was shocked to discover that even if the girl was weaker than himself, he might not be able to defeat her easily. If the strength is equal. Qin Yang said, actually, you don't have to worry. As long as you have a firm belief, you don't need to worry about it. The more you worry, the more detrimental you are to yourself. Although this is the case, Qin Yang knew in his heart that, as the guard of Duke Qingmu's royal family, he followed Zhao Qingya. Various statuses have made it impossible for Zhao Xingchen to be the enemy of Qingming. Only the king, who does not submit to anyone and is unruly in the world, has the qualifications to fight against it. The king? Qin Yang raised his brows and looked at Chu Guqing in surprise. Only the king can control the power of this rule. This is the power of the rules exclusively for kings. The aura that flashed in his mind before appeared one by one, and Qin Yang directly guessed the true identity of this girl. Everyone looked at Chu Guqing in astonishment, but they didn't expect that this girl could hide her secret with such strength and power of rules. Chu Guqing was shocked, and even more frightened in her heart. This person has ignored him from the very beginning, not because he is weak, but because he is too strong, stronger than his perception, stronger than the upper limit that he can warn. But now, this person just glanced at himself, and even felt everything about himself so clearly. Who is this sacred Qin Yang? Chu Guqing was a little horrified, and when she looked at Qin Yang again, she was even more frightened when she met his eyes. Your surname is Xuanhuan, right? Qin Yang finally knew why he was a little disgusted at first, not because of the power of the other party's rules, because the power of rules still had no effect on him. A person like himself who is not afraid of the sky, and the sky is simply the nemesis of this mighty Qingming. The real source of disgust is because of the other party's illness. Chu Guqing didn't reply with divine sense, and turned her head away, daring not to look at Qin Yang. You are the princess of the Xuanhuan Empire? You shouldn't be named Chu, and your full name should be Xuanhuan Guqing? Qin Yang's expression became colder. Divine sense sound transmission, so that everyone does not know what happened, only that Qin Yang's expression is indifferent, but Chu Guqing seems to be caught for something. Your illness is not serious. Qin Yang coldly transmitted his voice, not just your life, but also your heart. They are all people related to you by blood. How can you deprive others of life, because of your own life? I didn't. Chu Guqing shouted loudly, her eyes were red, and tears burst out. Everyone was blinded, and this sudden shout made everyone look at each other in dismay. Zhao Xingchen is at a loss. Isn't this explained clearly? Why is this Chu Guqing even more excited? Everyone looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang was still transmitting his voice through the divine sense, because the content of these words was really inappropriate for Zhao Qingya and the others to know. You haven't? What's the truth? Your life and soul are incomplete. How many people have been robbed of your life so far? If nothing else, the eldest daughter of the king of Chu died because of you, right? It was Lian Chuing. Never let go. Chu Guqing was stunned. How did he know these names? This is not my intention. Chu Guqing argued. Qin Yang snorted coldly. Now you are alive and well, and even run away willfully. And what about them? Do you know how painful the rest of your life will be for those who are deprived of their vitality by the heaven-stealing fate movement array? How long? I'm not. Chuing shouted loudly. She clenched her fists, her fingernails were pinched into the flesh, and blood flowed. Everyone who saw it was shocked. Chuing jumped out of the carriage and flew away, her emotions completely collapsed. Chapter 441 God Emperor Retreats. Qin Yang, what did you say to her? Zhao Qingya asked anxiously. How to be a good person, just directly. The team stopped because of this, and everyone looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang said, continue on your way. Zhao Qingya asked again, what did you say to her? How did she get so excited? Qin Yang spread his hands and said, I just told some facts. When I first saw Chuing, I said that Chuing was sick. The cause is that the stealing heaven-shifting array took its vitality and passed it on to others. Later, the king of Chu wanted to tell the details, but Qin Yang stopped him. But still let Qin Yang know a piece of information, that is for the princess of Xuanhuan Empire. Now that I have seen the deity, how can I still be unclear? The royal family of Xuanhuan Empire would actually set up the heaven-stealing fate-shifting array? Could it be that the Xuanhuan Empire royal family is behind the shadows? Whether it's stealing the sky or shifting his life, or a suspected shadow, for Qin Yang, the former is not a good person, and the latter is an enemy. I'll go after her. Zhao Xingxing said, obviously worried. Zhao Qingya said, you comfort her well. Qin Yang interjected, you should still worry about yourself, right? She is a practitioner of the first level of the gods and kings. Does she need someone else to take care of her? Zhao Qingya asked seriously, is she an enemy? Qin Yang was taken aback, and said rationally, I don't know. Since you can't be sure that she is an enemy, wouldn't you hurt her by treating her like this? Zhao Qingya said. Zhao Qingya said again, she ran away from home, and she felt very uncomfortable in her heart. If she can't think about it. Qin Yang frowned, this Xuanhuan Guqing ran away from home, he couldn't think of it, and wanted to die. Qin Yang could see that Xuanhuan Guqing's illness was about to break out. If you don't hurry up and use the heaven-stealing fate-shifting array to deprive you of your vitality, I'm afraid that your life will not be long. This is probably also the reason why Xuanhuan Guqing is moody and changeable. As soon as time was delayed, Zhao Xingxing could no longer capture Chu Guqing's whereabouts, so he could only look at Qin Yang pleadingly, and said, help her, she looks like a pitiful person. Qin Yang has black lines all over his head, poor person must have something mean. However, this is her life, and she really can't control it in her own hands. Whether it's stealing the sky and shifting the life formation, or depriving it of life, it's really not something she can do by herself. Okay, I'll find her now. Qin Yang nodded, his figure flashed and disappeared out of thin air. The treasure rat jumped directly onto the carriage, screaming everywhere, with a helpless expression on his face. Where else does anyone care about treasure hunters? He could only return to the panda head in despair, with an unhappy look on his face. In the mountains and forests, Xuanhuan Guqing was sobbing and weeping, she flew all the way, and the crystal was like a distressing pearl. On the edge of a cliff, Xuanhuan Guqing stopped. She wants to end her sinful life, but she knows that no matter where she goes, someone will follow, even if she flees willfully this time. She wanted to sneak into the convoy of the Principality of Aoki, and she knew that the convoy was going to pay tribute. Unexpectedly, he would meet Qin Yang. Qin Yang's eyes that saw everything and knew everything made her unable to breathe for a moment. She knelt on the ground in pain and said softly, can't you let me go? His Royal Highness, please don't embarrass your subordinates. A middle-aged man in golden armor walked out of the void with the faint ripples in the space. It was the princess' personal bodyguard, Chu Jiansan. The gorgeous long sword on the waist shows its preciousness, but it is difficult for anyone to know its prestige. If the name of Mo Xingjian is mentioned, it will resound in the ears of the strong. Chu Jiansan, who used to be the second battle god king, only ranked second because he believed in the way of a gentleman, the king's soldier, and he was never ruthless when he could keep his hands, let alone take risks. But once the first battle god king, he didn't dare to say that he could beat him. Swordsmen are soldiers of slaughter, but Mo Xingjian, whose blade has no sharp edge, never stains blood. Stronger than him is his benevolence and righteousness, so his reputation is excellent and his popularity is excellent. Although he was only a bodyguard, he was favored by the royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire. Uncle Chu is dead. Xuanhuan Guqing cried. Uncle Chu in her mouth naturally refers to the god king of Chu. The king of Chu has fallen, and the whereabouts of Chu Ying and Chu Xuanguang are unknown. Chu Jiansan looked down and said, blood skeletons, I won't let them go. I heard that he died at the hands of Qin Yang, Qin Yang. Xuanhuan Guqing looked shocked. Could it be that Qin Yang just now? Chu Jiansan said solemnly, he is very strong, and you probably don't know anything about him. This son is the only descendant of the Qin family of the 8 Shinto clans. The Songqiong Academy is his strongest shield, and the Jin family Chamber of Commerce is even more so. Treated as a direct line. There are rumors that within the Jin family Chamber of Commerce, they even consider Qin Yang more important than their young master Jin Wanshan. Of course, Qin Yang and Jin Wanshan, the young master of the Jin family, are close brothers. You haven't answered my question yet. Xuanhuan Guqing asked. Chu Jiansan was silent for a while, then said, yes. He went to investigate in person, and there was an aura of Jinghong's sword in the ruins of Chuangqing. Such a fierce sword energy, for a long time. It's too sensitive for a pure sword cultivator like him. Xuanhuan Guqing wanted to say something else, but Chu Jiansan made a gesture of silence. Suddenly, the space distorted and his figure disappeared. Almost as soon as the front foot left, Qin Yang arrived on the hind foot. Seeing Xuanhuan Guqing kneeling on the edge of the cliff, Qin Yang looked suspiciously at the position where Chu Jiansan was standing just now. He had a faint feeling in his heart that there was a strong man here just now. It's so strong, sword chi. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. There was a small grass on the ground with a brand new break. Although the sword chi remaining on it was extremely weak, the rules of it made Qin Yang feel a little palpitated. The broken grass has not yet landed, everything is just in the blink of an eye. That man just left. Obviously, he didn't expect Qin Yang's breath to be so restrained, and only left traces in a hurry. In the dark, Chu Jiansan broke into a cold sweat. From the information he knew, the description of Qin Yang was too euphemistic. This kid is just evil. If he hadn't been paying attention, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to find out if Qin Yang came in front of him. At the same time, he also found that Qin Yang noticed the grass, and was even more shocked by Qin Yang's keenness. Xuanhuan Guqing couldn't understand why Chu Jiansan avoided it. Could it be because of Qin Yang? Xuanhuan Guqing knew that the Qin Yang in front of him was the one who killed the god king of Chu, and his attitude changed immediately. Mentality has also changed. I can't die yet. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang with hostility. Why, didn't you go with him? Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan Guqing quietly and said slowly, if you don't get treatment, you won't be able to live for a month. I want you to take care of it. Xuanhuan Guqing said. As soon as these words came out, the expression of Chu Jiansan in the dark suddenly changed. He only knew that time was running out, but he didn't know that Xuanhuan Guqing had only 1 month left to live. Xuanhuan Guqing concealed her physical condition. If so, it must be brought back immediately. But looking at Qin Yang, he stopped. This kid, who had previously attacked Tian Gord, punched out the rules of chaos, and he could also feel that this kid seemed to be hostile to himself and Xuanhuan Guqing. Show up rashly, in case. The God Emperor of the Shadow? Qin Yang guessed in his heart, but the only thing that is certain is that the God Emperor in the Shadow is not the one who shot him before. Qin Yang glanced at Xuanhuan Guqing. Killing intent gradually appeared in his eyes, which might be able to force the God Emperor out of the shadows. So I can be sure whether the royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire is behind the shadows. Chapter 442 Mo Xingjian. What do you want to do to me? Do you still want to kill me? Feeling Qin Yang's killing intent towards him, Xuanhuan Guqing's heart tightened. This Qin Yang is not only unable to see through his strength, but his thoughts are even more elusive. At first, he just felt that he was a little hostile to him, and soon he turned into an indifferent passerby. Now, he still has murderous intentions? Xuanhuan Guqing couldn't figure out why Qin Yang would kill himself. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang, and Qin Yang was also looking at Xuanhuan Guqing. Qin Yang, who didn't know anything about the rainbow collar, didn't even know anything about the royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire. Qin Yang only knew that since this imperial princess was able to survive by stealing the sky, it proved that the royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire must have something to do with the shadows. It is impossible for outsiders to obtain the stealing heaven-shifting formation. The formation method is profound, and there can be no mistakes, and it is impossible to explore the formation method from experiments and reasoning. Because as long as there is one mistake, the entire formation will collapse, and the experimenter will inevitably die. Outsiders can never find out what went wrong, unless taught by the core of shadow. It is speculated that it is already inseparable. Since it is related to the shadow, Qin Yang will naturally not be polite. It's not just you that I want to kill. Qin Yang's tone was flat, but it gave people a sense of sternness. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yang felt that the divine sense seemed to be tingling, and the secret emperor was on guard. Lock yourself out. Qin Yang snorted coldly, and his figure was in a trance for a while. He was clearly standing here, but he had already escaped the lock of the God Emperor. Hunting stance. Qin Yang took the initiative to use the Jade-blood Jade Mantis's natural talent, and people beyond a big realm could not detect it. Now that Qin Yang is in the 9th heaven of the God King realm, ordinary God Emperors can't capture Qin Yang at all. Chu Jiansan couldn't hold it any longer. The level of this kid's evil sect refreshed his cognition once again. The gorgeous long sword around the waist was gently unsheathed, and with one finger left and right, the whole world was filled with a chilling aura, extremely fierce. Interesting. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, his feeling was very obvious, but this momentum seemed to tear himself apart. This is likely Baijian, a pure sword qi, a pure sword qi. It's just that when they are different, the power is somewhat disparate. Such pure power is the most powerful, even Qin Yang would not dare to take it lightly, not to mention that the opponent is a God Emperor. Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan Guqing and said with a smile, "Didn't you always want to get rid of the troubles of your family and want to die? In fact, I can fulfill you. Don't worry about the God Emperor who follows you, even if he is here, I can let you wish." Xuanhuan Guqing's body is cold. What kind of person is this? Wanting to take revenge for Uncle God King Chu, I'm afraid it's not that simple. If you want to kill, then kill. Why do you find these high-sounding reasons? I heard that you are from the Tsangqiang Academy. Are all the people like you in the Tsangqiang Academy now? Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang without fear. Qin Yang was a little surprised and said, "I saw something else in your eyes. It seems that you don't want to die anymore?" Xuanhuan Guqing said, "I changed my mind. Do I still need your approval?" "You will change your mind, but I won't." Qin Yang shook his head lightly and said, "Unless you tell me where the heaven-stealing fate-shifting array came from, maybe I can spare your life now." "You dare to speak like this in front of the God Emperor? Your arrogance is probably higher than your strength." Chu Jiansan showed his figure and stood in front of Chu Guqing. Qin Yang smiled softly, "When you mention the shadow, you can't help showing up? This Xuanhuan imperial family is really colluding with the shadow? Or is it the backstage of the shadow?" Qin Yang said, "Speak straight and clear, it's good for everyone." Qin Yang looked at Chu Jiansan and said calmly, "If you want her to live, I believe you will give me the answer." Chu Jiansan laughed angrily. Once upon a time, he was proud of the sky. Now being so aggressively pushed by a junior? "You are not qualified to get an answer from me." Chu Jiansan looked at Qin Yang coldly. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, "Although you are stronger than me, you are a God Emperor, but the eyes suddenly changed, and the annihilated dragon's eyes appeared, and the life within a radius of 100 zhang was suddenly exhausted. All the trees, flowers, and plants disappeared in a flash, and the rocks were also disintegrating, turning into a small platform. The incarnation of Shenlongjiu appeared and wandered in the sky. The ancient dragon's might was not triggered, but Chu Jiansan was breathing rapidly. The super god-level magic weapon Shenlongjiu, its own power, is the god-level combat power. Relying on Shenlongjiu alone, this Chu Jiansan may not be an opponent. Chu Jiansan's sword pulled out a few more fingers, and the sword energy shot straight into the sky. You can't scare me. Qin Yang shook his head and said, I'm not trying to scare you, I just want to tell you that even with your God Emperor, she can't escape. Chu Jiansan took a deep breath, suddenly laughed, and said, Shenlongjiu is worthy of Shenlongjiu, but do you think I need to run? The sword was completely unsheathed, and Qin Yang felt that the sword was already on his neck. Divine Emperor realm powerhouses do not need to take action, just their momentum is enough to kill people. Qin Yang's annihilated dragon eyes stared at Chu Jiansan with no emotion, and pointed at the ground like a sword. It seems that you want to compare me to whose sword is more powerful. Quick? Your strength is indeed very strong. I admit that you have surpassed all the god kings I have ever met. Chu Jiansan said slowly, however, if you think you can take a punch with the swallowing gourd, then think that if you have the strength to fight against the god emperor, then you are just too naive. Qin Yang nodded unexpectedly, agreeing, and said, You're right, just like you think I'm conceited, I think you feel the same way. Chu Jiansan clenched the hilt of the sword abruptly, obviously annoyed, gritted his teeth, and said, You kid, are you saying that I underestimated you? It's useless to talk too much. When I take action, should I remind you? Qin Yang said with a playful smile. Chu Jiansan took a deep breath, stared at Qin Yang, and said, I want to remind you first, I'm going to use my sword. Chu Jiansan stared at the sword in his hand and laughed softly, Mo Xingjian, never stained with blood. As soon as the voice changed, Chu Jiansan's eyes were sharp and sharp, however, there is no way to kill people more than the heart, this sword, you are afraid that you will fall into the mortal world. I just hope that the Sky College will not be so petty, blame me for taking action against the juniors. Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes widened, she had never seen Chu Jiansan so solemn. Is this because of Qin Yang's strength, or because of the 8 Shinto clans and the Zhangqiong Academy? Killing is the only way to kill the heart, this is the father's judgment on Chu Jiansan. And for those who have fought against Chu Jiansan, the best thing is that they have no further strength. Killing without killing is the essence of Chu Jian's 3 swordsmanship, and few people in the world really know about it. But when Chu Jiansan faced Qin Yang, he actually exposed all his details. Qin Yang raised his brows and said, Thank you for your kindness. Do you think I can't see through? Chapter 443 Gap. Qin Yang naturally knew Chu Jiansan's kendo. What's written on the panel couldn't be clearer, especially the remarks. Opponent, Chu Jiansan. Strength, God Emperor 2. Technique, Heavenly Sword Art. Rules, the rules of the sword. Domain, sword domain. Note, the heavenly sword has no front, and kills the heart. Destroy the soul, cut off the road to heaven. This is the reason why Qin Yang directly used the annihilation of the dragon's eyes. Chu Jiansan's sword, its lethality lies in the divine sense. The sword is shocking and captivating, making the opponent unable to break free. Defeating the opponent from the will, this is the real defeat. Those who say that Mo Xingjian's men have no defeats are just ignorant people in the world who follow what others say. The killing of the sword, why is it necessary to open the front? Why do you need blood? Qin Yang, who displayed the annihilation of the dragon's eyes, could release the dragon's might at any time, and even raised his spiritual sense to the level of the divine dragon Jade. In other words, in the face of the God Emperor, Qin Yang completely relied on the power of the divine dragon Jade. The main difference is that between a thought God Emperor shot, naturally not comparable to God King. It is often a matter of one thought, and the outcome is the difference. Only by directly entering the peak state will it not be 1,000 miles away because of the slightest difference. It's useless to talk too much. When you return to the academy, don't speak ill of me. Chu Jiansan laughed softly. I'm very busy, and I won't go back for the time being. Qin Yang pointed at Mei Meng. Chu Jiansan thought that Qin Yang would be defeated, and Qin Yang also gave a counterattack, so he would definitely not be defeated. The eyes of the two met in the air, and the two extremely strong auras entwined and pulled each other. The air seemed to be suddenly suppressed, and the time seemed to be distorted. Buzz. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at the two of them quietly, a little confused, but the sound of Heaven's Way suddenly exploded in her ears, which made her tremble. Obviously they can't see anything, and the two of them don't move. Where does this sound come from? Boom. A loud noise caused Xuanhuan Guqing to be completely confused. The mountain seemed to tremble a bit, and a crack spread and seemed to be quickly refilled with soil. Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes were wide and bulging. With the power of her first-level God King realm, she couldn't understand it before, but what she saw in front of her could not be clearer. The cold air blowing from the back, the entire mountain was cut in half in front of Qin Yang and Chu Jiansan. When Xuanhuan Guqing stood up in sweat. She stared at Chu Jiansan closely, found that Chu Jiansan's face was solemn, and then looked at Qin Yang, but saw that Qin Yang's face was also very unnatural, and a little pale. Tick. A soft sound made Xuanhuan Guqing like a bird with a bow. As far as she could see, she looked at Qin Yang's fingers, and found that Qin Yang's fingers were trembling slightly, a hole was split open, and blood fell on the ground. You are very strong, I really underestimate you. Chu Jiansan said seriously, I suppress the power, I just don't want to trigger the turbulent flow of rules, if it is in the East China Sea or Xingqian Sea, if you are so ignorant of the sky and the sky, you will have what will happen, you must know in your mind. Qin Yang was astonished, is the power of the God Emperor realm so strong? This sword of my own is a bit stronger than the punch against Tian Gourd, but if we really met outside the mainland, the result would definitely be different from now. Qin Yang smiled lightly, very relaxed, not nervous or afraid at all. Chu Jiansan couldn't understand it. Where did Qin Yang's confidence come from? Qin Yang felt very unhappy in his heart, this was a rare setback for him. He even failed to cut off Chu Jiansan's emotion Jian. He also let his own inextinguishable body defense be broken through a layer of skin. It's just too hot. In my heart, I could only keep convincing myself that it was because of the empty island base that I didn't improve my strength quickly, which made me feel a little better. At this moment, a call came from a distance, and it was Zhao Xingxing who found that Qin Yang had not returned for a long time and came to look for it. Chu Jiansan said to Xuanhuan Guqing, Princess, come back with me, you are already self-willed enough. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang and said, I'm not going back. Qin Yang frowned, what does this have to do with me? See what I do? Chu Jiansan said in a low voice, you saw it. The implication is to tell Xuanhuan Guqing that Qin Yang's strength is not something she can deal with, and she can't even defeat him when she suppresses her strength. But Xuanhuan Guqing looked firm and said, strength is not the only way to solve the problem. The person who killed Uncle Chu was right in front of her. Even if she couldn't kill Qin Yang with her own hands, she would never make Qin Yang feel better. Chu Jiansan hesitated, Zhao Xingxing had already found this place and was rushing here. Chu Jiansan glanced at Qin Yang threateningly, snorted coldly, and fled into the void. Qin Yang let out an unceremonious sigh, turned around and walked towards Zhao Xingxing. If you don't go back, I'm afraid you will die on the road. Qin Yang said coldly. Don't you want me to die? Isn't my death as you wish? Xuanhuan Guqing said directly. Qin Yang was a little confused. From his previous fight with Chu Jiansan, he could feel the will of Chu Jiansan's heart. This is similar to the Wei family's mysterious practice. As long as they fight, they can perceive some of the other party's intentions. In Qin Yang's view, although Chu Jian had 3 murders, he wanted to kill for the best. But his heart is indeed a gentleman's benevolence and righteousness. Otherwise, Chu Jiansan would not have kept his hand just now. He could have slashed Qin Yang's phalanx with a sword without causing the turbulent flow of the rules, but he did not do so. Very good, you guys. Zhao Xingxing had already arrived. Looking at the platform with a radius of 100 meters, he was speechless. Have you fought? Zhao Xingxing asked uncertainly. No, go back. Qin Yang opened his mouth and walked away. Missed you. Zhao Xingxing wanted to care, but Xuanhuan Guqing directly gave him a blank eye. She hasn't forgotten what this guy said before, I like female hooligans. Thinking of this, how can a white eye be? Xuanhuan Guqing took another bah. Only the second monk Zhao Xingxing was left confused. When the team restarted, Zhao Qingyao was very happy and continued to comfort Chu Guqing. The two had a deep chat, but there was a feeling that they were the same people in the world. After such a show, the two are like sisters in love with each other. Zhao Qingyao even invited Chu Guqing to go to Tianhongling together. The tribute from the Principality of Aoki is considered a big event for Rainbow Leader, and it is a good fun. Chu Guqing naturally agreed. Did something happen? Zhao Xingchen came and asked in a low voice under the repeated pleas of his younger brother Zhao Xingxing. Nothing happened. Qin Yang shook his head. Zhao Xingchen said a little displeased, didn't we form an alliance? Why are you still hiding? Qin Yang shrugged and remained silent. It was precisely because of the alliance that Qin Yang did not want the Principality of Aoki to be involved. If the Xuanhuan Empire royal family is really the mastermind behind the shadow, then the Shadow God Emperor who shot against him before is probably even more of a member of the royal family. This kind of conflict is really not something that the Principality of Aoki can get involved in. The existence of the Principality is only to avoid friction between the two empires, and it is probably inferior to even a powerful family. In order to avoid the embarrassment of the Aoki Principality, Qin Yang could only choose not to speak. In the previous mountain forest, Chu Jiansan must continue to protect secretly, and at the same time, he is also more vigilant. After all, Xuanhuan Guqing is too close to Qin Yang at this time. Of course, he is also sure that Qin Yang will not take advantage of others' danger and will not attack Xuanhuan Guqing. I have some concerns in my heart. After all, Xuanhuan Guqing's condition can't be delayed for too long. Mo Xingjian unexpectedly made an exception. Chu Jiansan laughed bitterly. Qin Yang from Songqiong Academy really impressed him. The sword is not stained with blood, but it will actually be on Qin Yang. Chu Jiansan's pupils shrank suddenly. He was about to retract his sword into the sheath, but found a gap on Mo Xingjian's blade at some point. Chapter 444. Rainbow Collar, Aoki City. This is the first city that directly enters the Rainbow Territory from the official road of the Aoki Principality. Contrary to the Wuguang Fortress, the name of this city also shows the attitude of the Rainbow Leader towards the Aoki Principality. Just as the Rainbow Territory does not want to turn the Wuguang Fortress into an Aurora Fortress all the time, the Aoki Principality is also gnashing its teeth in hatred for this Aoki city. Stop, is it the Aoki Chamber of Commerce? The general defending the city stood at the front of the city in person, and the city gate was already tightly closed. Zhao Xingchen clenched his fists. This Xianwu city was obviously deliberately making things difficult. He knew that their tribute team was coming, but the city gates that were not normally closed at all were closed directly. We came from the Principality of Aoki to pay tribute, please open the city gate. Zhao Xingchen shouted loudly, holding back his temper. Aoki Principality? Tribute? The city defender laughed loudly. Oh, I didn't expect such a season to come so soon. I said that I met with other city lords a few days ago, and was made fun of and ridiculed, so it is, blame me, I forgot this time again. Make fun of ridicule? Zhao Xingchen snorted coldly. The general defending the city said, Oh, I really can't help it, it is my unfortunate, I became the city lord of this Xuanhuan city. Every year at this time other city lords laugh at me, this Aoki, like a pug, goes to the lord's mansion to make offerings. You said that I, a city lord, did a good job, and was appreciated by the lord, but I always got such a bird's eye, alas. As soon as the words fell, there was a roar of laughter on the city wall, and all the soldiers laughed and bent over. In the convoy, the soldiers of the Principality of Aoki were all livid, and their eyes were full of humiliation and unwillingness. The Aoki Guild has always been discriminated against by Aoki City. Not to mention paying more taxes, they are always called to and fro, and sometimes they are even blatantly detained and interrogated. The delay is 10 days and a half months. But they all endured, but this time, His Majesty the King personally came to pay tribute, and he was treated like this. Zhao Xingchen couldn't bear it any longer, and roared, Hurry up and open the city gate, if it's too late, I'll ask you to blame. The city defender's face turned cold, he spit out thick phlegm fiercely, and said, A pug should look like a pug, why, you are in a hurry to kneel and lick, and even grin. Next to the general defending the city, Gong Yi Yifan smiled and looked down comfortably. Gong Yi Yifan opened his mouth and said, It's also my own dog, so I need to give some bones to eat. It's still early, and I'll be in time for a day or two later. It just happens that it's not peaceful recently. Wouldn't it be better for someone to watch the door? The defending general sang and said, Watchdog? Not bad, not bad. Immediately ordered, tonight's curfew, the city gates are strictly prohibited. On the city wall, a burst of ridicule sounded immediately. Some of them were the soldiers who followed Gong Yifan and occupied the Wuguang fortress. It's just that the Aurora fortress has not yet been built, and it has become a lightless fortress, which makes them all feel on fire. Some people even stood on the top of the city and urinated down, which made everyone in the Principality of Aoki look embarrassed for a while. In a gorgeous carriage headed by Zhao Qingya, her eyes were flushed with anger, she bit her, and she could only endure such grievances. Xuanhuan Guqing couldn't help it, it was too bullying. She did not expect that the Principality of Aoki has always been treated like this. Why did the Xuanhuan Empire ever give such an instruction? If it wasn't for escape from the palace, she would never have imagined such a situation. She always thought that the Principality of Aoki, under the protection of the Xuanhuan Empire, would be peaceful and harmonious. Especially the few soldiers who urinated on the top of the city, made Xuanhuan Guqing want to kill even the city lord of Xuanhuan City directly. The upper beam is not right and the lower beam is crooked, this is simply a disgrace to the Xuanhuan Empire. But seeing Qin Yang in front of the carriage, Xuanhuan Guqing held back again. She wanted to see if Qin Yang, who was also humiliated by this, could swallow this bad breath. Zhao Xingchen clenched his fists tightly, the ring on his hand lit up, and the second-generation sky armor directly attached to the whole body. Yo, is this going to bite someone? The city defender said with a chuckle, those little brats, put away your business and don't let the mad dog bite you. The few soldiers standing at the top of the city urinating laughed and said, General, this guy is very tough, I'm afraid we can only have a few refreshments. For a moment, the laughter of Xianzong resounded continuously. Bastard! Zhao Xingchen couldn't bear it any longer, and was about to rush up. Calm down. Qin Yang gently stopped. Zhao Xingchen held back a politeness and said, How can I calm down? They are also insulting you, those on the top of the city. The words are too vulgar to say. Don't forget our purpose. This trip shouldn't be too troublesome, Zhao Qingya said. But Zhao Xingchen's eyes were red, looking at Qin Yang, and said, if you don't want to use the sky armor for this, I don't want to dirty the sky armor. Immediately, the ring will be removed and the second-generation sky armor will be returned to Qin Yang. Qin Yang shook his head with a calm face, and said, I didn't mean it that way. I already said that these armors are yours. Then you. Zhao Xingchen couldn't understand. If Qin Yang supports him to teach those bastards a lesson, even Zhao Qingya will not lose face to Qin Yang. Qin Yang reached out and flipped, and a stack of tokens appeared directly in his hand. Don't want. Urgent, I'll look for it. Qin Yang rummaged through. Both the city and the city were attracted by the pile of tokens. Xuanhuan Guqing in the carriage glanced casually, and almost sprained his neck. Shenlong Order, Blood Demon Order, Golden Shadow Order, Sky Order. I found it, it's this one. Qin Yang dug out Xuanhuan Ling. Other tokens are put away. Xuanhuan Guqing hadn't recovered from those tokens yet, and when he saw a token left in Qin Yang's hand, his eyes were about to pop out. Xuanhuan Ling. Xuanhuan Guqing covered her mouth. Xuanhuan Guqing has only seen this token once. She couldn't even take a closer look. The only time I've seen it was when my father gave it to God King Chu. This is Uncle Chu's token. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang viciously. This kid not only killed Uncle Chu, but also stole Xuanhuan Ling. This is? Zhao Xingchen didn't understand, except for the Order of the Sky, he didn't seem to know the stack of tokens. Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan Ling with a sigh of relief, this token that was regarded as a treasure by the King of Chu. This token is disgusting. If God King Chu is still there, if he knows about it, I'm afraid that he will be very scorned. Qin Yang thought to himself. Chu Jiansan did not deny the relationship with the shadow, and Qin Yang had already confirmed it. At the same time, Qin Yang also believed that if the King of Chu knew about the relationship between the Xuanhuan imperial family and the shadows, he would never let his daughter become the victim of Xuanhuan Guqing. Stealing heaven-shifting array. Qin Yang sighed, the King of Chu was not clear, but Qin Yang was clear. This kind of formation, who is not the core of the shadow, how can it be arranged? The Xuanhuan royal family deceived the God King of Chu, but they could not deceive Qin Yang. Qin Yang's eyes showed a playful look, playing with the token in his hand. Xuanhuan Guqing thought to himself, this kid must be trying to use this token to hit the face of the defender of Qingmu City. But in the next breath, Qin Yang's actions made Xuanhuan Guqing stunned, and then he was furious. Qin Yang said with a smile, are you finished urinating? Come on, let's have some fun and see who can pee. After speaking, Qin Yang threw the token into the urine pit at the foot of the city wall. Chapter 445 Token. Okay. I like this kid. The city defender pointed at Qin Yang, laughed loudly, and said to the soldiers, what are you still doing? Don't let people look down on it. The tone is yin and yang strange, full of ridicule. The soldiers also applauded in unison, but Gongye Yifan was stunned, staring at the token with a strange feeling. Looking at Qin Yang again, Gongye Yifan couldn't understand, how could Qin Yang cooperate like this? Didn't he know that he was humiliating them? Qin Yang, what are you doing? Zhao Xingchen was suffocated and breathless. Qin Yang looked at the soldiers on the city wall, playfully, smiled, and said, it's nothing, just give them a little fun. The indescribable golden liquid spilled from the city wall and hit the token. The soldiers roared loudly, as if they were in a game. In the sky, the clouds were heavy, but no one paid attention at this time. The clouds seemed to be cut open by a sword, drawing terrifying sword marks. Qin Yang. Xuanhuan Guqing lifted the curtain, stared at Qin Yang with red eyes, and said word by word, do you know what you are doing? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and Zhao Qingya didn't understand why Chu Guqing was suddenly so emotional. Why did you provoke her? Zhao Xingchen was speechless. Qin Yang disagreed and turned his eyes to the city wall. Gong Yifen's eyes were completely attracted by Chu Guqing, the stunning beauty of the alluring country, with a morbidly pale face, showing weakness. One could not help but feel pity and love at a glance. However, this face, why is it still a little familiar? Boy. I think you are very knowledgeable about current affairs, why don't you go to the city? You don't need to spend the long night with them. The city defender looked at Qin Yang and said with admiration. He also saw that Qin Yang's strength is not weak, such a young genius, if he can earn income, wouldn't it be beautiful? No. Gong Yifen was brought back to his senses and was taken aback, and said, this kid has a close relationship with the Aoki Principality, and, he's not a kind person. The small mouth said that Feng Zhizhou was dead, and Gong Yifen also had a psychological shadow on Qin Yang. In particular, his own rules of light have no advantages. Qin Yang's strength is completely above his rules, and he can beat him in speed. Oh? The defending general looked at Qin Yang with pity, and shook his head, as if Qin Yang had lost some great opportunity. At this moment, someone looked up at the sky and saw that the strange clouds in the sky had been cut in half, and suddenly screamed in horror. Everyone also looked at the sky, and they were instantly horrified. Slashing clouds with one sword, at least only a high-level god king can do it, but the people present are not aware of it. Doesn't this mean there is a god emperor? You are too much. The tone is slow and heavy. A fierce momentum rose from the rear of the convoy, and a figure slowly walked over. It was like an ancient beast coming, more like a volcano about to erupt. Chu Jiansan's eyes were fixed on Qin Yang, and he clenched the hilt in his hand. It's just a token, why is it too much? Qin Yang chuckled. Zhao Xingchen and others are like a formidable enemy, this person is too powerful. On the city wall, the defending generals and Gong Yifen were also nervous, and they immediately felt relieved. This strong man was obviously going for Qin Yang. Just a token? What token? If you do this, even the Sky Academy will not be able to protect you. Chu Jiansan's eyes exploded with killing intent. Gong Yifen was instantly amused and laughed on the city wall. Haha, Qin Yang, finally someone can stop you. I see how arrogant you are. I never thought that you would let me watch such a good show. The generals defending the city were a little puzzled, and under Gong Yifen's explanation, he was also full of smiles. It turned out that this kid was actually a member of Sanqiong Academy, and he acted recklessly in the Principality of Aoki, without giving Gong Yi any face. If you don't give Gong Yifen face, that is, don't give Tianhong face, this kid should really clean up. Unfortunately, I can't do it myself. The defending general watched the good show under the city with great interest. Qin Yang looked at Chu Jiansan contemptuously, and said, the mere god emperor dares to yell at me like this. I don't have time to talk to you. Don't think that you can really look at me like an ant. After a pause, Qin Yang said again, can the Sanqiong Academy be able to protect me? What a joke, do I still need protection? If it weren't for the Sky Academy, you would have died thousands of times as you. Chu Jiansan's tone was cold. Qin Yang responded without showing weakness, if it weren't for the Sky Academy, I would have already become an existence that you are not qualified to look up to. What Qin Yang said is not false. If there is no strong back mountain, then the enemy will inevitably swarm. With the Invincible Copy System, the more enemies, the faster the improvement. But others don't know this, they just widened their eyes in shock, and Qin Yang's tone was too big. Not everyone would dare to say such a thing. Do you think that a gap in my emotion Jian is enough to be proud of yourself? Chu Jiansan stared at Qin Yang. If it weren't for your divine emperor realm strength being continuously tempered, if you were just a divine king, do you think you would only open a gap? Qin Yang and Chu Jian faced Mei Meng with their 3 needles, each not giving in to each other. Gong Yifan is a little messy, how could Qin Yang be so confident? Don't you know that the other party has murdered him? It seems that I was wrong when I said that your kid is aware of the current affairs. The general of the defending city sighed and said, I miss you, such an arrogant junior, I really don't know how you have survived until now. Qin Yang turned around, his eyes full of playfulness, and said, you don't even know that death is imminent. It's really sad. The face of the defending general suddenly changed, and he said angrily, good boy, how dare you talk to me like this? Qin Yang took out his ears, pointed to Chu Jiansan behind him, and said, you don't know him? Haven't you heard of Mo Xingjian? The defending general was stunned for a moment. He felt that the 3 words Mo Xingjian were familiar just now, but he didn't remember what it was, but after such a reminder, he felt the heart-pounding sword intent. Could this person be Chu Jiansan? The defending general slipped and almost fell down in fright. The generals defending the city hurriedly jumped off the city wall and apologized repeatedly, I didn't know that Master Chu was coming, but I lost a long way to welcome. He turned around and hurriedly shouted, open the city gate and welcome Master Chu. Wait. Chu Jiansan's face was expressionless, his eyes were full of murderous intent, before that, I think you should look at that token. The general defending the city was confused. On the tower, Gong Yifan seemed to have thought of something. I didn't dare to look at the token, but I couldn't help but glanced at it. That golden seemingly ordinary token seems to have 2 simple handwriting, Xuanhuan. Chapter 446 Slaughter the City. The generals defending the city did not dare to disobey Chu Jiansan's words. Regardless of status or reputation, Chu Jiansan was comparable to any lord in the Xuanhuan Empire. At this time, his heart was like a high mountain in drums, enduring the stench and nausea, he walked towards the token. When he saw the above 2 words, something suddenly flashed in his mind, making him dumbfounded, as if petrified. His face instantly turned pale, and large drops of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. This. The defending general was unable to speak, his hands trembling, he knelt down and picked up the token. At this time, there was no disgust in his heart, there was only one emotion, and that was fear. Boy, you dare to hurt me. The generals defending the city shouted hoarsely and looked at Qin Yang with tearful eyes. The thugs with blue veins on their foreheads seemed to have used up all their strength. Qin Yang's expression was flat, as if nothing had happened, and said quietly, the only thing that doesn't change in this world is that it keeps changing. At the same time, there is one thing that won't change, that is. Qin Yang raised his head, looked at Gong Yifan, and said slowly, that's what I decided. It was you who hurt yourself. If you opened the city gate earlier and made things less difficult, how could such a scene happen? Qin Yang shook his head gently and said, the process has indeed changed. But the result remains the same. Zhao Qingya, Zhao Xingchen and others were a little confused. Qin Yang turned to look at Chu Jiansan and asked with a smile, are you right? Chu Jiansan held the hand with the hilt of the sword, his fingertips turned white with force, he gritted the crown of his teeth, and slowly pulled out the long sword. This matter will not be the case anymore. Chu Jiansan stared at Qin Yang coldly, and Chong Zhao's murderous aura reached its peak. It was aimed at Qin Yang, but at the same time, it also enveloped the defending generals, and even, the entire Xuanhuan city. Master Chu, it's not our fault, it's all Qin Yang's kid. The general guarding the city burst into tears, kneeling and crawling towards Chu Jiansan. Xuanhuan Ling is the symbol of the supremacy of the Xuanhuan Empire. As soon as this token comes out, even the Lord has to give in 3 points. And they pissed on the token. The process is not important, the result is. Chu Jiansan choked, how could it be Qin Yang's words? He was extremely angry and a little unbearable, and swung out a sword. Tongtian Jianguang condensed into 1,000 swords and slashed down suddenly. The generals defending the city didn't even have time to resist, and they were instantly strangled and turned into scum. Together, the entire Xuanhuan city, regardless of the generals and soldiers, were all killed by this sword. The entire Xuanhuan city also disappeared with this sword. Above the ground, a deep canyon cracked open, bottomless, and Aoki City disappeared forever on the edge of the rainbow territory. On the horizon, the colorful aurora dazzled, a figure stepped on the aurora, and did not block the sword, but rescued a person, Gongye Yifan. Chu Jiansan, what do you mean? A seemingly ordinary old man with deep eyes stared at Chu Jiansan, quietly. Beside him, Gongye Yifan had already urinated his trousers, the stench came from his thighs, and the trouser legs were stained with wetness. The rule of light, the speed is truly unparalleled in the world. Chu Jiansan did not explain. The old man frowned. Chu Jiansan couldn't do such a massacre. What happened? Divine intent swept away and found a golden token on the edge of the canyon, which made his pupils shrink. Xuanhuan Ling? The eyes of the old man twitched, and he looked at the shameful great-grandson beside him. He took a deep breath, and he didn't say a word, and disappeared with the aurora that rendered half of the sky. Is that old man the lord of Tianhong? Qin Yang asked. The expression was like a normal person, everyone was tense, and even Xuanhuan Guqing couldn't calm down. She knew what Chu Jiansan would definitely do, but she never expected to kill the city with one sword. Xuanhuan Ling cannot be blasphemed, so what's next? Xuanhuan Guqing clenched Zhao Qingya's hand. During this period of contact, she and Zhao Qingya sympathized with each other. The two told each other a lot of things on their minds, and they regarded each other as sisters. Zhao Xingchen didn't answer Qin Yang's question. At this time, he was a little short of breath and had difficulty speaking. However, Chu Jiansan came over, looked at Qin Yang coldly, and said, "Pick up the token." The voice was calm, but there was an order that could not be disobeyed. Qin Yang laughed and said a pun, "Such a dirty token will only stain my hands." Looking at Chu Jiansan sarcastically, Qin Yang shook his head and sighed again, and said, "This is your gentleman's sword? The sword of benevolence and righteousness?" Sure enough, the great loyalty seems to be a traitor, and the great hypocrisy seems to be the truth. Chu Jiansan, you are just vain. In the carriage, Xuanhuan Guqing tensed. Qin Yang dared to say that to Chu Jiansan? Chu Jiansan's breathing was a little unsteady, he took a few deep breaths and calmed down again. A pair of eyes seemed to see through everything. Chu Jiansan said, "If you want to touch my wool with just a few words, you are too underestimating the emperor." You're wrong, I don't mean it. I just think it's very funny. You, a gentleman's sword, don't hesitate to slaughter the city in order to cover up your ugly side. Qin Yang said. There seems to be something in the words, but unfortunately no one understands it, and no one thinks it carefully. Chu Jiansan said, the slaughter of the city is not to cover up anything. This is the price they should pay for blaspheming Xuanhuan Ling. Speaking of this, Chu Jiansan's face calmed down, and the killing intent in his eyes dissipated, and he said softly, "As for you, you will also pay the price." It is precisely because he has no killing intent that he has the will to kill. Because he has regarded Qin Yang as a dead man. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth raised slightly, without fear, and said, "You and I will have a fight, I just hope you don't lose too quickly." Humph. Chu Jiansan said, "The first battle is not to mention, you only have to be chased by me. But before that, I hope you can pass the preliminary selection of the Qianlong competition and have the qualifications to enter the East China Sea." Row. Mo Xingjian retracted his sword and sheathed it, and the fierce momentum between heaven and earth was swept away. Chu Jiansan's voice came faintly, and the figure had already escaped into the void. If you want to survive, you don't need to participate in the Qianlong contest. I'm afraid that you can only survive on the Sky Continent for the rest of your life and stop the God King. Haha. Qin Yang laughed dryly. If it wasn't for the Qianlong hegemony competition, he would have already thought of a way to be promoted to God Emperor. How can Chu Jiansan look aloof in front of him? Emo Xingjian. I will break you all to pieces sooner or later. Let's go, continue to set off. Qin Yang waved his hand, and the Xuanhuan city became a canyon. He definitely couldn't rest here, he could only go to the next city. In the team, everyone has not been able to recover. What happened? However, Aoki City was destroyed by a sword, which made them very happy. On the ground, Qin Yang glanced at Xuanhuan Ling, sighed, and continued walking without looking again. Xuanhuan Guqing clenched her fists, stared at Qin Yang, and kept looking at the piece of Xuanhuan Ling, her heart attacked. Suddenly, her face turned pale, and she spurted a mouthful of blood. Guqing, what's wrong with you? Zhao Qingya called out in a hurry. Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes were tightly closed, as if she was enduring some extreme pain. Chapter 447. Zhao Xingxing. Come on, take Chu Guqing to the next city to find an alchemist, she. Zhao Qingya was a little anxious. Zhao Xingxing led the order and was about to step on the carriage when Qin Yang said, the alchemist can't save her. For a time, Zhao Qingya became more worried. What's wrong with her? How could it be like this? Zhao Qingya clenched Chu Guqing's hand. Chu Guqing was twitching at this moment, her face was sometimes blue, sometimes pale, and it was really scary. Qin Yang glanced at Zhao Qingya carefully through the curtain of the car, rubbing his chin in thought. Life and soul are incomplete, such a situation should have died at the time of birth. The convoy was moving slowly. Zhao Qingya looked at Qin Yang nervously, not daring to make a sound. Qin Yang scratched his head from time to time, and sometimes murmured something in his mouth. But life and soul are innate and cannot be incomplete. If this is the case, I am afraid that it is not a premature death, but a stillbirth. For a stillborn, even if there is a life-stealing formation, it is impossible to bring the dead back to life. Because she never lived. Not to mention the heaven-stealing fate-shifting array plundering vitality, even if it is the reincarnation array, it is impossible for Xuanhuan Guqing to come alive. Then there is only one possibility. Qin Yang nodded secretly, although he said so, he thought about the second half of the sentence in his heart. This is so urgent for everyone. Qin Yang thought to himself, the only possibility is that after Xuanhuan Guqing made a sound, he encountered a change. And this change, I am afraid it is, because of this stealing the fate of the sky. Thinking of this, Qin Yang was suddenly startled, and when he looked at Xuanhuan Guqing again, his face became colder. This person is probably not Xuanhuan Guqing. But after Xuanhuan Guqing was born, he was taken away by the heaven-stealing array. The soul of a newborn is the most fragile, and can't bear the heaven-stealing shifting fate formation at all. It is also because of this that the damage to the fate soul has been caused, showing the illusion that the fate soul is incomplete. This Xuanhuan royal family is really unexpected. Qin Yang said. Question mark. Everyone was full of question marks. What's the situation? What's wrong with her illness? Can you cure her? Zhao Qingya asked. Qin Yang raised his brows and said, her disease is a terminal illness that cannot be cured. She will die early and be freed early. How can you be so cruel? Do you want to watch her die? Zhao Qingya was a little unhappy, and then ordered Zhao Xingxing, take her to find an alchemist. Zhao Xingchen stopped his younger brother Zhao Xingxing and said, if you talk about alchemy, I am afraid that few people can compare to Qin Yang. Even if you look for it, you will never find a real top alchemist. Zhao Xingchen looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang not only knew how to make alchemy himself, but also had the Sky Academy behind him. The mainland's #1 alchemist, the God Emperor Jiao Ming, is in the Sky Academy. But Qin Yang is too cold-blooded to be saved. Zhao Qingya was a little pissed. Qin Yang had no choice, so he said, "It can't be saved, but relief is still possible." Qin Yang sighed and turned on the furnace to make pills. The team didn't need to stop. Qin Yang directly controlled the pill furnace and put all kinds of rare elixir into the furnace. After a while, the fragrance of the medicine was overflowing, and everyone was shocked when they smelled it, as if they had recharged their energy, and the exhaustion of the journey dissipated all of a sudden. The pill furnace was opened, and the vast blue light suddenly appeared, as if a piece of sky flew out. Dancing vision, superb quality? Zhao Qingya was stunned. Although she did not practice cultivation, it did not mean that she did not have knowledge. Dan Cheng's vision, I am afraid it is the first time she has seen it in her life. What kind of medicine is this? Zhao Qingya asked. Zhao Xingchen and Zhao Xingxing looked at each other. If it is a low-level medicinal pill, it is not impossible for the pill to form a vision. For alchemy masters, there is still a chance of refining low-level medicinal pills to produce the best quality. But they could feel the surging medicinal power contained in this medicinal pill, and even they themselves felt that if they swallowed it, they would be able to burst the body's meridians. This is a sixth-order pill. A sixth-order top-quality elixir. The level that directly corresponds to it is the God King realm. Back to heaven pill. Qin Yang threw it to Zhao Qingya. Zhao Qingya hurriedly caught it, her heart pounding. The sixth-order top-quality medicinal pills are invaluable, but they were refined by Qin Yang at will. I didn't think much about it, but was shocked, so I quickly helped Chu Guqing take it. The medicinal pill melted in the mouth and turned into a surging medicinal power, which made Chu Guqing's face look much better. With a light sound, Chu Guqing slowly opened her eyes, feeling the powerful force in her body, like the water of life nourishing the long-drought earth, making her body burst into vitality again. A strange look flashed in Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes. She looked at Zhao Qingya gratefully, and said, "What kind of medicine did you give me? This medicine must be expensive, right?" With the strength of her God King stage first layer, she had to mobilize her whole body to digest the medicinal power, and she already knew her grade. Such medicinal herbs must be very rare in the Principality of Aoki. Zhao Qingya shook her head and said, "This is the medicinal pill that Qin Yang just refined." As soon as the voice fell, Xuanhuan Guqing's face suddenly looked like she had eaten a handful of flies. She wanted to spit out the medicinal pill by clasping her throat, but how could this grade of medicinal pill be vomited like an ordinary thing? "Even if I die, I won't eat the medicinal pill he refined," Xuanhuan Guqing said loudly. "It's useless, you've already eaten it," Qin Yang said lightly. "Why? Why did you save me?" Xuanhuan Guqing was puzzled. Qin Yang put aside Xuanhuan Guqing and said indifferently, "I'm not saving you, I just don't want those people to be wasted." The waste of two words pierced Xuanhuan Guqing's heart like a sharp sword. Her face flushed, and she seemed to be in a hurry and vomited blood. Zhao Qingya hurriedly said, "Qin Yang, why are you still provoking her?" Even if Xuanhuan Guqing wanted to vomit blood at this time, it was useless. The sixth-order top-grade Tiandan was swallowed with the vision of Dancheng. Even if her blood was tumbling, she would be instantly calmed down and recovered as before. Xuanhuan Guqing took a deep breath. Humanity belongs to humanity, but... Qin Yang interrupted with a wave of his hand, "You are wrong, this is not a human favor. If it is really a favor, I will put it on Zhao Qingya, not yours." God King Chu did not want to be resurrected, so he entrusted Chu Ying and Chu Xuanguang to Qin Yang. But now, Chu Xuanguang is enough to worry people, but Chu Ying's whereabouts are still unknown. When he thinks of stealing the sky and shifting his life to deprive his life of life for himself, when he thinks of Chu Ying and his eldest sister died because of it, when he thinks of Chu Ying and the king of Chu God, Qin Yang feels uncomfortable no matter how he looks at Xuanhuan Guqing. Being able to refine the heaven-returning pill has given Zhao Qingya enough face. You. Xuanhuan Guqing was so angry that she couldn't speak, and the resentment in her eyes suddenly changed into an extreme indifference. Qin Yang's heart suddenly burst, and when he looked carefully, the eyes just now disappeared again, as if it was an illusion. No, it's not an illusion. Qin Yang was certain and thought of another possibility. In this Xuanhuan Guqing's body, there is another spirit. Isn't it completed yet? Qin Yang pondered, Xuanhuan Guqing or Xuanhuan Guqing, the soul that seized the house with the help of the heaven-stealing fate movement formation, didn't fully occupy this body? Thinking of this, Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan Guqing again, but felt more pity. Really poor man. At the same time, I also sighed, this is really messy. Chapter 448 List and Quota. Aurora City, the city where the Tianhong Lord's mansion is located. It is also the most prosperous city in the entire Rainbow Territory. The caravan that paid tribute to the Principality of Aoki has not been blocked since it passed through Aoki City, and came here unimpeded all the way. Everyone's expressions were a little heavy, because they knew that the next most difficult time would be. The Aoki Principality and Tianhong Ling do not deal with each other, and the Tianhong Lord has a narrow-mindedness and is a person who will retaliate. Aoki City was destroyed by Chu Jiansani's sword. In the final analysis, it was because of their Aoki Principality. Everyone, including Zhao Qingya, was ready to meet all the blows, but when they came to the gate of Aurora City, they were still not blocked. Aurora City is very lively, and the traffic flow is dizzying. Many passers-by exude hidden power fluctuations, and their breath is powerful and shocking. The entire Aurora City is very lively, and it seems that there is some kind of event at this time. Entering the city, everyone was beaming and talking in low voices, making Zhao Qingya and the others confused. It's so lively, are you welcoming us? Zhao Xingchen wondered. Zhao Xingxing laughed and said, Lord Tianhong also knows that we are not easy to mess with, maybe if we change our temperament. They did not enter the city in a high-profile manner and advertise their identities everywhere, so no one knew that they were the convoys that the Principality of Aoki came to pay tribute to. Get out of the way. Is there no one to manage such a large team? It's blocked, do you know? An impatient voice came from behind, and several young practitioners hurried past the carriage. Turning back to the curtain of the first carriage, he stopped immediately. The faces of several people showed surprise, and they soon changed to pleasing smiles. I don't know which lady is sitting in the car. The young man headed asked with a smile. Xuanhuan Guqing's expression was cold, and she was too lazy to answer. But Zhao Qingya asked politely, this Aurora City is so lively, is there something wrong? The young man at the head looked at Zhao Qingya in amazement, and said puzzledly, you are all here, don't you know? Divine Mind probed Zhao Qingya's breath, and was even more surprised that this was an ordinary person without cultivation. But Xuanhuan Guqing, who was on the side, glared at him suddenly, which immediately made him more interested. Yo, this is not bad, he is already a practitioner of the God King realm. The young man smiled very happily, and he came straight over and pushed Zhao Xingchen away. Since you don't know, how about I come to be your guide? The young man introduced, the Qianlong contest will start in a few months, and this quota is not much. Except for the 4 major lists other than the top 100 people in the mainland, the major forces on the mainland, as well as overseas forces, have some places. And the Rainbow Leader also has 3 places, and in 3 days, the primary election will be held. Zhao Qingya and Xuanhuan Guqing looked at each other. It turned out that the city of Aurora is so lively, and they didn't bother them because there was a primary election, and they were ignored at all. Xuanhuan Guqing suddenly wondered, by the way, the Duchy of Qingmu and the Duchy of Nanyan also have places. Although there is only 1 place, but... Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Zhao Qingya, even if there is only 1 place, it doesn't mean that he doesn't know anything, right? For a time everyone felt a little angry. Needless to say, the Tianhong leader swallowed the quota of the Aoki Principality. The Hidden Dragon Contest, such a grand event, the Rainbow leader even took the initiative to exclude the Principality of Aoki. Are you from the Principality of Aoki? The young man's eyes were full of light, and he said, the primary election is to hold various battles. Do you need foreign aid? One after another, the novel terms popped up, and Zhao Qingyao was dizzy when she heard it. Can you get foreign help for this kind of thing? There are too many things that I desperately want to know, so Zhao Qingyao temporarily allowed these young people to accompany them. There were 3 people in total, and the young man at the head was named Lu Feng. The 2 people who followed him were also strong on the road, but at this time they took the other 2 directly and left them alone. The 2 didn't say much, and were obviously very unhappy, but now he was much weaker than Lu Feng, so he could only leave. Qin Yang watched all of this quietly, knowing clearly in his heart. This Lu Feng was thinking about this place in the Principality of Aoki, and even his companions were immediately driven away, but he just didn't want anyone to fight for it. Qin Yang thought it was funny, if the Principality of Qingmu could really take back that quota from Tianhong, what could have happened to Lu Feng? Along the way, after Lu Feng's explanation, everyone knew a lot of information. The so-called overseas forces are the forces on the major islands in the East China Sea. As for the mainland, even the demon beast forces have quotas, and it is said that there are 10 places in the 10,000 Demon Palace. As for the 4 major lists, they have been recreated and are oriented to the entire continent regardless of race. They are the Battle List, Go to the Battle Union, To Challenge, Battle God King, Battle Stars, all have places. Because of the battle list, there are only 10 in each realm. It's just that this battle list is different. Before, it was only a list of human races. The second list is the Tianjiao list. The Tianjiao list is a list of some Tianjiazi. There are as many as 100 people on the list, and those who can make it to the list are not only the geniuses of the world, but also have a prominent family background. Of course, this Tianjiao list is more focused on the back. Prominent family. The third list, the Qianlong list. The Qianlong list is purely based on strength, and there are hundreds of people on the list. Those who failed to rush to the battle list are all making efforts to the Qianlong list, and their competition rules are also challenging. This list is somewhat similar to the Tianjiao list, but it has a high gold content and is more recognized by people. The fourth list is the Billboard. The Billboard is a list where the older generation of powerhouses in the mainland compete. It is also a list of 100 people. After all, the Hidden Dragon Contest is for all cultivators under the God Emperor, and it does not distinguish between human races and demon races. It is too cheap for some older generation powerhouses to compete with those rising stars, which is why they have this list. To sum it up in one sentence, no matter whether you are rich, powerful, or powerful, you can participate in this Hidden Dragon competition. It seems very simple, but there are too many wolves and too many people involved. Simple rules have become very strict. There are only 320 places in the 4 major lists. The cultivators and monsters on the entire continent do not know how many. Therefore, those who miss the top 4 lists will compete for other places. Lu Feng is the cultivator who came to Tianhong to compete for the spot. If you need it in the Principality of Aoki, I can help you participate in the competition for the quota. Lu Feng rolled his eyes and said. Zhao Xingchen had long been disgusted by this remark, and said disdainfully at this time, "You are only an intermediate god king, and you dare to say such a big thing?" Lu Feng looked at Zhao Xingchen and said with a smile, "What happened to the intermediate god king?" Although the competition in these major lists requires strength, it does not depend entirely on strength. Speaking of this, Lu Feng said proudly, "To be honest, I already have a place to participate in the Qianlong competition, and I am the 100th place in the Qianlong list." I just have this qualification. As soon as the voice fell, everyone became curious. You already have a spot, what else do you want to compete for? Qin Yang asked in confusion. Chapter 449. The quota doesn't mean anything. Lu Feng shrugged, but calmly said, in this Qianlong competition, personal strength is not the most important thing, the important thing is the alliance. Qin Yang laughed and said contemptuously, alliance? You just drove away 2 teammates. Lu Feng was not angry, shook his head, and said, the alliance I'm talking about is not an alliance for everyone. Only by joining the alliance with the qualified people can you win a place in the Qianlong competition. Speaking of this, Lu Feng looked around the team and said, as far as I can see, your overall strength is not bad, and you can barely make up a 10-man squad. Since you are from the Principality of Aoki, these should all be soldiers, right? After speaking, he also pointed to Qin Yang, Zhao Xingchen and others. Qin Yang motioned Zhao Xingchen not to speak and continued to listen. Lu Feng went on to say, the cooperation between soldiers is far more than that of loose repairs. I am afraid that many people will ignore this. Qin Yang nodded secretly, this man quite understands. The cooperation between the robes is not just cooperation. At critical moments, it is normal to sacrifice oneself for righteousness. And because of this, in terms of overall strength, it is beyond what people think. What is the 10-man squad? Zhao Xingchen was quite interested. If there is a squad, wouldn't it be safe to have Qin Yang? Lu Feng said, as I said, the competition for this title and the future Qianlong competition do not depend on personal strength. You can ask for foreign aid, which is also a kind of strength. It's just that the Qianlong competition is a kind of strength. At that time, the foreign aid you can invite can only be people who are also qualified to compete for hegemony. After a pause, Lu Feng said, I can help you fight for a place. If it succeeds, then we will form an alliance, how about it? Everyone's faces were a little weird, and they all seemed to have misunderstood this young man named Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked at everyone's strange expressions, and he was a little unclear. He continued, although the Aoki Principality is a principality, it is afraid that compared to the family, hee. So, we should hug together, to keep warm. Everyone remained silent, but turned their attention to Qin Yang. Qin Yang smacked his lips and said, I don't like hugging together for warmth, only the weak will hug together for warmth. Lu Feng's face sank, he frowned, and was about to throw his sleeves and leave. Qin Yang added, in contrast, what I like is the alliance of the powerful. Lu Feng's face suddenly looked much better, that's it. The team continued to move forward, and Lu Feng finally reacted and asked, did you think at the beginning I was coveting your place? Qin Yang coughed lightly and did not speak. The others also turned their eyes away and acquiesced. Especially the 2 brothers Zhao Xingchen, who had already transmitted the voice of the divine sense from the very beginning. Even this kid can enter the Qianlong list. Then they have the 2nd-generation sky armor, given by Qin Yang. Isn't it easy to enter the list? And no matter who of the 2 of them goes to the list, this Lu Feng will definitely be squeezed out. Lu Feng Chong showed the nature of chattering, and he could constantly find topics. He quickly put aside this issue and said, don't worry, although the competition in the Qianlong Championship is fierce, I have done enough homework. To be honest, you can it's your luck to join me. Speaking of this, his eyes kept turning to Zhao Qingya and Xuanhuan Guqing. It's just that he looked at Xuanhuan Guqing more often, not only because of Xuanhuan Guqing's more bearing, but also because of his strength. Only strength can be recognized. You have indeed done a lot of homework, but it's hard to keep your top 100 on the hidden dragon list. Qin Yang said slowly. Lu Feng smiled and said, I have investigated, and the dozen or so people in front of me are all normal. Just rush up after being squeezed down. Speaking of this, Lu Feng looked forward and said, it was really a good time to be able to catch up with the Qianlong competition. Even if you win the 100th place in the Qianlong competition, there is still an empty island base. Your own exclusive territory, ha ha ha. While talking, Lu Feng laughed to himself, and everyone was immediately covered with black lines. Speaking of this, Lu Feng lowered his voice and said, by the way, even if you don't have a quota, you can buy it. Buy? Zhao Xingchen suddenly shouted, can you buy this amount? Shoo! Lu Feng angrily said, keep your voice down. Not everyone knows this. Speaking, Lu Feng glanced left and right, and said, among the 4 major lists just mentioned, many people occupy several lists at the same time, and thus have several places. I didn't say that before, you can ask for foreign aid. Those who have more than 2 chart positions, they use one for themselves, and the rest can be sold or given to others. After a pause, Lu Feng continued, not only that, let's take the Qin Yang that I admire the most. Speaking of this, everyone's faces suddenly brightened, and even Qin Yang was embarrassed to scratch his nose. Why did this involve himself again? Lu Feng went on to say, this Qin Yang is simply a monster. He is on the fighting list, Tianjiao list, Qianlong list, and Fengyan list. He is also the 10th by default. Although it is only 10th, there are 4 major lists. At the same time, no one will doubt his strength and ability anymore. Especially there is a gossip that the Dozhan Guild wants to give Qin Yang the first place in Dozhan, but it was only because there seemed to be some misunderstanding rumors that happened before. It's 10th. You don't know how many people are waiting for Qin Yang Xian outside. Body, and then challenge him. For chatter, any topic may stray at any time. For Qin Yang, he also went astray, just because there was something in his heart that he didn't understand. Wait. Qin Yang interrupted with a wave of his hand, and said, you said just now that the billboard is a list of the older generation of powerhouses. How did Qin Yang get on the billboard? Lu Feng said, there is no way. People are strong. They can compete with the older generation of strong people. They have already surpassed the situation of their peers. As long as they have strength, there is no problem. After speaking, Lu Feng glanced at Qin Yang and said, why, are you still not convinced? Qin Yang held back his laughter, nodded, and said, serve, this can be served. Lu Feng turned the topic back and said, as I said before, Qin and Yang are ranked 10th on the 4 major lists, and this is just a preliminary judgment. No matter what, they won't fall out of 100, even if it is the 10th of the God of War. Fall out, he still has at least 3 places. Lu Feng seemed to know Qin Yang very well, and said, at the same time, it is impossible for the Tsangqiang Academy not to give Qin Yang a quota. There is also the Jin Family Chamber of Commerce, and the Jin Family Chamber of Commerce even said that even if there is only 1 quota, it will be given to Qin Yang, instead of giving the young master Jin Wanshan. Is it useful to have so many places? Qin Yang asked. Lu Feng said with an exaggerated expression, it's useful. It's very useful. Chapter 450, it's not that I don't want to take him to play. What's the use? Qin Yang asked. Lu Feng explained, the more places there are, the more helpers there are. When you go to the East China Sea to participate in the Qianlong competition, your overall strength will naturally be stronger. Moreover, if you are fortunate enough to enter the Qianlong competition list, you will gain nothing. The rewards of the island base can even be stacked and exchanged. Is this still possible? Qin Yang was stunned for a moment. Lu Feng laughed and said, so, helpers are very important. There are only 100 people in the Qianlong competition for hegemony, but the bottom 20 people superimposed and exchanged the empty island base, which is not smaller than the first place. Finally, everyone knows the importance of this alliance, which is a substantial benefit. Everyone's views on Lu Feng have also changed completely, and this person is quite enthusiastic. It's just that Qin Yang, as always, is neither cold nor friendly. Qin Yang took a fancy to the fact that this person drove away his companion before, which was the truth. If it is because there are no places, why did you become a companion in the first place? Just for a little bit, Qin Yang didn't have much of a cold for Lu Feng. 3 days later, it will be the preliminary contest for Tianhong's quota. Only those who are promoted can go to the next level of screening, and finally decide the ownership of the 3 places. But everyone knows that there are 3 places, and one of them must be Gongye Yifan. Everyone wins, but there are only 2 left. Even if we can win it, in the end it will just pave the way for Gongye Yifan. Even so, some unqualified people still flock to it. The Rainbow leader seemed to have really forgotten about the Principality of Aoki, and the tribute was paid in advance. Gongye Yifan, who had been clamoring before, did not appear, only the impatient face of the old manager. Okay, the dragon hunting crossbow has been confirmed to be returned, you should leave early. Lu Feng also came to the Lord's mansion with the team, and was stunned when he saw the general manager's attitude. Leave? Can't you? Lu Feng asked. The Principality of Aoki also has a quota, which is selected by the Rainbow Territory. Others can leave, and the person who has a quota in the Principality of Aoki should stay. Lu Feng had a very clear calculation in his heart. Everyone felt that there were 2 places to contend for, but in fact there was only one. After all, there is still the Aoki Principality. But the old man in charge sneered and said, "Do you still want a place?" Looking at Zhao Qingya, the old man in charge said arrogantly, "What? Do you, the Principality of Aoki, want to settle down with us, the Rainbow leader?" Zhao Qingya frowned slightly, ignoring the coercion deliberately exuding from the old man in charge, and said, "It should be in our interest, and we will definitely not give up." The old man in charge sighed and shook his head, and said, "This is for the good of your Aoki Principality. Originally, there are no strong people, and these things should not be mixed." Speaking of this, the old man in charge said threateningly, "If you want to participate, you can. I'm afraid that there will be no one in your Aoki Principality by then. Since no one accepts this quota, won't it be led by us in the end?" Zhao Xingchen said angrily, "I don't have anyone in the Principality of Aoki. You underestimate us too. I think the quota for the Principality of Aoki should be separated and decided by ourselves." The old man in charge laughed and said, "It's just an affiliated duchy. Giving you a quota is also for the sake of the Xuanhuan Empire." What? If the race for quotas is to be separated, will your Aoki duchy become independent? The old man in charge looked at Zhao Xingchen and said, "With your strength, you still want to participate in the hidden dragon competition, but it's faster to dream." Haha. You. Zhao Xingchen gritted his teeth, but he was just a general manager, but he looked down on others and looked down on others. Zhao Qingya took a deep breath, grabbed Zhao Xingchen, and shook her head gently. "Are we going to give up?" Zhao Xingchen was unwilling. The number of places in the Qianlong competition is very important. Just giving up like this, not only can't save face, but everyone can't swallow this bad anger in their hearts. Zhao Qingya said, "If you have the strength, you can still participate in the Qianlong competition, but it will only be taken by Tianhong for a place." After a pause, Zhao Qingya said again, "Since the matter is over, then we are leaving." Saying that, just leave. Although Zhao Xingchen and Zhao Xingxing were not convinced, there was nothing they could do. "She's right." Qin Yang nodded. Everyone left the Lord's mansion and went to the inn in the city to settle down. In the inn, Qin Yang expressed his approval of Zhao Qingya's approach. Qin Yang opened his mouth and said, "If the dragon hunting and the previous marriage were investigated, if the Rainbow leader were to pursue it, there would be endless troubles. At this time of year, they can't take care of these things. It would also give the Aoki Principality a chance to skip these troubles. Looking at Zhao Xingchen, who was still angry, Qin Yang said, even if the Principality of Aoki still has a place, it's just one more place. After all, it's just a few of you who can participate in the competition. Could it be that based on your strength, you can still enter? Don't you want to go to the Qianlong list? Having said that, the anger won't go away for a while. Lu Feng has been silent for a while, but at this time, he said with a strange yin and yang, I told you earlier that the alliance is very important, and the co-authorship is not worth it. Even if the quota is sold, the wealth will even be seen by the royal family of Prince Aoki. Be jealous. We are not for wealth. Zhao Xingchen said. Lu Fengqi laughed anxiously, and said, do you have a strong family background? Don't you need to build an empty island base? With your strength, it is no problem to enter the Qianlong list, but what about other lists? The Principality of Aoki is not qualified to attack Tinjiao. List finally tore his face, and everyone knew that what Lu Feng valued was not the quota, but the income from selling the quota. It turns out that the alliance you have been talking about is to sell the quota of our Aoki Principality? Zhao Xingchen's face turned cold. Lu Feng didn't hide anymore, and said disdainfully, I should have known earlier that you have this kind of relationship with Rainbow Collar, so I don't bother to waste time. After he finished speaking, he looked at Xuanhuan Guqing again with a playful expression on his face, with your strength, you are only a low-level god king, but you can't make it to the Qianlong list. I think you are looking for more blessings on your own, maybe there is a master on the list, but also to win a place. At that time, even if you bring yourself a place, you may be able to get more benefits. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Lu Feng like a silly X. With her identity, she still needs to compete for the spot. Not to mention this title, even if they directly asked the Dragon Clan to ask for the empty island base, the Dragon Clan would not necessarily give the Xuanhuan Empire royal family face. Having said that, Lu Feng got up and said, finally, I would like to advise you that if you can't even hold the quota your own duchy deserves, don't fight for the Qianlong list. Zhao Xingchen said angrily, what do you mean? Lu Feng snorted lightly and said, there is one more point, I will tell you, by the way. The competition for the 4 major lists, among which the competition for the Qianlong list, is in the Aurora city led by Tianhong. Unfortunately, with Tianhong leading their own, the competition for places is on the same arena. You have this kind of relationship with the Rainbow Leader, how could they let you compete for the Qianlong ranking smoothly? Lu Feng walked out of the inn, but Qin Yang suddenly asked, so, are you planning to form an alliance with us? Lu Feng let out a sigh and left. Everyone immediately turned to Qin Yang. Qin Yang sighed, spread his hands and said to everyone, you have seen it too, it's not that I don't want to play with him, it's that he doesn't want to. Everyone suddenly laughed. If Lu Feng knew that Qin Yang was the man he admired, he would not leave like this even if he was beaten to death. Chapter 451. Tianhong has 3 places, and today's primary election is about to begin. In the streets and alleys of Aurora City, all practitioners have been suppressed for a long time. In front of the city lord's mansion, on the square, there was a ring called Shifang Lei. Ride the wind and ride the clouds to travel the world, and the hidden dragon fights in the sky. Although the slogan of Qianlong Bang was written on the banner, the main purpose of this time was the primary election of Tianhong. Generally, practitioners will give Tianhong a face. At this event, even if they want to participate in the competition for the Qianlong list, they will stop for a while. In other words, look for one more opportunity first. If you can enter the primary election, or even get a place in Tianhong, and then compete for the Qianlong list, your chances of winning will increase a lot. This is the Lord City of Rainbow Land. Early in the morning, the square was already crowded with people, and Qin Yang, Zhao Qingya and others also came here. It's just that Zhao Qingya and the others looked a little ugly. After all, one of the 3 places was taken away. Tianhong is recruiting heroes from all over the world, let's go to the competition later. Zhao Xingchen said. Zhao Xingxing nodded and agreed, we have to let him know that in the end, if we grab our place in the Aoki Principality, it still belongs to us. Yo, it belongs to you in the end. Don't be afraid to flash your tongue when you talk big. Lu Feng was a little furious, obviously the previous unhappiness made him brooding. It was as if everyone owed him a fortune. Lu Feng looked around the audience and said with a smile, you guys are thinking too simple. To enter the primary election, you must first be recognized by the Lord of Tianhong. And even if you get the quota of Tianhong, it is for Gongye Yifan. Service. You have to sign a contract first, no matter what you get in the Qianlong competition, you have to give it to Gongye Yifan. If it is a natural treasure, you can get a piece of the pie. If you are lucky enough to get the empty island base, you can get it. It's a common man. If that's the case, then who is going to fight for this title? Isn't this a waste of effort? A cultivator next to him said dissatisfiedly. Lu Feng snorted softly and said, it's a waste of effort? Being able to rely on a big tree is the best way out for our scattered cultivation, especially in the future. What do you want? Having said that, the cultivator nodded again and again. Just for the sake of fame is enough to keep people going. If you really get the quota of Rainbow Collar, it is equivalent to directly becoming the core staff of Rainbow Collar. This is much faster than the usual way. Zhao Xingchen and Zhao Xingxing suddenly became depressed. Zhao Xingxing glanced at Lu Feng and said, we have the strength to enter the primary election, even if we don't sign a contract, how can he get us? Lu Feng shook his head again and again, and said with a look of contempt, don't worry, even if you enter the primary election, there will still be a trial to determine the quota. If you don't want to give you a quota, Tianhong has 100 ways to kick you out. What if I can't kick it out? Zhao Xingchen asked. Lu Feng suddenly choked, are you all sick in your head? I see that the Rainbow Leader's attitude towards you is very unfriendly, how dare you offend you? Lu Feng laughed and said, can't you kick out? Do you think all of you are Qin Yang? Even if Qin Yang comes, you have to obey the arrangement honestly. Otherwise, if you encounter something unexpected, hee. The meaning of the words, of course, will be life-threatening. But Zhao Xingchen and Zhao Xingxing are not afraid of threats. Zhao Xingchen said, then let's wait and see, if we enter the primary election and complete the trial. I don't believe Tianhong won't give a place. Lu Feng said, in the end, this is also the place for Tianhong Collar, you. Zhao Xingchen interrupted directly and said with a smile, according to the rules, our Aoki Principality is eligible to participate, and we don't need to rely on Rainbow Collar. Lu Feng was suddenly choked, and he could only leave with disdain. Putting on a smile, he chatted warmly with a middle-aged cultivator he liked. If you don't understand it carefully, it is really difficult to discover the nature of Lu Feng. Xuanhuan Guqing kept watching, and when he heard what Lu Feng said before, even if Qin Yang comes, his life will be in danger, his eyes suddenly lit up. When a magic bell rang, and the head of Tianhong came out of the Lord's mansion. The time has come, the primary election is about to begin. The old man in charge swept away his thoughts, looked around the audience, and was very satisfied with the visitors. So many powerful masters, especially many young talents who are competing for the Hidden Dragon ranking, if they can be absorbed into the Rainbow Collar, this will make the strength of the Rainbow Collar take a big step forward. But when his divine sense swept across Zhao Qingya and the others from the Principality of Aoki, his face suddenly sank. The Aoki Principality is a subsidiary country of the Xuanhuan Empire, and the competition for places should have come to the Rainbow Collar, but there is no suitable reason to kick it out. Rainbow Collar, as long as the heartfelt subordinates. If the quota is obtained by the Principality of Aoki, it is equivalent to throwing it away. Next, I'll announce the rules. The old man in charge pondered and said, there are 3 places for the Rainbow Leader. If you want to get these 3 places, you need to go through the primary election and subsequent trials. The primary election is the competition in the arena. Click until the end. Speaking of this, the old man in charge paused, and then said, because everyone is very strong, and this 10-party competition. It was also built in the square in the center of the city, and in front of the Lord's palace. Therefore, everyone is only allowed to use 30% of their strength to make 100 moves against each other, and then everyone votes for the winner. As soon as this rule came out, everyone was in an uproar. What kind of bullshit rule is this? If you don't do your best, how can you tell the winner? That's right, if someone is just popular, wouldn't that make the truly powerful people lose their hatred? Also, who knows how much strength he used? It's not easy to judge at all. Moreover, the strength of a cultivator needs to be considered comprehensively. Can't magic weapons be used? The corner of the old man's mouth rose slightly, and he said, "This is my Tianhong leader's quota. If you are not satisfied with the rules, you cannot participate." By the way, the competition for the Qianlong list is also in this 10-party competition, but it will be after my Tianhong leader's primary election can start. Don't worry, when the time comes, the Lord will personally open up a temporary pseudo-secret realm, you can do whatever you want. After saying this, everyone immediately dared not refute. Other people's territory, people's places, naturally they have the final say. The one who complained loudly before quickly lowered his head, but don't offend the old man in charge. Zhao Xingchen and Zhao Xingqiang clenched their fists, which was obviously aimed at their Aoki principality. The old man in charge took out a list of points, projected a huge light screen with an array method, and said, 100 people will pass the primary election. This is the ranking of the list that has been drawn up. Those who are already on the list will directly enter the primary election. Those who are not on the list can choose any one of them to challenge. If you lose, you will be disqualified, and if you win, you will enter the primary election. Chapter 452. Everyone's eyes widened to look at the list. Some people sighed and sighed, while others jumped up in joy. Lu Feng is the one who dances the most, laughing constantly, and repeatedly said to the people around him, "See, then the number 100 is me, I don't need to board the 10 Feng Lei, I can enter directly." Primary election. After finishing speaking, he looked at Zhao Qingya and the others proudly. The ranking of the list is fair. Many people on it have some reputations. If you are familiar with the 4 major lists, you can also find many acquaintances from this list. This Lu Feng is number 100 on the Qianlong list. It's just that people are very dissatisfied. Gongye Yifan is actually in the first place on the list. The old man in charge looked around the audience. After everyone saw the list, he announced, "The preliminary round starts now. If you want to challenge, you can go directly to the ring and call out his name." Zhao Xingxing couldn't wait for a long time. Facing Lu Feng's clamor, he became more and more disgusted with him. He jumped onto the ring and pointed at Lu Feng. "I want to challenge you," Zhao Xingxing said. Everyone is still watching, thinking about who the candidates on the list should challenge. This is no joke, and it's not like other lists. There are also many complex relationships. No one expected this challenge to come so quickly. Lu Feng's face was ugly, and he said solemnly, "It's just you who are worthy of challenging me? You are not even a god king, how dare you clamor with me? What if it's not the king of God? I may not have the strength to fight the king of God." Zhao Xingxing was very calm. Everyone didn't know why, so Zhao Xingxing continued, "Didn't you say that you can invite foreign aid in this primary election?" Lu Feng raised his brows and looked at Qin Yang with fear. Is that young man who doesn't talk much and has always been very silent, is he going to take action? He has not yet been able to see the strength of this man. Don't worry, I don't need him to deal with you. Zhao Xingxing smiled and said, "I only need 9 soldiers to With the battle armor in the sky, before joining forces with his brother Zhao Xingchen, they can fight against Yan Gong, not to mention this Lu Feng. Moreover, in the true sense of the sky battle armor, it is not a magic weapon. The old man in charge looked at all this lightly. In the primary selection list, he deliberately ranked Lu Feng in the 100th place. It's not that the people in front are stronger, but that Lu Feng was with the people from the Aoki Principality at that time. Now it seems that this Lu Feng does not have to be ruled out. As for Zhao Xingxing's request for foreign aid, he doesn't care. Lu Feng is an intermediate god king, and a group of stars dares to shout. In the Principality of Aoki, Zhao Xingchen did not appear, but 9 soldiers entered the field. Except for Zhao Xingxing, who is the second-generation sky armor, the other 9 are ordinary first-generation sky armor. Zhao Xingxing let out a low drink, and everyone mobilized the sky armor in a neat and uniform manner, and the momentum changed abruptly. What are they wearing? Is it a magic weapon? Someone wondered. A group of stars, no wonder they dare to provoke the king of gods so much. It turns out that they have trump cards. This battle is interesting. The audience watched this scene with great interest. It was a very rare thing to challenge the higher order, especially the challenge to the king of the gods in the star realm. And with this posture, it seems that there is still a chance to win. Seeing the momentum of the 10 people in front of him condensed together, Lu Feng's face changed. He previously boasted that the strength of the soldiers would be greatly superimposed, but he did not expect that the superposition would be so terrifying. Lu Feng, do you want to invite foreign aid? The old man in charge asked. No please. Lu Feng said through gritted teeth. What a joke, if you have to ask for help when facing 10 cultivators in the star realm, then his reputation will be completely ruined. That's good, it ends when you click, and you can only use 30% of your combat power. After the old man in charge said, he gave Lu Feng a look. Lu Feng was instantly overjoyed and caught the uplifting signal in his heart. Lu Feng smiled and nodded without leaving a trace. The battle begins. The old man in charge ordered. Zhao Xingxing also shouted, and the momentum of the 10 people suddenly sharpened, like a sharp sword. Lu Feng stretched out his hand and patted it, and the field suddenly wrinkled. Qin Yang raised his brows and let out a sigh. He could naturally see that this Lu Feng directly used 80% of his power. King Kong is not bad. Zhao Xingxing put his arms in one gear, as immobile as a rock. The other 9 soldiers also used the martial skills engraved on the sky armor, and the audience immediately exclaimed. This palm of Lu Feng did not have any effect on them in the star realm. The armors on them seemed to combine the strength of 10 people. If this is the case, the outcome is really hard to say. Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Why is he so evil? I have used 80% of my strength. I thought I could shoot these people away with one palm, but... Zhao Xingxing sneered, and pointed it out like a sword, and the other soldiers also used martial arts. For a time all kinds of martial arts flew across the 10 directions, and the beauty was not messy at all. These 10 people cooperated seamlessly with their martial arts, and Lu Feng immediately began to panic. I see that these people have a show. Although it is 10 people fighting one, but if they win, it is still amazing. This is the stars versus the god of war. Go back and ask them. Where did the armor come from? Lu Feng fell directly into the lower wind. Shifeng Lei did not have any formation blessing, and Lu Feng did not dare to use a wide range of powerful moves. Zhao Xingxing of the Principality of Aoki, for breaking the rules, the qualification will be disqualified. The old man in charge announced. There were boos in the field, and people knew what they should do if they wanted to enter the primary election. Zhao Xingxing suddenly asked loudly, why? Where did I violate the rules? You used the magic weapon. The old man in charge said. This is the sky battle armor, produced by the Sky College. This is not an illegal treasure. It's just a star-level talisman. Zhao Xingxing explained. There was a lot of discussion in the field. Songqiong Academy actually developed such a powerful equipment? If the number, would it be able to sweep everything? I don't care what kind of talisman you have. Its function is the same as that of a magic weapon. I said it is a magic weapon. It is a magic weapon. I used 30% of my power. You are talking nonsense. Zhao Xingxing refused. The old man in charge directly exuded a strong pressure, with a fierce look in his eyes. Are you questioning me? Zhao Xingxing wanted to say something, but Zhao Qingya had already seen everything and said, Zhao Xingxing, come down. But it's nothing to be proud of. Although Zhao Qingya didn't practice cultivation, she was just an ordinary woman, and now she has finally seen it through. Rainbow Collar, there are too many ways to make them ineligible. Rather than continue to be humiliated, it is better to leave and return to the Principality of Aoki to benefit the people. Chapter 453, The Shade Can't Save You. It's quite sensible. The old man in charge smiled. Don't we have to give up? Zhao Xingchen frowned, and now he can't use the sky armor, but in the Qianlong competition, there are really no taboos. This empty island base may not be able to compete. In fact, Zhao Xingchen has already made plans in his heart. He also wants to seek allies. Qin Yang is only the last resort. He doesn't want to always trouble Qin Yang and drag Qin Yang down. As long as they find allies and provide the sky armor, they will be no worse than others in terms of strength. Zhao Qingya shook her head and said, the entire continent is fighting for the empty island base, but in my heart, only the people of the principality. Qin Yang nodded in appreciation. This Zhao Qingya and her father Zhao Kongming are two extremes. For the sake of fame and fortune, Zhao Kongming could even sacrifice the entire principality, while Zhao Qingya gave up some fame and fortune for the principality. It's amazing, cultivators in the world. I'm afraid that God Emperor is not as thorough as you. Qin Yang directly gave a thumbs up. Zhao Qingya smiled embarrassedly and said, actually, I can see through it because of you. Me? Why? Qin Yang was puzzled. Zhao Qingya explained, I feel it, you treat these things like floating clouds, and you don't care about them at all. Qin Yang shrugged and said, you're wrong about this. I'm bound to win the empty island base. It's not that I don't care, because this is what I have in my pocket. Zhao Qingya was speechless for a while. Is it because of this? As for why Qin Yang wanted the empty island base, he actually had a plan, but no one knew. The Qin family, the pseudo-secret realm that is about to be destroyed. After experiencing the 10,000 mountains, Qin Yang knew that the pseudo-secret realm could not be restored. Even if there is the 5 elements ascension array of the starry sky compass, there are still hidden dangers in the pseudo-secret realm. Wouldn't it be perfect if you directly got an empty island base and moved the Qin family relics directly? Qin Yang still has a plan in his heart, that is, after obtaining the empty island base, he will move the Qin family up there, and then directly urge the empty island base to go to the Lu family to propose marriage. This point, even Lu Mingyu didn't mention it to her, just wanted to give her a surprise. Zhao Qingya couldn't help laughing. If she didn't know Qin Yang, she probably thought Qin Yang was arrogant. No matter what Qin Yang said, Zhao Qingya had already made a decision anyway. Zhao Xingchen and Zhao Xingxing looked at each other and both sighed. However, in front of the principality, they would still stand firmly by Zhao Qingya's side. For the Principality of Aoki, stability is the #1 priority, and I still have a lot of things to do. Zhao Qingya looked at Qin Yang and smiled. I believe you will succeed, but if it is possible in the future, you can go to the empty island. Get acquainted. Don't worry, definitely. Qin Yang nodded. Qin Yang neither agreed nor denied Zhao Qingya's decision. In fact, Qin Yang knew that even if Zhao Xingchen and others entered the hegemony competition, because of the tragic competition of the hegemony competition, with opponents who did not distinguish between good and evil, and regardless of race, they were likely to be more fortunate than good. Moreover, in this competition for hegemony, Qin Yang's opponents are afraid that they will spring up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Not only Finglian 3 people, but also major top forces. Qin Yang has been threatened more than once, saying what will happen when he leaves the Xuanhuan Academy and what will happen when he enters the East China Sea. He did not forget that he was still on the number 1 hunting list of the Demon Temple. Under such powerful enemies, Qin Yang can't guarantee that he can protect Zhao Xingchen and others, but Zhao Xingchen and others will be implicated by him. Zhao Qingya said goodbye solemnly and left with the people from the Aoki Principality. Xuanhuan Guqing also bid farewell to him and stayed. It should have been this way, why bother to embarrass yourself? Lu Feng shouted loudly. But Zhao Qingya and the others did not look back. Qin Yang spoke softly and said, the pursuit is different. At least they have found the way they want to go, and they have the goal they want to pursue. Unlike some people, they are simply living in a dream, chasing after the illusory, simply impossible to get. Are you talking about me? Lu Feng was instantly enraged. With the support of the old manager, he is now full of confidence. Especially Zhao Qingya's direct retreat when faced with difficulties made the old man in charge look at Lu Feng with admiration. The kind eyes made Lu Feng's tail almost stick to the sky. You can understand that. Qin Yang nodded. Lu Feng was suddenly anxious, pointed at Qin Yang, and said, sign up, I want to challenge you. Qin Yang spread his hands and said with a smile, challenge me? Sorry, you are not qualified. The onlookers suddenly booed. I thought this kid was a hidden powerhouse, but it turned out that he was just talking shit. If you just talk and don't practice the fake hand pose, who can't speak big words, who can't speak the truth? When it comes to the challenge, you will be persuaded. Since you're embarrassed, don't be embarrassed here. Wouldn't it be better to get out of the way with the people from the small principality? Staying here is also asking for shame. Living in a dream is better than you. Lu Feng retorted and said, you can only watch other people eat meat, and you can't even drink soup. Qin Yang didn't feel anything when he heard it, and was even a little hungry. Xuanhuan Guqing is a little anxious. Qin Yang has no fighting spirit at all. Doesn't that mean that Qin Yang is not interested in this title at all? Thinking about it, it's right. Qin Yang's 10th place on the 4th list is not counting the places given to him by the Jin family and Songqiong Academy. Even if Qin Yang gives him a place, the 10th place on the 4th list is a certainty. For Qin Yang, the number of Tianhong collars is simply unattractive. But if Qin Yang didn't challenge, how could he enter the trial that Lu Feng said Qin Yang is in danger of life? After killing God King Chu and insulting Xuanhuan Ling, Xuanhuan Guqing didn't want to wait until Qin Yang entered the East China Sea before letting Chu Jian kill him 3 times. If you can do it as soon as possible, you will feel better sooner. Xuanhuan Guqing said directly, he's not from the Rainbow Leader, so I'm afraid he won't be able to participate in this primary election, right? Since this is a 10-party fight, naturally anyone can challenge it. The old man in charge said a few words without blushing. Lu Feng pointed at Qin Yang and shouted, if you don't want to be a shrunken turtle, come up and fight me. Facing Lu Feng's ridicule, Qin Yang's expression remained calm. In the mysterious realm of 10,000 Layers Mountain, an absolute world can reach hundreds of God Kings in seconds. This mere intermediate God King is really too lazy to move his fingers. Not interested. Qin Yang said directly. Lu Feng became more and more arrogant, and said loudly, I really don't know where you come from. What is your family sect? I think, your family and the sect you belong to are probably also useless like you. Otherwise, how can you do it? Train someone like you? As soon as the words fell, a black light flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. In the whole square, everyone suddenly felt an inexplicable throbbing in their hearts, and they came and went quickly, as if it were an illusion, making everyone's faces full of confusion. With Tianhong leading this old man in charge, and under these strange rules, it really makes you forget who you are. Qin Yang stared at Lu Feng and said slowly, "If you want to be famous, you always have to pay a price. Are you really going to challenge me?" Although Lu Feng was a little nervous in his heart, but now the old man in charge is on his side, what else is there to worry about? He lost all face in the previous battle with Zhao Xingxing's Star Realm, and he must find his way back. "Of course, I'm just afraid that you won't dare to fight," Lu Feng said. "You will regret it," Qin Yang said quietly, "the shady screen can't save you." Chapter 454 Public Fury. "Stop talking nonsense, come up directly. I want to see how you can beat me." Lu Feng said proudly, "It's best to report your name. If you beat a small shrimp and a small fish, it will be meaningless." Qin Yang smiled without saying a word, and went straight to the ring. Shifeng lay, everyone stared at Qin Yang with pity. This kid is afraid that he will be frustrated. The place that Tianhong has won is impossible for him to get. "What? Aren't you afraid to mention your name for fear of losing face?" Lu Feng frowned. "What do you think? That's your business. If you're ready, we can start." Qin Yang didn't say much, and looked at the old manager. The old man's heart suddenly tightened, as if he was being stared at by a beast. He only has the power of the God King realm Jizangshan, but facing Qin Yang's eyes just now, he feels as if he has no power to fight back. This son is very close to the Principality of Aoki, and he still has such a strong strength. The old man in charge pondered in his heart, this primary election will eliminate him. "The competition begins," the old man in charge ordered. Lu Feng looked at Qin Yang vigilantly, being careful of the opponent's shot. In this battle, he also wants to test how much the other party has. "Let's do it. I'm also on the Qianlong list anyway. It's too stingy to take action first against you, an unknown junior," Lu Feng said self-righteously. Qin Yang was instantly happy. He was only number 100 on the Qianlong list, and he dared to speak to himself like that. "You shoot first," Qin Yang said. "If I have to shoot first against you, I will look down on you too much." "So, do you look down on me?" Lu Feng narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand towards the void, as if he was holding the wind. Qin Yang blinked his eyes, and also reached out his hand to shake the void next to him. The judgment is high and low, and it forms an extremely strong contrast. Lu Feng held it as if it was a breeze, but it just made people feel a gust of air. And Qin Yang held such a grip, and the entire square was directly rolled up by a violent storm. The entire Shifeng Lei was also enveloped by this storm. Lu Feng had a look of astonishment on his face. He tried his best, but he was only able to stabilize his figure. Just this one move, he was defeated, and the defeat was a mess. Who the hell is he, and how can he be so strong? Lu Feng drummed in his heart and looked at the old manager. The old man in charge also frowned again and again. It hasn't been fought yet. How can he announce the result? Only when Qin Yang's attack begins, will he directly judge Qin Yang to use all his strength and eliminate him from the primary election. In the square, everyone looked at Qin Yang in amazement, but they didn't expect this kid to have some strength. Those who approached the arena stepped back one after another, and they felt more deeply. In this storm, there was an extremely violent power, and even the practitioners of the God King realm felt terrified. Xuanhuan Guqing's breathing was a little depressed, as expected of a person who can fight against Xu Jian 3. "What are you doing? Attacking?" Qin Yang looked at Lu Feng impatiently. Lu Feng's back was soaked with cold sweat, and it was no longer a matter of victory or defeat. He felt the indifference in Qin Yang's eyes. Is this to kill yourself? As long as he makes a shot, then Qin Yang will also make a shot at the same time, if that's the case. Lu Feng felt frightened in his heart. There is no need for the old man to announce the result, he will surely die. He has already felt the absolute difference in the strength of the opponent. Okay. Qin Yang waved his hand gently, and the wind dissipated. At this time everyone could only feel the breeze held by Lu Feng, and the booze continued for a while. It was as if a tiger roared in the forest, a tiger roared past, and there was a kitten in the field. Lu Feng took a deep breath, but he still couldn't calm down. The old man in charge gave him a look, making Lu Feng feel a little more at ease. Lu Feng shouted loudly, emboldened himself, exerted all his strength directly, and even propped up the field. A gust of wind condensed into a sharp sword and stabbed Qin Yang directly. Qin Yang stretched out his finger and flicked it, and the sharp wind sword was shattered by a single flick. I declare, this boy, he has used his full strength and is disqualified. Lu Fengsheng. The old man in charge said directly. Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. The smile is particularly abrupt in the entire square. The whole square was extremely quiet, and no one spoke. It's just that everyone stared at the old manager and Lu Feng with contempt on their faces. Shady is shady, but this is too obvious, right? Is this bullying everyone blind? It is unknown how much Qin Yang used his strength, but judging from his relaxed actions, he definitely did not use all his strength. On the other hand, Lu Feng has even held up the field. The old man in charge was also a little embarrassed, but he still continued to bite the bullet and continued. Lu Feng won 2 games in a row and kept his spot in the preliminary round. Who is going to challenge next? Name the opponent you want to challenge. Anyway, everyone will not choose Lu Feng anymore, this is too obvious. Choosing Lu Feng is like giving up. This is not even Lu Feng's own strength. I object to this result. Xian Yuan Guqing spoke loudly. Qin Yang was about to step down, and he didn't want to bother with Lu Feng and the old manager, but Xuanhuan Guqing suddenly spoke for him, which made him stunned for a moment. Everyone also looked at the slightly pale girl, a little morbid, but even more exciting. The old man in charge narrowed his eyes, looked at Xuanhuan Guqing with menacing eyes, and said solemnly, "You object to this result?" Xuanhuan Guqing opened his mouth and said, "Yes, I object. If you fool the cultivators in the world like this, what are you going to play in the arena? What are the preliminary rounds held? There is also the final trial. You simply announce that the 3 places will be given to who doesn't do it. You really are all monkeys in the world, are you allowed to play?" With that said, everyone's expressions changed. Some people have aroused the suffocation in their hearts, and their eyes are burning with anger. Some people are disdainful. This is a good opportunity to curry favor with Tianhong Collar. The arena is just showing itself, what's the problem? The people in the field were directly divided into 2 camps, but obviously those who agreed with Xuanhuan Guqing had the upper hand. Xuanhuan Guqing continued, "According to you, even if you enter the primary election and participate in the final trial, it will be in vain. Why don't you directly announce the places to whom and then compete for the Qianlong list? Don't waste it. Everyone's time." Well said. The competition for Tianhong's place is simply a monkey show. It's better to directly start the competition for the Qianlong list. That's right. I don't believe it anymore. This hidden dragon ranking is also what his rainbow leader said. Even if the competition for the Qianlong list is controlled by them using various dirty methods, we are not afraid. Anyway, when we arrive at the Xuanhuan Imperial City, there is still a final battle for the 4 major lists. We might as well go directly to the Imperial City and wait. Let Tianhong lead yourself to play. That's right, let's go. Immediately, a group of monks left in anger. Instead of being angry here, it is better to go to the imperial city first. Chapter 455, The Temple of the Gods. Seeing that the public anger was aroused, the old man in charge could not calm down. If everyone left, then the next secret realm trial. The old man in charge looked at Qin Yang with a thoughtful look in his eyes, and immediately announced, "It's really inappropriate that you can't show your full strength in a competition. It's just something wrong? You're afraid that everyone is blind, right?" Xuanhuan said. Xuanhuan said, "You didn't say it before. After 100 moves, did everyone vote to decide the winner? Just as soon as we fought, one side was judged to lose by you. You have to give us all an explanation." The old man in charge looked at the cultivators who were leaving in the distance and stopped to look back, suddenly had an idea, and said, "Since this is the case, it is up to everyone to decide how to use 30% of your strength. How about that?" Saying so made everyone feel better, and some people who were going to leave also stayed. "I think he won. I don't know his name yet," a practitioner said. Everyone looked at Qin Yang and became curious. Qin Yang is a little puzzled. What kind of trick is Xuanhuan trying to do? And this old man in charge, the quota must be predetermined, but what are you doing with so much? Everyone is gone, and there is nothing to lose. While thinking about it, someone in the field asked his name. Qin Yang laughed, cupped his hands, and said, "I'm going to Qin Mui." There were repeated calls from the field, and Lu Feng's face became more and more difficult to look at. The old man in charge coughed lightly and said, "Since everyone thinks that Qin Mui has won, then I announce that Qin Mui has entered the primary selection list." According to the rules, Lu Feng, who is defeated by his challenge, will automatically fall back one place. As soon as the voice fell, the old man's face became strange, and Lu Feng's face was flushed and a little ugly. Some practitioners reacted and whispered, "This Lu Feng seems to be the 100th person on the list. Doesn't that mean? Haha, this Lu Feng is directly disqualified. It's really miserable. With his strength, he is considered to be the best among the younger generation, but this is a direct failure." Lu Feng was about to vomit blood in his heart and gritted his teeth. Fortunately, the old man in charge gave him a voice transmission of his spiritual sense, so that he finally had a chance. Lu Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Since I have fallen out of the rankings, I am also qualified to continue to challenge people on the rankings." As soon as the voice fell, everyone was speechless. According to his strength, Lu Feng is indeed qualified to be included in the list, but the people he targets will be miserable. All the rules are fair by everyone present, the atmosphere has returned to harmony, and everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Lu Feng also entered the list smoothly, and the ranking is still very high. Soon, the list competition came to an end, and even Xuanhuan squeezed into the ranking. At the end of the game, if no one has any objection to the list, then take a short rest and prepare for the final trial to determine the quota. The old man in charge looked at the new list. Except for Qin Mui, who made him feel uncomfortable, everyone else was quite satisfied. No matter who wins in the end, it will be a great thing for Tianhongling and Gongye Yifan. In fact, to put it bluntly, this time the number of places is widely recruiting heroes from all over the world, in order to find bodyguards for Gongye Yifan. The competition for the Hidden Dragon ranking can start now. My rainbow leader will naturally not delay the competition for the Hidden Dragon ranking too much. If anyone wants to continue the Hidden Dragon ranking challenge, they can go to the Lord's Palace to register. It will be opened by the Lord in person. Shifeng Lei Pseudo-Secret Realm. The old man in charge announced. On the square, everyone is urging to start the trial, and they are obviously not interested in the competition for the Hidden Dragon list. Anyway, going to Wangqing later is the time when the ranking is really decided. Now the competition is obviously disadvantageous. And it will disturb the Lord's interest. Those with strength and self-confidence have entered the list for Tianhong to win the competition. Who cares about being on the hidden dragon list? Qin Yang looked around and saw that Tianhong's move to lead this move was really a coup. But Qin Yang didn't care about these. Although he was also on the list, he obviously did not intend to participate in the trial. What? Are you leaving now? Xuanhuan Guqing hurriedly stopped Qin Yang when he saw that he wanted to leave. Qin Yang stared at Xuanhuan Guqing in surprise, and said, "Looking at your appearance, it seems that you haven't had enough fun? Don't blame me for not reminding you, you are different from Chuing, and you can't delay returning to Tiandan for too long." Xuanhuan Guqing's face changed. She never thought that Qin Yang would suddenly mention this matter. Hui Tiandan. Although she had never heard of the name, the surging medicinal power still made her unforgettable for a long time. Even the Xuanhuan royal family can't come up with that kind of medicine pill. Xuanhuan Guqing's face showed hesitation, but he soon became firm. Facts are facts. This guy killed God King Chu and insulted Xuanhuan Ling. No matter what, he must die. I heard that this trial is in a secret realm, but every secret realm has treasures. And if I remember correctly, the secret realm of this trial should be the Temple of the Gods. Xuanhuan Guqing said, "The Temple of the Gods is one of the most special secret realms on the mainland, and there is no real realm that can compare with it. It was the Lord of the Rainbow Territory who discovered the gods back then." The entrance to the hall was appreciated by the royal family and named him as a lord. Qin Yang snorted, "Can a secret realm be exchanged for the position of the lord of a large empire? If this secret realm really has such great value, how can it be opened casually?" Looking around at the people on the list left on the field, Qin Yang laughed and didn't believe it at all. Are these people worthy of entering this secret realm? Xuanhuan Guqing said, "I know you don't believe it, but these temples do have such value, but that happened hundreds of years ago. Although these temples are not full of treasures today, it is inevitable that they will. There is a chance against the sky." As if afraid that Qin Yang would not go, Xuanhuan Guqing continued, "After all, these temples are the secret realm of the Age of the Gods." A calendar of the gods made Qin Yang stunned. According to Mr. Qiqiao, 1,000 years ago was the calendar of oblivion, and before the long 9,000 years of oblivion, it was the calendar of the gods. Can the secret realm at that time be preserved until now? Qin Yang shook his head and chuckled. But when you think about it, it's not impossible. If there is no powerful cultivator to destroy it, if there is some formation such as the Vientian locking dragon formation, it is really possible to keep the secret realm stable. Xuanhuan Guqing said again, "By the way, the Lord of Tianhong was the God Emperor who was promoted in the Temple of the Gods." The corners of Xuanhuan Guqing's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. She didn't believe that Qin Yang could resist the temptation to be promoted to God Emperor. It's a pity that Xuanhuan Guqing was wrong. What Qin Yang is most annoyed about now is that he has to stop copying because he wants to participate in the Qianlong Hegemony tournament, so that he will not be promoted to God Emperor. "Sorry, go if you're interested, I'm not interested anyway." Qin Yang shrugged. Just as he was about to turn to leave, his eyes suddenly turned to a figure. This figure was a bit familiar, but it disappeared in a flash, but I couldn't see it clearly. The figure was wearing a cloak and was petite. Qin Yang was about to investigate carefully, but he saw another figure pulling him away and mixing into the crowd heading for the Lord's mansion. Even Qin Yang's investigation was blocked. "What's the matter?" Qin Yang was puzzled, and under careful sensing, he was unable to capture the breath of the two figures. Chapter 456 U. Qin Yang stood there blankly, with a strange feeling in his heart. Xuanhuan Guqing was quite worried at first, but when he saw Qin Yang standing there, he sneered, "I thought you were really not interested, it turned out that you were just being tough." Qin Yang did not respond, but thought in his heart, "If I can feel familiar, it must be someone who has something to do with me." If you can avoid my investigation, you must be stronger than me. Thinking of this, Qin Yang frowned. Stronger than himself? Isn't that God Emperor? But the God Emperor is not qualified to participate in the Qianlong hegemony at all, and it is even less likely to appear in the list of places to compete. Qin Yang has never seen the same realm and can block others from investigating. No, someone can. Qin Yang's eyes flashed, and his face showed joy. Chu Qing Song. It must be Chu Qingga. Only Mi Tianjua can have this ability. What? Have you imagined that you are about to be promoted to God Emperor? Xuanhuan Guqing laughed, thinking that the happy look on Qin Yang's face was in his own imagination. Qin Yang came back to his senses, looked at Xuanhuan Guqing, and played with his taste. Looking at your appearance, you are also interested in these temples. If you want to come, you want to go in? Of course. Xuanhuan Guqing said directly. If Qin Yang can't see Qin Yang die, what's the point? It's just that Xuanhuan Guqing has some doubts. If it is just these temples, if Qin Yang is careful, there may not be danger. However, Lu Feng had sworn before that Qin Yang's life would be in danger when he went, but Xuanhuan Guqing had some expectations. In other words, what new changes have been made to the pantheon, which has been silent for hundreds of years and only caused a sensation back then? Did you forget something? Qin Yang said suddenly. What's the matter? Xuanhuan Guqing asked. Just like you want to kill me all the time, I also think you should be damned. Qin Yang said calmly, as if chatting after a meal. But in the words, it was clear-cut. Xuanhuan Guqing's face tightened, and her face became even paler. Even if these temples still exist, I'm afraid they are only God-King level secret realms. Chu Jiansan can't follow them, right? Qin Yang grinned. As soon as the voice fell, the nearby space was distorted. As if a flat mirror was directly split open by a sword, Chu Jiansan appeared in front of Qin Yang with a pale face. I thought the next time I saw you, it would be in the East China Sea. Qin Yang smiled lightly. Chu Jiansan snorted coldly, then turned to Xuanhuan Guqing and said, Princess, please follow me back to the palace. I'm not going back. I've never been to these temples before. I must go in and see. Xuanhuan Guqing said. Chu Jiansan's face was stiff, and he said, Princess, have you forgotten the ban on you? These temples are the only place you can't go. Without saying it, Xuanhuan Guqing almost forgot. But after speaking out, Xuanhuan Guqing insisted on going. Why can't I go? Xuanhuan Guqing asked. If you don't give me an answer, I have to go today. Qin Yang laughed and said, if you don't go, there are so many things. Qin Yang had guessed a little, and it was probably related to the divine soul in Xuanhuan Guqing's body. Qin Yang said, if you go, if something goes out of control, I'm afraid something big will happen. Chu Jiansan's eyes narrowed, staring at Qin Yang, his eyes like swords, as if he was going to cut open Qin Yang's brain to see what was inside. These temples, I only know a simple record, what exactly is there? Xuanhuan Guqing felt like a fool. Why Qin Yang knew all about it, but he was the dignified princess of the Xuanhuan Empire, the only bloodline of the royal family, but it seemed that he had everything do not know. Thanks to her introduction to Qin Yang in front of Qin Yang before, she was kept in the dark. But she didn't know that what Qin Yang said was not the secret realm, but herself. Chu Jiansan said firmly, if the princess insists on going, then please forgive the princess. After speaking, he was about to start, but the other hand suddenly blocked him. Chu Jiansan raised his brows and looked at Qin Yang. What do you mean? Qin Yang shrugged and said, it's not interesting. I suddenly felt that it might be a good thing to let her go. Xuanhuan Guqing was a little dizzy. How could Qin Yang help himself? Could it be that he really wanted to avoid Chu Jiansan and kill himself? Chu Jiansan also thought so Qin Yang couldn't stop him. Especially Xuanhuan Guqing's illness, I don't know where to go, and I have to go back. The two face each other, and neither will let the other. You can't stop me. Chu Jiansan said coldly. Qin Yang man didn't care, and said, thank you for Tian Gourd. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I wouldn't know that the God King realm Jizongshan can act recklessly on the mainland. You. Chu Jiansan sighed for a moment. I felt a little depressed in my heart, but not all cultivators of the God King realm Jizongshan could, like Qin Yang, be able to fight against the God Emperor, causing a turbulent flow of rules. But what Qin Yang said was correct. Forcibly take away, if Qin Yang insists on blocking, I am afraid it will be difficult. You better know what you are doing, otherwise the Vault Academy will also. I can't keep you. Chu Jiansan threatened. Qin Yang's face also sank, and he said, you better know what you are talking about, otherwise the worst consequences you can think of will come true. Speaking of this, Qin Yang paused for a moment, and then said, also, hearing such a threat makes my ears callous. If you can think of something new, it might make me sound less boring. Chu Jiansan took a deep breath, obviously irritated, and said, you are courting death yourself, but don't implicate your side. I advise you to stop talking. Qin Yang's face was expressionless, and his eyes fell into the water, calmly. Although you are a God Emperor, I don't think you are more difficult to deal with than Feng Lian. Chu Jiansan's heart skipped a beat, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Was he threatened by a God King? When training? The young master of the Feng family of the 8 clans of Shinto, Feng Lian? Glancing deeply at Qin Yang, Chu Jiansan was silent for a while, before facing Xuanhuan Guqing, and said, Princess, this is for your own good, please accompany your subordinates back to the palace. Xuanhuan Guqing was a little frightened. The terrifying aura of Qin Yang flashed past just now. She was really afraid that she would die in Qin Yang's hands. But anyway, I wanted to die for a long time, even if I have gone and never returned, what can I do? Xuanhuan Guqing said sincerely, thank you for your concern, please tell my father, my daughter is ashamed of his upbringing, and she can only repay it in the next life. Chu Jiansan was in a hurry, but the next moment, Qin Yang and Xuanhuan Guqing disappeared. In the Lord's mansion, Qin Yang and Xuanhuan Guqing have come to the place where the people on the list are concentrated, and they can leave immediately after verifying the list again. When are you going to kill me? Xuanhuan Guqing was still a little uneasy. Qin Yang said in surprise, when did I say I was going to kill you? Qin Yang was a little helpless. If he wanted to kill Xuanhuan Guqing, how could he let him jump by his side for so long? Then you. Xuanhuan Guqing was completely confused, why, don't you know? Qin Yang said, it's because I know you want to kill me that I can't kill you. Xuanhuan Guqing couldn't understand, and Qin Yang didn't explain. But Qin Yang knew in his heart that the other party wanted to kill him, one because of God King Chu, and the other because of Xuanhuan Ling. Qin Yang's heart is like a mirror. If it is because of the former, it proves that Chu Ying did not give in vain, and Chu Ying's eldest sister did not die in vain. At least Xuanhuan Guqing felt ashamed and regretted wanting to die. If it is because of the latter, it is understandable. After all, even if the Xuanhuan royal family was behind the shadows, this Xuanhuan Guqing would not even know it. Coupled with the other spirit in Xuanhuan Guqing's body. Qin Yang sighed softly. Are you pitying me again? Do you think I'm pitiful, so you won't kill me? Xuanhuan Guqing's face was furious. Qin Yang glanced and said, I won't kill you, I just won't kill you. 2 consecutive you characters, one sound is heavier than the other. Qin Yang's overtone was that he would not show mercy to the Xuanhuan royal family and the spirit in her body. However, Xuanhuan Guqing did not understand again. Chapter 457, Heavenly Star Stone. Qin Yang is like a fan, making Xuanhuan Guqing incomprehensible. Xuanhuan Guqing even had some headaches, and if he stayed with Qin Yang again, he was afraid that his soul would be split. Just like the conversation between Qin Yang and Chu Jianshan before, every sentence seems to have an unspoken meaning. Xuanhuan Guqing was even more disgusted with Qin Yang. From childhood to adulthood, what she hated most was being kept in the dark, as if she was a fool. Just like her own illness, if she hadn't asked Chu Ying a few years ago, where was the eldest sister, she wouldn't even know she was ill. What's even more unbelievable is that his illness has to be maintained by shadows stealing heaven-shifting array, and he also needs to sacrifice people who are related to him. After questioning at that time, Xuanhuan Guqing found out that even Chu Ying. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan Guqing gritted her teeth, and suddenly, she felt a little dizzy, and her brain felt as if she had been pricked by a needle. His whole body trembled slightly, his lips were white, and he couldn't stand still. Qin Yang looked over curiously, looked at Xuanhuan Guqing's appearance, his eyes showed the light of thought, raised his hand to investigate some materials in the Qianquan ring, and after confirming it, nodded secretly. Everyone, click on the name to board the flying boat and prepare to go to the secret realm, the Temple of the Gods. The old man in charge announced. During this period, everyone also learned a lot about the temples, and being able to enter such a legendary secret realm is enough for them to brag for a lifetime. This is the secret realm that caused a sensation in the entire sky continent hundreds of years ago. At that time, it attracted countless practitioners to explore, but in the secret realm, except for an empty temple, the whole secret realm was full of fog. No one can bring out any treasures from the fog, but many people are lost in it. And now, this Temple of the Gods is still very attractive to practitioners, not for the treasures of the temples, but for the legacy of those lost in the temples. If you can find the Qianquan ring of someone who used to be an arrogant person, you will be like a blue sky from now on. Gong Ye Yifan, the old man in charge said. Gong Ye Yifan, surrounded by a group of cultivators, was sent to the flying boat. There is arrogance on his face, as if he really has the strength to rank first. Seeing Qin Yang in the crowd, his pupils shrank and his face froze. A wicked look floated in his eyes, not knowing what he was calculating. Lu Feng. Names were named one by one, and the list of 100 people quickly passed half. Chu Ying. Arrive. When a familiar female voice came, Qin Yang was shocked. It turned out that the figure I felt familiar before was her. Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes recovered some expression, but she thought she had hallucinations. A girl in a cape stepped onto the flying boat, and the old butler continued to call. Chuqingda. The old butler called by name. Qin Yang took a deep breath and stared at the man who was also wearing a cape. The man seemed to want to avoid something and didn't dare to look back, but he couldn't help but look at Qin Yang. Looking at each other, Chuqingda hurriedly lowered his head, boarded the flying boat, and disappeared into the crowd. There are only a few dozen people, but the figure is perfectly hidden, and even Chu Ying cannot be detected by Qin Yang. Chuqingda, it really is you. Qin Yang whispered to himself. It's just that Qin Yang couldn't understand that Chuqingda and Chu Ying were wearing shadow cloaks. People who are not shadows may only think that the cloak is very common, but Qin Yang once had this kind of cloak, so he can distinguish it at a glance. Shadow, why? Qin Yang couldn't understand. Qin Yang was not surprised that Chu Ying joined Shadow. Just like Xuanhuan joined the blood skeleton for revenge. But Chuqingda. Qin Yang settled down, and the list of the old butler has reached the end. Soon, Qin Yang and Xuanhuan Guqing also boarded the flying boat. Xuanhuan Guqing looked around, wanting to confirm whether it was an illusion before. Qin Yang said directly, "Don't look for it, you can't find her." "How do you know who I'm looking for?" Xuanhuan Guqing grabbed Qin Yang's sleeve and asked, "You heard it just now?" "You know Chu Ying, you heard right?" Qin Yang shook his arm, broke free, and said, "You still worry about yourself. The magic weapon flying boat was urged by the old man in charge, soared into the sky, and flew straight up. The secret realm of these temples is actually above the sky. Passing through the layers of white clouds, I don't know how high I flew, but I looked down with the probe, and the flying boat had already rushed out of the sea of clouds, and I couldn't see the ground. I heard it clearly. In this secret realm trial, the two people who paid the most sky star stones will win the Qianlong competition. The old man in charge stopped the flying boat and said, "Obviously there are 3 places, and now it is finally not hidden. Everyone knows that Gongye Yifan must be one of them. Heavenly Star Stone? What is the Heavenly Star Stone?" Some practitioners looked around blankly, but found that other practitioners didn't know either. Gongye Yifan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "You don't need to care what it is, just find it and give it to me, and I'll do the statistics." Obviously, he didn't want to tell these practitioners what the Celestial Star Stone was. Lu Feng said curiously, "But we don't know what it is, and how to find it." Gongye Yifan frowned and looked at the old manager. The old man in charge nodded slightly. Gongye Yifan stretched out his hand and turned it over, and a stone the size of a fist appeared in his hand. This stone is very strange. It attracted everyone's attention in an instant. Even Qin Yang was very interested. The stone is not like a stone, but like a nebula, with or without edges and corners, as if there is a starry sky inside, and a little bit of light is like a star. One after another spiritual sense scanned the stone, but everyone was disappointed. I didn't notice anything strange about this stone, but this trial is based on this, it can't be useless. This is the Celestial Star Stone. Gongye Yifan said with a smile, "How about it? Is it easy to recognize? Even if you find the Chankuan ring in the Temple of the Gods, you can directly find this kind of stone with a swipe of your divine sense." All cultivators nodded. This stone is so strange, it is impossible to miss it. Gongye Yifan continued, "This stone is useless to you, and you cannot turn over anything other than the other things obtained in the temples of the gods, but if I find out that someone has hidden this stone." The old man in charge cooperated to release a powerful momentum, which immediately caused everyone to sweat. This place is still in the rainbow collar. Depending on how much Gongye Yifan cares about, even if he hides it privately, he might not be able to escape from the rainbow collar. Heavenly Star Stone. Xuanhuan Guqing blinked, just about to say something. The old man in charge took out the key, a peculiar piece that seemed to be a token made of celestial star stone, which opened the secret realm of the temples. With the opening of the gate of the secret realm, a temple appeared far away within the gate of the secret realm. Xuanhuan Guqing suddenly looked stunned and fainted. Qin Yang frowned, and wanted to hear what the royal princess knew about Tianxingshi. Why did he faint? Chapter 458 Small Plan. Xuanhuan Guqing's sudden fainting did not attract much attention. Everyone was full of excitement and flew directly into the gate of the secret realm. The old man in charge handed the secret key to Gongye Yifan, and after a few words from the divine mind, he sent Gongye Yifan into the secret realm. Others also entered the secret realm of the temples, and Qin Yang flew in directly holding Xuanhuan Guqing. Entering the secret realm, everyone stepped on the ground and felt a sense of humility in their hearts. The ground is not just made of any kind of stone, it is as smooth as a mirror. The entire space is filled with a faint mist, and the shadow of the temple seen before seems to be the same distance from everyone. Someone rushed over quickly, and then came back with a strange look. This temple seems to be an illusion. The cultivator was a little nervous. Everyone looked at Gongye Yifan, and Gongye Yifan said, "Don't worry, there are no living beings in these temples. Just remember one thing, don't go deep into the fog, you can ensure safety." After a pause, Gongye Yifan said again, "Everyone can come to me to get the Heavenly Star token. This token is made of Heavenly Star Stone and can sense the location of the Heavenly Star Stone. You can also find the way back here." After speaking, Gongye Yifan waved his hand, and a small pile of tokens appeared in the open space. The token is very rough and very perfunctory. Qin Yang looked at it and frowned immediately. This token was just 2 formations added to the Tianqing stone, and he thought it was amazing. One is the positioning array, which is located at the gate of the secret realm. One is the search array, which can search for Tianqing stone of the same material as the token. With this token, you don't have to be afraid of those illusions anymore, and you don't have to worry about this fog at all. Anyway, we can find a way out. A cultivator got a heavenly star token, and after being overjoyed, he hurried into the fog. More cultivators got the heavenly star token and ran directly to the phantom of the temple. Only Gongye Yifan and Lu Feng stayed where they were. Lu Feng seemed to want to leave, but was stopped by Gongye Yifan. Not knowing how the two communicated, Lu Feng looked a little panicked, and quickly pretended to be calm. "I'm so sorry, the Heavenly Star Order is not well prepared, it seems that there is no more." Gongye Yifan looked at Qin Yang lightly, and said. Qin Yang smiled and said, "If the Heavenly Star Order is really useful, why do so many practitioners need to come in this secret realm?" Lu Feng's eyes suddenly widened, and Gongye Yifan's expression changed suddenly. Qin Yang was also stunned. He didn't expect to say a word and tried it out. Even Qin Yang himself was caught off guard. Originally, what Qin Yang thought was that there was a Heavenly Star Order, and if he wanted the Heavenly Star Stone to directly send his own people to find it. Shaking his head gently, Qin Yang left with Xuanhuan Guqing in his arms. With Divine Dragon Jade, what is the Heavenly Star Order? Lu Feng, on the other hand, spoke through his divine sense and asked Gongye Yifan, "Is it really as dangerous as you said here?" Gongye Yifan stared at Qin Yang's figure gradually disappearing into the fog, and said with a voice transmission, "Nonsense. The reason why no one is interested in this Myriad Mountain secret realm is not because there are no treasures or opportunities, but because it is too evil." Glancing at Lu Feng, Gongye Yifan sneered, "Of course, if you don't believe it, you can go too." Lu Feng shuddered and shook his head again and again, just a little puzzled, and said, "My strength is not the strongest among these people, why do you trust me so much?" The corners of Gongye Yifan's mouth rose slightly, he quickly put it away, and said seriously, "Strength is not important, what matters is loyalty. If you are willing to be loyal to me, I will give you this title." Lu Feng was immediately overjoyed, thinking in his heart that if there are 2 places, he will sell one for himself, and even if there is no place in Qianlong for hegemony, he will have nothing to worry about for the rest of his life. More importantly, once you get on the big tree of Tianhong collar, you will naturally have a bright future in the future. Anyway, Lu Feng believes that if Gongye Yifan has the support of Tianhong and the Aurora God Emperor, he can have an empty island base, and he can also have a place in the base at that time, which is easier than running it himself. Immediately, Lu Feng expressed his sincerity, and repeatedly assured, "Don't worry, even if someone has evil intentions, I will protect you even if I die." Gongye Yifan nodded approvingly, but in his heart there was only contempt. Qin Yang, who had already left, walked around aimlessly. The surrounding fog is getting thicker and thicker, and the strange feeling in my heart is getting heavier and heavier. If you care, show up and take a look," Qin Yang said suddenly. A figure was hidden under the cloak, and a figure emerged from the mist in the distance. The fog here is very strange, and it can block the detection of spiritual sense. The more the fog is, the more seriously the spiritual sense is blocked. The reason why he was able to find this figure was because Qin Yang noticed the change in the flow of the mist, and there were 2 people behind him all the time. Chewing lifted the cloak, looked at Qin Yang with a complicated look, and looked at Xuanhuan Guqing worriedly. Qin Yang looked at another figure in the thick fog, and after a long time said solemnly, "Why?" The figure trembled slightly and said, "For revenge." Qin Yang took a deep breath and said, "The destruction of Tianjin is because of me." No, it's not because of you. Chuchinga said, I already know. Now, before you go, Tianjin has been completely controlled by the blood skeleton. The palm of the Shadow God Emperor has helped me. But, Chuchinga said, whether it's a shadow or a blood skeleton, it's my enemy. Speaking of this, Chuchinga looked at Qin Yang gratefully, and suddenly knelt down on one knee. Qin Yang's expression changed, and he quickly stepped forward to help him up. Xuanhuan Guqing was still on the ground directly, while Chuing looked at Qin Yang with blame. They are all good brothers, what are you doing? Qin Yang said angrily. Chuchinga's eyes were a little red, and he said, I've heard that you and the blood skeleton are immortal, and you and the shadow are like water and fire. It's not all because of you, Qin Yang said. Chuchinga shook his head and said, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have gotten into a bloody skeleton when you were on the Xingchenchen road back then. Qin Yang laughed and said, you're wrong, it wasn't me who messed with the blood skeleton, it was the blood skeleton who messed with me. Chuchinga said, no matter what, you have helped me too much. I can't let you face all this alone. Since you treat me as a brother, I can't escape the hatred that belongs to me. Seeing Chuchinga's stubborn expression, Qin Yang patted his shoulder lightly and said with a smile, okay, then let's have a good fight. Looking at Chuing next to him, Qin Yang said again, you are as stupid as her brother, but that's fine. I have a small plan. 459, kill her. You are now in the shadows, trust is the biggest problem. I can find a way to make you trust. Qin Yang said. What plan? Chuchinga asked. Qin Yang thought for a while and said, people on the mainland probably don't know about the grudge between me and the blood skeleton. At most, I only know One Star Road and the Demon King of the Crow in the City of Liberty. As soon as the voice changed, Qin Yang smiled and said, in the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain, there is a branch of Blood Skull, which has been destroyed by me. The former king of the Principality of Qingmu, one of the 12 blood gods of Blood Skull, was also repelled by me, and took his wooden array flag. After one thing was said, Chuchinga opened his mouth wide and felt a little ashamed. When he left the academy in the same way, if everything about Qin Yang came out, it would be a bang, but he has always been so unknown. Qin Yang added, everyone in the world knows that we are friends, classmates, and members of the same guild. You can destroy Tianjin and overthrow me. Chuchinga's face changed, and he said, how can this work? Qin Yang said, don't worry, you must do this if you want to gain the Shadow's trust. This is just to find a reason for you, a reason to turn against me. You can spread the grudge between me and the blood skeleton, and the blood skeleton is also because I control the Tianjin. Qin Yang said. Chuchinga shook his head and said, no, the reason why the blood skeleton controls Tianjin is because of the divine technique of Tianyin. Qin Yang said speechlessly, I told you not to worry. As long as you do what I say, the world will think that Tianjin died because I provoked the blood skeleton. As for the palm of the Shadow God Emperor, it can be regarded as your revenge. That way, trust is not an issue. Because it is entirely possible for the blood skeleton to do such a thing. The two were planning here, but Chuing next to her looked at Xuanhuan Guqing with concern. Chuing asked, why did she faint? Why didn't she wake up? Qin Yang shrugged and said, don't worry, small problem. Can you cure her? Chu Ying's eyes lit up and she said, you can refine Hui Tian pill, so you can completely cure her disease, right? Chuing admired Qin Yang's knowledge and ability, and Chuing also completely believed in Qin Yang. Instead, Qin Yang looked at Chuchinga and Chuing back and forth, and laughed playfully. How did you two get together? Qin Yang asked. Chu Ying's face turned red, and Chuchinga was a little embarrassed. What did you say, how did we get together? Chuing pouted. Chuchinga explained honestly, at that time I entered a branch of shadow, and one day I suddenly found Chuing. She shouted to join Shadow and take revenge on Blood Skull. Although the Shadow and the Blood Skeleton don't violate the river water, the friction is always constant. Especially recently, it is even more uncomfortable to see each other. Secretly, I don't know how many death battles have happened. Speaking of this, Chuchinga also looked at Qin Yang and said, "Thanks to your good show in the City of Liberty, the blood skeletons and the shadows lurking in the City of Liberty will go to pieces and die together." Back to the topic, Chuchinga continued, "Originally, the shadows people planned to kill Chuing, so I couldn't bear to say good things for her. She is a little girl, and if she wants to join the shadow like this, even if it succeeds, it is too dangerous. So I just..." Qin Yang nodded meaningfully and said, "Okay, I understand." Looking at Chuing, Qin Yang sighed and said, "You two brothers and sisters, you really have the same temperament." Chuying's face changed, and she said, "Just now you said that Chuchinga is as stupid as my brother. Have you met my brother? How is he now?" Qin Yang pondered for a while, and after thinking about it, he said, "There's really no way to hide this. After all, if the blood skeleton and the shadow fight again one day, it will be bad to hurt his own people." Qin Yang said, "I met him when I was in the Principality of Qingmu. He was with another 12 blood gods, and was accepted as his apprentice. I helped him a little, and now he is afraid that he will be caught by Zhao Kongming. Take it to the Blood Skull headquarters." "What?" Chuing panicked immediately. During the time she joined Shadow, she also knew a lot of information. She couldn't know who the 12 blood god envoys were. "Don't worry," Qin Yang comforted, "your brother now has the strength of the God King realm Jizongshan, and Zhao Kongming is afraid of being suspected, so he will win over your brother. Only in this way can Zhao Kongming stand firm, and you the younger brother can also ensure safety." The 9 heavens of the God King realm. Chuchinga's breathing became rapid, and even Chuing was surprised. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, "The blood skeleton technique is like this. In fact, there are similarities in the shadow technique, which can quickly improve the strength. For example, the shadow shelter. I think there are more sophisticated methods on top of this martial technique. You can directly plunder the cultivation of the possessed cultivator." Chuchinga nodded, confirmed this, and said, "The shadow can compete with the blood skeleton, and naturally there won't be a big difference in practice and martial arts. Otherwise, the blood skeleton would have already overpowered the shadow." Qin Yang thought for a while and said, "Actually, there is another way to quickly improve your strength." "What can I do?" Chuchinga desperately wanted strength now, and only after joining the shadow did he know that he was the so-called genius in his original perception. How ridiculous. Of course, Qin Yang is still as strong as ever. Finglian, swallowing the sky gourd. Qin Yang said. Speaking of Feng Lian, Qin Yang couldn't help laughing and said, "After today, you have to treat me like an enemy." Although Feng Lian likes to calculate, but his storied level is too low. Back then, in the City of Freedom, with just a few words, he fooled him around. "I believe you can too." The two brothers muttered for a while. Chuing was very helpless by the side. "Originally, I was talking about my younger brother, but I left the topic, and I talked about saving Xuanhuan Guqing, and I left the topic." Chuing reminded again that Qin Yang returned to the main topic. "By the way, your current cultivation base?" Chuchinga asked, curiously. "Oh, I'm also in the 9 heavens of the Divine King realm now, otherwise how can I force Zhao Kongming away?" Qin Yang said. Under Chu Ying's glare, the two quickly shut up. Qin Yang immediately began to arrange the formation, and various materials were taken out. "What kind of formation is this? Can you save Xuanhuan Guqing?" Chuing asked, "How come there are 2 formations?" Qin Yang nodded. "After my improvement, these 2 formations can be used at the same time, but there is a premise." Qin Yang looked at Chuing and reminded, "I hope you won't be too surprised later, no matter what I do later." Ying was confused and asked, "What are you going to do?" "Well." Qin Yang groaned and said, "Kill her." Chapter 460. Ying was frightened. Kill her? This? Chuchinga was also horrified. Has Qin Yang mastered the power to bring people back to life? Although Qin Yang had reminded her, Ying still couldn't believe it. She stood in front of Xuanhuan Guqing, looked at Qin Yang solemnly, and said, "You don't really want to kill her, do you?" Qin Yang shrugged and said, "Looking at how close you are, why would I attack her? Don't worry, this is the only way to cure her." Ying was dubious, but seeing the looming murderous light in Qin Yang's eyes, even Chuchinga felt a slight murderous aura, and the two of them felt even more clueless. Chuchinga reminded, "There is only this princess in the royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire, and there are no more children. The future of the entire Xuanhuan Empire rests on her shoulders, you can't be too impulsive." Xuanhuan Empire, a huge war machine. In terms of power rankings, there are indeed a few that can stand side by side with them. For example, the Qishao Empire, such as the Temple of Heaven, and the Academy of the Sky. However, if you really anger such a powerful empire, the consequences you will face are far more terrifying than other forces. Knowing that the two had misunderstood, Qin Yang explained, "She has another spirit in her body that is slowly eating away at her own spirit. I want to kill them, then call Xuanhuan Guqing's spirit back, and then resurrect her. Naturally solves all problems." Qin Yang looked at Ying and said, "This is the cause of her disease, and the reason why she used the heaven-stealing fate shift array to seize your fate." Another divine soul? Ying and Chuchinga looked at each other. This was simply incredible. But Qin Yang's ability to resurrect people is also incredible. The royal family must know all of this. Ying worried, "I don't know if Emperor Xuanhuan wants Xuanhuan Guqing to live, or if he wants to." Qin Yang smiled and said, "I don't care what he thinks, I just do what I want to do." Ying sucked in a breath of cold air. On one side was Xuanhuan Guqing, who was close to her as a sister, and on the other was the royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire. She really couldn't make a choice. In particular, who was the other spirit in Xuanhuan Guqing's body? That must be inseparable from the Xuanhuan royal family. The relationship was so important that Ying's mind was completely confused. Qin Yang said, "You don't need to think too much, anyway, your strength can't stop me. What I do, it has nothing to do with you. I will bear all the consequences." Qin Yang said. Xuanhuan Guqing blamed herself for wanting to die, and wanted to avenge the king of Chu. From this point of view, Qin Yang regarded her as his own. Besides, I am not the enemy of the king of Chu. As for the other spirit in Xuanhuan Guqing's body, I don't care who she is. I don't know how many people have been killed, even if this divine soul is not in Xuanhuan Guqing's body and is seen by Qin Yang will not be soft-hearted. Qin Yang checked the formation again, and there was nothing wrong with the heaven-stealing fate-shifting formation and the death realm formation. Taking a deep breath, looking at Xuanhuan Guqing, the corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly. "You said, if she was sober and knew that I was going to kill her, how would she feel?" Qin Yang laughed. "What time is it? Are you still joking?" Ying looked at Qin Yang speechlessly. However, Chuchinga's face suddenly changed, his body stiffened, and his eyes turned to Xuanhuan Guqing lying on the ground. He clearly saw that Xuanhuan Guqing just opened his eyes and stared at Qin Yang coldly. Knowing that he was looking at her, he glanced at himself, and this glance made Chuchinga's entire body stand upright. "What's wrong?" Qin Yang turned his head. Xuanhuan Guqing did not change. "It's just that the surrounding fog seems to be heavier. I heard that there will be illusions in this fog, be careful." Qin Yang reminded. He has also tried to use the absolute boundary to eliminate the fog, but the fog is constantly flowing, and he is afraid that it will exhaust Qin Yang's strength and it will not be extinguished. As soon as the divine sense moved and communicated with the divine dragon Jade, Qin Yang directly opened the annihilating dragon's eyes. With this stare, he looked at Xuanhuan Guqing, and the divine sense coercion collapsed like the sky collapsed, like a sharp-edged knife and spear, and stabbed at Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes fiercely. Spirit. That divine soul has been lurking for a long time, and it must be strangled and separated. Qin Yang's eyes stared at Xuanhuan Guqing and attacked directly with his spiritual sense. Xuanhuan Guqing's calm eyelids trembled for a while, and it stopped forever, her breathing stopped instantly, and she died. The great array of the dead world, summoning the souls of the dead. Qin Yang snorted lowly, activating the death realm formation. Hum. The sound of the avenue screamed incessantly, and a gate full of death gradually loomed and opened with a bang. The thick dead aura rushed toward the face, and the blue-black fog of the dead world was surging like a tidal wave. Huh? How could this be? Qin Yang raised his brows, and his heart suddenly burst. The gate of this world of death has been opened, but Xuanhuan Guqing's spirit has not appeared. Chu Qingga and Chu Ying stared at the door intently, feeling fear from the depths of their souls. If it is sucked into it, I am afraid that it will become a dead person. Time seems to have slowed down, and the gate of the dead world is still empty. Qin Yang scratched his head, he even wanted to go in and catch Xuanhuan Guqing's soul. Finally, the figure appeared, some stalwart, walked in and took a look. It turned out to be a strong man. Qin Yang swallowed and spit, the corners of his mouth twitched. The strong man's face was stiff, like a zombie, and there was a light of contempt for ants in his eyes. Resurrect me and allow you to be called an emperor. The majestic voice seemed to make all living beings surrender. Chu Qingga and Chu Ying felt terrified. Which god is this? Shouldn't it be the great array of the dead realm that summoned the souls of the temples? The souls of the temples. Just thinking about it makes my scalp go numb. Looking at this posture, it is not a cultivator who died here at all. It is very likely that the gods. God Emperor. Qin Yang was instantly furious, making him disgusting. It turned out that there were ghosts trying to get in. Get out. Qin Yang shouted angrily, staring at the figure without fear. Humble ants, you will regret it. The figure quietly stared at Qin Yang, and the figure dissipated. Immediately, several more figures appeared one after another, some looking forward, some threatening. There are also people like the strong man before, who promises to lure Qin Yang with heavy profits. But they were all driven away by Qin Yang one by one. Finally, a weak figure walked over with an expressionless face. Seeing the light outside the door, her eyes lit up and she hurried over. There were too many dead souls who wanted to fish in troubled waters. Qin Yang mobilized the great formation of the world of death and controlled the gate of the world of death. Without Qin Yang's permission, no one could come out. Xuanhuan Guqing's figure was almost bounced off, but fortunately Qin Yang reacted quickly and pulled it out. As Xuanhuan Guqing came out, inside the gate of the world of death, like 100 ghosts walking at night, every figure exuded infinite coercion across the two worlds of Yin and Yang. Qin Yang stared at the countless ghosts in the door, rolled his eyes, and said with a chuckle, "It's not impossible to be resurrected, but I'm very busy right now, so I don't have time to take care of you." As soon as they said that, all the ghosts were stunned, and their eyes were fixed on Qin Yang, as if to remember Qin Yang's figure firmly. Doesn't this mean that they can hopefully be reborn with the help of this kid's power? Chapter 461, The Ancient Empress. Qin Yang's idea is very simple, these are all big guys, and anyone who comes out is a powerful helper. Although Qin Yang was not afraid of everything, and even assigned bodyguards to Lu Mingyu and others, the Flame Demon Queen and the others were just spiritual materials. In particular, he is bound to win the Air Island base. To revive the Qin family, this family's nursing home is naturally indispensable. When I'm done, I'll help you revive. Qin Yang said with a smile, however, I can't revive all of you. After a pause, Qin Yang said, my abilities are limited, you should know how to do it. Boy, are you trying to cause us to kill each other? Bastard, humble ants, dare to negotiate with us? You think we need to wait for your resurrection? As long as there are sacrifices, we can be reincarnated at any time. One after another, angrily rebukes came. Obviously, they could not be fooled by Qin Yang, and they could see through Qin Yang's mind at a glance. Qin Yang thought to himself, sacrificial offering? What is the offering? The burly man who came out first stared at Qin Yang and said coldly, remember my name, I am Emperor Tiangang, we will meet again. After speaking, this figure disappeared into the blue-black mist of the gate of the dead world and disappeared. Hey, what are you pulling? How old are you? You still consider yourself the #1 god of war? A white-faced young man smiled and looked at Qin Yang, and even threw a wink, brother, remember what you just said, I'll wait for you. Qin Yang suddenly felt a chill and nausea, and almost vomited. After a shudder, Qin Yang stretched out his hand and directly closed the gate of the world of death. Turning to look at Xuanhuan Guqing's spirit, Qin Yang always felt that something was not right. Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes have been staring at the opening direction of the gate of the dead world, revealing the color of thought, but in the eyes of Qin and Yang, it is more like being petrified. Then use the heaven-stealing shifting formation to send her soul into the body, and the disease will be completely cured. Qin Yang said. Immediately urging the stealing heaven-shifting fate array, Xuanhuan Guqing raised his brows and moved his fingers lightly. It was this untraceable finger movement that almost broke free from the shackles of the heaven-stealing fate-shifting array. Qin Yang frowned, what happened? What just happened? The momentary loss of control made Qin Yang a little confused, and when he reacted again, Xuanhuan Guqing's spirit had been transferred from the heaven-stealing fate-shifting array to her body. After the formation was completed, Xuanhuan Guqing's eyelids trembled slightly, and he gently opened his eyes. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang, and Qin Yang also looked at her. The four eyes were facing each other, and the feeling that was suspected to be an illusion before clearly emerged. Qin Yang got goosebumps on his arms and exclaimed, oops. These eyes with no emotional fluctuations, like the demeanor of a god looking down at an ant, proves that this Xuanhuan Guqing is not herself. It was another divine soul within her body. How could this be possible? Qin Yang pointed at Rujian and wanted to kill him again. Jinghong Sword God? Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes showed a strange color, you really are his descendant. Reaching out and grabbing the divine sword of destruction, Xuanhuan Guqing's palm showed a faint golden light. Xuanhuan Guqing let out a sigh, this extinction divine sword has surpassed the Jinghong divine sword. The golden light was shattered, the palm was torn apart, and blood was gushing out, but it seemed that he didn't know the pain, and in the end he still held the divine sword of destruction. Qin Yang's annihilating dragon eyes opened, and at the same time he saw Xuanhuan Guqing's panel, which was exactly the same as before, but what was going on with this powerful force? The gods of the gods, Xuanhuan Guqing. Strength, Divine King Realm, First Layer. Exercise, Xuanhuan Ju. Rules, Qingming is mighty. Domain, the mighty universe. Same panel, not right. Different. Ordinary panels, the heads are all cultivator, enemy or opponent, but there has never been a prefix like God Calendar God Emperor. I'm not your enemy, but the power of your rules. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang lightly, and said, destroy the rules, you have achieved this achievement because of such an opportunity, but you will also be buried in this place. By chance. Oh? Qin Yang was puzzled. Xuanhuan Guqing opened his mouth and said, you are destined to become the master of destruction with such rules. You are the enemy of heaven and earth, and the enemy of all living beings. Of course, you are the enemy of mine. Qin Yang said disdainfully, a rat like you who can only take house, dare to teach me a lesson? Is it your enemy? How old do you think you are? Xuanhuan Guqing was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting this kid to dare to speak to him like this. Xuanhuan Guqing suddenly laughed, looked at Chuing who was at a loss, and said, I'm not taking a house, I'm just reincarnating. The reason why there is a sick appearance is because my spirit is too strong and weak. The body can't bear it. That's why we need to keep stealing the sky and shifting our lives. Xuanhuan Guqing paused and said, I am Xuanhuan Guqing, I am the Empress of the Ages. Taking a deep breath, Xuanhuan Guqing closed his eyes and felt it. It seems that I am the first resurrected God Emperor in the God's calendar. Qin Yang has some headaches. In this posture, is he doing right or wrong? Did he kill Xuanhuan Guqing, or did he save Xuanhuan Guqing? For the sake of your help, I will spare you not to die today. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang quietly, and said, I advise you, if you want to resurrect the gods in the temples, you will be at your own risk. After he finished speaking, his face became slightly warmer, he walked towards Chuing, and said softly, leave with me. If you stay, it will only be a sacrifice. You can't stay in these temples for a long time. Chuing took a half step back in fright, obviously unable to accept the fact that her younger sister, who was related to her by blood, turned out to be the Qiangu Empress. What sacrifice? Qin Yang asked. Hearing the sacrifices again, Qin Yang was even more curious. Xuanhuan Guqing explained, the so-called sacrifices are the containers of the gods of the temples. Speaking of this, Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang with a strange look in his eyes, but he couldn't understand how this kid could open the door to the world of death. This is the ability that the gods of the underworld only have. Moreover, non-gods of the underworld cannot use it at all. Although it is arranged in a formation, in addition to the god of the underworld, even if it is the gate of the dead world opened by the formation, he will inevitably suffer backlash. To put it bluntly, the formation of the dead world was created by the god of the underworld to reduce consumption. In essence, it is not an ordinary formation. It's just that she can't know that Qin Yang has a copy system. As long as he copies, it will become his own ability, and naturally, there will be no backlash. If Qin Yang knew what Xuanhuan Guqing was thinking, he would probably be happy. This also means that he is the only one who can open the door of the dead world, living container? Qin Yang's expression changed when he thought of the words of the previous Wei Wuhanzi. Does this mean that? Chapter 462 Containers. Qin Yang's heart sank. Doesn't this mean that those ghosts just now have the possibility of resurrection? This also explains why Tianhan understands that it recruits heroes from all over the world and chooses this place as a test place. But since there are such secrets in the secret realm of the temples, how can? You must be very curious, why are these temples still open? Xuanhuan Guqing asked. Qin Yang said nothing. Xuanhuan Guqing explained directly, the catastrophe on the mainland is something you can't resist. What catastrophe? Qin Yang couldn't help asking. Xuanhuan Guqing didn't say anything else, but changed the subject and said, you seem to have offended a lot of people just now. If you don't want them to come to your door, you'd better take away all the Tianqing stones. By the way, what is this star stone? Qin Yang asked. She had to explain before Xuanhuan Guqing fainted, but it just happened suddenly. Xuanhuan Guqing was in a good mood because of Qin Yang's death and standing up, and she said, Tianqing stone, also known as the Stone of Faith. After the God Emperor's realm, his cultivation base wants to be further promoted to God Emperor. The second realm, or even stronger, requires the power of belief of all living beings. The God statue made of Tianqing stone can absorb the power of belief and increase the cultivation of the God Emperor. After a pause, Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang and said slowly, the Sky Star Stone is also the medium for the reincarnation of the God Emperor. Qin Yang was suddenly enlightened, and all the mysteries were finally solved. If you want to be reincarnated, you have to believe in it first, right? Qin Yang said. Your thinking is sharp, not bad. Xuanhuan Guqing nodded. Qin Yang shook his head disdainfully and said, in this world where everyone can become a god, how can there be belief? It is better to believe in yourself than to believe in gods. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang suspiciously and said, you don't believe in the rules of heaven and earth? Qin Yang spread his hands, for me, who controls the rules of annihilation, what rules of heaven and earth should I believe in? The rules of heaven and earth will also be destroyed in my hands. Xuanhuan Guqing really couldn't understand Qin Yang's thoughts. He chuckled and said, you don't believe it, but others will. Surrender is also a form of belief. Qin Yang frowned, how could this smell like slavery? After thinking about the people in this secret realm who came to compete for the place in the Qianlong competition, Qin Yang said, they have to have a little backbone, right? It's not a question of stubbornness. What do you think the dense fog in the temples is used for? Xuanhuan Guqing said. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly startled. This dense fog can produce illusions. If the spirits of the gods show illusions, if you are an ordinary cultivator, it is not the case that you believe in it, but it is hard to say if you surrender. With me here, the illusion of dense fog will naturally not invade you, which is why I advise you to leave. Xuanhuan Guqing opened his mouth and said, that's all I have to say, you can do whatever you want. Xuanhuan Guqing took a deep look at Qin Yang, fearing that this kid is the only one who is not afraid of this foggy illusion. Looking at Chuing, Xuanhuan Guqing said softly again, follow me. Chuing hesitated and struggled for a while, then firmly said, no, I won't leave. He killed God King Chu, are you trying to avenge your father? Xuanhuan Guqing said. This is also the reason why Xuanhuan Guqing wanted to kill Qin Yang after his rebirth. And let Qin Yang go, because Qin Yang helped her complete her rebirth. Only then did the previous statement that he spared Qin Yang's life. Xuanhuan Guqing was in a coma before and naturally didn't know what happened. At this time, Chuing explained again and again. Xuanhuan Guqing suddenly frowned. So, he is innocent? Xuanhuan Guqing asked. Qin Yang was very disgusted with this lofty attitude and said, I am guilty and innocent, I don't need others to judge, and no one is qualified to judge. Obviously, Xuanhuan Guqing didn't listen to it anymore, and looked at Chuchinga. Chuchinga's whole body tightened, and he actually wanted to bow his head. Take care of her, if she has 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, I'll take you. You'd better take care of yourself. Qin Yang directly blocked Chuchinga, and Chuchinga's pressure was suddenly reduced. Qin Yang's annihilated dragon eyes stared at Xuanhuan Guqing quietly, and the same emotionless eyes made Xuanhuan Guqing feel tit for tat. Empress Changgu, you have a lot of things to do, right? If I had known that you were Xuanhuan Guqing, I would not have saved you. Speaking of this, Qin Yang played the taste. I wonder if when you return to the palace and see Emperor Xuanhuan, do you want to call him father or grandson? Xuanhuan Guqing narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly, since I am Xuanhuan Guqing, naturally, he is my father and king. Also, you are more difficult to protect yourself than anyone else, and it is not good for you to meddle in your own business. I don't need you to remind me. Go well, don't send it off. Qin Yang gestured to go. Xuanhuan Guqing just took a step, but suddenly stopped again. With her current cultivation level, it is indeed impossible to travel across borders. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth twitched, obviously realizing this problem. If you ask Gongye Yifan to open the door, don't even think about it. Now, I'm afraid there is only one way to make Xuanhuan Guqing leave Shenlongjiu. Qin Yang let out a sigh and said, forget it, good people will do it to the end, let me send you away. When you're done, just reach out and pat. The power of Shenlongjiu was mobilized, as if Xuanhuan Guqing was shot flying with one palm. Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes stared at Qin Yang, obviously very angry. After Xuanhuan Guqing was sent away, the atmosphere lightened slightly. See, the place for the Rainbow Leader is a trap in itself. It's the victim of the Rainbow Leader who wants to strengthen himself. Qin Yang spread his hands. But Chuchinga hesitated. If he didn't do this, how could he get the quota? Qin Yang said, I have a lot of places, I can give you 2. Specifically, Jin Wanshan can be auctioned through the Jin family Chamber of Commerce. Qin Yang figured it out, he had at least 4 places, and even if they were given to Qin Yang would not want them. This gives 2, 1 for myself, and 1 left. Qin Yang opened his mouth and said, use the remaining 1 to hide people's eyes and ears, and let the Jin family Chamber of Commerce auction it. You 2 can just get my quota directly. Speaking of this, Qin Yang scratched his head and said, by the way, how do I give this amount? Chuchinga looked at Qin Yang gratefully, and said, we have to wait until we go to Xuanhuan Imperial City. After the 4 major lists are finalized, Donghai will issue the Qianlong Order, and those who hold the Qianlong Order will have it. Quota. Xuanhuan Imperial City. Qin Yang's brain aches when he thinks of the ancient female emperor, Xuanhuan Guqing. I really wish I could smack myself and meddle in my own business. At the same time, I also know why Chu Jiansan prevented Xuanhuan Guqing from entering the Temple of the Gods. I was afraid that when Xuanhuan Guqing came here, the soul could not be suppressed, and the fusion went wrong. This is good, nothing went wrong, but Qin Yang helped a lot. But Qin Yang knew in his heart that the Xuanhuan royal family would not remember the slightest kindness. At this moment, a huge shadow appeared in the thick fog, a figure as high as 10 feet, and suddenly the light was shining, looking at Qin and Yang 3 with majesty. After Xuanhuan Guqing's explanation, Qin and Yang already knew what was going on, and they were not afraid at all. The idol stared blankly at Qin Yang, took a deep look, turned around and left. Qin Yang also recognized him, this was one of the ghosts when he opened the gate of the dead world before. Qin Yang suddenly laughed, it seemed that this guy knew how to leave a way out for himself and didn't dare to offend him. Heavenly Star Stone, to create a statue, the power of faith. Qin Yang thought about it for a while and said, it seems that this star stone is still very useful. We must hurry to find it. Chapter 463 Tiangang Emperor. Gongye Yifan and Lu Feng stayed at the gate of the secret realm, looking at the fog that was sometimes thick and light around him, and at the shrine in the distance, Lu Feng's heart was beating. Gongye Yifan seemed to be waiting for something, holding the heavenly star token in his hand, and he was also a little nervous. Lu Feng seemed to be afraid and said, if Tianhong can give me a place in the Qianlong competition, I will definitely help you win a better place. Gongye Yifan's mouth twitched slightly and said with a smile, that's natural. Lu Feng seemed to want to prove his strength and said, actually, the reason why I am ranked 100th on the Qianlong list is because I didn't fight for it myself. If I want to, I can at least get the top 30. God King Stage, the younger generation of God King Stage, there are not many. Lu Fengning has cultivated to the 6th level of the God King realm, and is already considered a top genius. It's just that the mainland is now surging and there are many talents, and it is enough to prove that they can occupy a place on the list. However, in Gongye Yifan's eyes, this 6th level of the God King realm is far from enough. This time to open the secret realm of the temples, one is to find the star stone and create more idols for his future. The second is to give yourself a real powerful boost. Heavenly Star Stone is not found here, but the truly powerful help is only found here. Under the guidance of his grandfather, the Aurora God Emperor, Gongye Yifan knew exactly what he was going to do. Even the road to the God Emperor has been smooth. As long as you get a strong boost, win the first place in the competition, and have a large enough island base, you will become your own empire. And it is completely their own, and everyone will only believe in their own empire. On the Sky Continent, it is forbidden to build idols. But within the God Emperor's secret realm, on the empty island base, it can. The reason why the Temple of Heaven is powerful is because the Emperor of Heaven controls countless secret realms, but the people in the secret realm regard it as their belief, the only true God. Because of this, the heavenly God Emperor broke through to the 4 realms of the God Emperor. Although it is only a rumor, if it is true, the heavenly God Emperor will be the #1 powerhouse in the mainland, there is no doubt. It even directly opened the Sky Emperor of the same name. Are you waiting for them to find the Tianqing stone and come back? Lu Feng looked at Gong Yifan nervously looking around and said, they have just left, and even if they find the Tianqing stone, they won't come so quickly. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged, and in Gong Yifan's hand, the heavenly star stone radiated a strange divine light. Like a small universe, the stars in the stone began to rotate regularly. A strange color flashed in Lu Feng's eyes, and he exclaimed, "This star stone is so amazing? What you see is just the surface." Gong Yifan's face was filled with joy, he suppressed it, and handed over the heavenly star stone. "Do you know why I'm looking for this heavenly star stone?" In the entire pantheon, apart from Gong Yifan, Qin and Yang were the only ones who knew about it. As for Lu Feng, he is still curious about this star stone. It's just that Lu Feng never asks much. He is very shrewd, and it's better to know some things or not. However, Gong Yifan took the initiative to say it, which made Lu Feng feel a little excited. "Is this taking yourself as your own?" "Why?" A flattering look appeared on Lu Feng's face. Gong Yifan chuckled and said, "Inject divine sense into it and try it." Lu Feng took the heavenly star stone dubiously and injected his spiritual sense into it, as if his spiritual sense was being pulled into it. Lu Feng shook his head, scared, and hurried out of the mind. Gong Yifan said foolishly, "This star stone, connecting with the most powerful God Emperor in the world, can use the dense fog of the temples to show illusions and let you inherit." Lu Feng's heart became hot, and his eyes burst into light. Really? What he has comprehended is the ordinary rules of the wind. Unless he cultivates to the extreme, he cannot fight against many special rules. Especially Qin Yang. Qin Yang's true strength made him unpredictable, but he had a feeling in his heart that it would be easy for Qin Yang to kill him. Not only is the strength higher than himself, but also the crushing of the power of the rules. If he could obtain the supreme inheritance from the heavenly star stone, why would he have to submit to the heavenly rainbow leader and curry favor with Gong Yifan, this useless son? In fact, Lu Feng looked down on Gong Yifan, who only had the star realm in his heart. If this kid was not the Aurora God Emperor, could he be considered a fart? As soon as he thought of the Aurora God Emperor, Lu Feng thought of the experience of the Aurora God Emperor Gong Yegan in his mind. Wasn't Gong Yegan just because he discovered these temples and became a God Emperor, he dedicated the temples to the royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire, and was named a lord? Now, isn't that myself? Lu Feng directly connected himself with the Aurora God Emperor Gong Yegan. He was shaking with excitement. He was frightened and shocked by his own thoughts. More than that, it was ecstasy. Lu Feng held the Tianqing stone in his hand tightly and took a deep breath. He really couldn't control his emotions and couldn't pretend to be calm. Even looking at Gong Yifan's eyes, there was an uncontrollable flow of contempt. These were all seen by Gong Yifan, and Gong Yifan sneered as he turned a blind eye. Lu Feng continued to sink into the mind, looking for the most powerful god in the world. Suddenly, his spiritual sense suddenly hurt, as if he was like an ant, but in front of him, a giant appeared. Spiritual mind retreated, and in the thick fog, a giant really appeared in front of Lu Feng. This person has an indifferent face and a burly body, but just standing here, it makes people feel a strong fighting spirit, like an undefeated god of war. Gong Yifan showed cold sweat on his forehead, clenched the Heaven Star Order, and took a half step back. Lu Feng was immersed in the joy that he was about to obtain the supreme inheritance, and immediately knelt down on one knee and said, "Please God Emperor, grant me strength." Emperor Tiangong's eyes first glanced at Gong Yifan, and snorted coldly, obviously a little unhappy. "My agreement with Aurora, you are 200 years late," Emperor Tiangang said. Gong Yifan lowered his head, not daring to look at him. Lu Feng was stunned for a moment, and just had doubts in his heart, but Emperor Tiangang looked at Lu Feng and said, "Would you like to surrender to me?" Lu Feng thought that this was an opportunity for him to gain inheritance, and immediately nodded, "I do." But Lu Feng looked at the Tianqing stone in his hand, and thought that since it is a temple of gods, naturally it will not be the only inheritance of this god emperor, and immediately asked, "I don't know the name of the god emperor, the rules of power. Are you questioning my strength?" Emperor Tiangang looked at Lu Feng coldly. Lu Feng shook his head again and hurriedly said, "Don't dare, don't dare. I am the first god of war in the gods' calendar, Emperor Tiangang. It is your honor to be able to surrender to me," Emperor Tiangang said. Lu Feng was instantly overjoyed. Chapter 464. Since you surrender to me, are you willing to dedicate yourself? Emperor Tiangang asked again. The endless divine power made Lu Feng breathless. He was only excited that he could obtain such a powerful inheritance, and immediately said, "I do." As soon as the words fell, Lu Feng suddenly widened his eyes, his mind was blank, and a figure seemed to be deeply imprinted in his spiritual sense. "It is the phantom of the goddess of Tiangang Emperor." Lu Feng seemed to feel that he had lost something, and his blank mind seemed to have stopped thinking first. The phantom that appeared in the thick fog, the phantom of Emperor Tiangong's idol, gradually disappeared and merged into the Tianqing stone in Lu Feng's hand. Lu Feng suddenly realized something and wanted to throw away the Tianqing stone, but it was too late. His soul has been branded, and there is no escape. A powerful force rushed into his body, taking his control away. "Gong Yifan, you lied to me!" Lu Feng roared fiercely. His flesh and blood body kept shattering and then condensing in an instant, constantly transforming and growing stronger. Gong Yifan looked at Lu Feng coldly and said, "How did I ever lie to you? Didn't you gain a powerful power?" Lu Feng's original appearance was gentle, but at this time, his muscles were bulging high, and his face was twisted and changed, becoming another look. Immediately after, the voice changed, but his eyes still stared at Gong Yifan. "I won't let you go, and I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost." Gong Yifan shook his head lightly and said, "It's your honor to be the vessel of the God Emperor. And you can't be a ghost, because your divine soul is the divine soul of the God Emperor. He is you, and you are him." Lu Feng wanted to say something else, but his eyes suddenly dimmed, and then, the light flashed, and Gong Yifan couldn't help but retreat, and his breathing was a little nervous. Lu Feng completely turned into Emperor Tiangang. Emperor Tiangang moved his body and frowned, too weak. The body crackled for a while, and the fist was clenched violently, and the air was directly squeezed. Emperor Tiangang was very dissatisfied. This grip should have directly broken the space. Congratulations to the God Emperor for his new life. Gong Yifan hurriedly saluted. Emperor Tiangang nodded and said, "Although it is 200 years late, it is still true. Don't worry, I will help you." Gong Yifan was overjoyed, and said quickly, "Thank you, Emperor Tiangang. The Hidden Dragon contest will be held soon, and then... Empty Island Base?" Agreed flashed across Emperor Tiangong's eyes. Obviously, this empty island base is not as simple as the world thinks. On the other side, Qin Yang, Chuqinga, and Chuing were walking in the thick fog. The divine light shot out from the temple in the distance before, which made Qin Yang and the three suddenly stunned. Is that temple real?" Qin Yang was speechless. He always thought that thing was a mirage. Qin Yang's head was covered in black lines, and he said, I knew that this thing was real. Why are you wandering around? Go to the temple and have a look. Along the way, Qin Yang became depressed quickly. It is true that a few pieces of Tianqing stone were found, but every time they found a piece, a phantom of a god appeared, but after seeing Qin Yang, he hurriedly left. Qin Yang is the one who pouted along the way. This special Tianxingshi is all traps, one by one. Just a few steps away, Qin Yang looked at the ground, and another Tianqing stone was lying on the ground. Qin Yang snorted angrily, let's not pick it up, but this star stone is obviously useful and has great use. But if I picked it up, it would be as if I had become a mindless little animal who was fished by others and took the initiative to take the bait. I want to see which monster will appear this time. Qin Yang gritted his teeth and said, I have to make him look good this time. Qin Yang picked up the heavenly star stone and weighed it on his hand while gearing up. In the thick fog, a divine light flickered. Another statue of a god showed miracles. Who woke up Ben? As soon as the statue opened his mouth, his words suddenly changed. Yo, little brother, we meet so soon. It was in the gate of the dead world that the shemale. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth twitched, and he immediately threw the celestial stone out of his hand, and wiped his hands on his clothes. The god statue was full of embarrassment, and then looked at Qin Yang with a resentful expression. Little brother, how can you treat others like this? Speak well. Qin Yang shouted angrily. The idol smiled, and his face became serious. After a serious, but also seems polite. Introduction. Next is, the leader, Jiang Chengwei. Qin Yang blinked his eyes speechlessly. Is even the name so feminine? Leader? What leader? Qin Yang asked. Jiang Chengwei showed a wry smile on her slightly feminine face, her beautiful face that was comparable to that of a goddess, and was full of sentimentality. It's meaningless, it has become history. Or, there is no history left. Jiang Chengwei's voice was low. Soon, he got out of the gloomy mood, looked at Qin Yang, and said with a smile, you can do it, you have the means to resurrect people. Do you want to become the overlord of the mainland? I don't want to. Qin Yang replied directly. Do you want to rule the world forever? Not interested in. Do you want to be promoted to the realm of the immortal God Emperor that no one has ever reached? Qin Yang was stunned. What is the immortal God Emperor? Jiang Chengwei thought that Qin Yang was finally interested, and continued, I don't know if you are still divided into the realm of the 5 realms of God Emperor. What do you mean? Qin Yang asked. The realm of the immortal God Emperor is one of the 5 realms of the God Emperor? Jiang Chengwei nodded and said, yes, the 5 realms of the God Emperor are divided into the fearless realm, the transcendent realm, the legendary realm, the epic realm, and the immortal realm. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yang waved his hand and interrupted, oh, I'm not interested. Jiang Chengwei looked stunned, looked at Qin Yang strangely, and said a little depressed, then why are you still cultivating? Why don't you just find a place to retire? Qin Yang spread out his hands and said, there is no way, my identity is not allowed, there will always be mischievous people plotting against the widow. In order to protect the people around me from harm, I must. Qin Yang's eyes were very firm, I must be stronger than all enemies. Jiang Chengwei froze in her heart, does this kind of reason to become stronger actually exist? Looking at Qin Yang up and down, Jiang Chengwei had a complicated face and said, for you who control the rules of annihilation, strength is used to protect? This undoubtedly made Jiang Chengwei stunned and felt a great gap. He even thought that the existence of this kid is to destroy everything and make everything into nothingness. Let the world return to chaos. He also thought that Qin Yang would have a lot of rhetoric. What kind of annihilation is the beginning of rebirth, and the truth of strong words and sophistry? Seeing Qin Yang's unfeigned expression, Jiang Chengwei sighed in her heart, because I thought too much. Chapter 465, 10,000 Realms Center. You have many enemies, and there will only be more in the future. If you want to protect those around you. Jiang Chengwei smiled meaningfully, then our position may be the same. Qin Yang thought of what Xuanhuan Guqing had said before, and frowned. Aren't you going to be my enemy? No, no, Jiang Chengwei shook her head and said, if you use your strength rightly, it will be righteous. If you use it evilly, it will be evil. I'm not that kind of pedantic diehard. Jiang Chengwei has manifested the body shape of a normal person, and she has also revealed her normal appearance. Sure enough, it's a women's clothing boss, gorgeous costumes, enough to make any girl envy and jealous. Qin Yang coughed violently. This Jiang Chengwei is really open. Chu Qingga and Chu Ying were struck so badly that they still haven't been able to react. Jiang Chengwei was not angry with the expressions of the two, but he was more interested in Qin Yang. Qin Yang said, well, I respect everyone's opinions. Regarding these. Pointing to Jiang Chengwei's dress, he said, this is your freedom. I will not accept it, but I will not object either. Qin Yang added, also, I don't discriminate. In my heart, I said one more sentence, although I feel a little disgusting. Of course Jiang Chengwei knew that what Qin Yang said was true, and her affection for Qin Yang greatly increased. Little brother. My name is Qin Yang. Qin Yang's face darkened. Okay, brother Qin Yang, what do you want to do when you come to the temple this time? Are you looking for your subordinates? Or do you want to build a statue for yourself? Jiang Chengwei asked. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and he was too lazy to answer, but asked, can you all be resurrected through the Sky Star Stone? Jiang Chengwei thought for a while and nodded, in the temples, yes. However, a container is required. Chu Qingga and Chu Ying were terrified of going backwards. Qin Yang frowned and said, but since that's the case, why haven't I heard of anyone being resurrected for so many years? Jiang Chengwei smiled mysteriously, and said, a powerhouse like us, would you say that you were reincarnated everywhere? Qin Yang felt a chill in his heart and said, how many people have walked out of these temples? Jiang Chengwei closed her eyes for a moment and said, so far, 4 or 5. But there will be more in the future. Qin Yang couldn't understand, what happened to these temples? With such a powerful secret, there are only treasures spread here on the mainland? Moreover, the Xuanhuan Empire did not close such a secret realm. If all the god emperors inside came out, wouldn't the Zhongqiang continent be in chaos? Jiang Chengwei seemed to know what Qin Yang was thinking, and said, the times have changed, and even if they come out of these temples, few can compete with the powerhouses on the mainland now. Because of this, we are destined to practice almost from scratch. Although the starting point is relatively high. Also, Jiang Chengwei added, in the final analysis, there is not much potential in itself that can become a container. Let us replace it, it can be considered to increase the overall strength of the continent. Qin Yang asked, in order to deal with the catastrophe on the mainland? Jiang Chengwei nodded naturally. What catastrophe? Qin Yang asked. Jiang Chengwei was taken aback, you don't know? Looking at Qin Yang carefully, Jiang Chengwei couldn't help but smile, how could this kid be so eloquent? He immediately said, you'll know sooner or later anyway, but it's best not to publicize it. All ears, Qin Yang said. Jiang Chengwei pondered for a while, and said, the reason why the calendar of gods will end is because the mystery of the continent has been discovered. The sky continent is the center of the world, and the world is not a small world like the secret realm of the god emperor, but the real world. A big world like the sky continent. After the gate of myriad realms was opened, the continent was instantly different. The creatures of myriad realms came and discovered the sky continent as the center of myriad realms. Their cultivation speed was 10 times and 100 times that of their original world, and the rules they controlled were also 10 times and 100 times stronger. Then, the war has begun. The Sky Continent gathered all the forces, even the good and the evil joined forces, people and demons side by side, finally defeated the Wanjia, and resealed the door of Wanjia. And the keys to the door of Wanjia were once again divided into 8 and handed over to different people. Power is preserved. Although the world has been defeated, the gods have fallen, and their beliefs have collapsed. The source of the gods' power has been exhausted and interrupted, and some powerful gods have come to the temples and permanent statues, looking forward to a bright day. But Jiang Chengwei changed her voice and said again, although the gate of 10,000 realms is sealed, the devil realm is the closest to the Sky Continent. Once he finds the portal, the devil realm will attack directly. Chu Qingge and Chu Ying looked at each other in horror, while Qin Yang frowned frequently. The gate of 10,000 realms. Could it be the legendary gate of the god realm? The secret keys of the 8 major gods turned out to be the root of the destruction of the continent? Who tampered with history, and what did he want? According to what you said, since Songqiong continent can defeat all realms, why should you be afraid of a mere demon realm? Chu Qingge asked. Jiang Chengwei shook her head and said, no, the power system is different, they don't need belief, they just need to keep practicing and keep getting stronger. Faith is ours. The reason for defeating myriad realms, but this is also the reason why after the collapse of faith, no enemy can no longer be defeated. There are too many gods and too few believers. After all accumulations have returned to zero, faith will cause a civil war among the gods. Jiang Chengwei hesitated to speak. As the god emperor of the gods' calendar, he naturally knew more, but many things were uncertain, and he had been staying in the temples, and he didn't know what happened to the outside world. Waving her hand, Jiang Chengwei said, these are still too far away. In fact, there is a portal in the demon world that has been suppressed by the demon clan. If you want to find another portal, maybe it will be a few more eras. Suppressed by the demon clan? Qin Yang's face was a little strange. Jiang Chengwei nodded and said, that's right, the monsters have always been stronger than the humans, and the cultivation system is not based on beliefs. Only they can suppress the portal of the devil, no matter how the times change. Thinking of this, Jiang Chengwei asked, the demon clan are very trustworthy, and as long as the bloodline inheritance is not interrupted, the history will not be forgotten. Now they must still be loyal allies of the human clan, right? Qin Yang looked at Chu Qingge and Chu Ying, and the faces of the three were a little weird. What's wrong? Jiang Chengwei was a little puzzled. If there is a variable, then the demon world should have already attacked. This temple is being watched by all worlds. I am afraid that all the gods will be killed at the first time. Now the temples are still intact, the outside world should be safe and sound. That. Qin Yang scratched his head and said, as far as I know, the human race and the monster race seem to be at odds with each other, and there is a wave of monsters every 100 years. Speaking of this, Qin Yang added, based on what he knew, I've heard it more than once, saying that this time the tide of monsters is different from the past. Jiang Chengwei's face changed greatly, her eyes widened, and she hurriedly said, how many times has it happened? Qin Yang did the math and said, it's been the 10th time since the beginning of the calendar 1,000 years ago. 10 times. Jiang Chengwei felt a chill in her heart. If this is the case, then the enmity between the human race and the demon race may not be able to be adjusted, but how could it become like this? Chapter 466 System Functions. Jiang Chengwei was frowning and thinking, but when she looked up, she found that Qin Yang was pinching his fingers. What else do you know? Jiang Chengwei asked. Qin Yang thought for a while, and said, the God Emperor of Songqiong Academy once said that time is running out, so it should be within the last 10 years. To be precise, it should be within 7 years after the Qianlong competition starts. Jiang Chengwei's heart tightened, what will you do in 7 years? Qin Yang blinked and said, I think it should be the demon clan that declared war on the human clan in an all-round way. You can't fight. Jiang Chengwei said nervously, once there is a battle, who will be stationed under the seal of the Devil World? If the Devil World attacks, the entire continent will be destroyed. Qin Yang shrugged and said, this is not something I can decide. When there was a gap between the human race and the demon race, there was no me. So you have to shoulder a heavy responsibility. You are the hope of the entire human race. Jiang Chengwei patted Qin Yang's shoulder heavily. Chu Qingga and Chu Ying were a little excited by the side, but Qin Yang pouted. Take it down, so many people want to hurt me, it's enough to give me a headache. And Qin Yang added, I'm very busy. Those who want to hurt me, I want to settle accounts with them one by one. Jiang Chengwei wanted to say something else, but Qin Yang interrupted with a wave of his hand, saying, actually, Xuanhuan Guqing can resist these heavy burdens. Isn't she the Empress of the Ages? I helped her to complete the fusion of the soul, and I did it. Contribute. Speaking of this, Jiang Chengwei stared at Qin Yang closely and said, you have the ability to resurrect people, why don't you call out a great formation from the world of death and let me come out of the door? My achievements will be in the future. I'll give you half. No, I can give you the whole. Qin Yang looked at this Jiang Chengwei with a little surprise. Did he really care about the existence of the world? Qin Yang did not deny the existence of such people, but there should be very few. But he could feel that this Jiang Chengwei was indeed like this. Qin Yang is also willing to help such a person. Yes, but I have a question. Qin Yang asked, can't you be resurrected through these temples? Jiang Chengwei shook her head and said, if there is another way, I don't want to use this method to resurrect. I use my own believers to reshape myself, and even take away the believers' bodies and even everything. I don't know about others, but I can't do it myself. The tone was not certain. Obviously if Jiang Chengwei had to take the house, he would also choose to do so. Okay, but I have to arrange another formation. Qin Yang said. The Death Realm Great Array and the Heaven-stealing Fate-shifting Array have already been arranged, and they can be used again after replenishing the Spirit Stones. But the Heaven-stealing Fate-shifting Array can't be used, because there is no physical body to use the Heaven-stealing Life-shifting Array. If you want to revive it, you can only arrange a reincarnation formation. Jiang Chengwei just watched Qin Yang's arrangement from the side. With such a casual technique, some spiritual materials were even thrown away from the air, and her face was a little complicated for a while. Is the formation arranged like this? Jiang Chengwei was puzzled. The more powerful the formation, the more complicated it is to arrange. Even if the formation method is highly accomplished, he does not dare to be careless. The formation arranged by Qin Yang is already considered to be the top formation, but can it be arranged so casually? Jiang Chengwei was full of doubts, and she was even a little worried. In case of a mistake, it would be fine if it just failed. If it caused a rule explosion, then. Jiang Chengwei wanted to take a few steps back, but she couldn't get over her face. When he made the decision to grit his teeth and brace himself to the end, the formation was already arranged. Okay, this is no problem. Qin Yang sprinkled a small pile of undead soil on the reincarnation formation. Although there is not much undead land, it is enough to resurrect many people. What's more, Jinwanshan has Liuha stone, and the undead soil is one of them. Just let Jinwanshan build as much as you want. Is this just fine? Jiang Chengwei looked stunned. What kind of evildoer is this? I suddenly felt a little uneasy in my heart. The times have changed. Is the outside world all this kind of evildoer? If this is the case, even if he is resurrected, he doesn't seem to have much advantage. What are you thinking? Do you still want to be resurrected? Qin Yang asked. Jiang Chengwei nodded and said, yes, of course I do. Just looking at the undead soil in the formation, Jiang Chengwei asked with disgust, after the resurrection, my body. Qin Yang nodded and said, yes, it's made of soil. After a pause, Qin Yang said again, don't underestimate this kind of soil, you can completely change it according to your will, so that people can't see that you are made of mud. You won't lose your strength, and you have more control. The rules of the earth, why not do it? At this last step, Jiang Chengwei hesitated instead. He seemed to have a habit of cleanliness, and could not accept this kind of body. If you don't want to live, there are naturally people who want to live. Qin Yang spread his hands, and said nonchalantly, if you take away other people's bodies, wouldn't it be the same? It's not your own body anyway. It's not the same. Jiang Chengwei shook her head and said, of course it's different. Before taking the house, the other party will surrender and contribute the power of faith. With the power of the heavenly star stone, the body will be completely reshaped. It belongs to me completely. Body. Heavenly star stone still has such a use? Qin Yang raised his brows, if that's the case. Qin Yang's eyes looked at the reincarnation formation, and then at the undead soil in the center of the formation. Silently reciting the copy system in my heart, a panel was opened directly. This is one of the functions of the replication system, but Qin Yang found it useless and has never opened it. It records all the copied formations, exercises, martial arts, rules, and so on. Different from the beginning, when it was copied, it became Qin Yang's ability. On this panel, other derivative abilities are recorded after copying. It's like a formation. Qin Yang copied it before, and he naturally mastered this formation. But now, this function records not only this formation, but also all the changes of this formation, as well as the idea of simulating derivation and adding Qin Yang to make changes based on this formation. In fact, this is just an auxiliary function. After all, Qin Yang can make changes after mastering them. But the human brain is limited, and if you think about it too much, you will naturally have a headache. With this auxiliary function, Qin Yang is much more convenient. Just like a question, the difference between mental arithmetic and paper arithmetic. What is he doing? Jiang Chengwei didn't know anything and didn't dare to bother. Asked Chuchinga and Chewing next to him. The two looked at each other and shook their heads. Yes. Qin Yang said, you can also put the Tianqing stone into the formation, and you can change it a little bit. It's not too much trouble. Now you can get the body you want. Chapter 467. Really? Jiang Chengwei's eyes lit up. Qin Yang stretched out his hand. What? Jiang Chengwei asked. Give me the heavenly star stone. Qin Yang said. Jiang Chengwei looked not far away, the Tianqing stone that was thrown away by Qin Yang directly after she appeared. Qin Yang pouted, stretched out his hand, and took the star stone back into his hand. Wait, let me first check if there is any power of faith here, Jiang Chengwei said. Can the star stone store the power of faith? Qin Yang was taken aback. Jiang Chengwei explained, the reason why Tianxingshi will help the God Emperor to reshape his body is the same as his original body, because of the power of faith. It is the same reason to use it to seize the body. It will restore the body according to the prototype of faith. Qin Yang nodded and asked, if there is this heavenly star stone and there are people who believe in it, can you be resurrected even if you leave these temples? Jiang Chengwei laughed and said, of course it's impossible. Otherwise, why would we get together and crowd into these temples? Speaking of this, Jiang Chengwei smiled mysteriously, and said, you must know that although the God Emperors here are uniting the front at the last minute, many of them were originally enemies and opponents. If it was possible, why would they stay here together? Let alone the celestial star stone, even if it is a statue made of celestial star stone, it must be in these temples if it wants to be resurrected. Jiang Chengwei explained, the temples of the gods are special, and the fog here is also very special. In fact, this fog does not produce illusions, but contains unique power of rules. We can use this fog to revive, but the fundamental principle is still unclear why. It can only be pushed over the special rules. Special rules? Qin Yang frowned. Jiang Chengwei was looking at the celestial star stone and sensed the stone that had been branded by her spiritual sense. Qin Yang looked at Jiang Chengwei, moved in his heart, and checked the other party's panel. The scan is successful, the panel is generated. God Emperor of the Gods Calendar, Jiang Chengwei. Strength, unknown. Technique, unknown. Rules, unknown. Domain, unknown. Qin Yang's head is full of black lines. This is also called generation success? Just when Qin Yang was in a mess, he glanced at the last line of small characters on the panel, with a note at the beginning, which made Qin Yang's heart tighten. Note, illusions derived from the rules of reality and reality. Qin Yang raised his brows. The rule of truth? What the hell? Is this fog the rule of truth? With a move of the divine sense, the introduction of the virtual and real rules came. When the true is false, the true is false, and when the false is true, the false is true. This clueless sentence touched Qin Yang's heart deeply, as if he had discovered a great secret. Is this the reason for the need for Skystar as a medium? With faith, in the hearts of believers, this is true, so the God Emperor who originally died is naturally alive in the eyes of believers, not dead. These temples are simply the biggest lie in the world. Qin Yang was shocked by his own thoughts, and even doubted whether the secret realm of the temples existed. Do the gods in this temple exist? Or it is precisely because of this rule of truth that all the gods and god emperors thought that they could keep their spiritual sense and survive, because they believed, so the false became true. The inspection is over, no problem. Jiang Chengwei nodded and handed the Tianqing stone to Qin Yang. But looking at Qin Yang's strange eyes, Jiang Chengwei's heart suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling of palpitations. What's the matter? Jiang Chengwei suddenly had a hunch that something very bad might happen, and this was probably something he couldn't accept or bear. He quickly cut off the thought of continuing to think deeply. For countless years, this feeling has often surfaced, but after he was acutely aware of the crisis, he forced himself not to think about it. And now, because of Qin Yang's look, this feeling appeared again. Qin Yang opened his mouth and hesitated. If I tell Jiang Chengwei now that all this is an illusion caused by the rules of reality and reality, including yourselves, what will be the consequences? As Jiang Chengwei, the God Emperor of the gods, he will naturally believe all this, because it can indeed explain all the doubts. The problem is that once he believes in this rule of truth, he will also believe that he is already dead. Then the result is that he will inevitably dissipate and completely fall. Not even the great formation of the dead realm can summon it. Nothing. Qin Yang shook his head. To say it, we have to wait until it is completely resurrected. After all the falsehoods have become real, say it again, Jiang Chengwei already has a real body. Just like Xuanhuan Guqing, even if he knew everything, nothing would change. Qin Yang looked at Jiang Chengwei, smiled, and said, "You wouldn't want to know. At least not now." Qin Yang's eyes that seemed to see through everything made Jiang Chengwei feel goosebumps unconsciously. After calming down, Jiang Chengwei regained her composure and said, "Then I don't know, let's start." A strange look appeared in Qin Yang's eyes. This guy. Could it be that he knows something? Without thinking much, Qin Yang began to urge the formation. The gate of the world of death suddenly appeared again, and Qin Yang left a mind, carefully look at the gate of the dead world. Hundreds of ghosts roamed, and the original ghosts of the God Emperor appeared again. Qin Yang was once again certain in his heart that this rule of truth and reality exists. If these God Emperors were not dead, how could they appear inside the gate of the world of death? It is the rule of truth and falsehood that allows them to exist in this temple in a false way. Jiang Chengwei stood outside the door and looked into the door, and suddenly he closed his eyes tightly, forcing himself to think about nothing, not to look at anything. Qin Yang's heart suddenly burst, this guy. He hurriedly activated the formation, and the transformed reincarnation formation drew Jiang Chengwei's soul bound together. The undead soil was wrapped in the celestial stone and condensed into a figure. On the celestial stone, a galaxy-like aperture shrouded the figure. Gradually, Jiang Chengwei's figure emerged completely, full of flesh and blood, standing on the reincarnation formation. Reaching out and pinching herself, Jiang Chengwei breathed a sigh of relief, her body spread out, she almost couldn't stand, her face was pale, and she was obviously afraid. Now, he has no scruples, and all kinds of questions that have been backlogged for countless years have emerged in his mind, and they are instantly resolved. It's very dangerous. Jiang Chengwei sighed heavily, looking at the gate of the world of death. He repeated it again and again, it's very dangerous. Qin Yang stared at Jiang Chengwei, this guy seems to be more than just the gods and gods. Glancing again, Jiang Chengwei's panel was refreshed directly. God Emperor of the Gods Calendar, Jiang Chengwei. Strength, Divine King Realm, Zhuzangshan. Exercise, holding the universe in hand. Rules, point to the country. Domain, perfect world. Qin Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy's exercises, rules, and fields are even more perverted than Xuanhuan Guqing. Chapter 468, Shocking Reversal. Xuanhuan Guqing's rules and domains can be called the domain of rogues. Once it is deployed, it directly possesses the superior bloodline, suppressing all opponents. Only those who are firm in their hearts and never give in will not be suppressed, such as Qin Yang. And this Jiang Chengwei, who was exclaimed by Qin Yang to change her state, is because the power of this rule is like a script. Once urged, everything will be played according to this script. Even if it breaks free, who can tell if it is out of the script? Especially in this area, the perfect world. It doesn't really come to a perfect world, but within the scope of the realm, everything can start from scratch. It doesn't matter if you get out of the script, come back. It doesn't matter if you are not satisfied with the result, come back. This is the first time Qin Yang has the feeling that he is a frog at the bottom of a well. When he faced Xuanhuan Guqing before, he didn't feel much. After all, you can copy it at a glance, and the opponent knows exactly what power it has. However, Qin Yang had never played against Xuanhuan Guqing, and the specific situation had not been carefully deduced. However, even so, Qin Yang felt that Xuanhuan Guqing's rules and fields were interesting. Looking at it now, the power of the gods and emperors is probably very interesting. This is no longer a rare rule. If it is to be classified, it is a special rule. Independent rules. Jiang Chengwei was panting heavily, her face was calm, but it was only superficial. As the saying goes, it looks like an old dog, but it's actually a panic. Jiang Chengwei couldn't describe her feelings. She looked at the gods at the gate of the dead world, some of whom were friends who once fought side by side, and hesitated to say anything. Everything was as if Qin Yang was looking at him before. Jiang Chengwei was startled and stared at Qin Yang. This kid is simply a fan. Qin Yang is also looking at Jiang Chengwei, this guy, not easy. Why is your strength directly the divine king realm Zhuzangshan? Qin Yang asked, changing the subject. Jiang Chengwei understood it, and turned the page directly, and said, you don't need to care about these, unless you are reborn according to the strength of the person who was taken. In my case, you are directly restored to the realm of the god king Zhuzangshan. Also because this secret realm is now a god king level. Jiang Chengwei added, for us, even if it is the first level of the god king realm, in a short period of time, as long as there are resources, we can quickly upgrade to the 9th level of the god king level. It will be a little troublesome when we are just promoted to the God Emperor, need to break through again. After all, the world is different from before. The two communicated, and the ghosts in the gate of the dead world couldn't hold back their breath. Seeing that Jiang Chengwei was resurrected, they also stared at Qin Yang one by one. "Boss, help me beg for mercy," said a ghost dressed as a small general. This? Of course Jiang Chengwei thought, but she owed Qin Yang such a big favor, so how could she be so embarrassed to cut her mouth? The little general then shouted, "The Tiangang Emperor has been successfully resurrected, and there are not many sacrificial containers this time. Some talented and useless guys, if they take them away, they will affect us." Cultivation speed. Qin Yang listened to the black lines all over his head. "Can you still pick someone for co-authoring?" Some people shouted loudly in the door. "The gang of Emperor Tiangang have been successfully resurrected one by one under the means of Emperor Tiangang. We people are worried and can't bear to take the house, but gradually lose the chance." Qin Yang's brows tightened. "Doesn't this mean that the strength of the Rainbow Leader has greatly increased? I'm afraid that when Xuanhuan Imperial City and the final 4 ranking lists compete, there will be a fierce battle." Qin Yang looked at Jiang Chengwei and said, "You know them well, I can help them resurrect, but the number of people is limited." Jiang Chengwei's face was full of gratitude, and everyone in the Gate of the Dead World was also happy. It is hard to imagine that, as a god emperor of the gods, this will also be the case. Jiang Chengwei was analyzing one by one to Qin Yang, which made Qin Yang's eyes brighten. With the help of these people, it would have swept across the sky continent. Ahem, of course, it's just a confident sweep. Just when Jiang Chengwei picked out the first candidate, a group of people came from a distance, and the leader turned out to be Gongye Yifan and Emperor Tiangang. Emperor Tiangang was not angry and mighty, and after being resurrected, he had a strong aura. Jiang Chengwei narrowed her eyes and said solemnly, "What are you doing here?" Emperor Tiangang sneered and said, "I knew that this kid would come to gather his subordinates. The god emperor of all the gods would even condescend to this ant?" Inside the Gate of the Dead World, all the dead souls of the god emperor looked at each other. Jiang Chengwei said angrily, "Fart. What condescension? Nothing at all. He can enslave the soul, but he didn't do it." Emperor Tiangang looked at Jiang Chengwei with a look of fear in his eyes. "How do you know he didn't do it? Maybe what you say now is also controlled by him." Jiang Chengwei frowned and said, "What exactly do you want to do?" "What do you want to do?" Emperor Tiangang laughed loudly and said, "You know what I want to do. After all, over the years, you have leaked your mouth more than once. Although your words are about to stop, you can even control yourself not to think about it, but you reminded me too. Sky." The corners of Emperor Gang's mouth twitched, and it was frightening to see. Jiang Chengwei's face sank, and she hurriedly said, "You dare." Emperor Tiangang shook his head lightly, and said disdainfully, "What's wrong with me? Everyone is a god emperor. Do you think you're the only one who's smart? Only you can see through everything?" Turning his eyes to the Gate of the Dead World, Emperor Tiangang said softly, "You have always had doubts in your hearts that you dare not think about? That is, we have already died, and we are living in a falsehood. These temples did not exist in the first place. The pantheon is a lie. We lie to ourselves. Tiangang Emperor, you dare." Jiang Chengwei shouted angrily and directly propped up her own domain, but the Gate of the Death World was completely another world, another space, and his realm of the King of the Gods could not be enveloped at all. Inside the Gate of the World of Death, everyone's faces stiffened, some were smiling wryly, and some were babbling. This day is still unavoidable. I didn't expect that the ending could not be changed. The little general looked at Jiang Chengwei and smiled bitterly. "Boss, it seems that I can no longer follow you, you have to take care." Jiang Chengwei was angry and sad, her eyes were blood red, she clenched her fists and tried her best to suppress herself. As if a window paper was pierced, the entire pantheon seemed to undergo indescribable changes. Jiang Chengwei glared at Emperor Tiangang, "You are seeking your own death. You are going to destroy the entire sky continent. Emperor Tiangang let out a sigh and said, "In the Sky Continent, naturally I have to save me. All beliefs must be attributed to me. I alone are enough. You. I'm going to kill you." Jiang Changwei gritted her teeth. Emperor Tiangang looked at Jiang Changwei coldly, and said, "I am the first god of war, let your mind be like a demon, change your life against the sky. If I can't kill you once, I will kill you 10 or 100 times. Let's see if you can really point the country and reverse the cycle of reincarnation." Chapter 469. No. Don't believe what Emperor Tiangang said, everything he said is false. Jiang Chengwei shouted loudly. Inside the gate of the dead world, everyone looked at each other and fell silent. Their figures were gradually fading. Obviously, the doubts in their hearts were just as Tiangang Emperor said. Emperor Tiangang smiled contemptuously, looked at Jiang Chengwei, and said, "Since what I said is false, why are you so angry? As an alliance strategist, when you were fighting against Wanjia, have you never seen you so flustered?" You. Jiang Chengwei was trembling with anger, but she didn't know what to say. Qin Yang watched everything quietly, and suddenly asked, "Emperor Tiangang? The first god of war? I said we would meet soon." Emperor Tiangang looked at Qin Yang coldly. Qin Yang man said indifferently, "What if we meet each other? How else can you do to me?" After speaking, Qin Yang laughed. Looking at Emperor Tiangang and the people behind Tiangang Emperor, Qin Yang said with contempt, "You are worthy of becoming a god emperor. I really don't know, in the Sky Continent before, can a group of garbage become gods?" Emperor Tiangong's complexion changed, and the god emperors who were reborn in the gods behind him also glared angrily. Even Jiang Chengwei's face was a little stiff, not to mention those god emperors who have not been reborn within the gate of the dead world. In one word, he directly offended all the gods and god emperors present. Boy, have you ever heard such a sentence, "There are no tigers in the mountains, and monkeys are called kings"? Emperor Tiangang looked at Qin Yang and said, "I think you are a clown who knows nothing about the sky and the earth." Qin Yang shrugged and said, "I also want to ask if you've heard it before. The back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves, and the front waves die on the beach." Qin Yang looked at Emperor Tiangang flatly, and said slowly, "You are all outdated god emperors, outdated, and you can't do anything. With all due respect, even if you are resurrected and come to the Sky Continent, you will not be able to do anything. It's just cannon fodder, just some small shrimp." Qin Yang took a few steps slowly, approached the gate of the dead world, and said with a smile, "Looking at your appearance, you seem to have a sense of superiority?" With a sigh, Qin Yang shook his head, "Don't deceive yourself, you can't see the reality at all." Emperor Tiangang clenched his fists furiously, "Looks like I'm going to show you some greatness." "Don't." Qin Yang waved his hand. Emperor Tiangang laughed angrily, "Why, are you afraid?" Qin Yang shook his head and said, "I think it would be fun to have you on the mainland. Let everyone know that the legendary calendar of the gods is nothing more than that." "Good, play?" Emperor Tiangong's eyes flashed fiercely. Qin Yang looked at Emperor Tiangang disdainfully and said, "If you don't shoot me, I will take care of you according to your mood. If you shoot at me, I will kill you. It's rare to have such a strange thing, let the mainland the people are happy, so how can it be done? How dare you insult this emperor like this?" Emperor Tiangang rushed directly to Qin Yang, and the air was condensed by the shocking fighting intent. When Jiang Chengwei's face changed, she was about to stand in front of Qin Yang, but was pulled away by Qin Yang. Qin Yang shouted, "Only I can fight over the tears. You dare to fight against my God King Realm First Heavenly Layer? I won't kill you in seconds, but I also want you to know what the gap is." Emperor Tiangang concentrated all his anger on his fists. Although the strength of his rebirth is not enough, the original state is still there, but the power reserve is insufficient, but the power of the rules is still extremely powerful. Boy, the step-up battle is only yours? It's a joke. Don't let me punch you in the head. Emperor Tiangang appeared in front of Qin Yang, punched out, and reached Qin Yang's face in the blink of an eye. Qin Yang did not move at all, and in the eyes of Emperor Tiangang, he seemed so weak. Jiang Chengwei secretly gathered her strength, ready to urge her energy, but Qin Yang's words in his ears made him tighten. Too slow. Qin Yang frowned. Fighting with you seems like I'm too bullying. Emperor Tiangong's fist could no longer enter an inch. He bowed his head in awe. Qin Yang's feet were touching his waist. When? Emperor Tiangong's face flushed, as if he were a child provoking an adult. I will let you do 3 tricks, so as not to wait for you to reach the sky continent and spread me everywhere. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth twitched slightly, and the next 4 words made all the gods and god emperors lose face, bullying the small with the big. Ah! Emperor Tiangong's hair and beard is full, and the first god emperor of all gods, how has he ever been so humiliated? When Lao Tzu conquered the world. That's when I was born late. If I were the same generation as you, it wouldn't matter to you at all. Qin Yang scratched his ears. Emperor Tiangang slammed another punch. This time, Qin Yang shook his head slightly and rubbed his ear directly with his fist. Only a few strands of Qin Yang's hair were blown. Ah, sorry, I've escaped. Qin Yang laughed. Emperor Tiangong's empty door was revealed. Obviously he didn't expect such a close distance. Qin Yang's reaction was so fast. Jiang Chengwei took a deep look at Qin Yang with an incredible look in her eyes. Is Emperor Tiangang too weak? Obviously not. Being able to become the first god of war in the gods' calendar is simply born to fight and exist for war. Its subordinates have no defeats, and can fight with them to a tie. Also few and far between. Although the strength is very low now, for a god emperor of their level, the god-king realm is the same. As long as there is no protracted battle, there is not much difference. But looking at Qin Yang's relaxed look, this can only mean that Qin Yang is too strong. The figure of Emperor Tiangang retreated violently, and looked at Qin Yang across 3 feet. He finally paid attention to Qin Yang. 2 moves. Qin Yang shook his fingers in the depths. Emperor Tiangong's lungs exploded with anger, his eyes darkened, he gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand, holding it in the air. Be careful, he is serious. Jiang Chengwei hurriedly reminded. In the hands of Emperor Tiangang, as if a vortex of spiritual energy was generated, the power in the temples gathered together and condensed into a multicolored spear. You are worthy of my full battle. Emperor Tiangang said in a deep voice, but you will surely die. Qin Yang still shook his head calmly. Unfortunately, you're not worth my effort. Glancing at the multicolored magic spear, Qin Yang snorted and said, it's quite cool, who do you think doesn't? Everyone looked at Qin Yang in astonishment. Did this kid have no knowledge? This is not a simple or a chemical weapon. But looking at Qin Yang and pointing like a sword, and the fingertips began to gather strength, everyone was stunned. Including Tiangang Emperor. When the divine sword of destruction came out, everyone felt a great threat. This is the power that can completely destroy people. And this pointed out the divine sword, and it seemed a little familiar, but I couldn't remember it for a while. Death. Emperor Tiangang came with one shot, as if carrying the power of heaven and earth, stabbing Qin Yang. Qin Yang stood still, not even moving his fingers. The tip of the spear directly touched Qin Yang's chest. Qin Yang actually just urged the indestructible body to resist. Emperor Tiangang was stunned, Jiang Chengwei was stunned, and everyone was stunned. Is Qin Yang not responding? No, it's not. I forgot, you are not qualified to let me do my best. Qin Yang said softly. 3 strokes. Chapter 470 Per capita level. Emperor Tiangong's heart suddenly tightened, but his hand suddenly loosened. and the spear stabbed directly out. Even I can't see the afterimage? Emperor Tiangang was indeed a little panicked. Qin Yang appeared behind Emperor Tiangang, turned his back to Emperor Tiangang, and drew back with a finger, and the divine sword of destruction directly drew a half-moon sword energy, but stopped beside Emperor Tiangong's neck. I'll give you a chance to get out of the pantheon, have fun. The Banyu slash was put away, Qin Yang kicked out, and directly kicked Emperor Tiangang out like a cannonball. Jiang Chongwei felt a little dry, and everyone in the gate of the dead world was blinded. Is this the first god of war, Tiangang Emperor? It can't be fake, can it? Gong Yi Yifen's lips trembled. He thought that with Emperor Tiangang by his side, he could completely kill Qin Yang, but he didn't expect such an outcome. The other resurrected god emperors, beside them, also began to feel uneasy in their hearts. Could it be that the sky continent has completely changed? Master, what is the origin of this guy? How is his strength on the mainland? A god emperor asked quietly. Gong Yi Yifen said sternly, what kind of strength can you have? It's just a god king. I don't take him seriously. I originally wanted to cheer myself up, but I didn't expect this sentence to directly scare the god emperors. Even the Tiangang emperor, who flew back to use his full strength, stopped. Qin Yang looked at Gong Ye Yifen, smiled, nodded and said, yes, my strength is only average on the mainland, and it can be regarded as per capita level. People, average per capita? Jiang Chongwei looked at Chu Qingge, Chu Ying, and Gong Yi Yifen. With his eyesight, it was obvious that Qin Yang was much stronger than these three. But there was no surprise on Chu Qingge's face. Obviously, Qin Yang was able to defeat Emperor Tiangang. Of course, it was not unusual at all. Chu Ying didn't have a surprised expression, but a calm expression. Looking at that Gong Ye Yifen, even though he was only in the star realm, he didn't even take Qin Yang into his eyes. For a time, all the gods and god emperors had a lot of thoughts. Inside the gate of the world of death, everyone was shocked because of this battle, and some people were even more excited, but when they thought that these were all fake, the speed of the figure faded faster. Qin Yang took all this in his eyes. In fact, only he himself knows best. It is not that simple to kill Emperor Tiangang. As long as the Tiangang Emperor domain is opened, even if the energy consumption kills him, it will be a protracted battle. Qin Yang sees it very clearly, the gods are the gods, and the strength is the power of the rules. As far as physical strength is concerned, Qin Yang is not worth anyone if he doesn't use his full strength. Of course, the rules and fields are not false at all, but Qin Yang doesn't have that much time. Tianhong has received so much powerful help, if he only has Jiang Chongwei, it would be too little. Knowing that the gate of the god realm is actually the gate of the 10,000 realms, and the sky continent is the center of the 10,000 realms, Qin Yang naturally wants to have more helpers so that he can deal with everything calmly. Let's go, I'm in a good mood now. Qin Yang said. Emperor Tiangang held the sharp spear in his hand and took a breath. He really had a sense of danger of death just now. But as the first god of war, this will only inspire his infinite fighting spirit. But as Emperor Tiangang said the mystery before, except for the god emperor who has not been reincarnated and resurrected irreversibly, the secret realm of the entire temple is also gradually disappearing. Gong Yi Yifen was a little panicked. Naturally, he couldn't see the changes in the secret realm of the temples. He only knew that Emperor Tiangang was not Qin Yang's opponent now. Gong Yi Yifen hurriedly said, Grandpa Zhu has prepared for you the treasures of taking advantage of the skills, as well as various treasures of heaven and earth to restore power. Emperor Tiangang directly took the steps, looked at Qin Yang coldly, and said, all right, see you on the mainland. Next time I see you, we will decide the outcome. Qin Yang laughed and said, what? Could it be that you thought we were tied just now? Emperor Tiangang suddenly became embarrassed, but a man can bend and stretch, this time, he must endure it. Gong Yifan led a group of powerful helpers to leave, and the relaxed expression on Qin Yang's face disappeared. Happy. It's enough to see Emperor Tiangang so deflated. Inside the gate of the Death Realm, a god emperor laughed happily. The other god emperors were also amazed. I didn't expect that the per capita level of Songqiong continent is so strong. It seems that we are really outdated. Another god emperor sighed. The former general also laughed and said, so, we really don't need us to defend the mainland. Die and rest in peace. Jiang Chengwei's face was full of grief. Looking at the little general who disappeared, he wanted to reach out and grab it, but he couldn't pass through the gate of the dead world at all. Since the sky continent is not what it used to be, even if I go out, I'm afraid I won't be able to help. Jiang Chengwei's thoughts were gray. Qin Yang was in a hurry now, and said quickly, I can't, you are still very strong. Huh? Jiang Chengwei looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. Qin Yang can't just let such a powerful help get lost again, the strange rules and fields are too heaven-defying. What level are you, on the mainland? Jiang Chengwei asked keenly. Qin Yang scratched his head and chuckled, you want to hear what others see, but you still want to hear from myself. Thought? Jiang Chengwei said, what do you think? Within the same rank, the world is invincible. Qin Yang said slowly, adding another sentence, it's not that I'm boasting, so far, it's true. Jiang Chengwei sucked in a breath of cold air, and all the gods in the gate of the dead world were also dumbfounded. Jiang Chengwei smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect that you actually played with Emperor Tiangang. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chengwei looked worried and said, Emperor Tiangang is too sharp. After leaving the secret realm, he will definitely challenge everywhere. If he finds out, he will definitely be with you forever. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, that can only be unfortunate for him, but also honored for him. What do you mean? Jiang Chengwei asked. Unfortunately, he chose to be my enemy. It is an honor. Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth and said, he will die by my hands. As soon as his voice changed, Qin Yang looked at the gate of the dead world and said, however, it's not that I look down on the god emperors of your gods, it's just that you are too unbearable. Boy, don't think that you have some strength, just be so shy. You can't exert your full strength in a short period of time after rebirth, don't get too complacent. You underestimate us too. If you encounter Emperor Tiangang again in the future, I advise you to not be arrogant. Qin Yang shook his head and said, I don't mean this, I mean. Qin Yang pointed to his brain. Jiang Chengwei looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. Qin Yang said slowly, the first realm of the God Emperor needs to break through. When the second realm of the God Emperor starts, you need the power of faith. Even if you don't believe in yourself, you don't want to be underestimated by others? You are worthy of the believer's faith. What nonsense are you talking about? How could we not believe ourselves? A God Emperor roared. Chapter 471. Qin Yang paced back and forth, and said slowly, if you believe in yourself, why would you give up hope because of the words of Emperor Tiangang? Inside the gate of the dead world, all the god emperors looked at each other. A god emperor took a deep breath and said, you don't understand these temples. They have long noticed that something is wrong, but no one can control their thoughts like Jiang Chengwei. Now that it was broken by Emperor Tiangang, the window paper that they had been reluctant to break, all shattered directly. They exist like bubbles that burst when touched. It's not that I don't understand the temples, I know more than you. Qin Yang's eyes radiated a strange light. Of course Qin Yang knew what these temples were, and even knew the rules of reality. What Qin Yang has to do now is not to cheer everyone up, to let them put aside the doubts of countless years and re-believe that he is not dead. What Qin Yang really wants to do is to make them believe in himself and in his ability to resurrect. Since it is a rule of truth and falsehood, as long as you believe it, it will come true. In this way, even if the heart has accepted the result that he has died and will disappear completely, so what? Can it still be resurrected? Qin Yang pointed to the formations on the ground and asked, "Do you know what formations these two are?" All the god emperors shook their heads. Just like the gate of the dead world, they never imagined why there could be a formation to open such a gate. Qin Yang pointed at Jiang Chengwei with a smile, and said, "Look at him again, has he been resurrected?" "Yes." "Did you not use the Sky Star Stone and the power of the temples?" "Yes." Qin Yang spread his hands, "Isn't that enough?" "What do you care what Emperor Tiangang said?" All the god emperors looked at each other, and their minds were a little bit unable to turn around. Qin Yang said, "You are indeed dead." All the god emperors' faces sank, and Jiang Chengwei also changed color. As soon as the voice changed, Qin Yang said again, "But my formation was originally intended to bring the dead back to life. This door is the gate of the dead world, not the summoning gate." Qin Yang looked at Jiang Chengwei, then looked at the god emperors, and continued, "Jiang Chengwei is also dead. If he doesn't die, I can't use the reincarnation array to resurrect him." So, Qin Yang said, "What if you die? Don't you think that after so many years, with 9,000 years of oblivion in between, you can still live?" Directly and rudely led everyone's thoughts to the truth that they had died. Gradually, they had already thought about it, and were completely led by Qin Yang's nose. If you don't believe in Qin Yang, there is nothing you can do. After all, Jiang Chengwei is the best example. "So, you can be resurrected without the temples and the heavenly star stone?" a god emperor asked. Qin Yang nodded, shook his head again, and said, "You don't need Tianqing stone, your body can only be made of soil. After using Tianqing stone, you will restore your original body. I will directly take the body of believers with you and then transforming it, it's the same." For a time, inside the gate of the dead world, all the god emperors were ecstatic. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief, fortunately he had stabilized them, and the rest. Qin Yang directly poured a basin of cold water and said, "As I said before, I don't have many materials and the quota is limited." Qin Yang's eyes stared at all the ghosts in the gate of the dead world, without exception, all of them were prefixes of the gods, and then all attributes were unknown. After all, they are still fictional, and they are not real. "Resurrect me, I will fight for you. Choose me, I would like to recognize you as Lord." The previous fight between Qin Yang and Emperor Tiangang has proved Qin Yang's strength and potential, especially the ability to come back from the dead. Qin Yang looked at Jiang Chengwei, "The meaning is obvious, you know better, pick me some strong ones." Jiang Chengwei looked at Qin Yang gratefully, if it wasn't for Qin Yang's nonsense, all the god emperors would have disappeared. Jiang Chengwei looked at the gate of the world of death, but was tangled. He must choose the strongest candidate for Qin Yang, even if it is for the sky continent. In the gate of the world of death, an inconspicuous middle-aged man stood in the corner. If you didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to even find his figure in the blue-gray dead aura. When Qin Yang looked at Jiang Chengwei, the middle-aged man snorted lightly, turned around and was about to enter the fog of death, obviously giving up. "Xuanhuan, don't you want to be resurrected?" Jiang Chengwei asked. Qin Yang looked at the figure. He had a little impression of this figure. He was the only one among all the ghosts who was relatively calm from the beginning. He was also the only person who didn't believe that he would disappear after Emperor Tiangang broke it. "I know you don't like me. Instead of being rejected, it's better to give yourself some face," Xuanhuan said quietly. Jiang Chengwei touched her nose embarrassedly, not because he was not pleasing to the eye, but because this person was bloodthirsty. Moreover, he was a ruthless person, and he was so anxious that he even killed himself. During the Battle of the Worlds, one of them singled out one world, and in terms of military exploits, he was even more prominent than the first god of war, Emperor Tiangang. It's a pity that in order to kill the enemy at that time, he died with it. In addition to these abilities, Ginger. What Qiangwei values most is Xuanhuan's final trump card. As long as it is an enemy locked by Xuanhuan, fate will be bound to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan self-mutilates, the enemy will suffer the same damage. Xuanhuan commits suicide, the enemy will die together. In Jiang Qiangwei's memory, this move is simply inexplicable. Originally appointed as a general, it was also a backup, but unfortunately, he resorted to the last resort early and died prematurely, but he didn't have much reputation. As long as you stop slaughtering a world, I am willing to ask Qin Yang to be the first to resurrect you. Jiang Qiangwei said. Massacre a world? So cruel? Qin Yang felt tight, afraid that these god emperors were not simple, and he really couldn't underestimate them. If you don't kill them, how will you stand up? I just want to let the world know that those who violate my sky will die. Xuanhuan said firmly. It is also the name of its domain. He can make enemies in any field truly feel death, infinite ways of dying, infinite times. Even if you can't bear it once and believe that you are dead, then you are really dead. You. Jiang Qiangwei choked for a moment. Qin Yang said directly, okay, it's just you. Xuanhuan was taken aback and looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang glanced at Jiang Qiangwei, then looked at Xuanhuan, and said, actually, I admire you very much. Born in this world, we have our own identities and positions. Since we have identities and positions, we will never be neutral. For the sake of our side, it doesn't matter if the opponent is an enemy or not. Since it is an enemy, then naturally, I'll have to die. Qin Yang said decisively. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up, as if he had found a confidant. Jiang Qiangwei held her forehead again and again with a headache. God, is this Qin Yang also a murderer? In fact, what made Qin Yang make an immediate decision was not the decisive killing of the opponent. Qin Yang doesn't like killing, but he does it every time he has to. Of course he is different from Xuanhuan. And it is fundamentally different. Qin Yang murdered in order to stop the quarrel. This Xuanhuan kills for the purpose of killing. As long as he doesn't find the reason, and finds it, then start enjoying the killing. What really made Qin Yang urgent was the secret realm of the temples. With the words of Emperor Tiangang, the dense fog in the secret realm of the temples became lighter and lighter. The rules of reality and reality exist in this fog. Before the fog dissipates, Qin Yang even has to leave the temples, otherwise he is afraid that he will disappear with the temples. Chapter 472, Cultivation is simple. Using the same undead soil and Tianqing stone as the reincarnated body, the reincarnation formation will resurrect Xuanhuan. The expressionless middle-aged man, no one would have thought that such a person controls such a powerful force. Qin Yang glanced at him and was shocked. What can be favored by Jiang Qiangwei is definitely not a good stubble. But I didn't expect it to be so strong. The gods of the gods, Xuanhuan. Strength, Divine King Realm, Zhuzangshan. Gongfa, Huangquanju. Rules, Huangquan Road. Domain, there is no life after death. The power of death and reincarnation made Qin Yang unable to help but think of the King of Hell. It can make everyone in the realm struggle infinitely in the reincarnation of various deaths. Who else has this ability except the King of Hell? Especially this Huangquan Road can also go to Huangquan with the enemy. Simply ignoring all the power of the rules, just one word, death. Simple, rude, unreasonable. After Xuanhuan was resurrected, he looked at his body in surprise, looked at the gate of the world of death, and then looked at the temple of the gods. Rao is that he is not afraid of life and death, and it is inevitable that he will panic at this time. He always thought that he was inside the gate of the world of death, that he had become a ghost. But now I finally understand that even becoming a dead soul does not exist, it is nothingness. Originally, he was the most calm of all, because he firmly believed that he had just become a ghost. Now, it's just a joke. He is the most ridiculous person among all the gods and god-emperors. Jiang Chengwei didn't need to ask anything, Xuanhuan also knew what to do. He kept his mouth shut, stood behind Qin Yang, and didn't even look at the gate of the world of death. Unlike Jiang Chengwei, there must be some information in his eyes, and he has to hide his inner thoughts. But it was because of him that everyone noticed the clue. The speed of the fog dissipating accelerated again, and the spiritual sense had been able to detect the nothingness that was created as the fog dissipated. The gate of the world of death trembled. Qin Yang opened his mouth, but he stopped talking. Jiang Chengwei narrowed her eyes, and saw that the gate of the world of death was missing a corner. He hurriedly said, "We have to hurry up." Qin Yang shook his head gently. "What's wrong?" Jiang Chengwei's heart sank. Qin Yang stretched his finger to the ground, and the reincarnation formation had already disappeared as the fog dissipated half of it. The gate of the dead world still exists because the great formation of the death world is still intact, and everyone believes that the gate will not dissipate. But this reincarnation formation failed. It's too late to rearrange. Inside the gate of the dead world, everyone looked at Qin Yang and Jiang Chengwei expectantly, hoping that the next resurrection would be him. With the increasingly heavy silence, everyone seemed to understand something. Looking at each other, speechless. A peaceful farewell means never seeing each other again. Some people never lose their chance. Emperor Tiangang. Jiang Chengwei clenched her fists. He had never been so angry before. He was resurrected, but he wanted to prevent everyone from resurrecting. Even if she always stands on the mainland stand, Jiang Chengwei has a murderous intention for Emperor Tiangang. "Do you want me to kill him?" Xuanhuan said quietly. The gate of the dead world disappeared, and all the familiar faces disappeared one by one. The crowd was deep in the thick fog, and the thick fog gradually became clear, and an inexplicable fluctuation of power seemed to let them disperse together with the fog. The rules of falsehood and reality are about to dissipate, and we have to leave here. Qin Yang felt a little regretful and desolate. From now on, the calendar of the gods will come to an end. In the end, he only resurrected two people, Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan. The rule of truth? Jiang Chengwei looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. Qin Yang explained what happened to the temples and what happened to the dense fog. Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan looked at each other and were shocked. Such a rule, I am afraid that only the Creator can control it. This is a rule that is impossible to appear. But they escaped the gods' calendar that turned to dust and were resurrected again in the gods' calendar. Where is the door to the secret realm? Jiang Chengwei asked. Qin Yang said, "You don't need to look for the gate of the secret realm. Gong Yi Yifan will not let us leave through the gate of the secret realm." Jiang Chengwei frowned, thinking in her heart. If there is no gate to the secret realm, they are afraid that they will not be able to leave these temples with their strength. Could it be? Qin Yang looked at Jiang Chengwei and said, "Don't worry, I have a solution." With a hand pinching his fingers, and with a wave of his hand, 100 Zhang divine dragon is as vivid as jade, circling around the crowd. Jiang Chengwei's eyes widened, and Xuanhuan was also shocked. The two looked at each other and said in unison, "Shenlongjiu." The secret key of the gate of 10,000 realms is divided into 8 parts, and this divine dragon jade is one of them. The two looked at Qin Yang in disbelief, and Jiang Chengwei asked directly, "Are you a descendant of Jinghong sword god?" Qin Yang raised his eyebrows, and Xuanhuan Guqing also mentioned when he used his sword of shock. Knowing the name of Jinghong sword god, Qin Yang said, "It's too far away, so I won't mention it." Now it should be the descendants of the 8 Shinto clans, the Qin family. Jiang Chengwei nodded thoughtfully. His mind is like a demon, and he can naturally deduce the current world. Of the 8 secret keys, the top one is the dilution treasure. The strong will end, but these 8 secret keys will not. The family that guarded these 8 secret keys back then was probably the only family that could remain strong. Originally everyone thought it was a chore, but they didn't expect to inherit the incense because of it. Jiang Chengwei said with a wry smile. With Shen Longjiu, he has no need to worry at all, especially Qin Yang's identity, which has also brought Jiang Chengwei's heart closer. Shen Longjiu looked at Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan quietly, and said nothing. There is no old friend to greet each other. It is obvious that Shen Longjiu does not want to talk about the past. Perhaps other secret keys of the gods also think so. For them, as a magic weapon, the changes of history are just in different attitudes. Let's go. Qin Yang shouted in a low voice. Shen Longjiu turned into a white rainbow and led everyone away. As soon as their front feet disappeared, the thick fog had already dissipated. In the entire temple, only the temple in the distance was still there. Thousands of miles above the sky, everyone stood on the back of Shen Longjiu and traversed the sea of clouds. Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan felt the rules of heaven and earth and suddenly opened their eyes. The two looked at each other excitedly, showing joy. What's wrong? Qin Yang asked, curiously. There is such a change in the heaven and earth of the sky continent? How easy is it to cultivate? Jiang Chengwei said, in this way, it won't take long for us to break through and become God Emperors again. Chapter 473. Qin Yang is thoughtful. The world has changed. If the guess is good, there should be one at the end of the gods' calendar. The demise of the gods' calendar is not only because of the war in the world, but also because of the changes in the world. Thousands of years ago, when the divine calendar began and the divine emperor was born, there should have been a change in the world. Qin Yang touched his chin. Is this the reason why the cultivators of this era have different power of the rules of cultivation and the calendar of the gods? Some things, I want to explain to you first. Qin Yang opened his mouth and briefly explained the current situation of the mainland, as well as the next competition for the Air Island base. Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan were even more delighted when they heard it. The Dragon Clan is willing to send the empty island out like this? Jiang Chengwei felt incredible, and said, the Dragon Clan compromised when the allied forces continued to put pressure on the myriad realms to fight. What else does the empty island do? Qin Yang asked. Jiang Chengwei rationalized her thoughts and said, the role of the empty island base has 3 points. First, as the territory of the owner of the empty island, all the people can live in it, providing a steady stream of faith. An empty island base can be regarded as a small continent. Second, this is a weapon of war, and it is essential to conquer all worlds. You can use it as an infinitely upgraded version of the magic warship. Thirdly, the power of rules of the Sky Island base is closely connected with the Sky Continent and is a part of the Sky Continent. It is more stable and reliable than the secret realm opened up by the God Emperor, and it is not affected by the power of rules outside the territory. To conquer all worlds, you must have the Sky Island base. The secret realm of the God Emperor will collapse in an instant when it goes outside the domain. This Sky Island base is an inexhaustible supply station. Qin Yang was shocked. This empty island base is so important? Only. Qin Yang frowned and asked, listen to you, this empty island base seems to be very big, a small continent. Is there any problem? Jiang Chengwei asked back. Qin Yang shook his head and pondered, as far as I know, the first place in the Qianlong contest, the empty island base obtained is only a lot bigger than a duchy, at most half the size of an empire. Although it's big enough, but it doesn't seem quite the same compared to what you described. Jiang Chengwei suddenly fell silent, and she hesitated, as if it was hard to tell. Xuanhuan opened his mouth and said, at the beginning of the war in the world, almost all the empty island bases went to war, and countless collapses. Now it is not bad to have an empty island base. Glancing at Jiang Chengwei, Xuanhuan laughed, obviously a bit sarcastic. Thanks to the military advisor of the alliance, they said that to eradicate the scourge, they must conquer all realms, but all of them are gone. Forgetting the calendar can make the sky continent forget 10,000. The world is coveted, but the empty island base makes Wanjia stare at the fat meat of the sky continent all the time. Qin Yang didn't care much about the past, and said, since you can defeat them once, you can defeat them twice, let's not talk about that. Just how did this air island base come from, and why was it controlled by the dragon race? Jiang Chengwei explained, the dragon clan is the most peculiar race on the continent. It's a good beast, but it seems to be higher than the monster beast. The dragon clan has a resonance domain, that is. Haitian domain? Qin Yang said. It is because of this sea and sky field that Qin Yang was inspired to create a similar resonance field for the sky armor. Jiang Chengwei nodded and said, yes, this is the sea and sky domain. Maybe everyone thinks that the East China Sea Dragon Palace is on the seabed of Xingqian Sea, but it is not. There are two dragon palaces, one is on the seabed, and the other is. Qin Yang was startled and blurted out, in the sky? Jiang Chengwei was really impressed with Qin Yang. This theory was probably not believed by many of the god emperors of the gods, but Qin Yang knew it at all. Jiang Chengwei explained, this day is the domain of the dragon clan, the sea and sky domain. This empty island base is in the sea and sky domain of the dragon clan. Every empty island base is the dragon palace of the dragon clan. It has been used by the dragon clan since ancient times. Possession, so the dragon race is not willing to send it out for battle. But Jiang Chengwei changed her voice and said, in the sky continent, the improvement of the strength of the human race requires the belief of all people. But the body of the sky continent cannot withstand the competition between the god emperors. Looking at Qin Yang, Jiang Chengwei asked, in the current continent, is it also forbidden for god emperors to fight? It is even forbidden to build god statues? Qin Yang nodded, it was true. Previously, he and Tian Gord punched the rule turbulence, which almost caused a catastrophe. Before the Shadow God Emperor took action on himself, thinking about it now, it was useless at all. In other words, the other party didn't dare to exert all his strength at all. It's no wonder that so many forces don't like him, but they never send experts to really take action against him. I'm afraid that in the event of dissatisfaction with the Tsangqiang Academy, behind Qin Yang, the battle of the God Emperor will be launched directly on the mainland. No one can accept the consequences. Jiang Chengwei pondered for a while, and said, I think that the Dragon Clan also noticed the changes in the world, so they gradually sent them out of the empty island base. This is to enhance the power of the human clan. After all, the lips are dead and the teeth are cold. Qin Yang thought about it and figured it out. The Hidden Dragon Contest is held every third year after the monster tide begins. Why did it choose to be held when the tide of monsters is coming? I am afraid that the dragons have already seen it through. The battle between the demon clan and the human clan, no matter who wins or loses, has no effect on the dragon clan. However, there are demons who are eyeing them, and if the demon clan wins, the demon clan may not be the opponents of the demon clan. If the human race wins, it needs. Only the power of faith can enhance the power of the human race, and the accumulation is not enough. The dragon race is for the sky continent, restricting the monster race and balancing the strength between the monster race and the human race. It also lays the groundwork for future hidden dangers. Everything suddenly became clear. Qin Yang thought for a while and said, since you guys have been resurrected, this empty island base will naturally have to compete. A few months later will be the start of the Qianlong contest. In the battle for the top 4, the final decision will be made for the place in the top 4. Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan looked at each other, and they naturally had to fight. Qin Yang explained the 4 major lists by the way, the battle list, the Tianjiao list, the Qianlong list, and the Fengyun list. With the strengths of Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan, there is bound to be a place on the battle list and the billboard. As for the Tianjiao list and Qianlong list, the age of these two may not meet the requirements, and Qin Yang looked at the two of them, and was alone, afraid that he had nothing but the power of the rules he controlled. I would like to be loyal and assist you, Xuanhuan said suddenly. Qin Yang was stunned, shook his head, and said, no need. This time, Xuanhuan was stunned and puzzled. I can feel that in the death circle before. As long as you are willing, you can enslave my soul. But you didn't do it, you didn't want to get my real life. Loyalty? Qin Yang smiled confidently and said, what I need is a helper, a companion, not a subordinate. Xuanhuan stared at Qin Yang tightly, and said, can I interpret your current words as? Are you continuing to win me over? Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and he said speechlessly, it's not really. Chapter 474, Reason. If not, what's the point of you saving me? Xuanhuan asked. Qin Yang thought about it and said, if I say it is just to contribute to the sky continent, do you believe it? Xuanhuan was a little depressed. Did he consider himself an idiot? Jiang Chengwei on the side laughed out loud and said, I know what he thinks. Oh? Xuanhuan looked at Jiang Chengwei. Jiang Chengwei explained, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He knows that we are the people who are willing to give up our lives for the sky continent. If the sky continent is over, he will also be in trouble. After a pause, Jiang Chengwei looked at Qin Yang and said, although this kid has enough ability, he doesn't have the ambition to match his ability. Qin Yang nodded and said, that's right, I'm not interested in conquering all worlds. My battles are just to protect the people around me. So, our original intentions may not be the same. Jiang Chengwei suddenly said seriously, the original intention is different, but the result is the same, and the position is the same. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chengwei said frankly, to be honest, I don't think Xuanhuan is pleasing to the eye. Xuanhuan? He sighed, and even rolled his eyes at Jiang Chengwei, as if he was fighting back, do you think I like you? Jiang Chengwei continued, however, although Xuanhuan is bloodthirsty, he knows who he should kill. I have seen him in danger to save people, and the reason why he fell. It's too far. Xuanhuan stopped in a cold voice. Jiang Chengwei snorted and continued, Qin Yang is to protect the people around him. I want to create peace for the sky continent, and Xuanhuan is to kill all those extraterritorial gods and demons who covet the sky continent. Therefore, the position is the same. There was a strange look in Qin Yang's eyes, all of which could be linked together. He really deserved to be a former alliance military division. The most important thing is that it is impossible to refute. Since you don't want your subordinates, why don't we form an alliance? It's like when a crisis comes, everyone joins forces to go out together? Jiang Chengwei looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang's eyes lit up and nodded, this is exactly what I want. Qin Yang did not underestimate Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan, on the contrary, these two did not underestimate Qin Yang. Together, we can truly fear nothing. After 9,000 years of oblivion, the three of them formed an alliance under the guidance of fate. They looked at each other, smiling. Jiang Chengwei suddenly asked, actually, I still don't understand. Wouldn't it be better for us to be your subordinates with such a powerful help? Qin Yang said calmly, it's too troublesome. With subordinates like you, how much more worry do I have to worry about? Your strength is too strong. Once you become my subordinates, I can't take you on a mountain tour, right? I'm definitely going to be forced to do a lot of trouble. Jiang Chengwei's eyes showed a strange look. Conquering all worlds is something that many people dream of. Qin Yang shook his head. It's not as good as a house with 3 or 2 rooms. Under the old tree in the courtyard, there is a sunset, and I can sit and drink tea with my family. Hearty laughter spread all over the world. Qin Yang came to the dragon head and pointed, go to the imperial city. Shenlongjiu waved its tail and flashed among the sea of clouds. Xuanhuan and Jiang Chengwei looked at each other and communicated with each other. Is this guy really the one who controls the rules of annihilation? Xuanhuan's divine sense voice transmission. I'm also very strange, but I have the same temperament as the sword god Jinghong back then. Jiang Chengwei laughed playfully, and said, don't worry, he wants to be free from the clouds and wild cranes, and it's impossible for him to live a happy life. Think about it, when Jinghong was back then. Sword god kills no less people than you. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes and nodded silently. Suddenly a sentence came out and said, is that because I died too early? Jiang Chengwei was immediately speechless. The imperial city of Xuanhuan Empire, as one of the few big cities on the mainland, is full of prosperity everywhere. The Qianlong competition is about to begin, and the 4 major lists will be finally decided. Make this ancient city more lively. Passers-by, the strength is stronger than the other, the more powerful monsters exudes an endless fierce breath. But they couldn't scare others, even the guys who set up the stalls on the roadside were the eyeliners of a certain force, and a pair of eyes scanned back and forth to gather information. In this prosperous world, the human race and the demon race put down their 1,000-year-old grievances, and the surface is peaceful, but the dark tide is surging. The final competition for the 4 major lists will only be an appetizer for the fierce competition in the Qianlong competition. Jin Wanshan, I have arrived at the imperial city, when will you come? Among the inns run by the Jin family, the most luxurious penthouse suites also have a platform the size of half the inn, which is enough to enjoy the scenery of the entire imperial city. It will take another half a month to leave, very soon. Jin Wanshan and others communicated with Qin Yang in the Hongqian Inn. Qin Yang nodded and said, by the way, I met. The words reached his lips and stopped. The matter of Chuqinga will not be said for the time being. After all, the environment he is in is too dangerous. For the safety of Chuqinga, the fewer people know about this, the better. It's not that I don't trust it, it's just that in case the rumors leak, Shadow is not a vegetarian. One Xuanhuan is enough to give him a headache, but there are Chuqinga and Chuing on the Shadow side. When the time comes, help me do something. Qin Yang said. Don't worry, leave it to me without asking. Question. After Jin Wanshan finished speaking, he suddenly curled his lips and said, but, it might be better for you to do it. What do you mean? Qin Yang was taken aback. Jin Wanshan sighed and said, Free City, you helped my father and our Jin family, you don't know. Jin Wanshan was full of resentment and said, your right to speak in my family is higher than mine. Qin Yang couldn't help laughing. The head of the Jin family was indeed too righteous. He respected him 1 foot, but he insisted on giving back another 10 feet, which made Qin Yang feel a little embarrassed. At the end of the communication, Jiang Chengwei was comfortably enjoying one of the most luxurious services in the entire imperial city, and heaved a sigh of relief. The connections are good, this enjoyment, tsk, it's not in vain. Xuanhuan was still expressionless, looking at Jiang Chengwei with contempt, especially Jiang Chengwei's colorful dress, which became more and more annoying the more he looked. The competition for the 4 major lists will be opened in order. They will all be in the palace hall at that time. It's really a shame to be able to enter the Xuanhuan palace again this time. Jiang Chengwei stretched out her orchid finger and pinched a spiritual fruit in her mouth, enjoying squinted his eyes. The looming divine light in his eyes was extremely calm. Well, the palace. Qin Yang leaned on the railing and looked at the high wall not far away. Within the high wall, there are magnificent buildings with carved railings, exuding supreme majesty. Eternal Empress, Xuanhuan Guqing. Qin Yang had a headache. Suddenly, a teacup flew from a distance, smashed next to Qin Yang and smashed on the railing. The tea was splashed all over and was about to splash on Qin Yang. Qin Yang was about to wipe it out with a thought, but Xuanhuan's figure suddenly blocked in front of Qin Yang. Let the tea splash on yourself. Xuanhuan had a sinister smile on his face, looked down at his soaked clothes, and looked at an inn on the opposite side of the mainland with burning eyes. The building specifications and styles were almost no different from the Jinjian. On the top floor, also beside the fence, several young people pointed to this side and laughed. This tea is so hot. Xuanhuan's whole body was boiling with blood, and he made a fist in his hand, making a crackling sound. Jiang Chengwei staggered and almost fell off the reclining chair, and the spirit fruit in her mouth almost choked on her, and said angrily, "You did this on purpose." Qin Yang's face darkened. He had heard Jiang Chengwei tell him to be careful not to let Xuanhuan find the reason for his actions, but he never thought that Xuanhuan would find the reason so easily. Chapter 475, The Four Young Masters of the Imperial City. Yo, where did you find this subordinate of the living treasure? How stupid. A young man pointed at Xuanhuan and slapped the railing with a smile. The other three young people beside him also all laughed. Does he look like a local dog? What to throw to catch? Another young man with a hook nose picked up a teacup from the table and threw it out. This time, it directly hit Xuanhuan's chest, and the tea leaves splashed all over his face. As one of the best inns in the entire Xuanhuan Imperial City, it has a superior geographical location and is in the most prosperous area. On the broad road, people come and go in an endless stream. What happened over the sky at this time immediately attracted a large number of onlookers. When someone saw the young masters on the top platform of Tianhain, their expressions changed, and they quickly lowered their heads and walked away. There were also people staring at the top of the inn of the Jin family chamber of commerce. The two inns fought openly and secretly with each other, and now the guests of the two inns are also fighting across the street. Keep a low profile and watch the fun, that's the four young masters of the Imperial City. Lawless existences, don't let them find opportunities. Someone reminded in a low voice. Is it arrogant? Someone who didn't understand scoffed. The four young masters of the Imperial City are from the four major families in the Imperial City, and they are also the four strongest families in the Xuanhuan Empire. These four families have their own means and are closely related to the great strength of the mainland. Some of them are even friends with the Dragon Clan. When the passers-by heard this, their expressions suddenly changed, and they hurried to the side, but they were also curious as to who was so bold and dared to provoke the fourth young master of the Imperial City. Xuanhuan licked the corner of his mouth and sighed, "Good tea." Jiang Chengwei's forehead oozes cold sweat, her eyes narrow, and an inexplicable force spreads out, covering the entire platform. Qin Yang's heart moved. This is Jiang Chengwei's domain. Is it a perfect world? Everything can be done all over again, and all the results that are different from the script written by Jiang Chengwei can be overturned. Xuanhuan turned his head, looked at Jiang Chengwei, and said, "You know the price of stopping me." Jiang Chengwei's pupils shrank, and her mouth was dry. "You also know that I can stop you." The two directly stalemate. Qin Yang found it interesting. Knowing the face of the two and the abilities of the two, Qin Yang thought about it, and was immediately happy. Xuanhuan can open up his own domain and let Jiang Chengwei suffer. Although Jiang Chengwei has a strong enough spiritual sense and strong willpower to not die, she cannot escape this pain, but it experiences it more deeply than the average person. On the other hand, Jiang Chengwei can use Perfect World to stop Xuanhuan's shot and change the result, but the process cannot. Qin Yang thought about it for a while, and quietly ran his own annihilation rules. At the same time, Xuanhuan and Jiang Chengwei competed against each other, and they had just propped up the realm of lifeless death. With the operation of Qin Yang's annihilation rule, the realm of the two of them disappeared at the same time. Huh? Is it useless to me? Qin Yang said softly. If they directly support the absolute world composed of the rules of annihilation, wouldn't the two of them still be killed in seconds in front of them? No, it still works. Qin Yang's eyes flickered with divine light. He, Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan were both in the 9 heavens of the Divine King realm. The power of rules, regardless of attributes, had the same intensity. Although Jiang Chengwei's domain cannot affect Qin Yang, it can affect him. The extinction world can destroy it, but Jiang Chengwei can reverse reality and be immune to death. And Huang Quan is even more incredible. Jiwajia can't prevent the other party from binding himself. Once the binding is successful, once the annihilation and extinction world is opened, killing Huang Quan is also killing himself. Can the immortal body escape death? Qin Yang frowned. It's better not to try in this situation. Qin Yang felt the strength of the two again, and both of them were shocked at this time. The rule of annihilation is indeed the rule of annihilation. The three of them applied their own rules and compared to each other. In the end, Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan took back their powers. Aside from the fact that his strength is not necessarily stronger than Qin Yang, Qin Yang's face still has to be given. The test of strength was only for a moment. On the top floor of the inn across the road, the guys were screaming again. Do you think this tea is good too? Why don't I invite you to drink a few more cups? One person waved his hand to take a photo, and another teacup was in his hand. Wacky, really useless. Who is that guy? He is not weak, and he can live in the top floor of the Jin family chamber of commerce inn at this time, and his status is also extraordinary. If I were him, I'd probably have dug a hole in the ground to hide it, and I'd be embarrassed. Maybe he recognizes the 4 young masters of the imperial city on the opposite side, and does not dare to be an enemy of them. The teacup flew in midair and suddenly disappeared. Qin Yang's tone was light, but it reached everyone's ears. I saved your life. Is this how you repay the benefactor? The whole street seemed to be quiet, and then everyone looked at each other. Some were puzzled, some laughed. The 4 young masters of the imperial city also looked at each other, and then burst into laughter. Saved us? Boy, do you know our identity? One of them stepped on the railing and asked Qin Yang. Target. Light glanced at the people coming and going on the street below, his face full of arrogance. It's time to tell you these foreign country bumpkins, we are the 4 young masters of the imperial city. Although everyone already knew it, when I heard this, I couldn't help but feel tight in my heart. These are 4 bullies, who do all kinds of evil, and their own strength is not good, but they have a deep family background. Especially these 4 evil young people, who act entirely on their own moods and have no scruples. Whoever gets entangled in them will have a headache. Qin Yang scratched his ears and said, I don't care who you are, I apologize, otherwise you will only be dead. The young man stepping on the railing had an exaggerated stunned expression on his face. What did you say? You asked me to apologize? Have you lost your mind? Even if you are the young master of the 8 Shinto clans and come to our territory, you have to give it to me. The cat walks on its waist. Jiang Chengwei blinked. This Qin Yang is not the young master of the 8 Shinto clans, he should be the patriarch of the 8 Shinto clans. My words are rarely repeated a second time. Qin Yang said quietly. Huang Quan raised the corners of his mouth aside, except that Qin Yang did not take it lightly, other places were quite admirable. The man's face became cold, and he wanted to take this opportunity to tell all the foreign cultivators in the entire imperial city to demonstrate, but he didn't expect the other party to be so disrespectful. A young man behind him stared at Qin Yang, summed up with the others, and all of them laughed. A young man with a wicked smile on his face stepped forward, leaned on the railing, and said lazily, since we don't apologize, and you don't admit it, why don't we compare it? Comparison? Qin Yang frowned. That's right, let's compare. Qin Yang interrupted as soon as the man opened his mouth. You don't deserve it. 476 as long as you are happy. Damn, how dare you talk to the 4th young master of the imperial city like this? I actually took a look at it before. This kid is not a coward, but he didn't take the fourth young master of the imperial city into his eyes at all. What's the origin of this kid? Dare to talk like that? If you don't have a background, I'm afraid I won't be able to be kind today. The whole street exploded in an instant, and everyone was talking about it. The faces of the four young masters in the imperial city were extremely ugly, and one of them gritted his teeth and said, "It seems that we need to give him some color. If not, our four young masters will not be able to get along in this imperial city." Boy, don't you dare to compare? You just admit defeat because you are afraid of losing face. Do you think you can fool you with just a few words? The fourth young master of the imperial city kept shouting, but Qin Yang just smacked his lips and was about to fall asleep. The four young cultivators in the star realm really made Qin Yang unable to lift his spirits. Frustrate their spirit. Jiang Chengwei came to Qin Yang and urged. Qin Yang looked at Jiang Chengwei in surprise, while Jiang Chengwei quietly rolled her eyes at Xuanhuan. Qin Yang understood, and it seemed that Xuanhuan would not be able to swallow this bad breath if he didn't teach the four young masters of the imperial city a good lesson. The dignified gods and god emperors were thrown 2 bowls of tea as soon as they were resurrected. If this is to be spread, I am afraid it will make people laugh out loud. And he took the initiative to meet him. Don't compare, we won't spare you. Maybe there will be a group of wild dogs in a corner to eat someone's body. One person said. Does this Xuanhuan imperial city also have wild dogs? Jiang Chengwei wondered. Qin Yang smiled, pointed to the 4 opposite, and said, Isn't there only 4? Bastard, what are you talking about? One of them flipped the table angrily, pointed at Qin Yang, and ordered his opponent, Come here, tear off his tongue for me. A subordinate suddenly appeared behind Qin Yang and the 3, and was about to start, but his heart was wrinkled. Qin and Yang didn't even look back, but the man stopped there and dared not make a move. What are you still doing? I will bear all the consequences. Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of that subordinate, and he didn't investigate before. This investigation didn't matter, his soul was scared away. The strength of these 3 people, 2 of them are in the God King realm 9 heavens, that young man, that is, his goal, even he can't see it. Only he, who was in the 8th level of the God King realm, began to tremble in his calf, swallowed, and immediately disappeared. Such a change suddenly made everyone stunned. Xuanhuan pouted, It's boring. Alas. Jiang Chengwei sighed, fortunately that person knew each other, all of which saved his life. Qin Yang touched his chin and said, Those who threaten me will not end well. Well, since you guys want to have some fun for me, I'll do it for you. Tell me how to compare. It's not a question of incomparability now. The man who sent his subordinates coldly said. His subordinates had already come to his side, and he was kicked to the ground, not daring to resist. What's going on? The young man asked coldly. Strength, the strength is too strong. The subordinate reported. The young man headed looked at the 2 people beside Qin Yang in amazement, and nodded secretly. As expected, there was some background. Immediately he said, Okay, since you agreed, then we will play 4 games. However, it is fun to have a lottery. Wait a minute, report your names first, what do you call them? Qin Yang asked, I can't say this person or that person? After speaking, the 4 of them pointed back and forth. The headed man's face was ashen, and he said, I am the eldest of the 4 young men in the imperial city, Li Fengdao. Qin Yang shook his head and said softly, Although the strength is not good, the exercises are still acceptable. Are the rules, it's okay, the domain, TSK. Qin Yang only commented in a low voice, and only Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan could hear it clearly. The 2 were stunned for a moment, the other party didn't make a move, just looked at each other to know the details of the other party. Immediately afterwards, one person stood up and said proudly, I am the second youngest of the 4 young men of the imperial city, Xuanhuan Lai Ma. Qin Yang's face was dull, and he gave a 3-word comment, not bad. I am the 4th youngest and the 3rd oldest in the imperial city, Ji Wui. I am the 4th youngest and 4th oldest in the imperial city, Lu Xian. Qin Yang held his cheek in his hand, and his comments on the 3rd child were SOSO, but his comments on the 4th Lu Xian were somewhat interesting. But it's just kind of interesting. Li Fengdao is a little old-fashioned among the 4 young masters of the imperial city. At first glance, he likes to pretend to be mature. Xuanhuan Lai Ma has a hot temper. Ji Wui is a little rebellious and full of wildness. Lu Xian, on the other hand, had a sullen face and looked quite suave. The 4 young masters were complacent and announced their names loudly, as if they were shouting slogans. But their names can hold down ordinary people, but in Qin Yang's eyes, they are no different from ordinary people. The 2 people around him are all gods and emperors. Xuanhuan Guqing and Chu Jiansan don't save face at all, the 4 young masters of the imperial city. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want Xuanhuan to cause trouble, so that he could not live in peace, Qin Yang would be too lazy to pay attention to these 4 young masters. Okay, let's talk about how to compare, what to compare. Qin Yang raised his head. Li Fengdao looked at Qin Yang and said with a smile, let's talk about the lucky head first. You won't dare to compare when the time comes. Is also a waste of our tongues. Qin Yang shrugged, just be happy. Li Fengdao looked at Qin Yang and said directly, let's bet on the Quanhuan ring, how about it? Quanhuan ring? Qin Yang was taken aback for a moment, and he suddenly understood that this was to bet on everything in the Quanhuan ring. Good guy, do you have a big appetite? Qin Yang chuckled. In his Quanhuan ring, in addition to a few Tianqing stones, there are all kinds of elixir and spiritual materials. Although most of the previous gains were handed over to Lu Mingyu, the ones left behind were also invaluable. In particular, Qin Yang is now in the realm of the King of Gods. He can easily refine 6th-order medicinal pills and arrange god-level formations. No matter which one is here, even the raw materials make the world jealous. We have 4 Quanhuan rings here, and you have 3 on your side. It's still cheaper for you, how about that? Li Fengdao made up his mind. People like this who come to participate in the Qianlong competition are all in the Quanhuan ring. I don't know what the unexpected gain will be. As long as they win, the harvest is said, these 3 people will immediately become paupers, alone, and it will be more interesting at that time. Qin Yang looked at Jiang Chongwei and Huang Quan, both of them stroking their Quanhuan ring, with a smile. The Quanhuan rings of the 2 of them were given by the Jin family Chamber of Commerce, just because the steward glanced at the 2 who were not wearing the Quanhuan rings, and immediately notified people to go to the Chamber of Commerce to get 2 god-level Quanhuan rings. Not accepting it is not enough, the inn manager threatened to accept his job and forced it to accept it. This made the 2 gods and god emperors a little embarrassed. You can't lose this test. I, Jiang Chongwei, have never owed any favors. Jiang Chongwei said with a serious face. Huang Quan nodded, me too. It's just that the inn manager will never know how much favor the Jin family has gained directly from his actions. Okay, I agree. Qin Yang nodded and said, I still have the Ring of Demons, do you want to gamble together? Chapter 477 Dragon Clan Alchemy Technique. Yaojian Ring? Ji Wei sneered, forget the Yaojian Ring, let you 3 Quanhuan rings bet our 4 Quanhuan rings, it has already given you enough face, do you want to take a bigger advantage? Saying that, he lit up his hands. Qin Yang was stunned. His hands were actually covered with demon rings. At first glance, he couldn't count how many he wore. Looking at the other party's panel again, Qin Yang smiled and nodded, okay, you have the final say. Li Fengdao looked at Qin Yang man who didn't care, and was a little suspicious. Could this guy really have two brushes? Lu Xian said in a low voice, forget about the strength competition. Before, Xuanhuan Lima's guards were too scared to take action. Let's be more careful than fighting. Xuanhuan Lima was suddenly unhappy, and said, what do you mean by being scared and afraid to take action? God Emperor Realm can't take action, God King Realm Jizanshan is capped, so let your subordinates try it? Li Fengdao hurriedly rounded the field and said, don't worry, we will not only win this competition, but also let the people of the whole continent know about our Imperial City 4 young masters. This will be a great show before the Qianlong contest. Looking at Qin Yang, Li Fengdao raised his voice and shouted, since we have 4 people, this fight will be compared to 4. Qin Yang made a gesture of invitation. The two sides chatted in the air, and the whole street was full of people watching the excitement, and some tired cultivators who had traveled long distances also came to the spirit. Such interesting things, if you catch up, you will earn. The first game, compared to Alchemy. Li Fengdao said. Coming up, it is better than the way of alchemy that he is best at. On the street, everyone was talking. Aren't the 4 young masters of the Imperial City all slutty disciples? They can also make alchemy? What do you know? This Li Fengdao's family is on good terms with the Dragon Clan. It is rumored that Li Fengdao's alchemy technique was learned from the Dragon Clan. If it weren't for the fact that our human race still has a 9-life God Emperor to hold the ground, this dragon race's alchemy technique would already be number 1 in the world. Alchemy? Qin Yang was stunned and suppressed his smile. Okay, what about the second game? Xuanhuan Lai snorted softly, and said disdainfully, the second game, compare weapons. Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan Lai Ma. This guy practiced the rules of fire, and his exercises were kingship and hegemony. Its fire rules are also domineering fires, and it really has a bonus for refining. Okay, the third game? Qin Yang asked again. Ji Wui opened his mouth and said, the third game, fight the demon. From his hands full of demon rings, one can see that this guy is good at fighting demons. The fourth game? Lu Xian stood up and said, in the fourth game, you will naturally know when the time comes. It's just that if you lose the first 3 games, the 3 Qiankuan rings will be lost. If you lose again in this fourth game, I want you to be like our 4 young masters kowtow to apologize, and when we see us in the future, we must bow and retreat 3 feet. Lu Xian's ability was called a bit interesting by Qin Yang, but he didn't expect that this guy would still be sold in the competition. Okay, I'll still say that, just be happy. Qin Yang shrugged indifferently. Li Fengdao was overjoyed when he saw Qin Yang's agreement, and immediately sent a voice transmission to his divine sense, which could be heard clearly from a few blocks away. The 4 young masters of the Imperial City are about to compete with the practitioners participating in the Qianlong contest for 4 games, and I hope you can join us. The first game is scheduled to be held at the Medicine God Hall. Compete with alchemy. All practitioners present will receive a 10% discount on the Medicine God Hall. Discounts are only available on the spot. He didn't ask Qin Yang's name at all, calling him the cultivator who participated in the Qianlong contest, the purpose of which is self-evident. Just to tell all the practitioners who came to participate in the Qianlong competition, this is the Xuanhuan Imperial City. The 4 young masters of the Imperial City used to be able to do whatever they wanted, and they can still do it now. The 10% discount of Medicine God Hall has attracted a lot of people, especially Medicine God Hall is not far from these 2 inns across the road, on the corner of the street. Naturally, the sound transmission was heard by the practitioners of Medicine God Hall, and many practitioners were famous and came to ask for medicine. After hearing this, the person who originally planned to pay, also immediately returned it. The guys looked at each other and laughed bitterly. This young master is doing this again. Medicine God Hall, in which it is rumored that there is a dragon alchemist, and the dragon alchemy is magical and powerful. The Medicine God Hall is also one of the few places in the entire continent that sells top-quality medicine pills. The Qianlong contest is about to begin, and consumables like medicinal pills must be replenished in large quantities. If there are a few top-quality medicinal pills, the odds of winning will naturally increase by a few points. Before the match started, the news spread like wildfire, and the gates of the entire Medicine God Hall were blocked. As a last resort, everyone went to the battle demon hunting ground, which was also the location of the third competition. By the way, the second test and the fourth match were both set at the demon hunting ground. A large number of practitioners poured into the demon doe hunting ground, making the once popular doe demon hunting ground full of people again. When the practitioners heard that there was a 10% discount on the Medicine God Hall, they were even more overjoyed. The most important thing is that in the third competition, the competition is demon fighting. The old man in charge of the battle demon hunting ground frowned. He didn't like the four young masters. If it wasn't for the fact that all the practitioners agreed, and the third game was also better than the fighting demon, he would never let the four young masters make such a mess. The four young masters of the imperial city looked at the cheers from the audience with satisfaction, and their faces floated. Show pride and confidence. Li Fengdao ordered people to put a long table, and spread out all kinds of elixir. The monster hunting ground directly raised a huge light screen on all sides, projecting everything into it. Dragon Alchemy. This time I can finally see it with my own eyes. There is also an insider who broke the news. It is rumored that the Emperor Jiuming went to the East China Sea to challenge the dragon alchemy technique before he was named the first alchemist. After his victory, he also became famous in battle. Xuanhuan, he is no match for the dragon clan's alchemy technique. Whether it's true or not, no one cares, but with the spread of various exchanges, the atmosphere in the field has reached its peak. Li Fengdao completely regarded this competition as a personal exhibition competition, and didn't even look at Qin Yang. Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan were at a loss. Jiang Chengwei said in a low voice, "Let's get away now while no one knows your name." Why? Qin Yang was still watching Li Fengdao show off the medicinal herbs, and a variety of medicinal herbs crossed in his mind, and finally determined the medicinal herbs that Li Fengdao wanted to refine. It turned out to be Zhuyandan. However, this is only the material of the fifth order Zhuyandan, a star-level pill. Thank you all for coming to join us. What I'm going to refine now is the fifth order Zhuyandan of top quality. Li Fengdao handed over to the quartet and said through voice transmission. Through the huge light screens on all sides of the demon hunting ground, everyone could see his confident look. Really or fake? Open your mouth to get the best quality? No matter how strong the dragon alchemy technique is, it can't be successful every time, right? That's not certain. The dragon clan's alchemy should not be underestimated. Otherwise, why would the Medicine God Hall have its current status? There was a lot of discussion. Li Fengdao looked at Qin Yang in protest, and said contemptuously, "This is the first test of pills. I don't know what pills you want to make." Qin Yang also bowed his hands towards the quartet and said, "Since he refined Zhuyan pill, then I will also refine Zhuyan pill." The audience suddenly cheered violently, which is interesting to watch. Qin Yang coughed lightly and continued, "Because his strength is too low, he can only refine the fifth order elixir of the star level. In order to show fairness and prevent others from saying that I am bullying others, then I will refine the sixth order Zhuyan Dan." Immediately afterwards, Qin Yang looked at Li Fengdao and added, "It is also of the highest quality." In an instant, the entire demon doe hunting ground exploded. Chapter 478. There is a dragon alchemy technique. What do you have? The sixth order Zhuyandan, is it still the best quality? It is rumored that the master of the family is the alchemist of the dragon clan. Naturally, he is qualified to expand. Where did you come from and dare to talk like that? The entire demon dough hunting ground immediately exploded. After listening to Qin Yang's light and fluttering words, everyone was not calm. Li Fengdao looked stunned, looked at Qin Yang playfully, and said, "You don't think I'm joking, do you? Don't think that the 4 young masters of the imperial city are only acting majesty. We are one of the strongest geniuses in the world, and I am the first alchemy master of the younger generation." Li Fengdao slowly paced proudly and said, "Perhaps you thought I was joking, so you were joking too. I just don't know how you'll feel when you see the 5th order top-grade Zhuyandan that I have successfully refined." Qin Yang quietly looked around the audience, no one believed him, looked at Li Fengdao again, and sighed, suddenly. "The number 1 alchemist in the world? I'm afraid you won't be the same after this competition." Qin Yang shrugged and said with a smile, "Take out your Dragon Clan's alchemy skills, I want to see what kind of alchemy the Dragon Clan has." Ability. Qin Yang. Jiang Chengwei whispered to Qin Yang, "Dragon Clan's alchemy is really powerful. If you underestimate it, I'm afraid you will offend the Dragon Clan." Qin Yang's face was full of disapproval, and he said, "What if you underestimate it?" Jiang Chengwei sucked in a breath of cold air, while Xuanhuan on the side laughed. Xuanhuan stood beside Qin Yang, looked at Jiang Chengwei, and said, "Don't worry, I trust him." "Huh?" Jiang Chengwei raised her brows, "Why are you making trouble? Why do you believe him?" Xuanhuan's face changed, and he was instantly full of gloom. "If he can't win, I will kill everyone's mouths. In this case, isn't it up to us to have the final say?" Jiang Chengwei was speechless. Even Qin Yang's mouth twitched. "Is this also called believing in yourself?" Li Fengdao shouted loudly in the field, "Everyone has seen it. This kid looks down on my alchemy skills, and also looks down on the dragon alchemy skills. Today I will let him open his eyes, who is the first alchemy master of the younger generation. In the future, I am the number 1 alchemist in the world." The whole field boiled over, and all the screens on the 4 sides of the demon dough hunting ground were filled with Li Fengdao's figure. After this battle, Li Fengdao's name will instantly resound throughout the mainland. Li Fengdao is very proud of himself. He made a good show before the Qianlong competition, which is like a hitchhiker. How many people have never had such an opportunity in their lifetime, but this opportunity was grabbed by Li Fengdao. Xuanhuan Laima, Ji Wui, and Lu Xian became dissatisfied, and said to Li Fengdao, "Come on, let's compete, we are still waiting." How could Li Fengdao take up such a good opportunity? Qin Yang looked at Li Fengdao as if he were a fool, and said contemptuously, "I learned a few dragon alchemy techniques, and I lifted my tail into the sky, hum." Qin Yang also shouted loudly to the audience, "Today I will prove to the world that only the alchemy of the human race is orthodox." The alchemy of the dragon race? It's just a crooked way. The entire demon dough hunting ground suddenly became quiet, and then there was a burst of discussions. "This kid is too daring to say it. 9 god emperors were not as crazy as him back then. But it seems to make sense. We are a human race, why do you keep touting the dragon race alchemy?" Li Fengdao's face changed. He didn't expect Qin Yang to find such a tricky angle to win people's hearts. In fact, Qin Yang had no other idea, just glanced at all the elixir Li Fengdao had prepared, and found a little tricky. Among these medicinal herbs, there are many spiritual materials that are not actually used at all, and the functions of these spiritual materials. Qin Yang had already guessed a few points. Just at this point, Qin Yang concluded that the so-called dragon alchemy technique is nothing more than that. Li Fengdao stared at Qin Yang and said, "Very good, after I succeed in refining, let's talk about other things." Immediately, directly opened the furnace for alchemy. The moment he started, Qin Yang's eyes lit up. The techniques and formulas were all copied by Qin Yang. Qin Yang nodded secretly and whispered to himself, "Yo, it seems that there is something in this dragon family alchemy." Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan looked at each other. The two looked at Qin Yang in amazement. As soon as the other party raised his hand, did Qin Yang see anything? There is still 10 breaths of time to put the dragon vine grass, but the dragon vine grass needs to be processed. The processing time is 5 breaths at the fastest. If it is too late, the pill will fail. Everyone held their breath. Qin Yang suddenly said something. Xuanhuan glared at Qin Yang and said, "Bastard, if you dare to disturb again, don't blame us for being rude." Ji Wui directly showed his fist to threaten, but Lu Xian suddenly looked at Li Fengdao. Li Fengdao was in a hurry, and in Lu Xian's heart, Li Fengdao really began to deal with the dragon vine grass. The reason why he seems to be in a hurry is that Li Fengdao forgot about this before. Lu Xian looked at Qin Yang with some doubts. How did Qin Yang know this? Facing the threats and anger of several people, Qin Yang spread his hands. If you can't even make a pill, you still dare to compete with me. It would be my shame to say it out. Qin Yang smacked his lips. Any cat or dog can compete with me, really. What did you say? Say it again? Ji Wui rushed forward. Qin Yang waved his hand lightly, and swatted it away like a fly. He took a few steps back to stabilize his body. Ji Wui was imagining the steward of the demon hunting grounds asking for help, but the steward obviously had no intention of taking action, and kept looking at Qin Yang from left to right. If it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't brought his subordinates in, Ji Wui would have already ordered Qin Yang to do it. The steward stroked his mustache and muttered to himself, "Why does this kid look so familiar? Hey! The processing time of Tianwu snake gall is longer. Are you trying to make this Xuandan suffer to the depths of your soul?" Qin Yang suddenly interjected again. Li Fengdao's expression tightened, and he secretly said, "Oops." He didn't intend to actually refine the top-quality medicinal pill on the spot, but just took the attitude of giving it a try, at least refining it of any quality, and then using the mechanism of the pill furnace to replace a real top-quality medicinal pill. Hearing what Qin Yang said, he became anxious. If he put Tianwu snake gall directly in it, it would be hard to say whether it was bitter or not, and even the low-quality quality might not be able to be refined. Why are you still hesitating? Qin Yang frowned and walked directly to the stage to deal with it. His hands were about to produce a phantom, and he directly dealt with the Tianwu snake gall and threw it into the pill furnace. Under Li Fengdao's dull eyes, Qin Yang hurriedly picked up a spirit medicine on the table, rubbed it, and threw it in. "Open fire," Qin Yang said. Li Fengdao shook his head, and he couldn't help but follow suit. Chapter 479 Clumsy Performance. Enough, the fire resumed just now. Qin Yang nodded. In this way, the time delayed by Tianwu snake gall can be saved. Li Fengdao's eyes widened. Experts watched the doorway, and laymen watched the excitement. Just Qin Yang's hand made Li Fengdao amazed. This guy is really good at alchemy, and his alchemy attainments completely surpass him. Li Fengdao looked at the pill stove, and was a little scared. The next steps were simple, because the hardest part had already passed. Qin Yang looked at the pill furnace and showed a meaningful smile. This pill furnace is interesting. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and copied the refining method of the pill furnace directly. It's just a star-level pill furnace, and naturally, it can't escape the fate of being copied by Qin Yang at a glance. This pill furnace is not the best, it just has a small mechanism. The inner space of the pill furnace can replace the pills in the pill furnace during the process of alchemy. Qin Yang looked at Li Fengdao, and directly saw through this kid's mind. Li Fengdao began to focus on refining pills, and he was pleasantly surprised to find that he could actually refine it successfully. Finally, Li Fengdao's hands trembled a little after the alchemy finished. "Did you see, I made a 5th-order top-quality Xuandan?" Li Fengdao shouted, his face flushed. At the same time, the 4-sided glossy screens of the demon fighting ground also cast a close-up on the pill furnace. A pearl-shaped and jade-like Xuandan, under the thick package of Dan Qi, seems to feel like it has turned white at a glance. Why are you so excited? Qin Yang scratched his ears and said, Why, didn't you know that you could make it successfully? With a meaningful smile on his face, Li Fengdao's heart suddenly burst. Immediately afterwards, Li Fengdao's face changed, and he snorted coldly, I made this pill. You just made a mess for me, and you almost destroyed my pill. If it wasn't for my superb alchemy skills, I almost got yours. Saying so, suddenly aroused the anger in everyone's heart. Although they looked down on the 4 young masters of the imperial city, the people who stumbled in this kind of competition broke the principle of fairness. For a while, Qin Yang became the target of public criticism, and was directly criticized by thousands of people. Would you like me to kill a few first and let everyone be quiet? Xuanhuan came behind Qin Yang and said softly. Jiang Chengwei directly pulled Xuanhuan away, what are you kidding? No way. Xuanhuan frowned and said, Is it true that you will surrender the Quanquan ring? Jiang Chengwei looked at the Quanquan ring in her and Xuanhuan's hands. This is a gift from the Jin family, and it must not be given out like this. As for Qin Yang's Quanquan ring, they both knew that Qin Yang's Quanquan ring contained spiritual materials arranged in formations, which were the heaven-stealing fate-shifting formation, reincarnation formation and death realm formation. There is even undead land. These 3 formations directly allow Qin Yang to control life and death and break the cycle of reincarnation. The spiritual materials used cannot be measured by ordinary value at all. If you can't hand over the left and right, doesn't it mean that if you want to go back on your word, you can't afford to lose? For a time even Jiang Chengwei, who was as smart as a demon, didn't know how to break the game. Li Fengdao watched Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan whispering there, snorted softly, and said, This is the imperial city of the Xuanhuan Empire. I advise you to not be careful. From Xuanhuan's expression, Li Fengdao also knew that there must be treasures in their Quanquan ring, otherwise it would be impossible to pay such attention. This time it's really famous again, and it's a treasure. Simply do it all. Li Fengdao coughed lightly, looked at Qin Yang, and said, Don't say I won't give you a chance, now it's your turn to make alchemy, I'll wait for you to make it successfully, and then announce the winner of this competition and take away the alchemy. Luck. Qin Yang let out a sigh and said, It seems that I have to thank you? Immediately, he stretched out his hand and waved, and the materials for refining the 6th order Zhuyandan were piled up on the table into a hill. It was just such a hand, which immediately caused laughter in the audience. Will this kid actually be able to concoct alchemy? These elixirs are so precious, are they not afraid of any trouble when they are piled up like this? Elixir contains powerful spiritual energy. When stacked together in such a chaotic manner, the power of the medicine will inevitably be affected by the pulling of the qi machine. Look at Li Fengdao before, his method of obtaining the elixir is the most correct. Everyone looked down on Qin Yang, but Li Fengdao knew that Qin Yang could make alchemy. However, how could an alchemist not even understand these basic common sense? Li Fengdao's own elixir is stored separately in porcelain vases, which are expensive magic weapons. It's just that when I took it out, I didn't take out the porcelain bottle together. Looking suspiciously at the pile of elixir on the table, Li Fengdao couldn't help but breathe quickly. These elixir together not only did not affect each other because of the entanglement of spiritual energy, but instead presented a state that was almost impossible to exist. These elixir together even continued to grow. Matching each other's attributes, mutual aid and mutual benefit, this is not a simple stacking, this is a deliberate arrangement. Li Fengdao's sharp eyes found that the roots of these elixir were even mixed with soil, as if they had just been pulled out of the ground. I'm about to start. Qin Yang said, and the Jin family's iconic Dan stove was placed. There was a dazzling golden light in the audience, as if Qin Yang had moved out of a. Like Jin Shan. I wipe this upstart. I don't know how to use gold to refine a magic pill furnace, right? Why so cheesy? Even Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan couldn't help the corners of their mouths twitching. They couldn't connect this pill furnace with Qin Yang. Jiang Chengwei said in a low voice, "Where did you kidnap this pill furnace from, right?" Qin Yang shrugged and pointed to a row of small characters at the bottom of the pill stove. The two of them looked at it and became even more speechless. I saw that the boy above was engraved with "Produced by Wanshan Chamber of Commerce, Supreme Custom." Is this all right? Jiang Chengwei was speechless. In fact, Qin Yang is also very helpless. To be honest, the quality of this pill furnace is indeed top-notch, but it looks a little bit. It's quite easy to use. Start alchemy. Compared with Li Fengdao before, Qin Yang's alchemy technique seemed a little tricky, like a joke. I took out a spirit medicine from the pile of spirit medicines, and even threw it hard, stretched out my hand to swipe it, and threw it directly into the pill furnace. Everyone is more sophisticated than him. This is also called alchemy? Stop insulting alchemy. Just announce the result, we don't want to see his poor performance. Qin Yang yawned boredly while refining the pills. Facing the dissatisfaction from the audience, Qin Yang nodded and said, "Okay, then I will try to be faster." As soon as the divine sense moved, the entire pill furnace burst into a dazzling divine light, like a small sun. The voices of gasping for air came one after another, and everyone dared not speak. It's not because Qin Yang's alchemy technique has changed. No matter how it changes, not many people in the audience can alchemy, mainly because everyone feels the powerful breath from the alchemy furnace. This pill furnace turned out to be a top-level divine magic weapon. Chapter 480, Dragon Clan Alchemist. Just this magic weapon breath is more than enough as an attack magic weapon. The flame in the pill furnace is comparable to molten lava. Under this kind of flame, I am afraid that the intermediate God King can't hold up for a few breaths of time. How can someone who can control such a pill furnace be an ordinary person? Everyone looked at Qin Yang's young and handsome appearance. Don't worry about whether he can make alchemy or not. At this age, he is already a God King, and he is likely to be a high-level God King. This qualification is enough to make 99% of the audience. Man, shut up. Even 90% of people can't climb high. Li Fengdao's eyes showed greed. The closer the distance, the more profound the power of this pill furnace. With this kind of pill furnace, refining any more difficult pills will be more effective with half the effort. Some difficult-to-handle elixir, in front of this pill furnace, is just a matter of casually adding fire. Li Fengdao's heart was very sour, and his tone was also sour. Hey, such an elixir furnace in your hands is simply a waste of heaven, and the sixth-order elixir of your furnace is afraid that it will be destroyed. With your alchemy skills, I'm afraid I can't control such a pill furnace. As soon as his voice changed, Li Fengdao said, "But it doesn't matter, this pill furnace will soon be mine." Li Fengdao has already thought about it. After this first victory, he will want Qin Yang's Quanhuan ring. This pill furnace will naturally become his. Xuanhuan Lai Ma, Ji Wui, and Lu Xian were a little jealous, but it was not easy to fight. After all, Li Fengdao came to take the lead in this first competition, and this top-level magic weapon was still a pill furnace. Okay. Qin Yang's thoughts moved, and the golden light of the magic weapon pill furnace directly converged, and everyone's eyes suddenly darkened, and they did not recover from the influence of the dazzling little sun. Okay, clean up, give it to me. Li Fengdao said with a smile. He couldn't wait to get this pill furnace. In addition, I have successfully refined a fifth-order top-quality Zhuyandan today, and then I will ask the master to teach the refining of several types of medicine pills. Then I will be firmly seated on the throne of the young generation's #1 alchemy master in the world. Qin Yang ignored Li Fengdao, but waved at the steward of Doyao hunting ground, and said, "Come on, give me a close-up." On the light screen on all sides, it was filled with golden pill furnace. As Qin Yang opened the furnace, it directly caused a vortex of spiritual energy in the entire Douyao hunting ground. The sixth-order top-grade Zhuyan Dan, the Dan becomes a vision, suspended out of thin air, and becomes the center of the spiritual vortex. Everyone breathed greedily, just taking a breath. They all felt much younger and more energetic. Jiang Chengwei took a sip of saliva. This was the magic medicine he had always dreamed of. That's right, Jiang Chengwei naturally regards this female magic medicine as her own magic medicine, otherwise how can she be a women's clothing boss? I knew this kid would refine Zhu Yandan. Jiang Chengwei was a little depressed. This kid not only has some strength, but this alchemy is even stronger. Among the coalition forces that year, there were not many alchemists who could refine the sixth-order top-quality Yandan at will. Don't pack up, just give me your ring. Qin Yang beckoned to Li Fengdao. Li Fengdao's face was ugly. He got up and said, "Impossible. You are fake." The audience was silent, and it was impossible to react at all. There seemed to be few pills of the sixth-order top-quality medicine on the mainland. Even in the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea, there seems to be no rumor that anyone has refined a sixth-order top-quality medicine pill. So saying that, doesn't it prove that the human race's alchemy technique is stronger than the dragon's alchemy technique? I don't know who it is, suddenly shouted, human alchemy is the best in the world. Everyone also shouted in unison, human alchemy is the best in the world. For a long time, even if the human race has a top alchemy master like Jiao Ming Divine Emperor to calm down the scene, it has accumulated a lot of dull emotions in the hearts of all races. The Dragon Clan's alchemy has always been like a mountain, pressing on everyone's hearts. And now, the mountain has collapsed directly. Human alchemy is the best in the world. This slogan directly made everyone present excited. Everyone stood on a unified stand and seemed to have won an epic battle. A mysterious smile appeared on Jiang Chengwei's face, as if she was talking to herself. It seems to be divided, but sometimes, the human race is more united than any other race. Stop sighing here, now. Qin Yang waved his hand and threw the sixth-order Zhu Yandan, which was about to be released, to Jiang Chengwei. Jiang Chengwei did not refuse, and even swallowed it unceremoniously. All the women present wanted to slash them with their eyes, and every hair of Jiang Chengwei was refreshed. Can't afford to lose? Qin Yang looked at Li Feng and asked. Li Fengdao still couldn't believe it and insisted, you are cheating. He immediately looked at the steward of the demon hunting ground and said loudly, the referee, he's cheating. Since the competition was held at the demon hunting ground, the referee was naturally also the steward of the demon fighting hunting ground. Fair and just rules are naturally what the stewards of monster hunting ground have to defend. Li Fengdao winked, the meaning could not be clearer. The steward of the demon hunting ground was immediately furious, you bastard, don't think you can get away with being the fourth young master of the imperial city. Reverse. You don't have to admit defeat, but from now on, you four young masters of the imperial city will never want to enter the demon fighting grounds again. My demon hunting ground will never welcome you. As soon as these words came out, Li Fengdao was taken aback. He didn't expect this manager to have such a big temper. Xuanhuan Lai Ma, Ji Wui, and Lu Xian all looked at each other in disbelief. How could this manager be so angry? At the same time, it is also a little uncomfortable. If it is really blocked by this demon hunting ground, it is equivalent to being blocked by the Fighting Association. Not to mention that the monster hunting grounds are not welcome, they will even lose the competition for the battle list in the future. It's a big relationship. Qin Yang was also a little surprised, but the steward of the demon doe hunter came over, cupped his hands, and said, don't worry, even if you're not. I'm the demon doe hunter, it's fair. Qin Yang smiled and nodded, it seems that this guy knows who he is. Li Fengdao gritted his teeth, looked at Qin Yang and threatened, I will naturally be willing to admit defeat, but I give it to you, do you dare to accept it? After speaking, he took off the Xuanhuan ring in his hand, but did not throw it over. In this world, there is nothing I dare not do, Qin Yang said lightly. It was originally an extremely arrogant sentence, but with the successful refining of the sixth-order top-quality medicinal pill, everyone could only listen obediently without any temper. As if it should be so. Are you sure? Li Fengdao snorted coldly, there is something you can't imagine in this universe ring. In this way, didn't I make a profit? Qin Yang smiled, stretched out his hand, and said, bring it. Li Fengdao said in a deep voice, you will regret it. I won't. Qin Yang said firmly. Wait. A low voice full of majesty sounded, and the entire demon hunting ground suddenly rose in clouds and mist. Li Fengdao shouted in surprise, Master. A divine dragon flashed by like a phantom, and a middle-aged man appeared on the field, staring coldly at Qin Yang. It was this man who was called a master by Li Fengdao, but he had two white, dragon horns on his forehead. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. It was rumored that Li Fengdao's master was from the dragon race, and it was because of this that he learned the dragon race alchemy technique, but today, it was confirmed. Chapter 481. His Xuanhuan ring can be given to you. The dragon alchemist said. Master. Li Fengdao was in a hurry. The dragon clan alchemist waved his hand, looked at Qin Yang, and said, however, there is something in the ring that I want to get back. Li Fengdao's face changed, didn't the master give him those things? Li Fengdao tentatively said, Master, do you want to help me get it back? The dragon clan alchemist snorted angrily and said, you are an incompetent thing. When you have enough strength, I will give it to you. You can't keep it now, so don't embarrass me. Li Fengdao felt relieved. Qin Yang smiled, stretched out his hand, and took the Xuanhuan ring directly from Li Fengdao's hand. With a move of divine sense, Li Fengdao's identity was broken violently. Glancing at it, Qin Yang let out a disdainful sigh. Since I lost, then these things are all mine. What are you talking about here? Qin Yang looked at the dragon playfully. The dragon alchemist was directly furious, his eyes widened. Boy, do you know who you are talking to? Qin Yang pointed at the nose of the dragon alchemist and shouted angrily, do you know who you are talking to? The audience was silent. Is this, clamoring with the dragon race? Is he crazy? Doesn't he know that the other party is a dragon? Forget about a Li family, still dare to challenge the dragon clan? What is his origin? Does he still want to participate in the Qianlong hegemony tournament? Offending the dragon clan, I'm afraid that if I give him another courage, he won't dare to step into the East China Sea, right? Jiang Changwei felt a headache, she gently pulled Qin Yang, and she said through a sound transmission, you offend the dragon clan so much. It's not good? They are all very face-saving, and they have small stomachs. Qin Yang said indifferently, even before using his spiritual sense, everyone in the audience could hear it. I know that dragons are narrow-minded and self-esteem monsters. You don't need to remind me. Qin Yang blinked. Jiang Changwei's scalp was numb, and she stared at Qin Yang incredulously. Did I say so? Before he could defend himself, the dragon alchemist's eyes were already fixed on him. In the demon hunting ground, all four glossy screens also gave Jiang Changwei a close-up. Jiang Changwei saw that the huge light screens on all sides were all her own appearance. Not only was she not afraid, she pinched an orchid and pointed at Qin Yang, covering her mouth and chuckling, I hate it. Ouch. Qin Yang almost vomited, and the audience almost vomited half. Dare to face the dragon clan like this, and report your name. The dragon clan alchemist looked at Qin Yang quietly, his face calmed down, and he seemed to be serious. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, if you want to know my name, yes. But you have to admit it first. Admit what? Asked the dragon alchemist. Acknowledging that your dragon clan can't afford to lose, and relying on the dragon clan's power to oppress my weak human clan at will. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly. You. The dragon alchemist trembled with anger. Qin Yang looked scared. Oh, I dare not tell you my name, you are obviously trying to get revenge on me. The dragon alchemist took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Tell me your name, and I won't take revenge on you. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and sneered. Dragon clan has been prestige for a long time. Are their minds stupid? They are scoffing at me? If you don't take revenge on me, you can naturally let others take revenge on me. Some people who are willing to please the dragon clan will be happy too. Take this opportunity, shall we? It seems, you don't plan to return it? The dragon alchemist asked in a deep voice. It seems, you are determined to cheat? Qin Yang asked instead of answering. The two were tit for tat, neither would let the other. The dragon clan alchemist looked at Qin Yang quietly and said, You will regret it, definitely. Whatever you want to say. Qin Yang shrugged, and with a thought, he took out a few things from the Quanhuan ring. The audience was booing constantly. Didn't Qin Yang still persuade him in the end? If this is the case, it is better to give it directly at the beginning. Now that you have offended the dragon clan, what's the point of handing it back? You have to fight for that face. As for it? The other party is the dragon clan. The dragon alchemist sneered. What? Are you still afraid? Reaching out his hand to take back those few things, Qin Yang raised his hand and let the other party grab it. You misunderstood. I didn't want to return the things to you. Oh no, these are my things now. It should be said to be given to you. Qin Yang smiled and said, I just want to let the audience look. What are these things that your dragon clan does not hesitate to lose face, and would rather be made fun of by the world and shameless? Everyone stared curiously at the few things in Qin Yang's hands, a jade slip, a token, and a porcelain vase. Look at this jade slip first. Qin Yang pinched the jade slip. You dare. The dragon alchemist threatened, dare to peep and learn my dragon alchemy technique, you. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Qin Yang. Qin Yang frowned and said, What? This thing is dragon alchemy? Everyone in the audience held their breath. The reason why Li Fengdao dared to be so arrogant and called himself the #1 alchemist of the young generation was not because of this dragon alchemy technique. Some of the alchemists present, with red eyes, looked at the jade slip like rabbits. As long as you get this jade slip, as long as you learn this dragon alchemy technique. Qin Yang laughed and said, since it records the dragon alchemy technique, then. Qin Yang squeezed lightly. Snap, the crisp voice made everyone sigh. What is this kid doing? He actually crushed the jade slip directly? My God, if this jade slip is circulated on the black market, it will be sky high. The vision is too small. With this jade slip, who doesn't learn it by himself? It's still on the black market. No matter how much money you sell, it's not enough for the value of this jade slip. You? The dragon clan alchemist was stunned. He didn't expect Qin Yang to be. Qin Yang shook his head and said, Dragon alchemy is just a side effect. It just used some rare materials and added a little more additives to the original formula. Although the effect is there are also many side effects. The dragon clan alchemist was so shocked that he couldn't help but take a step back. He looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, and his heart also set off a storm. How did this kid know? Qin Yang said with disdain, just relying on this little cleverness, you dare to claim to be the strongest alchemy technique? In my opinion, the dragon alchemy technique is not only worthless, but will mislead the children. The dragon clan alchemist's face was stiff, and he wanted to refute, but couldn't speak. Li Fengdao used the dragon alchemy technique to refine the 5th order Zhuyandan, and the other party used the human alchemy technique to refine the 6th order Zhuyandan, both of which were of the highest quality, but due to the level, Qin Yang naturally won. Not to mention other things, even if a dragon alchemist refines it by himself, he may not be able to refine it into a 6th-order top-quality Zhuyandan. When it comes to alchemy alone, the dragon alchemist knows that he is not an opponent. Facing Qin Yang's remarks, he was speechless, and everyone in the audience was excited. This scene can be recorded in the history books. This is the day when the human race's alchemy technique completely turned over. Chapter 482 Chicken Feather Order. Let's look at the other two things. Qin Yang took out the jade bottle, opened the stopper to take a look, and immediately smiled. What is it? Show us. That is, why are you laughing alone there? The audience was unhappy and urged again and again. Qin Yang managed to hold back his smile and said loudly, "This porcelain bottle contains nothing but Zhuyandan, a 5th-order top-quality Zhuyandan." The audience suddenly fell silent, followed by a burst of laughter. No wonder he laughs, it's this. The 5th-order top-quality Zhuyandan is only considered a treasure? This kid can refine the 6th-order top-quality Zhuyandan at any time. The dragon race alchemist suddenly lost face, his breath fluctuated violently, and the chill in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Come on, let's see this third thing. Qin Yang weighed the token in his hand. The Dragon Clan alchemist snorted coldly, I'm afraid you don't know it at all. Jiang Chengwei, Xuanhuan, and the manager of Doyao Hunting Ground all shrank their pupils. That dragon-shaped jade pendant, could it be? It's almost there. You've already earned enough face, let's stop. Jiang Chengwei said in a low voice. What? Qin Yang suddenly had an exaggerated expression of surprise. Just a mere divine dragon order, is that all you need? Jiang Chengwei almost vomited blood, and Xuanhuan, who was on the side, clutched her stomach and laughed. Xuanhuan was about to lie down with a smile, and pointed at Jiang Chengwei with a trembling finger, and was about to burst into tears. The Dignified Alliance Military Division also has this day. Twice in a row, he was tricked by Qin Yang. Jiang Chengwei opened her mouth and lowered her head weakly. Well, Qin Yang won. What? What did I hear just now? It won't be. Shenlong Decree, right? Shenlong Decree? What is that? I'll wipe it, don't you think? All the people who knew looked strange, as if a duck was directly strangled by the neck, and it was extremely difficult to even breathe. It seems that you know what this token is? The dragon alchemist narrowed his eyes. Qin Yang looked at Li Fengdao and said slowly, for young masters of the imperial city, the cultivation of stars, the rubbish alchemy. Qin Yang turned his head and looked at the dragon clan alchemist. This divine dragon order is so worthless. You dare to say it again, the dragon alchemist roared. Qin Yang directly threw the divine dragon token to the dragon clan alchemist, flipped it over in his hand, and another divine dragon token appeared in his hand. The dragon clan alchemist stared blankly at the divine dragon token in his hand, and then looked at the one in Qin Yang's hand. There are also close-ups of the huge light screens on all sides of the demon hunting ground. This is not an illusion, it is true that there are two divine dragon orders. The sound of sucking in cold air came and went, very rhythmic. Qin Yang even has a divine dragon order. It's all said to use chicken feathers as an arrow, but I didn't expect that this divine dragon order is actually chicken feathers. Qin Yang tsk shook his head. Gently rubbing the Shenlong token with his hand, Qin Yang sighed, looked at the dragon clan alchemist with deep meaning, and handed the token over. Help me return it to the dragon clan. By the way, help me express my dissatisfaction. It turns out that the human affection is only worth the feathers. The dragon clan alchemist swallowed and spit. His heart was already messed up. Who is this kid so holy? How could the Shenlong token appear in his hand? The dragon clan alchemist has already slashed his apprentice Li Fengdao by 1,000 swords, so how could this divine dragon order be given away casually? This is what Li Fengdao begged for thousands of times, and he begged from himself to pretend to be X. Not to mention Li Fengdao, even if he could have this divine dragon order, it was a coincidence, and he had a lot of luck. Now, Qin Yang has caught the handle, even Li Fengdao can have this divine dragon order, and directly pull the value of the divine dragon order to the end. No, it was pulled directly into the abyss, it was like a feather order, worthless. This will be the greatest shame of the dragon race. An unprecedented shame. Looking at the divine dragon order handed over by Qin Yang, the dragon clan alchemist was frightened. Once accepted, he will become the sinner of the entire dragon clan, but if he does not accept it, how will this game be resolved? What? Don't want to help? Qin Yang raised his brows and snorted coldly, "Do you really want me to return it in person?" The dragon alchemist was speechless, unable to even speak. The entire demon fighting ground was also frightened by this scene. Qin Yang's eyes showed a touch of indifference, staring at the dragon clan alchemist, and said quietly, "Okay, the noble dragon clan will naturally not help, I understand. Then, when I have time, I will discuss it myself." WH. What's that? The dragon alchemist stammered. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed, and his voice increased a bit. "I want to ask, why can your dragon clan humiliate me?" The dragon clan alchemist's eyes darkened, and his body staggered back and forth. Only two words kept repeating in his mind, "It's over, it's over." The dragon order, the most valuable token on the continent. Even more precious than the Xuanhuan decree of the Xuanhuan royal family. But now in Qin Yang's mouth, it has become synonymous with humiliation. Dragon alchemists don't know. How did Qin Yang get the divine dragon order? But judging from today's situation, this actually made him unable to find a way to justify it. How to explain Shenlong Ling in Li Fengdao's Qianquan ring? This immediately became a dead end. Li Fengdao can have this divine dragon token, so what is the value of this divine dragon token? Can it be doubtful? Taking a deep breath, the dragon clan alchemist folded his fists and bowed his hands in salute. "I sincerely apologize for my previous attitude, like you, I'm sorry, it's my fault." The dragon family alchemist is about to bite his teeth, but even if he bites his teeth, he has to swallow the blood. Everyone in the audience stared blankly at this scene, casting doubtful glances at each other. Aren't we all under illusion? It must be fake. How could the dragon clan apologize? What the hell is going on here? Why do I feel like I can't turn the corner? More than just onlookers, even Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan looked at each other with a confused look. What happened? Do not know. Dragon order? I don't know. Xuanhuan and Jiang Chengwei asked and answered, but there was no result. But Jiang Chengwei was able to judge that this Qin Yang once again exceeded his imagination and speculation. Looking at the apology of the dragon race alchemist, at least it proves that this divine dragon order is indeed still as valuable as before. So the question is, where did Qin Yang's divine dragon order come from? Since he can have the divine dragon order, what did he do? And who is qualified to give him the divine dragon order? You don't need to apologize to me. Qin Yang said quietly, this matter has nothing to do with you. The dragon family alchemist felt relieved, and then raised it again. I think. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, someone will be willing to explain to me. Chapter 483, The Second Test. To be honest, Qin Yang was really angry inside. Tokens, he has quite a few. The Order of the Sky, the Order of the Golden Shadow, the Order of Blood Evil, the Order of the Dragon, the Order of Xuanhuan. I won't say anything about the Order of the Sky. The Golden Shadow Order was obtained, the Blood Evil Order was picked up, and the Dragon Order and Xuanhuan Order were given. There is Xuanhuan Decree in front, and Shenlong Decree in the back. All of them are treated as treasures, as if Qin Yang is so honored to get this token. But in the end? Xuanhuan was owned by the Xuanhuan royal family, whom Qin Yang suspected, and Qin Yang was disgusted by his filth. If he had had such doubts earlier, Xuanhuan would never have accepted it. As for this dragon order? At first Qin Yang was quite happy, but even Li Fengdao could have this token? What is Li Fengdao? Qin Yang has always believed that this guy is not even qualified to challenge himself. If it wasn't for the timing and didn't want Xuanhuan to kill, he would just play casually and eliminate the reason that Xuanhuan received 2 cups of tea before. Qin Yang would not even bother. And even such a stinky fish and rotten shrimp can actually have the dragon order? How could Qin Yang not be angry? Ao Qingli, the mother of dragons, was rescued, even the starry sky compass was spared, and the mother of dragons and other sea monsters were rescued from the secret realm of the Wanzhong mountain, only with such a chicken feather arrow? Better not send it. Qin Yang wouldn't mind if he was thinking of a relative. However, with this token, the meaning is different. This is no longer human, but directly attributed to a transaction. I've already apologized to you, but you don't want to take an inch, said the dragon alchemist in a low voice. Do you have to make an inch? Qin Yang laughed angrily. Okay, whatever you say, your mouth is on your own face anyway. You. The lungs of the dragon clan alchemist Qi exploded, and murderous intent emerged in his eyes. Qin Yang could naturally feel it clearly, and snorted coldly, what? Do you want to do it? Do it? Xuanhuan's eyes lit up, and he stepped directly in front of Qin Yang, blocking Qin Yang tightly. Qin Yang probed left and right, but couldn't see the dragon alchemist. You. Qin Yang's head is full of black lines. What trouble are you putting on this? Xuanhuan has a gloomy face. It seems that as long as he has the intention to do something, the whole person will be filled with a breath like Yama. The fists were clenched in both hands, and the squeezing crackled. The dragon alchemist's heart sank. This guy. The steward of the Doyao hunting ground frowned. All this happened too fast, so you have to do it? I was thinking in my heart that these 2 subordinates of Qin Yang were quite strong, and the dragon alchemist on the other side was not a vegetarian either. The main reason is that in case of a fight, this will affect Qin Yang's continued participation in the Qianlong competition. After all, the Qianlong competition is going to the East China Sea, which is the territory of the dragon race. The Shenlongling incident has not been sorted out yet, and the steward of the battle demon hunting ground just felt that, according to his own analysis, this battle should not be fought, and it is not very wise. With a light cough, the steward of the demon fighting ground looked at Qin Yang as if he was asking for advice, and said that, this time it's just 4 competitions, if this battle. Qin Yang looked at the head of the Doyao hunting ground. Qin Yang had a standard in his heart, that is, if others respect him 1 foot, he will respect others 10 feet. He immediately stretched out his hand and pressed it on Xuanhuan's shoulder, and said, give a face to the Doyao hunting ground. This competition has taken up other people's territory, so it's not good to have more troubles. As a result, the dragon clan alchemist lost face. His dignified dragon clan had to let others hunt the demons. The teeth gritted, and the dragon alchemist glared at Li Fengdao. Li Fengdao didn't expect that the guy he randomly picked to be a soft persimmon turned out to be such a hard iron plate. Li Fengdao said, don't worry, master, leave it to me, I will let him die. It's better, otherwise. The dragon clan alchemist didn't finish speaking, but Li Fengdao froze in his heart. The steward of the Doyao hunting ground is like eating an iced watermelon in dog days. That is so refreshing. The face Qin Yang gives, TSK, really comfortable. According to the level, Qin Yang's contribution to the demon hunting ground, he is not qualified to receive it when he comes to the fighting demon hunting ground. Okay, then the first test is over, and the second test is about to begin, the steward of the demon hunting ground announced. This huge disturbance was directly forcibly interrupted by the steward and pushed into the next link. but the hearts of every audience were full of enthusiasm. The next test is even more looking forward to. Everyone looked at Qin Yang's figure. Who is this mysterious figure? Li Fengdao asked a few words in the ear of his second brother Xuanhuan Lima. Xuanhuan Lima's eyes became sharp and he nodded again and again. The Dragon Clan alchemist did not leave the demon fighting ground, but walked into a private room. At the same time, many powerful royal soldiers poured into the demon fighting ground. These are elite warriors of the royal family, apparently receiving instructions from Xuanhuan Lima. Boy, I didn't expect you to have a hand in alchemy. Xuanhuan Lima looked at Qin Yang contemptuously and said, however, if you compare weapons with me, I'm afraid you will lose miserably. Well, say what you want, start. Qin Yang said, casually. Xuanhuan Lima looked at Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan happily dividing up the wealth in Li Fengdao's Qiankuan ring. His eyes were red, and he immediately said, why don't we add some color before the competition? It's fine, as long as you're happy. Qin Yang nodded. Xuanhuan Lima felt as if he had hit cotton with a punch, and the feeling of lack of strength made him feel uncomfortable, gritted his teeth and said, I won this time. I don't just want the Qiankuan ring for one of the three of you. Li Fengdao lost before. Yes, add it too. Qin Yang turned his head and saw that Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan had already divided up. Looking at the smiles of the two of them, he also knew that they both thought they got more. Jiang Chengwei handed over Li Fengdao's empty ring. Qin Yang threw it directly to Xuanhuan Lima and said, no need, I'll send it to you directly. Xuanhuan Li's face flushed, and he said, are you kidding me? Do you think I'm stupid? Of course what I want includes everything that's in it. Qin Yang scratched his head and jokingly said, but, if you all win next, our Qiankuan rings will still be these three, you can still get everything you want, don't you? It's hard to say that. Is it too much trouble? Xuanhuan Li was stunned for a moment, as if this were the case. Li Fengdao, Ji Wui, and Lu Xian all held their foreheads speechlessly. Li Fengdao whispered, let's start quickly, don't talk nonsense with him. Xuanhuan Lima took a deep breath and said, okay, let's start. But I want to talk about the rules. Speak. Qin Yang nodded. Xuanhuan Lima said, the way of refining weapons is more complicated than refining pills. Comparing trial tools and refining pills are actually not the same. From smelting spiritual materials, you can tell the difference. In order to save time, let's just smelt spiritual materials. Oh? Qin Yang felt a little interesting. Continue. Xuanhuan Lima showed a conspiratorial smile and said, the rule of our second competition is that each side provides a kind of spiritual material to the other for smelting. Whoever finishes smelting first will win. How? What if the spiritual material I provided had no impurities and didn't need to be smelted? Qin Yang asked. Xuanhuan Lima frowned and said, so, how about refining it into a prototype? Okay, yes. Qin Yang nodded. Xuanhuan Li was overjoyed in his heart, while Li Fengdao secretly transmitted his voice and said, are you going to take out that piece of spiritual material? Xuanhuan Lima replied, of course, if it is more precious than spiritual materials, I don't believe this kid can come up with anything good. Jiang Chengwei saw the tricks at a glance, and reminded, this seems to be a comparison of weapons, but in fact it is a comparison of the control of flame rules, and the level of spiritual materials. Are you sure? Qin Yang shrugged and said, of course there is. Immediately, divine sense threw into the demon ring, and Qin Yang said, Panda, hand me over the black ivory of the sky-shattering mammoth that you have always treasured. I know you stole a piece and you are reluctant to eat it. It's about time. Panda has always coveted the black ivory of the mammoth, and after helping Wei Linglong refine the spear, there is a lot left. Qin Yang didn't know when this guy stole it. This bitch is secretly licking and licking like a lollipop all day long, seemingly unconscious, but Qin Yang has already discovered it. Chapter 484. Squeak squeak. The treasure hunter danced on the panda's head, and the little paws kept scratching the panda's head. Panda's face was full of helplessness. This was obtained from Divine Emperor Duobao after all his hard work. It was connected with a series of unknown deals, which were both threats and compromises. Small scraps. According to Divine Emperor Duobao, although it was only a scrap, it was enough to help Chuchinga create 2 more arrows. All in all, it is a miracle to get the black ivory of this sky-shattering mammoth. Unexpectedly, it was discovered by Qin Yang. I'll give it back to you after the comparison. Look at your stingy. Qin Yang pouted again and again with a look of contempt. After the panda and the treasure-hunting mouse were repeatedly reluctant, Qin Yang reached out and took out a long strip of black ivory that was as long as a palm. Feeling the wetness on his hands, Qin Yang looked disgusted, hurriedly threw it on the table, and even wiped his hands. Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yang with disdain, and was about to take out the spiritual material at the bottom of his press box, but when he saw the black thing that Qin Yang threw up, he frowned. This thing seems to be ordinary, but spiritual sense can't penetrate it at all. And as soon as the divine sense came into contact, there was a tingling feeling of pulling, as if it was about to be annihilated. Xuanhuan Lima's heart suddenly jumped. This guy really has such a high-quality spiritual material. What are you doing? Your spiritual material is... Li Fengdao frowned. Xuanhuan said solemnly, you are immersed in the way of alchemy, while I specialize in refining tools. You don't understand the things about refining tools. Taking the most intuitive feeling, the other party's spiritual material is probably stronger than mine. Of course Li Fengdao didn't believe it, and said, aren't you reluctant? Why would you be reluctant? Xuanhuan Lima was a little resentful. Li Fengdao was still a little skeptical, saying, your spiritual material is from the royal family, the teeth of a powerful monster. And that monster has long since disappeared, at least it is the monster of the gods. Is the spiritual material he took? Can it really be stronger than your spiritual material? If they knew that what Qin Yang took out was the black ivory of the mammoth, they would be too scared to compete. The black ivory of the heavenly splitting mammoth is 100 times stronger than the teeth of any monster in terms of the quality of the spiritual material alone. The ivory itself contains the power of rules, which cannot be erased by history, and how can it be compared with mere teeth? Xuanhuan Lima rolled his eyes, the corners of his mouth cracked into a conspiracy arc, and divine sense transmitted a voice, we are not going to win him now, but to kill him, right? Of course. Li Fengdao nodded. In that case, I have a better choice. Xuanhuan Lima stretched out his hand, and a golden light lit up on his hand. Li Fengdao's pupils shrank, startled, are you crazy? What Xuanhuan took out was not some spiritual material, but a token, Xuanhuan Ling. Is it all right? Qin Yang became impatient. Looking at the token in the opponent's hand, his eyes showed suspicion. Could this be? The familiar feeling made Qin Yang a little amused, he laughed. Xuanhuan Lima put the token on the table lightly, and said, in this match, we are trying to smelt spiritual materials. This token of mine. Don't talk so much nonsense, you are sure that I dare not refine it, right? Qin Yang interrupted. After a pause, Qin Yang said again, according to the rules you said earlier, as long as we change the form of the spiritual material taken out by the other party first, whoever wins will win, right? Yes. Xuanhuan Lima nodded, thinking that Qin Yang did not recognize this token. Immediately transmit the sound to Li Fengdao, this kid will surely die. The best outcome is failure. If he dares to refine, There have been many strong people from the imperial city, and some are directly under the royal family. If these people saw Qin Yang refining Xuanhuan Ling in public, there was no need for Xuanhuan Lai to say anything, these soldiers would definitely slash Qin Yang with 1,000 knives. The steward of Doyao hunting ground looked at the token, his heart tightened, and he said, "How dare you take this token out?" Xuanhuan Lima responded, "What? Can't you? Is it against the rules?" The steward of Doyao hunting ground looked colder, glanced at Li Fengdao, and sneered, "The token doesn't belong to you, so you won't be afraid of the consequences if you take it out." A pun, innuendo. Li Fengdao and Xuanhuan Lima were suddenly uncomfortable. Xuanhuan Li said firmly, "Since there is no violation of the rules, let's start." The steward of the Doyao hunting ground looked at Qin Yang, who returned with a confident look. "That's good, the second test, start." After the steward of the battle demon hunting ground announced, he stepped aside. He already had a result in his heart for this match. In the case of a draw, Qin Yang did not move the Xuanhuan Ling, and Xuanhuan Lai Ma couldn't refine the spiritual material Qin Yang took out. Either Xuanhuan Lai Ma succeeded in refining and winning. No matter how you look at it, Qin Yang has no chance of doing it. "I want to see, what kind of spiritual material is this?" Xuanhuan Lima directly picked up the black ivory corner on the table and mobilized his own flame rules. Qin Yang yawned and said with a smile, "Don't worry, you bastard can't handle such a spiritual material. Not to mention you, even if your father comes here, there is nothing you can do." It's not that Qin Yang underestimates Xuanhuan Lai Ma, it's really the black elephant of this sky-shattering mammoth. Teeth are too advanced. Back then, when the divine emperor Duobao wanted to refine and forge it, he even had to steal it. No, borrow the divine fire sway of the divine emperor Jiuming. The difficulty of refining the black ivory of the cracked mammoth can be imagined. "How dare you make fun of me? Just wait and lose." Xuanhuan Lima's eyes flashed with conspiracy, and he said sarcastically, "What? Don't you dare to refine it?" Qin Yang shrugged and said with a smile, "I didn't mean to make fun of you. Your practice is kingly and domineering, and your rules are domineering fire in the rules of fire. Together, aren't they the fire of kings and eights?" As soon as the words fell, the audience burst into laughter. It's just that the audience didn't clearly see what the token Xuanhuan Lai Ma took out, and the demon fighting ground didn't give a close-up shot, so some people started to urge him for a while. "Boy, don't you hurry up? Isn't it possible that you can only refine pills, but not weapons? What's so difficult about this? You just took out the pill furnace and threw it into the bottom of the furnace, what can't be refined?" When Qin Yang heard this, he immediately cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for reminding me." He actually threw the token into the bottom of the pill furnace at will. Not thrown into the pill stove, but thrown into the bottom of the pill stove like firewood. In the field, solemnity spread, and everyone felt the depression and heaviness. The royal soldiers glared at them one by one, and some even called out powerful magic weapons directly. "Looks like he's going to fight." Jiang Chengwei's face changed, and she said, "Qin Yang, you are in trouble." Chapter 485 Swap Tokens. Did you get into trouble? What kind of trouble did you get into? Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth. "This is Xuanhuan Ling," Jiang Chengwei emphasized. Qin Yang man didn't care, "I know." "Do you really know?" Jiang Chengwei asked suspiciously. "Do you know how dare you do this?" Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan Lima calmly, and said slowly, "I'm just following the rules of the game. If there is a problem, it's not on me." As soon as the voice fell, Xuanhuan Lima's heart tightened. Qin Yang is the operator, but the initiator is Xuanhuan Lima. If Qin Yang really refined Xuanhuan Ling, this Xuanhuan Lai Ma would not be able to escape the blame for taking out Xuanhuan Ling. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan Lima suddenly panicked. The third G was no different, but he didn't think so much, but the fourth Lu Xian shook his head. This second brother is still too impulsive. I am afraid that the only best way now is to win this game quickly and take Xuanhuan Ling back quickly. Xuanhuan Lima's forehead showed cold sweat. He figured out everything, and also felt the cold attitude of those royal soldiers towards him. This is really shooting himself in the foot, injuring 1,000 enemies and 800 himself. Time is passing slowly, and the temperature in the field is slowly rising. Xuanhuan Lima's domineering fire kept burning the black ivory, but no matter how he burned it, the temperature of the black ivory was still cold, and there was no change. What kind of spiritual material is this? Xuanhuan Lima panicked. Even the temperature can't be heated by a single scent. The strength of this spiritual material is stronger than he thought. It's nothing, it's just the black ivory of the mammoth. Qin Yang said slowly. Xuanhuan's head was full of question marks. What kind of monster is the heavenly splitting mammoth? I just never heard of it. On the contrary, the steward of the demon hunting ground was really startled and quickly regained his composure. In the secret realm of Qinling Mountains, there is the only remaining Vientiane chain dragon formation in the world, and there is the only hunting ground for fighting demons. After the Qinling secret realm collapsed, it was fortunate that Qin Yang brought out the core of the formation of the Vientiane locking dragon array. Otherwise, the demon fighting ground will disappear forever, and the Vientiane locked dragon formation will also be lost forever. And the monster hunting ground in the Qinling secret realm has always been the supreme existence in the fighting union. Because there are too many extinct powerful monsters. Sky Shatter Mammoth is one of them. But apart from the fighting guild, few people know about such powerful monsters, and they don't even know that they once existed. The Swallowing Beast, which is Qin Yang's panda, is also one of them. It's a little hot, I'm almost sweating. Jiang Chengwei reached out and fanned. For a strong man like him, it is impossible to be hot. The reason why he said this was because he noticed the approaching royal powerhouses. In the field, someone noticed this scene and was shocked. A powerful royal family appeared in the field, and even formed a situation of siege, surrounding Qin Yang and others. How about letting me cool you down? Huang Quan's eyes flashed fiercely. The power of the rules was mobilized again, and Jiang Chengwei felt a chill in her heart. You cool down, it's not what I want to cool down. Jiang Chengwei pouted. The coldness of Huang Quan comes from the heart, from the soul. The fire of domineering in the field was raging under the control of Xuanhuan Lima. What was needed was ice and water, not gloomy. What's more, the Shenlongling incident has just passed, and this has been involved in the Xuanhuanling incident. Is this a fever in the general sense? Xuanhuan Lima kept trying, but he couldn't do anything about the black ivory of the mammoth. Xuanhuan Lima was relieved and nodded. With a light cough, Xuanhuan Lima looked at the steward of the Doyao hunting ground and said, I've decided to change the spiritual materials. The steward of the Doyao hunting ground looked at Xuanhuan Ling, who was about to be blackened in the flames at the bottom of the pill furnace, and nodded in agreement. It's not that Xuanhuanling's material is not good, but that Xuanhuanling has been contaminated with the pot ashes at the bottom of the pill stove. I don't agree. Is the competition a child's play? Qin Yang said directly. In the field, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The leading royal general was a middle-aged man, looking at Qin Yang with fierce eyes. You know what you are doing. Qin Yang laughed and said, Chu Jiansan also told me that, didn't I still stand here well? Qin Yang's expression changed, and he angrily said, You are not qualified to talk to me. If you really want to teach me a lesson, let Chu Jiansan come over. The royal general was shocked and his eyes widened. Who is Chu Jiansan? That is the commander of all the soldiers in the entire imperial city. In addition, he can enter and leave the palace at will, and is the only personal bodyguard of the palace lord Xuanhuan Guqing. You don't have the right to see Chu Jiansan. I advise you to take out the token and turn the big thing into a trivial one, otherwise you can't afford the consequences. The imperial city general thought Qin Yang was cheating him, and immediately said sternly. I'm not qualified? Qin Yang smiled and shook his head, his eyes narrowed. Even Chu Jiansan dare not speak to me like this. What are you? Immediately, Qin Yang put away the pill furnace, took the token in his hand, and raised it to the top of his head. The demon hunting ground was surrounded by glossy screens, which gave a close-up of the token's appearance, and the audience was suddenly silent. Everyone stood up in sweat, covered in sweat. Goosebumps. That is Xuanhuan. My God, this kid just used the fire of the pill furnace to calcine Xuanhuan. It's still thrown into the Dan furnace, and it's used as firewood? Everyone realized the seriousness of the problem, and no one dared to coax at this time. Everyone also looked at the light screen and looked at the calm young man. Qin Yang raised his voice and shouted, Chu Jiansan, I know you're on the field, aren't you going to come out and do something? Bold. Dare to call out the names of our commanders, one after another. The general of the imperial city drew out a long knife and put it directly on Qin Yang's neck. Xuanhuan held the knife in one hand, and there was a sudden white light on the blade. Clang! A high-pitched and loud sword cry sounded, and the long sword of the imperial city general's magic weapon landed directly. Senran Baiguang was unable to infiltrate the imperial city general, and Xuanhuan threw the long sword on the ground. A figure suddenly appeared, and it was he who stopped Xuanhuan at a critical moment. Chu Jiansan looked at Xuanhuan with fear, and then glared at Qin Yang, second time. No one knew what he was talking about, but Qin Yang knew. Qin Yang looked at Chu Jiansan playfully, laughed and said, Yes, this is the second time. Raising Xuanhuan in his hand, Qin Yang continued, You know the cause and effect of the 2 times clearly, don't say that I insulted Xuanhuan, it's you who insulted Xuanhuan yourself. After speaking, Qin Yang threw the token at random and threw it directly under his feet. Before Xuanhuan landed, he was enveloped by a sword light, and was captured by Chu Jiansan. Everything that happened in the field left everyone at a loss. But everyone is very sure in their hearts that this kid is going to suffer. What surprised everyone was that not only did Chu Jiansan not take action against Qin Yang, he also did not order the imperial city generals to take action. In the eyes of everyone, Chu Jiansan said slowly, Change the spiritual material. Chu Jiansan said. Xuanhuan Lima was sweating all over his body. He was about to take out the spiritual material he intended to use from the Quanhuan ring, but was stopped by Chu Jiansan. Chu Jiansan stared at Qin Yang and said slowly, Use this. Reaching out his hand, a token appeared in Chu Jiansan's palm, which was, the Order of the Sky. Chapter 486, In My Name. Although everyone didn't know what the dark tide was hiding behind the calm on the surface, it didn't affect everyone feeling the strong smell of gunpowder. Don't you like to talk about things with tokens? Come, what you want to refine now is this, spiritual material. Chu Jiansan had a smile on his face. It seems that the evil anger accumulated in the heart can finally be vented. Qin Yang held the sky token calmly, and divine sense penetrated into it and felt it, and suddenly snorted. What? Don't want to? Chu Jiansan asked. Yes, I disagree. Qin Yang nodded. Oh? What do you mean, you have to admit defeat? Chu Jiansan looked at Qin Yang quietly. Admit defeat? Qin Yang shook his head and said, This token has nothing to do with the competition. Chu Jiansan sneered and said, Shenlong Ling and Xuanhuan Ling can both appear in the arena, why can't this be? The light screens on all sides of the demon fighting ground gave a close-up, and those who saw it suddenly exclaimed, My God, this is the Order of the Sky. The most powerful tokens on the continent appeared at the same time. I thought this was just a joke by the 4 young masters of the imperial city, but I didn't expect it to contain such a large amount of energy. But does the Order of the Sky have anything to do with this kid? In a private room in the demon hunting ground, the dragon alchemist who had not left showed a look of doubt. Could this kid be from the Sky Academy? If this is the case, this kid's alchemy level is not so incredible. After all, the God Emperor of 9 Lives is in Songqiong Academy. Qin Yang looked at Song Qiongling, then looked at Chu Jiansan, and finally looked at the private room, which seemed to be looking at the Dragon Clan alchemist. Qin Yang said slowly, and the voice reached everyone's ears. This Sky Order is of course different from the Shunlong Order and Xuanhuan Order. Qin Yang said. Different? What's the difference? Chu Jiansan's expression became cold. Everyone in the field exclaimed that it was a feast for the eyes this time, and it was really a big profit to watch this competition. Is this a competition between the Songqiong Academy, the Xuanhuan Empire royal family, and the Dragon Clan? Jiang Chongwei was a little messy. He wanted to remind Qin Yang to speak carefully, but he didn't know how to remind him. Because Qin Yang said quietly, and everyone pricked up their ears. I will protect the dignity of this order from the sky. Qin Yang's words were sonorous. Every word is like a nail, nailed to everyone's heart. Oh? Chu Jiansan's face suddenly turned cold. Doesn't this mean that Xuanhuan can't be protected by no one? The dragon alchemist in the private room also looked ugly, and he seemed to feel the abusive gaze from other private rooms. I really want to see how you can maintain it. Chu Jiansan said. Everyone in the field became curious, even Jiang Chongwei and Huang Quan looked at Qin Yang strangely. The two of them only knew a little about Qin Yang's identity, but they can maintain it. It takes a certain level to say such a thing. First of all, you have to have a certain status in the Sky College to be qualified to say such words. With the audience watching, Qin Yang looked around and said softly, Lin Feijing, get out of here. Everyone looked at each other. Who was Lin Feijing? While everyone was still looking around, a young cultivator flashed and flew into the field. Lin Feijing looked at Qin Yang with an ugly face, and said, What? You can't fight against others, so you can't use your own people? Qin Yang looked at Lin Feijing coldly, weighed the token in his hand, and asked, Who gave you the right to give the token to others? Lin Feijing let out a sigh and said, I have the final say on who I give my token to, you don't care about that. The reason why this token was in Chu Jiansan's hands was because Lin Feijing wanted to curry favor. It happened that Chu Jiansan had to deal with Qin Yang, so he borrowed the token. Lin Feijing was disheartened in the Principality of Xuanhuan, and came to the imperial city of Xuanhuan Empire ahead of time. As a student of Songqiong Academy, he received a lot of preferential treatment and climbed up to Chu Jiansan. Chu Jiansan looked at Qin Yang and said sneeringly, It seems that the Songqiong Academy is not united. That's right, it's just a group of people with different goals getting together. Although he wanted to say that a group of rabble gathered together, he didn't dare to say it directly if he gave him the courage. Qin Yang ignored Chu Jiansan, but looked at Lin Feijing and said word by word, I'll give you a chance. Pass the token over. Lin Feijing snorted coldly, took the token, and gave it to Chu Jiansan again. Chu Jiansan laughed and said, The academy is not a real backer after all, and the good birds choose to live on trees. It seems that you, Senior Lin, are very knowledgeable about current affairs. Chu Jiansan kept the token on the competition table and said, Just use this token, and you will continue to compete. Isn't it better than the refining speed? Let me see, how long can you take it? Refine this token. If Qin Yang really did this, it would be equivalent to hitting the face of Songqiong Academy himself. Its effect is no different from that of refining Xuanhuan. Qin Yang laughed, looked at Lin Feijing, and said coldly, You have no chance. What? Here, you still want to threaten me? Lin Feijing was not convinced. Qin Yang said slowly, I let you go again and again because you and I are both members of Songqiong Academy, but you gave up the last chance I gave you. What do you want? Lin Feijing asked. Qin Yang smiled lightly, looked at Chu Jiansan, and said, I said, this token has nothing to do with this competition. Chu Jiansan frowned, but Qin Yang said directly, now, in my name, take back the Order of the Sky, belonging to Lin Feijing. Having said that, Qin Yang picked up the Sky Order on the table, swept away his spiritual sense, and erased Lin Feijing's spiritual sense brand. At the same time, almost all the Sky Orders above the teacher level have received this message, and the Sky Academy, which is tens of thousands of miles away, naturally also knows it. Only the holder of the highest level vault order has this kind of authority. In other words, Wu Heitian and even those god emperors in the forbidden area of Time Wheel in the first district of the academy do not have this kind of authority. Lin Feijing's expression changed, her body trembled involuntarily, she looked at Qin Yang in disbelief, and stretched out her hand and pointed angrily, you dare. Qin Yang turned his head and said softly, I have already done it. Everyone didn't understand what Qin Yang had done, not even Chu Jiansan. Chu Jiansan said in a cold voice, what? How much power has Sky Academy gave you, allowing you to take back other people's Sky Order at will? Qin Yang smiled, looked at the audience, and explained slowly, in my name, I will expel Lin Feijing from the Sky Academy. There was an uproar, and everyone couldn't believe their ears. What is the identity of this kid? He actually has the full power to expel the students of Songqiong Academy from the academy? Lin Feijing's face was embarrassed, more of a panic. He never thought that he would be expelled from the academy one day, and it was Qin Yang who expelled him from the academy. If you have any objection, you can go back to the academy to appeal. Qin Yang looked at Lin Feijing indifferently, and then said, but before that, your order from the sky. I confiscated it. Chapter 487. Lin Feijing felt that his hands and feet were cold, as if he had lost his soul. Without his status as a student of Songqiong Academy, he is now trying to curry favor with Chu Jiansan, who can even go to the palace as a guest, and he no longer has such qualifications. Wait for me. Lin Feijing gritted his teeth and left, seemingly wanting to go back to the academy to seek justice, but in fact, how dare he go back to the academy? The same people from Songqiong Academy used the Songqiong token to smash Qin Yang's place. Putting everything aside, even if everyone in the academy is dissatisfied with Qin Yang, they will stand on Qin Yang's side. Because Qin Yang is indeed maintaining the majesty of Songqiong Academy. And the practice of borrowing the Songqiong token and being used to humiliate the Songqiong Academy and make things difficult for Qin Yang is indeed a traitorous act. Qin Yang looked at Chu Jiansan, grabbed Xuanhuan Ling directly, and held it in his hand. The rules of the competition are set. Even if they are changed, it is the battle demon hunting ground that has the final say, not your guard. Qin Yang said quietly, you are not qualified to change the rules. Looking at Xuanhuan Lima again, Qin Yang said with a smile, you are not qualified to change the rules. It is the Xuanhuan order you gave, which is faster than the trial speed, and it is not what I want. Xuanhuan Li's calf trembled, and it was obvious that Chu Jiansan was beside him, putting too much pressure on him. He shivered and said, is it okay if I gave it wrong? Qin Yang chuckled and said, of course, your Xuanhuan imperial family can certainly afford to lose like the Dragon Clan, I don't care anyway. Playing with Xuanhuan Ling, Qin Yang said, I admit defeat, and I will return this token to you. Xuanhuan Li gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe you can. Qin Yang exerted force on his hand, Xuanhuan Ling was directly deformed and twisted under the pressure of the giant force, and was directly kneaded into a ball by Qin Yang. Everyone in the audience stood up in fright, staring at Qin Yang in the audience, with cold air coming from their backs. Chu Jiansan exuded endless pressure, and above the sky, the clouds were shattered by the sword intent. Qin Yang said playfully, what? You killed Xuanhuan City with one sword before, but now you have to do the same, killing everyone present? A word, like a heavy hammer, slammed into everyone's heart. Makes everyone's eyelids jump. You actually dare to. Xuanhuan Lima didn't believe what he saw. Qin Yang kept Xuanhuan crumpled up in front of him, and said, "Now, isn't it still me who wins?" "You didn't win, we are comparing refining." "You are not refining at all." Xuanhuan Lima shouted. "Okay, then it's as you wish." Qin Yang looked at Chu Jiansan without fear, and refined Xuanhuan, which was crumpled into a ball. Soon, the appearance of a token appeared, but the lines and lines on it were completely changed, and the words were not the 3 words of Xuanhuan before, but 2 words. Shadow. Qin Yang threw the token in front of Chu Jiansan and said with a half-smile, "Does this look more pleasing to the eye?" Chu Jiansan was instantly furious, and refined Xuanhuan Ling into a shadow order. "This is more than just humiliation." Mo Xingjian unsheathed 2 fingers, and the sword intent was vertical and horizontal in the field. There seemed to be countless invisible sharp blades suddenly appearing in the air, as if trying to tear Qin Yang apart. "Put away your little trick, don't you still want to scare me to death?" Qin Yang laughed, his pupils turned into vertical pupils in an instant, and his pupils were pitch black like an abyss. "Destroy the dragon eyes." Before Jiang Chengwei and Huang Quan could react, all the fierce sword chi had already been wiped out by Qin Yang. "You who suppress your cultivation, you don't even have the qualifications to fight against me," Qin Yang said disdainfully. In the demon hunting ground, everyone was in a mess. Is this facing the legendary Mo Xingjian Chu Jiansan? The legend of Chu Jiansan still flashed through his mind clearly, a pure sword cultivator with unparalleled attack power. Even the Wei family should be afraid of 3 points, but now. "Enjoy your last time," Chu Jiansan said coldly, as if he had given Qin Yang a Yamanote, announcing that Qin Yang's death was not far away. Qin Yang let out a sigh and said disdainfully, "If you can't take action now, don't make fun of yourself here, and don't spoil my interest, go back wherever you come from." Speaking of this, Qin Yang added, "After all, your Xuanhuan Empire still owes me a favor, how are you going to repay this favor?" Chu Jiansan frowned, of course he knew what Qin Yang was talking about. In the secret realm of the temples, he did not expect that Xuanhuan Guqing turned out to be the return of the king, completely integrating the soul. Qin Yang mentioned this, but Chu Jiansan was speechless. Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan Ling, who had been refined by himself, chuckled and said, "Well, anyway, the most worthless thing in this world is my Qin Yang's favor." Qin Yang waved his hand, as if to drive away flies. All the royal generals drew their swords to face each other and were about to rush to kill, but Chu Jiansan shook his head and immediately disappeared. In the end, Chu Jiansan did not make a move, and the royal generals looked at Qin Yang angrily, and could only retreat. Chu Jiansan had already expressed his attitude, and since that was the case, they would only follow Chu Jiansan's will. Originally, they were just here to help Xuanhuan Lai, but because of Chu Jiansan, they could no longer take action. Otherwise, isn't it ignoring Chu Jiansan? The second test, the outcome is already divided. The steward of the Doyao hunting ground announced. Everyone's heart is very uneasy. The amount of information in these 2 consecutive competitions is too great, and the impact on everyone's heart is too great. There was a dragon alchemist in front, and Chu Jiansan of the royal family in the back, and they lost one after another in Qin Yang's hands. Although Qin Yang reported his name before, the nervous audience didn't pay attention at all, let alone associate this name with the 10th person on the 4 lists. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and gestured at Xuanhuan Lai Ma, saying, "Bring it here." Xuanhuan Lai's whole body tightened, clutching his Quanquan ring and wanting to cheat. But in such a situation, if you were really rude, you would lose the face of the Xuanhuan family. Regarding Xuanhuan, he must have no good fruit to eat, if Xuanhuan Lai Ma bit, his eyes were red with anger, he took off the Quanquan ring and threw it directly to Qin Yang. Qin Yang flicked the ring with his fingers and gave Jiang Chengwei the ring. Jiang Chengwei looked at the Quanhuan ring in her hand. Why did it feel so hot? The fourth young master of the imperial city had already lost 2 games, and they were crushed without dignity. Even if they moved out of the backstage, they could not make a comeback. This made the third Ji Wui and the fourth Lu Xian realize the seriousness of the problem. Originally, the 4 young masters of the imperial city were all outstanding among their peers, and could be called geniuses. And the 4 of them are ranked in the Tianjiao list, but after the first battle, the 4 of them are afraid that they will become the 4 laughingstocks of the imperial city. The third, the fourth, it's up to you. The boss Li Fengdao said solemnly. Chapter 488. This kid is about to die. Dare to offend the Dragon Clan, dare to offend the Xuanhuan royal family. Li Fengdao took a deep breath and continued his voice transmission. He will surely die, but we must beat him in the competition. Definitely. Li Fengdao gritted his teeth one after another, and the other brothers also knew it well. If Qin Yang loses all 4 competitions, and Qin Yang dies again in the Hidden Dragon contest, then it will be true. It is the Xuanhuan royal family, and the Dragon Clan can't afford to lose and kills to vent their anger. Lu Xian nodded and said, yes, this kid dares to offend us like this, not just for being famous. He still takes this opportunity to protect himself. It's just that this method is a bit clever. If Qin Yang knew what the 4 of them were mumbling about, they would probably laugh from ear to ear. Why should I, Qin Yang, take this opportunity to protect myself? The third game, let's talk about the rules. Qin Yang asked. Ji Wui came forward and said, the third match is to fight the monsters. Both sides will send their own imperial monsters to fight, one side will die and the other side will win. Ji Wui looked at the Yaojian ring in Qin Yang's hand. The Yaojian ring was ordinary, like brand new. The Yaojian ring is different from the Quanhuan ring. The Yaojian ring will change the attributes in the space according to the attributes of the monsters in the ring, so the style and color of the Yaojian ring will also change. But this is only for powerful monsters, monsters with decent blood. If it was an ordinary monster, it would naturally not be able to subtly change the ring between monsters with its own power. As Ji Wui's voice just fell, a lot of boos suddenly sounded in the field. This is no longer bullying, but downright shameless. Who doesn't know that the 4 young and old and 3 princesses in the imperial city are just as famous as monsters? You can know a thing or two by looking at the full Yaojian ring he wears between his hands. And the rules are direct deathmatch. Obviously, Ji Wui took a big advantage. Even if Qin Yang's monsters were stronger, with Ji Wui's so many monsters, he would definitely die. I have to die, isn't it appropriate? Qin Yang frowned and looked at Ji Wui. Ji Wui is only in the star realm, and the monsters under his control have the most stars. Looking at so many demon rings in his hand, the number is naturally a lot. Especially when Qin Yang saw Ji Wui's panel. This guy's cultivation method is the magic art, and the domain is the world of 10,000 demons. As soon as the domain opened, the world of monsters was opened directly, and the number of monsters was not something that could be measured with the demon ring. What's not suitable? Ji Wui snorted softly, your strength is a level higher than mine, you are in the realm of the gods, and the monsters under the imperial control are not only star level, right? Why, the monsters of the god level, are you afraid of fighting the star level monsters? Having said this, it made the audience feel a little more balanced, and then they became excited. Most of the places here were originally watching the fighting demons. The hunting grounds of the demon fighting were once popular in the mainland and were the most enthusiastic entertainment venues. Now that they can see such a good show of fighting demons, everyone is beginning to look forward to it. Bloody, can be more exciting. Are you really sure? Qin Yang asked again. Ji Wui looked at Qin Yang and said contemptuously, if you don't dare, you can admit defeat. It's just this lucky. Qin Yang shook his head and waved his hand. Don't always mention the lottery, let's do it, no matter the next battle of the demon or the fourth match, as long as you can win a game, all the previous bets will be accumulated, how about it? Ji Wui was overjoyed and said, really? Qin Yang nodded. The manager of Doyao Hunting Ground was hesitant to say anything, but seeing Qin Yang's confidence, he didn't say anything and could only announce the start of the competition. Both monsters appeared. Li Fengdao and the others retreated to the edge of the arena. They knew how terrifying the third Ji Wui's monsters were, and the number of them was innumerable. Ji Wui had never really made a move, but this time, he was serious. I saw that he was pinching his fingers with both hands, and then slapped his palms to the ground. Fan Ao's line spread, and a door appeared directly behind him. The third one. Li Fengdao was obviously surprised. This Ji Wui actually opened the 10,000 demon gate directly. Ji Wui raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, I regret it now, it's too late. Qin Yang scratched his ears and said, how can you see that I regret it? Reaching out his hand, Qin Yang said in a low voice, come out, panda. The naive and black and white monsters appeared in the field, and at this time, the 10,000 demon gate slammed open, and the savage atmosphere swept the entire demon hunting ground and pushed the atmosphere of the fighting demon hunting ground to its peak. What is that black and white monster? Is that also a monster? No matter what he is, it's not a loss to see Ji Wui's Xuanhuan men here. It's not that bad. The third young lady of the fourth young master of the imperial city is no different. It is rumored that his family is on good terms with the 10,000 demon palace. As soon as the 10,000 demon palace is opened, I am afraid that it will directly open the back door of the 10,000 demon palace. What? It's even said that? All kinds of rumors spread, which shocked the listener. Qin Yang also saw a little tricky in this 10,000 demon gate, and quickly burst into laughter. What? Are you scared? Ji Wui snorted softly and said, I haven't come out yet. Ginger Rose and Yellow Spring. Looking at each other, they also saw the strangeness of this door. Qin Yang shook his head and said, it seems that I still overestimate you. Ji Wui's expression changed, what do you mean? Qin Yang opened his mouth and said, the realm of Wanyaojia can be regarded as a first-class realm. Its Xuanhuan men directly connects to Wanyaojia. Ji Wui's heart tightened, this is the secret of the family, how could it be? No, he must be guessing. Ji Wui stared at Qin Yang closely, waiting for the next article. Everyone also looked at Qin Yang curiously, not understanding what he was going to say. Qin Yang groaned and said slowly, I originally thought that being able to become the fourth young master of the imperial city would have to be a little bit more or less. This 10,000 demon world is his own world, and this demon is a demon beast that he conquered. But now it seems. Qin Yang said contemptuously, you only got help from Xuanhuan Palace, because of your relationship with Xuanhuan Palace. The monster behind this door is probably not your imperial monster, but your rescuer. Bar? Ji Wui narrowed his eyes, and his eyes were fierce. There was also an uproar on the demon fighting ground. However, how can this be? Shouldn't this still be counted as Ji Wui's strength? Humph. These have nothing to do with the competition, wait until I send a monster to swallow your monster. Ji Wui moved his spiritual sense and rushed out a monster, directly from the gate. It is a star-level flame leopard, its 4 hoofs make fire, and it walks with majesty. Just call the monsters of Wanyaogong to come on stage, your own monsters. I'm afraid there won't be enough pandas to eat. Qin Yang grinned. Not enough to eat? Are you kidding me? Just your monster like Baby Bear? Ji Wui teased. The audience also burst into laughter. Tear him. Tear him. It's best to swallow it in one bite. How can you swallow it in one bite? That's a flaming leopard, and it has to be cooked to a half-cooked level. The roar of the audience stopped abruptly, and everyone seemed to be petrified. Even Ji Wui thought it was an illusion. I saw the panda, whom everyone looked down on, opened its mouth. The space seemed to be distorted, the space where the flaming leopard was shrinking sharply, and was directly swallowed by the panda. Chapter 489 Yo, Acquaintance. Smacking his lips, the panda touched his belly, his face full of unhappiness. Obviously, as Qin Yang said, there is simply not enough to eat. I am afraid that it is not only not enough to eat, but also dissatisfied with the gap between the teeth. Qin Yang looked at the panda suspiciously. This guy actually eats like this? Jiang Chengwei's heart jumped. Is this the swallowing beast? After thinking about it in my mind, I couldn't connect the cute, swallowing beast in front of me with the brutal swallowing beast in my mind. What just happened? Space rules? How did the leopard get smaller? It became as big as a mouse? There were constant doubts in the field, and they couldn't even read it. Such a big 10,000 demon gate, just this one monster? Qin Yang looked at the 10,000 demon gate, which was as high as 30 feet, with a playful tone. Ji Wui's breathing became short. This flaming leopard was one of his favorite monsters. Naturally, his strength was very clear, but this opponent's monster. After biting, Ji Wui called out a monster again. This time it was a giant python, as thick as a window, constantly swimming out of the 10,000 demon gate. Dabu. Panda's eyes lit up, and he breathed when he opened his mouth. This time everyone could see clearly. The whole python suddenly became smaller. No matter how violently it struggled, it couldn't break free, and was directly sucked into the abdomen by the panda like noodles. Even the second half of his body hadn't come out of the myriad demon gate, but was forcefully pulled out by the panda. What monster has such strength? What kind of ability is this? The forehead of the demon doe hunter was sweating, and he involuntarily opened the distance between him and the panda. If you guess correctly, this is the legendary swallowing beast. In the auditorium of the demon hunting ground, someone even found a book of Monster Beast Chronicles, which recorded almost all monsters, especially some rare and extinct monsters. Finally, I found a monster that looked similar to a panda, but the name behind it made the man froze. Swallow. Swallow the beast. My God, is this the swallowing beast? It swallows everything, and feeds on everything. If you are so hungry, you can even eat the sky. The entire demon fighting field, shouts rose into the sky. Everyone trembled with excitement, but they didn't expect to actually see the legendary swallowing beast. One side is the swallowing beast, the other side is the Wan Yao Men. This will be an unprecedented monster fighting event. More. Panda tasted the sweetness and looked at Wan Yao Men eagerly. Like a starving guest, looking out the kitchen window. When he was with Qin Yang never allowed him to eat monsters directly, and only gave spirit materials and medicines to satisfy the hunger of pandas. Simply the spiritual materials and elixir are also of the highest quality, and the panda is also happy. Now that he has tasted meat again, the panda's saliva is drooling. Ji Wui's face was extremely embarrassing. He bit it, his eyes were fierce. Okay, I want to see how much you can eat. It can even kill you. All those who knew about the swallowing beast shook their heads in unison, looking at Ji Wui's eyes full of pity. No, culture is horrible. Suffocating heaven swallowing beast? Probably the biggest joke. Not only can it not survive, but it will make the swallowing beast continue to improve its strength. One after another, powerful monsters walked out of the 10,000 demon gate, but as soon as their front feet stepped out, their hind feet entered the panda's stomach. Hiccup, panda hiccuped, its belly swollen. Some female viewers even turned their eyes into red hearts. Such monsters are simply too cute. In an instant, they captured their hearts. Unfortunately, the swallowing beast is not a pet. It won't really last, will it? Qin Yang looked at the panda and joked. Panda rolled his eyes. Who do you look down on? Dig it up for me. With a loud shout, the whole body lit up with colorful divine light, and the monster in the belly suddenly turned into pure power, which was added to the panda's body. The size of the panda remained unchanged, but its aura suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, it has actually risen to the level of a God-King intermediate level. Come again. Panda greeted Ji Wui, apparently treating Ji Wui as the waiter serving the dishes. Ji Wui wanted to cry without tears, and blood was dripping from his heart. The monsters eaten by the panda are almost all the monsters under his control. He spent a lot of money to conquer each of these monsters. Ji Wui looked at Wan Yaomen, his heart was ruthless, and he pinched his fingers. The 10,000 demon gate was shocked, and it seemed that nothing had changed, but the connected space was different from before. Third, you. Li Fengdao seemed to realize something and wanted to stop it. Ji Wui grinned and said, "We've already reached this stage, what are you afraid of?" Looking at Qin Yang, Ji Wui said, "If you have the ability, just keep swallowing." Qin Yang shook his head and said, "It's not me, it's him." After speaking, he pointed to the hungry, thirsty panda. Huh? It's so lively. A playful voice suddenly sounded from the door, and in the 10,000 demons gate, a small boy walked out. Fox? No, it's a fox girl. Fluffy ears and tail, fluffy and cute. The baby's fat little face was flushed, and instantly melted the old man's girlish heart. Qin Yang looked at the fox girl in surprise, lifted the panda's chin, told the panda to shut up, and almost made him bite his tongue. Is it really the back door connected to the 10,000 demons palace? Qin Yang said to himself, looking at the fox girl, and said, Peach little demon, are you here to join in the fun? That's right, this fox girl is Tao Xiaoyao. Haha, swallow, keep swallowing. Try swallowing one? Ji Wui shouted loudly. Qin Yang, however, looked at Ji Wui as if he were a fool. Tao Xiaoyao jumped to Qin Yang's side and said, Brother Qin Yang, let's meet again. No, I'm your great-grandmother. Tao Xiaoyao pursed her lips and tilted her head in thought. I'm going. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Jiang Chongwei and Xuanhuan glanced at each other, and both saw something unusual. This little fox turned out to be Qin Yang's great-aunt? What age is this? Jiang Chongwei could see that the powerful bloodline of this little peach demon is obviously very important among the demon clan. What about your sister? You escaped again? Qin Yang asked to side the topic. Tao Xiaoyao stuck her waist and said, Don't keep threatening me with my sister, this time I didn't escape. My 10,000 demon palace will naturally participate in the Qianlong competition. There are also the demon clan of the Beiyuan demon temple. It will come too, we are just one step ahead. Also, my sister is right behind. Qin Yang's heart tightened, and he looked at Wan Yaomen vigilantly. Seeing the familiar appearance of Qin Yang and Tao Xiaoyao, Ji Wui couldn't stand it any longer, and said angrily, This is a fight against the demon, that fox, hurry up. Before the words were finished, a terrifying pressure suddenly filled the audience. In the private room, the Dragon Clan alchemist couldn't sit still, and stood up suddenly. Chu Jiansan, who had left earlier, also left and returned. In the 10,000 demons gate, there was a mighty power, and a beautiful young woman slowly walked out of the 10,000 demon gate. Looking at Ji Wui indifferently, Tao Pian's red lips parted lightly. Which one are you talking about? 490 if I were you. Ji Wui's frightened soul was lost, and the steward of the battle demon hunting ground also looked like he was facing a great enemy. All the audience wanted to run away quickly, but their legs seemed to be unresponsive, as if they were nailed to the ground. Chu Jiansan dodged and came to Ji Wui's side, blocking the pressure from Tao Piantao. Tao Piantao stretched out her jade finger and tapped Chu Jiansan. It was just an understatement, but it made Chu Jiansan unsheath his sword. Tao Piantao didn't attack, and said lazily, "You, get out." Chu Jiansan froze all over, and stood on the spot with his scalp, and said solemnly, "Palace Master of Guanyao Palace, I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to visit so directly?" Tao Pian covered her mouth and chuckled softly, smiling all over the city. In the entire demon fighting ground, everyone's eyes were full of red hearts. Even Qin Yang was surprised. This peach is so charming. Just a frown and a smile are enough to rival the power of Shifei's rules. The Hidden Dragon tournament will start soon. Come join in the fun ahead of time, can't you? Tao Pian's red lips parted lightly. The Qianlong contest is only a competition under the God King, and the God Emperor realm is not allowed to participate. Chu Jiansan said. Can't you see? Tao Piantao's eyes flashed. Chu Jiansan's breath fluctuated, and he was also a God Emperor. This Tao Piantao was much stronger than him. Of course you can watch it, but... Chu Jiansan had a headache. As a God Emperor, he could not appear in the sphere of influence of others at will. This is almost an unwritten rule. Once it appears in the sphere of influence of others, it can be directly regarded as a provocation. Today, in the imperial city of the Xuanhuan Empire, this Tao Pianqiu is probably the first foreign God Emperor. Once this unwritten rule is broken, this hidden dragon competition will probably end badly. Don't let my words be repeated a second time. Tao Pian looked at Chu Jiansan. Behind Chu Jiansan, Ji Wui was trembling with fright. He just opened the connection with the 10,000 Demon Palace, hoping to move in to rescue the soldiers. But he never dreamed that the Palace Master of Guanyao Palace would appear in person. What's even more terrifying is that the younger sister of the Palace Master of Guanyao Palace is so familiar with Qin Yang. Chu Jiansan's emotion Jian lightly thumped the ground. If this Tao Piandao really dared to do anything, he should be able to stop it. Chu Jiansan was not sure. Haha, it's interesting. Qin Yang looked at Chu Jiansan and said with a smile, aren't you very good? Didn't you always think about threatening me? Why are you so cowardly now? Chu Jian showed embarrassment on three faces. Since he became famous, he has never been so humiliated. However, before he fought back, Qin Yang turned his head and looked at a private room in the Douyao hunting ground. I haven't left yet? Do you want to see how I lose? Qin Yang shouted. The face of the dragon alchemist was ashen, and his mind was running fast, but he was full of question marks. Shouldn't the backstage of this kid be the Sky Academy? How could the Palace Master of Guanyao Palace, one of the three major dark forces, become the backstage of this kid? Tao Pian looked at her sister, Tao Xiaoyao. This girl stood beside Qin Yang obediently, as if she was not her sister, but more like Qin Yang's sister. It was his own sister who stole his array flag and gave it to Qin Yang. The typical elbow was turned out, which made Tao Pian lose his temper. Ignoring Qin Yang's tiger skin, Tao Pian looked at Ji Wudi and said slowly, my Guanyao Palace has an old relationship with your Ji family, so I gave your Ji family a whole card. Now. The voice was cold, so cold that the bone marrow was chilled. Now, you actually use this card to fight demons? If it's just a competition, it's barely enough to say the past, but fighting the demon, the meaning is completely different. The monster hunting ground is the object of hatred by all the monsters. Although Guanyao Palace didn't say anything on the surface, it was actually on the same page as the Fighting Federation. You won this competition, but your Ji family has nothing to do with my 10,000 Demon Palace. Tao Pian said. Ji Wui's heart is cold, now he has become a sinner of the family. Being able to become one of the 4 young masters of the imperial city relies on the relationship with the 10,000 Demon Palace, but now this relationship has been given to him by his own impulse. Ji Wui looked at Qin Yang, and there was a lingering fear in his heart. Is this guy a devil? Li Fengdao and Xuanhuan Lai's horses smashed their halberds one after another. Even though he won the competition, he lost even more. It looks like it's just a simple test, but what lies behind it is the Dragon Clan, the Xuanhuan Empire Royal Clan, and the 10,000 Demon Palace. Wait, I don't agree. Qin Yang frowned and interrupted. Tao Piantao turned her head and looked at Qin Yang. What? Do you still want to win? He looked at the panda again and smiled lightly. Panda was stunned and whispered to Qin Yang, "Are you crazy? Are you going to ruin the life of this uncle? Little guy, it seems that your master is unwilling to admit defeat. What should we do?" Tao Pian said with a playful smile. It turned out to be meeting pandas. The panda looks like a good baby, with its head buried behind Qin Yang. Qin Yang laughed and said, "You are in the God Emperor realm, can you give it a try?" Tao Pian was stunned for a moment, Chu Jiansan was stunned, and the Dragon Clan alchemists were stunned. Everyone in the audience was stunned. Stay. Even the steward of the battle demon hunting ground kept giving Qin Yang a wink. He was so provocative to the palace master of Wanyao Palace. I was afraid that the fighting unions in the imperial city would not be able to protect Qin Yang. To deal with that little guy, do I need to do it myself? Tao Piangio didn't understand what Qin Yang was going to say. Qin Yang opened his mouth and said, "Since you can't make a move, then judging from the situation on the field, I don't want to admit defeat, so I can only continue to fight." Qin Yang reached out and rubbed Tao Xiaoyao's hair. By the way, he also tugged at her fluffy ears, and said, "Will you fight?" Tao Xiaoyao pursed her lips and looked aggrieved at Qin Yang, looked at the panda, broke Qin Yang's hand, and went back to pull Tao Pian's sleeves. "He bullied me." Tao Xiaoyao pointed at Qin Yang to complain to her sister, paused, and then pointed her finger at the panda. Panda's face is full of confusion. Does this have anything to do with Lao Tzu? The situation suddenly became embarrassing, and the steward of the demon fighting ground coughed slightly and said hesitantly, "If this is the case." Tao Pian's face turned cold, and the head of the Doyao hunting ground hurriedly shut up. According to the previous rules of Ji Wui, the monsters on both sides must be killed. Qin Yang laughed. Everyone's heart suddenly tightened. "If you want to die, don't pull us back." "That's right, is the palace master of 10,000 demons the one who can offend you?" Some people frowned and analyzed. The Wanyao Palace has dissolved the relationship with the Ji family, and the Ji family has completely lost this powerful support. It stands to reason that Ji Wui should win this competition. Tao Pian snorted softly and said, "If I were you, I would just admit defeat." Ji Wui's face was filled with joy. "Anyway, this is the end of the matter, let's just win this competition. At the worst, it can be regarded as a stop-loss. If it can help Li Fengdao and Xuanhuan Lima pull back a game, the Ji family may not be squeezed out of the 4 imperial families in the future." But what Qin Yang said next made Ji Wubi fall into an ice cave. "If I were you, I would destroy the Ji family," Qin Yang said slowly. Chapter 491. Oh? Tao Piantao looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. Qin Yang said boredly, "The dignified 10,000 Demon Palace's palace master was summoned by a Star Realm kid. If your 10,000 Demon Palace can swallow this bad breath, are you still a monster?" Qin Yang looked around the audience and said, "Is this still the monster we know? When did the monster lose their temper? Are they so kind?" Everyone was shocked when they heard it. Jiang Qiangwei quickly transmitted a voice and said, "Are you crazy? If this fox demon can't come down to the stage like this, you won't have any good fruit to eat." Tao Piantao looked at Qin Yang with interest, nodded lightly, and said, "I didn't expect you to keep an account for me in your heart. Do you want to settle it now?" She could see Qin Yang's thoughts at a glance, and she wouldn't fall for it at all. "If you want to liquidate, your Qin family owes me too much." Tao Pian looked at Qin Yang and said slowly, "I know that the Demon Temple has listed you as the #1 killer, why haven't you done anything now? Do you think it's true? You won't take action until you go to the East China Sea. Do you really think they dare not take action against you on the mainland? Qin Yang frowned. It was rumored that the 10,000 Demon Palace was also going to kill him, but after hearing this, he immediately understood everything. When he could hear "grandmother" from Tao Xiaoyao's mouth, Qin Yang realized this 10,000 Demon Palace is not his enemy. The savage cows and beautiful scorpions encountered in the city of Chongqing always have fears when they take action, although they really can't beat themselves. But they are the demons of the demon temple, not the demons of the 10,000 demons palace. In this way, Qin Yang's heart is much clearer. With a grin, Qin Yang seemed to have changed his face, and his tense aura suddenly became amicable. Well, the Qianlong competition, I will protect the Tao Xiaoyao. In exchange, your 10,000 demon palace will not participate in this competition. How? Tao Pian looked at Qin Yang with deep meaning, as if her beautiful eyes could see through Qin Yang's mind. You've changed, but you've matured a lot. Tao Piantao said suddenly, as if the senior cared about the junior, nodded and said, yes. The reason why she appeared was originally to frighten Bafeng and tell all the forces that her sister Tao Xiaoyao was going to participate in the Qianlong contest. Tao Piantao knew very well that for this once-in-a-century event, sometimes strength could not solve all problems. Even if a strong person is sent to guard, it may not be able to protect the Tao Xiaoyao comprehensively. But with Qin Yang's promise, it's different. It's been a long time since I've seen him. This kid has grown to such a degree, and gradually he has full wings. Judging from the two people behind Qin Yang, Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan, although the strength of these two people is weak, it makes her a god emperor a little bit afraid, and I always feel that these two people are unusual. The conversation between Tao Piantao and Qin Yang left everyone at a loss. Even Jiang Chengwei is a little confused about the situation. Is this an enemy or a friend? Ji Wui panicked when he heard Tao Pianda's two words, yes, he would win this competition no matter what. Otherwise, he will lose everything. Ji Wui said loudly, no. I don't agree. Following Qin Yang's example, he refuted on the spot, but unfortunately, he couldn't compare with Qin Yang at all. The steward of the battle demon hunting ground immediately said, the battle between the demons requires monsters from both sides. Pay attention to the key point, it's your own monsters. After a pause, the steward of the demon hunting ground said again, I gave you face before, and I didn't directly judge you to lose. What do you want? Ji Wui wanted to cry without tears. If the monsters in Wanyao Palace didn't participate in this competition, wouldn't he still lose? When his own monsters appeared, they were all swallowed by the swallowing beast, but the swallowing beast also used this to improve his strength to the level of a god king. If there is anything wrong with my sister, I will ask you. Tao Pian walked over gently. Qin Yang raised his head and looked at Tao Piantao, who was a head taller than himself. His usual eyes just fell on the two towering peaks of the other side, and he quickly turned his eyes away. Don't worry, leave it to me is the best choice. Maybe I will help her win an empty island base? Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said tentatively, why, Wan Yaogong is also interested in this empty island base. The meaning behind allowing Tao Xiaoyao to personally participate in the Qianlong hegemony tournament is intriguing. Jiang Chengwei has already said that this empty island base is a war-empty island, which can not only be used for battle, but also a harbor that can shelter from the wind. The 10,000 Demon Palace is probably the closest force to the Demon Temple. After all, they are all monsters. The information I know is naturally much more than the human race. Does this imply the entrance of the demon race suppressed by the Demon Temple? It turns out that you know more. I thought you really got smarter. Tao Pian looked at Qin Yang seriously. Aren't you not afraid of the sky and the earth? Tao Pian asked playfully, at the beginning of yours, didn't you still clamor that there are not many more enemies than me? Qin Yang scratched his head, a little embarrassed. But whoever sees the head of the monster power, or the 10,000 demon palace, one of the three major dark forces, comes to a besieged city with 10,000 monsters, or even directly pushes down the city of freedom, will they be regarded as enemies? Tao Xiaoyao is handed over to you. After Tao Pian finished speaking, she looked in the direction of the palace and was about to visit, but Qin Yang directly stopped her. What? Is there something wrong? Tao Pian asked. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, It's okay, I just want to share some information with you. Lord of Xuanhuan Empire. Before he finished speaking, Chu Jiansan's expression changed, and he directly swung his sword in the air, creating a barrier of sword energy, wrapping Qin Yang and Tao Pian in it. Except for Tao Piandao, no one could hear what Qin Yang said. It's just that Tao Piantao was obviously very surprised after listening to it, and nodded quietly. Jiang Chengwei held down Huang Quan. She was about to be suffocated. Any move was regarded as a provocation. This barrier was not a hostile method. For Jiang Chengwei, of course he knew what Qin Yang was talking about. Just curious, Qin Yang actually regarded Wanyao Palace as an ally? Why is that? Jiang Chengwei didn't know anything about forgetting the calendar and the god's calendar. It seemed that there were too many things he needed to know. With Tao Pianti's departure, Tao Xiaoyao was a little helpless, looking at Qin Yang who wanted to approach, but was a little scared. Qin Yang waved his hand and said with a smile, Look at how scared you are. Even if I really dare to let a panda eat you, will he dare to speak up? Tao Xiaoyao suddenly laughed, but Panda was not happy. Co-author, do you know that I don't dare to do anything? Panda got angry, grinning and fighting Qin Yang for 300 rounds. If it wasn't for the steward of the Demon Doe Hunter to announce the results of the third match in time, Qin Yang might have really fought Panda. You are a baby in the eyes of others. If you dare to do it, my surname is yours. Qin Yang pouted. Panda madly jumped on the spot, but he knew that he couldn't beat Qin Yang, so he could only borrow the donkey and get into the ring of demons. Shady. I object. Your demon hunting ground is unfair. Ji Wui shouted loudly. Qin Yang suddenly laughed, and the whole audience sighed. Originally, the shady was aimed at Qin Yang, and the tricks of the four young masters of the imperial city became more insidious, and they even moved out of the 10,000 demon palace. It's just that everyone didn't expect that these tricks were useless to Qin Yang, and they all smashed their own feet in the end. The third one, go down, it's my turn to play. Lu Xian said. Chapter 492 Imitation and Copying. You dare to call me the third child? Ji Wui was instantly furious. Among the four young masters of the imperial city, he was ranked third, and Lu Xian was ranked fourth. This is actually divided according to the power of the family, and the real age of everyone is about the same. But with Lu Xian's third child, it was as if he had stepped on the cat's tail, causing Ji Wui's hair to explode in an instant. Could it be that the title should also be changed? Lu Xian narrowed his eyes. The expression on his face seemed to say that it has given you enough face to keep you in the position of the fourth young master of the imperial city. Li Fengdao hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things out, and said, Everyone is a brother, but you can't lose your peace. Fragile solidarity, superficial brotherhood, is already well known. If he really turned his face on the spot, I'm afraid it would really become the laughingstock of the imperial city. Next is the fourth test. The steward of the demon hunting ground was about to announce. Wait. Qin Yang said. The steward of Doyao hunting ground looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. Qin Yang beckoned to Ji Wui and said, You don't even want to give a lot of money, do you want to fish in troubled waters? Ji Wui's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth and took off the only universe ring among the demon rings that he had full of hands. Qin Yang took it over, his spiritual sense swept away, and he was immediately happy. The things in this Quanhuan ring really serve the monsters. Various spiritual medicines and spiritual materials are of great benefit to monsters. He stuffed everything into the Yaojian ring, comforted the sullen panda, and then threw the empty Quanhuan ring on the table. Let your monster eat less, or else you will lose later. Take that monster to count. Lu Xian said. Okay, if you can win, I will even give you the monster. Qin Yang said. Really? Lu Xian's eyes lit up. That is the swallowing beast. One head is worth the sum of all Jiwui's monsters. No, Jiwui's monsters are almost eaten by the swallowing beast. With such monsters to help out, why fear the heroes of the world? The most important thing is that the swallowing beast only showed his ability to swallow the sky and swallow the earth, and the real combat power has not yet been revealed. Qin Yang looked at Lu Xian quietly. This guy's ability is indeed very interesting, but compared to himself, it's still a bit worse. A big chunk. Okay, then this fourth match. The steward of the battle demon hunting ground paused, looked at Lu Xian, and asked, compared to what? I didn't say anything about the fourth match before, and everyone looked at Lu Xian, curiously. Lu Xian confidently looked around the audience, cupped his hands, and said, now I want to invite a few cultivators to appear first, and I will tell you the content of the competition later. Lu Xian sold out, and everyone's curiosity rose again. It's best to be a practitioner of the Star Realm. Lu Xian was a little embarrassed, looking at the god kings who stood up one by one, and even the royal soldiers who were invited by Xuanhuan Lai Ma before came over and hurriedly spoke. It's not that everyone is too face-saving, it's that the practitioners under the realm of the gods don't dare to take the stage. Are you kidding? It was from the Dragon Clan again, and from Mo Xingjian, Chu Jiansan, and finally, Tao Pian Dao, the palace master of the 10,000 Demon Palace. In the eyes of these people, the Star Realm was just a big ant. Soon, 3 cultivators from the Star Realm came on stage bravely and came to the center of the demon fighting field. The 3 Star Realm practitioners, including 2 young people and 1 middle-aged man, were all excited. Lu Xian satiates everyone's appetite, looked at the 3 of them with satisfaction, and said, now, let me talk about my competition. The competition is, using the same way as the other. Lu Xian's face was full of confidence. When Qin Yang heard this, he couldn't help laughing. Tao Xiaoyao looked over suspiciously, seeing Qin Yang smiling so happily, she wanted to laugh too, and hurriedly asked, what are you laughing at? Qin Yang pointed at Lu Xian, and said, this sentence is not very easy to use. I originally came out under this name, but the name didn't start. Everyone was confused and a little dazed. Lu Xian looked at Qin Yang contemptuously and said, what do you know? Qin Yang nodded again and said, okay, you understand, please continue. Lu Xian opened his mouth and said, these 3 people were invited by me on the spot, they are definitely not trustees. Now, I want to compete with the 3 of them. No matter what tricks they use, I can use the same tricks to fight back and defeat them. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Cultivation of martial arts and martial arts should not be played around. If one does not do well, the disorder of the qi will lead to serious problems. And if you don't lay a solid foundation from the very beginning, the martial arts you use are just gimmicks. Everyone didn't believe it, but they couldn't help but begin to doubt. Could it be that this Lu Xian has mastered the martial arts and martial arts in the world, and can't he learn it? But if you think about it this way, it's even more unbelievable. Even the 3 volunteers had disbelief written all over their faces, and they were even a little dissatisfied. Beat yourself with your own martial arts? Too contempt for people, right? Lu Xian looked like a master and said, originally, this 4th competition is not only this round, but also alchemy, weapon refining, talisman, formation, etc. Speaking of this, Lu Xian glanced at Qin Yang contemptuously, and said, however, I think one round will be enough. I can beat him, so I don't need to be so troublesome. Jiang Chengwei pondered and said in a low voice, it is not impossible to use the same way to return to the other. But if you imitate the martial arts and martial arts skills of cultivators of the same level, and use this to defeat your opponent, it seems a bit difficult. Xuanhuan snorted lightly and said, what kind of skill is imitation? After all, it's not his own ability. And Xuanhuan said indifferently, I am very confident in my own strength, who else is worthy of me to imitate? Anyone with a bit of strength will go their own way. This kind of imitation is simply not in the Hall of Elegance. Jiang Chengwei shook her head and said, that's not a good word. If you can really use his own way to pay him back and win, this is an incredible skill. Do you think so too? Qin Yang interrupted suddenly. Jiang Chengwei nodded in approval and looked at Qin Yang curiously. Qin Yang sighed and said, I think so too, but I just don't understand, why can't I make a name for myself? Touching his chin, Qin Yang concluded by himself, maybe I am too strong in every aspect. Jiang Chengwei and Xuanhuan looked at each other and were speechless. Are you ready? Lu Xian looked at Qin Yang and asked, I have to remind you first, if I win, all the bets I made before will belong to me, as well as your monster. Lu Xian focused on the word monster. Qin Yang nodded and said, this is still a preparation? Let's start directly. Okay. Lu Xian pointed to a young cultivator in the Star Realm and said, now, I will fight with you. You shoot first, and I will defeat you with the same moves as you. The young Star Realm cultivator frowned and said, my martial arts are a bit biased, you have to be careful. Qin Yang glanced at it, and suddenly became interested, and whispered in his mouth, are you fighting cattle across the mountain? It's interesting. Chapter 493 Dangerous People. No matter what move you use, I can fight back with the same move and defeat you. Lu Xian vowed to open his mouth, completely ignoring the Star Realm cultivator. The young cultivator also had a good temper, and finally shouted, be careful. Lu Xian let out a sigh and turned his head away in disdain. With this swipe of his head, the young cultivator found an opportunity and slammed over with a punch. Magic Ape Long Fist. The young cultivator shouted habitually. Lu Xian let out a small snort, isn't this the same martial skill as the one used? In the face of this fist, Lu Xian also took a stance, came first, and also shouted, Magic Ape Long Fist. The two fists were about to collide when a wave of air rushed out half a foot apart. Lu Xian grinned and said contemptuously, I'm in the same star realm as you, you only use 50% of your skill, are you looking down on me? Before he finished speaking, his face suddenly sank. Lu Xian's head jerked back, and the sudden change caught him off guard. It was as if someone had hit his face with a fist in the air, and his face quickly became red and swollen. Lu Xian's eyes were red, and he stared at the star practitioner. The cultivator scratched his head embarrassedly and said, I'm sorry, my martial arts skills are a bit biased. Bah! Lu Xian spat out a mouthful of spit, pointed at the cultivator and scolded, where is the problem with you? You are clearly playing with me. Haha, I laughed so hard. Qin Yang patted the table with his stomach, pointed at Lu Xian and shook his head again and again. I haven't lost yet. Lu Xian shouted loudly. Qin Yang said, if you were in actual combat, you would be dead now. Lu Xian gasped, continuously, staring fiercely at the Star Realm practitioner. He was already able to imitate the punch just now, but he didn't have time to keep up with it. The opponent first used 5 successful strengths to make Lu Xian underestimate the enemy, and then attacked with all his strength. With such a quick change, Lu Xian couldn't react at all. I'm serious. Lu Xian clenched his fists. The young cultivator was waiting for him. He had already known that Lu Xian had the ability to imitate the punch just now, and the attacks he made were all the same. Although it is difficult to understand, it must be taken seriously. Tiger's heart. The young cultivator shouted again. Lu Xinqi scolded, "You are just selling dog meat with a sheep's head, are you fighting this martial art?" It is said that the tiger is digging its heart, but in fact it is kicked out. Lu Xian naturally responded with a kick. The two kicked each other in the air. Outsiders looked confused, but Qin Yang's eyes were bright. The exact same movements made the audience stunned. The movements of the two were made almost at the same time, without the slightest delay. "See my true power!" Lu Xian shouted, his figure erratic for a while. It actually opened the field directly. Mirror world. Translucent mirrors stood in the field, and in each mirror, there was a young practitioner. The young cultivator panicked and wanted to smash a mirror. He punched down. The figure in the mirror did the same thing, and there was no difference in strength. A punch to the punch, the young cultivator is a little confused, as if he is the image. All the tricks I have seen, I can use them perfectly. Fighting against me is equivalent to fighting with dozens or hundreds of yourself. Lu Xian said proudly. The young cultivator lowered his head, cupped his hands, and said, "I." Jiang Qiangwei and Xuanhuan communicated, but they didn't understand much. Xuanhuan asked, "Is it really so magical? There must be a weakness." Jiang Qiangwei groaned. "Don't think too much, this ability is not bad at first glance, but in fact it is very ordinary." Qin Yang shook his head. "Oh? What did you see?" Jiang Qiangwei's eyes lit up. Qin Yang explained quietly, "Lu Xian's exercise is called Tianjing, and this exercise is good at simulating all exercises." Speaking of this, Qin Yang looked contemptuous, which was far worse than his Chankuan Bianqian art. The myriad universe art of his own is to learn from each other's strengths to make up for one's weaknesses, and to constantly become stronger. Qin Yang continued, "The power of his rules is the rules of the mirror, just like a person looking in a mirror, and the realm is the mirror world." Jiang Qiangwei frowned and said, "Wouldn't it be that he imitates whoever has the ability? This is called ordinary?" Jiang Qiangwei and Xuanhuan looked at each other. They were both proud masters of the gods, and they were extremely confident in the power of their own rules. But suddenly a person who can mirror images pops up, which makes them a little uncomfortable. Your own rules should be unique. Only in this way will it be called a unique powerhouse. In theory, this is the case, but in reality, there is a bit of a discrepancy, Qin Yang said. "How do you get in and out? Let's talk about it in detail." Xuanhuan became curious. Apparently, he was a little unhappy that others could imitate his own power. Qin Yang stretched out a finger and said, "Upper limit." "What do you mean?" Xuanhuan was puzzled. Jiang Qiangwei thought of something and said, "You said that there is an upper limit to the power he can imitate? If it exceeds this upper limit, he will not be able to imitate it?" Qin Yang nodded and said, "Yes, Lu Xian is only a practitioner in the midstar realm. The upper limit he can imitate, in the late stage of the star realm, he can only go beyond a small realm. A practitioner who exceeds this small realm is afraid that he will be able to punch a punch. Break his mirror. That's just breaking one side." Xuanhuan just finished speaking, and Jiang Qiangwei looked at each other and smiled. For them, breaking one side breaks everything. At this moment, Qin Yang stretched out another finger and said, "The premise is that he sees and perceives it." "What is this?" Xuanhuan asked. Qin Yang shrugged and said, "If you can't even perceive my breath, and you can't even guess and measure my strength, what he imitates is just a powerless phantom." Having said that, Xuanhuan felt relieved. Jiang Qiangwei took a deep look at Qin Yang and said, "I'm afraid it's not that simple, right?" Qin Yang was non-committal and said, "Of course it's not that simple, but with Liu Xian's current strength, he can only do this, but it is undeniable that his future is very bright. Qin Yang said, his mirror world can not only be imitated, but also stored. All the martial arts imitated by him are almost mastered by him and can be used at any time. Once the strength improves, the power of the stored martial arts will naturally increase greatly, and Qin Yang added, he hasn't thoroughly studied this mirror world. If he really cultivates to Mahayana, this person will be extremely dangerous. What do you mean? How dangerous is it? Xuanhuan asked. Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan, then looked at Jiang Chengwei, and said, if he cultivates to the 9 heavens of the God King realm, his strength is equal to that of the two of you. Let's not talk about other things, just talk about combat power. He can kill Xuanhuan, and he can tie with Jiang Chengwei. Chapter 494, Instructing Martial Skills. Impossible. Xuanhuan was not convinced. Jiang Chengwei didn't believe it either. Qin Yang was too alarmist. Xuanhuan claims to be open to all the powerhouses, because no one can decipher his ability to perish together. In this way, isn't it? Jiang Chengwei was shocked and thought of something. Qin Yang nodded and said, yes, if his mirror world is comparable to yours, you will not be able to tell what is mirror image and what is real. And, if you kill yourself in the mirror image, you will also, it's like killing the real you. If Xuanhuan can't find Liu Xian's real body in the mirror world, and locks his mirror image by mistake, and activates the rules of Xuanhuan's way of life and death, I am afraid that he will really go to Xuanhuan with self. Among the 4 young masters in the imperial city, Liu Xian was the weakest. I am afraid that everyone can't believe it, this Liu Xian is the strongest, and has the most potential. Can't you crack it? Xuanhuan's eyes showed a faint killing intent. In this case, this Liu Xian is indeed a dangerous person. Since he is hostile, it is naturally difficult to give him room to grow. Qin Yang smiled and said, don't worry, what I'm talking about is only in theory. Besides, you can't lock him in advance, before he exerts power? What's more? Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan and said, you are the God Emperor of the gods. Could it be that you are afraid of being overtaken by the other party in terms of cultivation? As long as his cultivation can't catch up with you, what are you worried about? Xuanhuan was stunned and scratched his head, as if that was the case. Jiang Chengwei suddenly asked, if they are of the same rank, who can kill them? Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, rubbing his chin and thinking. In addition to his own annihilation rules, the power of other rules is really difficult to fight against. It's not that the other party can't imitate their own rules of extinction, but once imitated, all power will be eliminated, leaving only the rules of extinction. If so, his original mirror image rules no longer exist. Not to mention the battle. As long as he dares to copy Qin Yang's power of rules, Liu Xian will lose directly. Just like Qin Yang himself, after eliminating the rules of Mahayana, he can't even use the power of other rules, unless he copies them on the spot and uses them on the spot. It can be used until the rule of elimination will destroy the copied rules. Although Qin Yang can control it for a while, it is impossible to control it all the time. This is the reason why Qin Yang only has the rule of annihilation now, and all martial arts also have the rule of annihilation. But if you change the power of other rules and the same realm strength. The divine light flashed in Qin Yang's eyes, and the power of the rules that he had come into contact with flashed in front of his eyes like a revolving lantern. His face became a little dignified. Jiang Chengwei suddenly smiled and said, listening to your analysis of his ability before, I don't think you can only talk about it theoretically. Oh? Qin Yang looked at Jiang Chengwei curiously. Jiang Chengwei said, his mirror world can indeed imitate the power of the enemy, even dozens of hundreds, or even more. On the surface, it is indeed quite bluffing, and it is directly in the position of victory. Not really. Jiang Chengwei's eyes flashed, and she said, "You just need to move your brain a little bit to induce him to concentrate his strength, then the strength of other mirror images cannot be weakened, and under such a sound, in the end, he will only be left a mirror. If the mirror is broken, his own consumption will not be less than that of his opponent. At this time, there is only one mirror left, and he is just fighting against himself." Xuanhuan still didn't understand. Jiang Chengwei continued to explain, "If only the last side is left, then in the mirror image, is his body." As a result, Xuanhuan was instantly overjoyed. As long as he could find his body, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. After a pause, Jiang Chengwei said again, "This is just one of the ways to crack, there is another. Breakthrough during the battle." Jiang Chengwei said, "For us, it is not uncommon for us to make breakthroughs on the spot in some difficult battles. On the contrary, we have become stronger step by step. What he imitates is our strength. If you can defeat him yourself, why can't you defeat him?" Qin Yang sighed, as expected of a military advisor of the alliance. With information, he found a way so quickly, and there was more than one. Tao Xiaoyao blinked her big eyes, tilted her head and asked, "You said he was so strong, can you defeat him?" Qin and Yang looked at each other in dismay, and they were speechless. Qin Yang rubbed Tao Xiaoyao's hair, which made Tao Xiaoyao look dissatisfied. Qin Yang said, "Silly boy, what are you talking about? He is not on the same level as us at all, and we can only fight in an instant." "Then what are you discussing so seriously?" Tao Xiaoyao widened her eyes, curiously. The three of Qin and Yang laughed, and Jiang Chengwei said, "This is just imagining. The battle is not only about force, but also this," pointing to his brain. "I don't understand." Tao Xiaoyao shook her head. Jiang Chengwei explained, "After this discussion, even if Lu Xian's strength catches up, is on the same level as us, or even stronger than us, we have already had a strategy against the enemy. This is called knowing ourselves and knowing our enemies and winning every battle." "Very likely." The three of them were discussing here, while Lu Xian was on the side, showing the demeanor of a master, and pointing at the cultivator who had admitted defeat, saying that the donkey's lips were not the horse's mouth. But Lu Xian won. The young cultivator couldn't say anything, and could only nod his head. "That boy, it's your turn." Lu Xian pointed at Qin Yang. The young cultivator took a deep breath, and he no longer believed it. Lu Xian can imitate himself, so can this guy? Pulling off the stance, the young cultivator opened his mouth and said, "This technique of mine." Qin Yang waved his hand and said, "Gong Fa and martial arts, including the power of rules, are very good. No, I mean, it's a bit biased, you have to be careful," the young cultivator reminded. Qin Yang nodded with a faint smile on his face. It seems that this guy is not releasing smoke bombs, but sincerely wants to remind. Staring at the young cultivator carefully, he nodded secretly. In fact, this guy has really learned a lot of martial arts. Your martial arts skills, including the power of rules, can be used on their own. Why do you have to learn so many messy martial arts distractions? Qin Yang asked. The young cultivator was stunned for a moment and said, "How do you know?" Without thinking too much, he explained, "Because my power of rules is not easy to use directly. It is said to be concealed by other martial arts, but in fact it is relying on other martial arts." Qin Yang shook his head and said, "No, you are wrong. Your power of rules doesn't need any support. You can even research it yourself instead of using it under other martial arts." The young cultivator pondered for a while, and with these few words, he would have to save some face later. This is much stronger than Lu Xian's nonsense advice. It's the same as the truth, you know what a fart? Hurry up and try, by the way, let your monster eat less elixir and spiritual materials. Lu Xian urged. He is still worried that the swallowing beast will eat up the elixir and spiritual materials of Ji Wui's Qiankuan ring.